Chapter 384. Ugh, follow me, Elder Zhu Li sighed. He turned around and walked towards a stone hall nestled within the mountain. Xiao Ming and Medusa hurriedly followed behind him. As Elder Zhu Li led them to a stone hall deep within the mountain, they wandered for a while before finally reaching a deep section of the large hall. The hall itself was constructed from a massive rock, and at its center stood a towering altar. Lying quietly on top of the altar was a lovely figure. Medusa glanced over. Her eyes focused on that lovely little body, and her expression changed instantly. The figure lying on the altar was covered in a layer of crystal-like ice that enveloped every part of her body. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the crystal formation wasn't limited to the surface but had also permeated the interior of Ziyan's body. In essence, Ziyan had transformed into a lifeless crystal body. Medusa's eyes locked onto the altar, her expression growing even more somber. With her keen perception, she could sense the complete absence of life within Ziyan's body, from head to toe. If not for the faint flicker of a familiar soul fluctuation, Medusa would have believed that Ziyan had already perished. This is the solidification of energy, Elder Zhu Li sighed beside Xiao Ming. The energy from the dragon phoenix origin fruit is truly terrifying. It solidified and infused every part of Ziyan's body. If she can't absorb this energy, she'll forever remain in this state, akin to living dead. You were truly reckless. Medusa couldn't contain her anger, despite knowing that the elder before her was immensely powerful. Upon hearing Medusa's angry voice, Elder Zhu Li could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He refrained from saying anything. It was likely that he also felt regret. Don't blame the third elder for recklessness. Even the ancient Dragon Void tribe has encountered the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit only a few times, so our understanding of it is limited, which led to this situation, He Qing by the side interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Forget about assigning blame for now. Let's focus on finding a solution, Xiao Ming said, shaking his head. The energy crystal formed by the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is incredibly resilient. Even the old me cannot break it, Zhu Li explained. Moreover, if we were to break it, the energy within would be wasted. Do we need to concern ourselves with that energy at this point? Medusa replied discontentedly. In her view, the most crucial matter was rescuing Ziyan. What use was there in worrying about the energy? Sigh, you're unaware of the current situation within my ancient void dragon tribe. We're in dire need of a tribe leader possessing the royal bloodline who can maintain control, Elder Zhu Li said with a bitter smile. However, let's set aside those matters for now. I believe Xiao Ming has already surmised that the crystal layer formed by the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit can only be dissolved by a heavenly flame. While I am aware that some other Central Plains powerhouses possess heavenly flames, there is only one person who has both the ability and the trustworthiness, and that is you, little friend Xiao Ming. That's why I asked He Qing to bring you here. This matter pertains to the future inheritance of our ancient void dragon tribe and is of utmost importance. Therefore, I hope that little friend Xiao Ming will do his best to assist us. Elder Zhu Li cupped his hands to Xiao Ming solemnly, speaking in a deep voice. He Qing, standing behind him, also cupped his hands and bowed. Elder Zhu Li, please rest assured. I have known Ziyan since our childhood, and we grew up together. How could I idly stand by in her time of need? I will exert every effort this time, Xiao Ming replied with a serious expression. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's resolute response, a smile appeared on Elder Zhu Li's face, and he said, Ziyan is truly fortunate to have a friend like you. When can we begin? Medusa, who was eager for a solution, asked with concern. In a couple of days. Rest for now. I need to make some preparations beforehand. Once everything is ready, we'll proceed, Elder Zhu Li replied. Xiao Ming and Medusa remained on Ancient Dragon Island for the next 2 days, patiently waiting for Elder Zhu Li to prepare the things needed for refining the energy crystal on Ziyan. Luckily, He Qing took care of their entertainment during this time, ensuring they were well taken care of. The days passed quickly as they waited in leisure. During this period, Xiao Ming expressed his desire to see Qing Lin, but He Qing informed him that Qing Lin was still refining the nine-headed heaven serpent and couldn't come out. Disappointed, Xiao Ming had to give up on the idea for the time being. On the morning of the third day, Elder Zhu Li finally appeared before Xiao Ming with a solemn expression. Xiao Ming understood that today was likely the day they would begin. Little friend Xiao Ming, please follow me, Elder Zhu Li said, turning around and leading the way. Xiao Ming quickly followed suit as they flew directly towards the depths of Dragon Island. Along the way, Xiao Ming noticed that the atmosphere on the island had become much more tense. The usually empty sky now occasionally had one or two figures flying past, their cautious eyes scanning the surroundings beyond the empty realm. While we have done a good job of keeping this a secret, Ziyan is truly too important to the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Therefore, nothing must go wrong. Hence, the defenses of Dragon Island have been heightened, Zhu Li explained during the journey. Xiao Ming immediately understood that they were guarding against the other 3 Dragon Islands. As they continued flying towards the depths of Dragon Island, Xiao Ming keenly sensed the surrounding energy gradually growing intense and scorching. After flying for 10 minutes, Elder Zhu Li slowly reduced his speed, and Xiao Ming followed suit, looking ahead. In front of them stood a large mountain, its peak concave in shape with white, hot smoke curling and rising from it. It was a volcano. Floating above the mountain peak, emitting a white column of smoke, Xiao Ming's gaze swept downward and discovered an emerald-green giant cauldron suspended above the volcano's mouth. Through the cauldron, he could see Ziyan's petite, lovely figure peacefully floating inside. Little friend Xiao Ming, the fire affinity energy in this place is extremely rich. When using the heavenly flame here, its power will be enhanced, Elder Zhu Li pointed at the large cauldron. His expression grew grave as he continued, however, the heavenly flame is too overbearing, requiring exceptional control. With your current abilities, you should be able to refine the energy crystal layer without harming Ziyan, but you still need to be cautious. Elder Zhu Li had thoroughly investigated Xiao Ming and knew him to be an 8th-tier master alchemist with formidable spiritual strength. His mastery of the heavenly flame had reached an exemplary level, which was why he was invited for this critical task. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. Elder Zhu Li pointed to the surrounding mountains and explained, during this period, experts from the ancient Void Dragon tribe and I will personally remain around here. We will ensure nothing disturbs you. Xiao Ming followed Elder Zhu Li's gesture and glanced around. With his keen perception, he sensed numerous powerful auras hidden within the surrounding mountains. Additionally, refining the Dragon Phoenix crystal will not be easy. It will require a significant amount of time and will exhaust Do Qi at an extremely high rate, Elder Zhu Li continued. He clenched his hand, and a dense white jade bottle appeared in his palm. After giving it a gentle caress, he handed it to Xiao Ming, saying, inside this bottle are 5 drops of ancient dragon essence blood that the old me has personally refined. They possess an enormous amount of energy. Not only will they allow you to instantly recover a substantial amount of Do Qi, but they also possess the mysterious effect of tempering one's veins and bones. You can consume 1 drop when the Do Qi within your body is unable to keep up during the refinement process. Chapter 385. Ancient Dragon Essence Blood. As Xiao Ming reached out to take the jade bottle containing the ancient dragon essence blood, he sensed the vast and mighty energy radiating from it. Even with his keen eyesight and extensive experience, a glint of shock involuntarily appeared in his eyes. The refined blood within the bottle was immensely powerful and could cause a stir among Do Venerate level experts if discovered outside. These 5 drops of blood were not only capable of swiftly replenishing exhausted Do Qi but also tempering one's body to be comparable to that of some magical beasts. However, Xiao Ming knew that his current physical strength exceeded the effects of this substance. Through the cultivation of the rise of twin spirits technique and the absorption of various heaven and earth heavenly treasures, his physical body was no weaker than that of the ancient void dragon at the same stage. Moreover, his own Do Qi contained within his spiritual core was formidable, and he hadn't experienced a state of depleted Do Qi in a long time. Despite this, Xiao Ming accepted the jade bottle. If he couldn't utilize it himself, he could give it to someone else. Furthermore, he believed that he might find a use for it in the coming days. After receiving the jade bottle, Xiao Ming immediately cupped his hands together, took a deep breath, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, hovering above the volcano. He then slowly descended and came to a stop beside the large cauldron, sitting cross-legged in the sky. Observing Xiao Ming's focused state, Elder Zhu Li's expression also grew increasingly grave. He murmured in a low voice, "I hope everything goes smoothly from now on." Xiao Ming maintained his cross-legged position in front of the large cauldron, his gaze fixed solemnly on the petite figure inside. He cleared his mind, allowing his thoughts to settle before initiating the process. Bang! With a resounding bang, a small white flame surged forth from in front of Xiao Ming. In an instant, it grew into a towering flame that poured continuously into the large cauldron under his precise control. As the heavenly flame emerged, the temperature swiftly rose, causing some trees in the surrounding mountain forest to shed their leaves in response. The flame whistled into the enormous cauldron and gathered together under Xiao Ming's nearly flawless control. Within a short moment, a huge flame dragon was formed within the enormous cauldron. Roar! The fiery creature let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cauldron, causing it to tremble in response. Refine. Xiao Ming changed his hand seals and shouted coldly. The gigantic fire dragon immediately charged towards Ziyan. However, just as the fire dragon was about to collide with her body, it swiftly turned and curled up, wrapping itself around her. At the same time, the temperature within the large cauldron rose to a frightening extent. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As the temperature suddenly escalated, numerous rays of light rushed out from all over Dragon Island. They stopped above the surrounding mountains with solemn expressions. These were the tribe members of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. They appeared to be aware of the matter today. Hence, none of them made any noise, being cautious not to disturb Xiao Ming's focus. Although Xiao Ming sensed their observation, he remained undeterred, focusing all his attention on the large cauldron to prevent any accidents. The flame within the cauldron burned fiercely, blocking the view, yet the scene within was clearly absorbed into the minds of Elder Zhu Li and the other experts present. The flame dragon entrenched itself, and numerous scorching fire pillars continuously shot from its large mouth, lingering around Ziyan's body within the large cauldron. The erosion of such a frightening temperature caused the dragon phoenix crystal layer on Ziyan's body to emit a faint but unusual glow. The crystal layer flickered with light, resembling a flowing body, exuding wave after wave of frightening energy that left one's heart trembling. The heavenly flame was continuously spewed onto Ziyan's body, but there was no sign of the dragon phoenix crystal layer melting. Evidently, the dragon phoenix crystal layer was not so easily refined, it would take some time. Zhu Li, do you really think he can refine the dragon phoenix crystal layer? You should be aware of what Ziyan means to our eastern Dragon Island. Just as Elder Zhu Li was gazing intently, an elderly voice suddenly sounded behind him. Elder Zhu Li tilted his head and saw an old man with black and white hair standing there. The elder was dressed simply, his lack of a smile and quiet demeanor giving him a stern appearance. After a moment of silence, Elder Zhu Li turned his gaze to the white-robed youth in front of the large cauldron and replied, I had my doubts before, but now I'm 90 certain. The stern old man remained silent. Don't you understand? Elder Zhu Li continued without waiting for a response, pointing his finger at the cauldron. Qiyu, take a closer look at that heavenly flame. What do you see? Qiyu raised his head and observed for a moment before solemnly responding, this heavenly flame is not listed on the heavenly flame ranking, but its power is immense. It could potentially rank among the top 7. What else? Elder Zhu Li inquired further. Xiao Ming possesses a powerful spiritual strength. His soul even gives me a sense of oppression. Could it be in the heaven realm? Qiyu realized something as he spoke. It is indeed a soul in the heaven realm, Elder Zhu Li nodded. You should understand what it means for a soul in the heaven realm, a heavenly flame, and an 8th-tier alchemist to merge together. Before she fell into a coma, Ziyan said she wanted to invite him to help. Although she's young, she wouldn't joke around with her own life. Now, looking at the situation, her judgment seems to be right on the mark. Xiao Ming is indeed exceptional, and he's the best candidate we can approach, Qiyu agreed with Elder Zhu Li's thoughts. The heaviness on his face lessened, but he suddenly thought of another aspect, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. I hope the refining process goes smoothly. The first elder and the second elder have been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. If the other 3 islands receive any news, it's hard to say they won't send powerful individuals to investigate. Ziyan is currently the only person within the ancient Void Dragon tribe to possess a complete royal bloodline. If anything happens to her, it is likely that our ancient Void Dragon tribe will never be able to unite again. Hearing this, Elder Zhu Li's face also showed some concern, but he reassured Qiyu, don't worry, I have already transmitted the news of the reappearance of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline into the void. It won't be long before those tribe members return to Eastern Dragon Island. The people from the other 3 Dragon Islands will be insignificant by then. The ancient Void Dragon tribe split after Zhu Kun was trapped. Before his entrapment, the tribe was considered the number 1 tribe on the Doqi continent. At that time, the ancient Void Dragon tribe had numerous powerful experts. Besides Zhu Kun, a 9-star Do Saint, there were other high-star Do Saint experts. However, after Zhu Kun's departure, these experts vanished into the void. The current powerful individuals within the ancient Void Dragon tribe were actually the younger generation that grew up later. Elder Zhu Li was now attempting to summon back those ancient experts. Chapter 386. Those predecessors who left, If they were to come back, the other 3 Dragon Islands would indeed be insignificant, Qiyu agreed. The dragon kings of the three dragon islands were merely at the late stage of the three-star Do Saint. Compared to those predecessors, they were no different from chicks. It is pointless to think about this now. We should wait for the refinement to complete first. Additionally, the caution level must remain high. Zhu Li sighed softly. Yes, Qiyu nodded quietly. He gave Xiao Ming, who was still seated in front of the large cauldron, a deep look. Then his body moved and slowly disappeared. At the same time, the auras of several hidden experts began to vanish as well. Observing Qiyu's disappearance, Zhu Li shifted his gaze back to Xiao Ming and whispered, "Xiao Ming, the fate of the ancient void dragon tribe lies in your hands." A few days later, the volcanic crater where Xiao Ming was situated remained scorching and dry. The intense heat had drained the surroundings of moisture, leaving the once vibrant mountain peak with a withered and lifeless appearance. However, these changes in the environment went unnoticed as everyone's attention was fixed on the large cauldron at the center of the crater. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a searing hot air slowly escaped from his throat. "Coagulate." A soft voice was emitted from his throat along with his breath. The fire dragon within the cauldron trembled, violently shaking, and everyone witnessed it shrinking visibly. Although the dragon's body shrank, the temperature of its flames surged, causing even the experienced members of the ancient void dragon tribe to react with surprise. Qi. Pure white flames continuously spewed from the fire dragon's mouth, fiercely adhering to the dragon phoenix crystal on Ziyan's body. The collision between the flames and the crystal produced intense sizzling sounds, finally revealing a tiny drop of purple gold liquid in front of many joyous eyes. The dragon phoenix crystal layer has started to melt. Although that drop of purple gold liquid was extremely tiny, it still did not escape the experienced eyes of many experts. Numerous suppressed voices of joy rang out. "Who?" Elder Zhu Li, who had been closely observing Xiao Ming, silently breathed a sigh of relief, gradually relaxing his tightly clenched fist within his sleeve. Although this was only the first step, as long as they had the first step, the following steps would not be difficult. As long as Xiao Ming could persevere, he would eventually be able to completely melt all the dragon phoenix crystal layers. Of course, Elder Zhu Li also understood that attempting to melt the dragon phoenix crystal would require considerable time. Success could not be expected immediately, progress had to be made one step at a time. With a promising beginning, all they had to do was patiently wait for the complete melting of the dragon phoenix crystal. During this waiting period, nearly 15 days passed swiftly. Throughout these 15 days, Xiao Ming never rested, continuously channeling his abundant Do Qi without showing any signs of depletion. This left many powerful members of the ancient void dragon tribe in awe. Ordinary experts would not have been able to endure as long as Xiao Ming did. If placed in his position, they would have long been unable to continue. They understood that Xiao Ming's cultivation technique must be extraordinary, yet none of them harbored any ill intentions. As the refinement process continued, an entire month swiftly slipped away, akin to grains of sand slipping through fingers. During this time, the members of the ancient void dragon tribe were pleasantly surprised to witness the dragon phoenix crystal layer on Ziyan's body gradually thinning until it completely vanished. The dragon island was filled with a joyous atmosphere as this pleasant change unfolded. According to this speed, it was likely that the dragon phoenix crystal layers within Ziyan's body would be refined soon. At that time, an existence that possessed the true royal bloodline of the magical beast world would be born once again. Standing in front of the large cauldron, Xiao Ming was dressed in pristine white garments, untainted by dust. However, his complexion had turned somewhat pale. Although he was accustomed to refining pills for extended periods, the refinement of the dragon phoenix crystal layer consumed more Do Qi than alchemy, depleting his remaining reserves. "I didn't expect to actually use it," Xiao Ming murmured as he opened his eyes. He reached into his chest and retrieved the ancient dragon essence blood given to him by Elder Zhu Li. Extracting a drop from it, he swallowed it. Bang! As the ancient dragon essence blood entered his body, Xiao Ming's entire skin emitted a brilliant golden radiance. Vast energy surged through him like a tempest, rapidly replenishing his depleted meridians with surging Do Qi. Amidst this energy storm, Xiao Ming felt a faint tingling sensation in his bones, muscles, and meridians. He understood that it was the ancient dragon essence blood remolding his body. However, due to his already strong physique, the enhancement was minimal. To endure until now and then use the ancient dragon essence blood, the concentration of Do Qi is truly terrifying. Even 3 or 4 ancient void dragons at the same stage would pale in comparison. This little guy is truly fearsome. Elder Zhu Li stroked his beard as he watched Xiao Ming become energized after ingesting the ancient dragon essence blood. After a brief pause, he sighed softly, his voice tinged with faint astonishment. Suddenly, a stern shout shattered the joyful atmosphere on Dragon Island, replacing it with an air of seriousness. Xiao, all of you are very bold. You actually dare to barge into my eastern Dragon Island. Elder Zhu Li's expression turned gloomy upon hearing the furious cry. He raised his head and gazed toward the empty space. Even with the information tightly sealed, they still came. There may be spies from other islands within our own. In an instant, numerous rays of light appeared in the empty space. Shortly afterward, the lights descended slowly onto ancient Dragon Island, revealing numerous figures emanating powerful auras. Most of these figures donned dark golden armor, bearing a dragon image that seemed to be alive and emitting an awe-inspiring dragon pressure. Among them were also individuals with naked upper bodies, exuding a daunting and imposing presence. It's the people from the Western Dragon Island and the Southern Dragon Island. Voices filled with anger resounded across ancient Dragon Island as they recognized these arrivals. Xiao, you actually dare to lead people to my Eastern Dragon Island? What great ability! The space in the sky distorted, and numerous figures appeared. The old man leading them was Elder Qiyu, who had previously conversed with Elder Zhu Li. His usually impassive face had turned extremely stern, emanating a mighty aura. Chapter 387. Qiyu stared at the person in front of him, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. These individuals seemed oblivious to the significance of the Dragon Emperor. Did they truly desire the eternal division of the ancient Void Dragon tribe? Old fellow Qiyu, don't take your anger out on me. I'm merely here on orders to invite the esteemed individual with the royal bloodline back to the Western Dragon Island. A burly man with thick eyebrows wearing dark golden armor stepped forward slowly. As he moved, the empty space seemed to tremble. He glanced at Qiyu, who was protected by a defensive barrier, and let out a boisterous laugh. It seems like the Western Dragon King intends to imprison the royal bloodline on the Western Dragon Island, doesn't he? He's just a branch of the royal bloodline, yet he dares to proclaim himself a Dragon King. I wonder if he realizes the consequences of his actions. Qiyu sneered. Crossing his arms, the man named Xiao responded in a casual tone, the current ancient Void Dragon tribe has split into 4 factions. Regardless of the reasons, the Western Dragon King possesses a royal bloodline, which gives him greater influence over the others with ordinary bloodlines. If we talk about legitimacy, your Eastern Dragon Island is the one that shouldn't exist among the 4 islands, only yours lacks a leader with a royal bloodline. Such an existence won't be recognized. It's not for the other 3 Dragon Kings to decide what is acceptable or not. The ancient Void Dragon tribe does not have any North, South, or West Dragon Kings. It only recognizes the former Dragon Emperor. The rest have no qualifications to implement any tribe rules, Qiyu replied firmly, raising his eyebrows. The Dragon Emperor has been missing for thousands of years. I'm afraid he no longer exists. This time, I've come on orders. Hand over the person with the royal bloodline, or things might not end well. Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly unmoved by Qiyu's words. How dare you? How dare you speak ill of the Dragon Emperor? You're not worthy to live. Qiyu's expression turned cold. He clenched his fist, and a formidable energy rapidly gathered. Qiyu, in terms of combat strength, your Eastern Dragon Island is the weakest among the 4 islands. If my Western Dragon Island's Dragon Armor army invades, your Eastern Dragon Island won't last long. Seeing Qiyu preparing to take action, Xiao remained calm and fearless. His formidable aura surged forth as he coolly regarded Qiyu, speaking with a hint of disdain. Dragon Armor army, attack. Bring back that so-called person with a royal bloodline. Dragon Emperor? Who knows if it's just a gimmick from your side? Do you dare? Old fellow Qiyu, let me see if you have improved or if you are still the same as before. With Xiao's words, he suddenly burst into action, charging ferociously towards Qiyu with a fierce and violent posture. It was evident that his abilities far surpassed those of a mere Picto Venerate. Yes. Each member of the Dragon Armor army, clad in dragon-patterned golden armor, shouted loudly. Upon receiving the order, they exuded a powerful and imposing aura, subtly connecting with each other as they overwhelmed the dragon guards of Eastern Dragon Island. In the ancient Void Dragon tribe, bloodline was highly revered. The soldiers of the Dragon Armor army, under the dominance of the bloodline of the Western Dragon King on Western Dragon Island, had long been indoctrinated. Even as they swung their blades towards Eastern Dragon Island, there was hardly any hesitation. Traitors! Each and every one of them deserves death. Qiyu shouted vehemently. Not only had they betrayed the former Dragon Emperor, but now they dared to question Ziyan's bloodline. The dragon guards of Eastern Dragon Island were consumed with fury, their eyes blazing with anger. Qiyu flicked his sleeve, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged forward like a cannonball, aimed directly at Xiao's path. However, Xiao merely smirked and waved his hand, dispersing the energy wave with a loud bang, sustaining little harm. Qiyu, these petty tricks are ineffective against me. Let's engage in a proper battle. Xiao sneered. As you wish. Qiyu responded in a cold and composed tone. Surprisingly, his voice seemed to come from beside Xiao. As members of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, victory or defeat would ultimately be determined by their physical bodies and bloodlines. Maintaining his composure, Xiao confronted the ghostly figure of Qiyu, their palms colliding with a devastating force. The clash of their palms created a violent storm of winds, distorting the surrounding space and revealing dark, fissure-like cracks. In an instant, they disengaged from each other. Xiao took a few steps back, each step causing vibrations that reverberated through the void. A faint smile of exhilaration appeared on his lips. Excellent. Since I'm merely following orders, old fellow, let's have a good fight. Xiao said. Qiyu surveyed the scene, witnessing the dragon guards of Eastern Dragon Island being overwhelmed by the dragon armor army. It was an inevitable situation as Eastern Dragon Island lacked descendants with royal bloodline, having lost much of its fighting power when the other three dragon kings took them away. Frowning, Qiyu believed that as long as they held on until Ziyan awakened, the unfavorable situation could be reversed. Humph. Qiyu snorted coldly. Facing Xiao, another member of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, a powerful physique was the best weapon. He exerted his full strength against Xiao, aiming to hold him back. Boom! 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 Both of them were existences beyond the peak to venerate and possessed unmatched physical bodies as members of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Their battle was earth-shattering, with every punch and palm strike shattering the void and transforming the surrounding area into a dark void. The intensity of the battle was overwhelming. Below, Zhu Li's expression turned cold as he witnessed the scene. He glanced at Ziyan inside the large cauldron, then at Xiao Ming outside of it, and spoke solemnly. Protect them. Do not let anyone approach. Shouts resounded from various concealed positions around them. Understood. The space in front of Zhu Li distorted, and when he reappeared, he was already in the sky. He briefly glanced at the ongoing fight between Qiyu and Xiao before withdrawing his gaze, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Western Dragon Island has sent the Dragon Armor Army and Xiao. I wonder who from the Southern Dragon Island is leading the Barbarian Dragon Army? Zhu Li's indifferent voice echoed. Upon his words, a group of burly men with dragon-shaped tattoos covering their bare upper bodies stepped forward, led by an even more robust old man. Zhu Li, long time no see. Zhu Li's expression flickered upon seeing this elder. He furrowed his brow and spoke coldly, so, it's Elder Man Yen from the Barbarian Dragon Army. Bringing the Barbarian Dragon Army here today, you're truly making one mistake after another. Her Highness's bloodline comes from the former Dragon Emperor, the purest royal bloodline. It cannot be compared to the so-called Dragon King of the Southern Dragon Island. The elder referred to as Man Yen twitched his face at Zhu Li's words, but remained unmoved, calmly stating, those are merely your words. Who can truly know the real situation? Even so, the three Dragon Kings will not easily surrender, regardless of her identity. Even if Ziyan's identity was correct, the three Dragon Kings would not willingly submit again now that they had tasted the power of authority. Zhu Li sighed inwardly. The three Dragon Kings were the true disruptors of their tribe, and although others were aware of the situation, facing the suppression of bloodline, they had no choice. The suppression of bloodline in the magical beast world was just as unreasonable. Observing the other party's stubbornness, Zhu Li's face also turned indifferent. He slowly opened his hands, and his robe fluttered without wind. His aura was no longer restrained and was unleashed without any restraint. Come, let me see how much fighting power remains in the once famous Barbarian Dragon Army under the command of the Southern Dragon King. Chapter 388. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Man Yen laughed heartily as his grayish-white skin transformed into purple dragon scales. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and his body took on a half-human, half-dragon form. After the transformation, an immensely monstrous aura emanated from Man Yan's body, distorting the surrounding space. He looked at Julie with dark purple eyes and smiled. We haven't met in many years. I wonder if you have broken through beyond the Do Venerate realm. Man Yan's voice carried a hint of mockery as he pressed his feet down, causing intense fluctuations. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Elder Julie, waving his dragon claw and releasing terrifying energy. Bang! 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 In the sky, intense energy fluctuations spread like muffled thunder, echoing throughout Dragon Island. However, Xiao Ming, who was sitting in front of the large cauldron, seemed oblivious to the chaotic situation outside. In fact, Xiao Ming couldn't possibly be completely unaware of the commotion outside. However, the external dragon phoenix crystal within Ziyan's body was almost completely assimilated, and he couldn't afford to interrupt the process. Ziyan could wake up at any moment. Of course, if there was a real danger, he could release the sky demon puppet. But based on Xiao Ming's simulations, the probability of encountering danger on Dragon Island was very low. Today was probably just another uneventful day, so he remained calm and unaffected by the ongoing battle above. However, the nearby He Qing didn't share the same calm mindset. He couldn't help but stomp his foot as he watched the turbulent space in the distance. He Qing wanted to go up and help, but he was one of the people entrusted by Elder Julie to protect Xiao Ming. For now, all he could do was stand by and watch helplessly. Bang! In midair, two figures fiercely collided, and the resulting impact tore open a nearly 33-meter-wide black void in space. The combatants separated in an instant, each retreating. It is really unexpected the current you have also advanced to the half-saint realm. Man Yan's footsteps staggered back, the deep purple dragon scales on his body dimming. His eyes locked onto Julie, who stood a short distance away, as he spoke in a deep voice. Julie's face remained expressionless. While his strength was comparable to Man Yan's, the latter possessed a special secret technique that transformed him into a half-dragon half-human for combat, making him quite troublesome to deal with. Defeating him would prove to be a difficult task. Julie, do not continue any pointless resistance. The strength of your eastern Dragon Island is the weakest among the 4 islands. With the combined forces of the 3 islands, you won't be able to resist no matter what. You should hand the person over. Man Yan spoke slowly. If the ancient powerhouses of my eastern Dragon Island hadn't entered the void to train, and if the first elder and the second elder weren't undertaking a deep retreat, forget about you, even the 3 great dragon kings would not dare to come here. Zhu Li sneered. Although eastern Dragon Island lacked a dragon king, it could stand independently among the other 3 major dragon islands and was the first to discover Ziyan. Naturally, they had competent individuals. In addition to the ancient powerhouses who had left, there were also some elders from eastern Dragon Island who were cultivating outside and whom Julie had intended to recall. Haha, Julie, you should also be aware that it is only an if. A soft laughter suddenly echoed from the void, interrupting Julie's sneering voice. Julie's expression immediately turned ugly upon hearing the laughter. His eyes stared intently into the empty space. Damn it, Northern Dragon Island. As if in response to Julie's words, the empty space emitted numerous green lights. The lights rapidly grew larger, revealing numerous human figures riding them. They carried a monstrous aura as they appeared in the sky above the Dragon Island. Wave after wave of rushing wind could be heard. The leader of the group was a green-robed old man. Qin Yan. Zhu Li's face darkened completely. The 3 Dragon Kings' actions were significant. They'd actually sent 3 half-saints. They appeared to be dead set on obtaining Ziyan. The old man called Qin Yan glanced at the gloomy-faced Zhu Li after he appeared and laughed. He then turned his attention to the deepest part of Dragon Island. Elder Man Yan, you will block Zhu Li. The old me shall personally take away that great person who possesses a royal bloodline, Qin Yan said before transforming into a streak of light, rushing toward the deepest part of the island. Zhu Li seethed with fury upon witnessing this, but Man Yan blocked his path before he could give chase. Man Yan's dragon claws danced, cutting through the air as he rushed toward Zhu Li. Everyone, do your best to stop Qin Yan. Don't let any mistakes happen. Zhu Li had no choice but to shout at the others. At this moment, He Qing's expression grew even more unpleasant. He couldn't simply stand by and watch any longer. However, his opponent was a half-saint powerhouse, and he feared that he alone wouldn't be enough to handle him. Humph. Let me handle this. He Qing's face turned fierce, and he let out a furious roar before rushing towards Qin Yan. In the mountains and forests, figures emerged one after another, transforming into roaring giant dragons that froze the space and made the void tremble. Pairs of eyes filled with flames stared fixedly at Qin Yan. Even though they knew he was a half-saint powerhouse, they still had the courage to fight to the death. While the numerous dragons were incomparable in size to Qin Yan, the minuscule aura emanating from him surpassed them all. Qin Yan's smile remained unchanged, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. His voice was gentle as he chuckled and said, "Hey Qin, you and your group are no match for me. It's better for you to retreat." Seeing that the group of giant dragons remained unmoved, Qin Yan flew towards them, shaking his head. With his withered right hand slowly raised, horrifying energy gradually converged. Stubborn fools. Since that's the case, let this elder teach you a lesson. Puny creatures like you dare to call yourselves elders. Die. He Qing's eyes widened with fury as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Taking the lead, he charged towards Qin Yan with his dragon body. Qin Yan's palm slammed down, and a terrifying shockwave of energy surged forth like a raging tide, wreaking havoc upon the dragons below, layer upon layer. Boom! In an instant, including He Qing, the dragon guards were hit head-on by the surging shockwave of energy. Their impenetrable scales shattered, and the dragon guards were turned into a bloody mess. One by one, the giant dragons fell from the sky, their aura weakened, their life and death unknown. Only He Qing, who remained relatively intact, had eyes filled with fury. Qin Yan. You will die. Faced with He Qing's bloodshot eyes, Qin Yan wasted no words. He took a step forward, and as the space distorted, his figure instantly vanished. He Qing's enormous pupils contracted. Normally, he used the power of space to mercilessly slaughter his enemies, but now, facing Qin Yan, he couldn't detect his whereabouts. Chapter 389. Roar. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from behind, causing He Qing to roar in agony as his massive dragon body spiraled and plummeted towards Dragon Island below. Qin Yan slowly withdrew his hand from He Qing's back, shaking off the bloodstains on his withered palm. His expression remained unchanged, a casual demeanor on his face. Then, with his hands behind his back, he flew towards the depths of Dragon Island. "Heh, ignorant fool, I'll spare you today. Bastard." Qiyu, who was fighting in the distance, let out an angry roar. He surged with Do Qi, his robes fluttering, and crackling sounds echoing from his body as he prepared to turn around and intercept Qin Yan's actions. "Huh, trying to leave? Don't even think about it. Your opponent is me." Xiao's movements didn't stop as he rushed forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Qiyu, turning the space into darkness. "Xiao!" Qiyu shouted sharply, his eyes filled with killing intent, his pupils dilated, and his aura becoming wild and domineering. Xiao remained composed, but his movements were swift, effortlessly neutralizing Qiyu's aggressive attacks filled with killing intent. "Ha ha ha, Qiyu, you better stay put right here. Qin Yan, if Xi Yan exists, it means that the Dragon Emperor hasn't died. Aren't you afraid of the Dragon Emperor's return and facing the consequences of your actions?" Zhu Li slapped away a half-dragon person, his aged voice resounding through Dragon Island. These words were not just meant for Qin Yan's ears. Man Yan, who was fighting against Zhu Li, had a momentary change in his facial expression but quickly regained his composure. "Don't spout nonsense. The fact that the Dragon Emperor hasn't returned with her already tells us a lot. It's likely that he can't come back anymore. Lord Dragon King is our only hope for unification. Barbarian Dragon Army, follow me and fight." Man Yan shouted loudly as if he was speaking to himself as well as the dragon soldiers around him. In any case, his words had a tremendous effect as the dragon soldiers fought with all their might, holding back Zhu Li. Qin Yan strolled leisurely, moving through eastern Dragon Island as if it were an uninhabited realm. Zhu Li's words had no effect on him. In a few flickers, Qin Yan appeared near the volcano's crater. Upon arriving, Qin Yan glanced at Xiao Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the large cauldron. Then his gaze settled on the cauldron itself, his eyebrows slightly furrowing as he muttered. "So, this is the person with a royal bloodline. It turns out she is still in her juvenile phase, but the pressure of that bloodline is already evident. Let's take her away first to prevent any unexpected changes. Kid, extinguish your flame." Qin Yan stepped through the void, slowly approaching Xiao Ming, his voice calm and indifferent. However, Xiao Ming, who was sitting with his eyes closed in front of the cauldron, seemed as if he hadn't heard Qin Yan's voice. Another one seeking death. Qin Yan's footsteps slowly halted beside Xiao Ming. He shook his head when he received no response. He slowly raised his hand. Dou Qi surged as he ruthlessly smashed at the top of Xiao Ming's head. Just as Qin Yan's palm was about to strike down, a flash of purple light appeared in the corner of his eye, causing his palm to change direction. Bang! A tremendous noise resounded next to Xiao Ming. When he looked over, Qin Yan, who had been beside him a moment ago, was already 10 meters away. What is this, a puppet? Qin Yan furrowed his brow as he observed the puppet before him. But this thing can't stop me. Allow me to dismantle it for you. With those words, Qin Yan swiftly waved his sleeve, conjuring an energy storm in front of him. Like lightning, it surged fiercely towards the purple puppet. Sizzle. The purple demon puppet showed no fear. Its right hand lifted, and with a seemingly ordinary swing, it struck down. As the punch landed, the radiant purple glow emanating from the puppet's body instantly dimmed significantly, as if a considerable amount of its energy had been drained. Simultaneously, a palm-sized energy fist shot out from its fist with a sharp sound, racing towards Qin Yan's energy storm and colliding forcefully. Boom! Upon impact, the two forces trembled momentarily, and then a terrifying energy storm erupted, sweeping towards the surroundings, about to engulf Xiao Ming. Suddenly, a seemingly distant and ancient sigh echoed. Alas, I never imagined that the ancient void dragon tribe would become so chaotic during this period. As the voice faded, a spatial rift opened beside Xiao Ming, and an old man wearing peculiar attire emerged from it. The old man's face was covered in deep wrinkles, and his tiny eyes squinted, giving the impression of a withering tree. His hands were as small as a small folding fan, and each finger was thick as if they couldn't bend properly, with wrinkled skin resembling tree bark. The moment this old man appeared, the aftermath of the battle between the purple demon puppet and Qin Yan instantly vanished, leaving no trace. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes were filled with wariness. He couldn't see through the newcomer. He was definitely a formidable expert. Elder, this is an internal matter of our ancient void dragon tribe. Please refrain from intervening. The Dragon Kings will surely reward you generously in the future. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yan immediately spoke. Regardless, the 3 Dragon Kings had given them strict orders to bring back Ziyan at all costs. Dragon Kings? The old man seemed to have misheard and muttered to himself. Then, a smile appeared on his weathered face. Just as Qin Yan thought his words were effective, the old man suddenly glanced at Ziyan within the large cauldron. He then slowly said, in our ancient void dragon tribe, there is only the Dragon Emperor. Where do these Dragon Kings come from? Daring to rebel with their inferior bloodline, they have quite the audacity. As the old man spoke, his voice transformed into a tremendous sound wave infused with Dou Qi, resonating through the sky. Consequently, the ancient void dragons engaged in battle felt a dizzying sensation, involuntarily ceasing their actions and gazing towards the center of Dragon Island. Even Zhu Li and Man Yan wore expressions of horror. The Dou Qi contained within that voice had already surpassed the half-saint stage. Poof! Qin Yan, who was closest to the elderly man, turned pale. His body ruptured, releasing billowing blood mist. The horrifying force caused a bitter taste in his throat, and he spewed a mouthful of blood, tumbling in a wretched state. His figure quickly retreated upon landing, and he had already fled several miles away in the blink of an eye. Humph! Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Qin Yan attempted to flee, but with a raise of the old man's small, withered hand, the surrounding space converged, enveloping Qin Yan within it. Qin Yan didn't even have time to react, his body exploded in mid-air without even a chance to let out a scream. Witnessing this scene, all the invading ancient void dragons couldn't help but gulp nervously. Qin Yan was a half-saint powerhouse, yet he died so swiftly and carelessly. Just as they hesitated whether to flee or not, an ancient voice resounded in their ears. I am Zhu Sun. Chapter 390. A few days later. The scene was still set in the same volcano. He Qing, who had consumed healing pills but had not yet fully recovered from his injuries, glanced at Xiao Ming, who was sitting in front of the large cauldron, and then looked at the 2 elders standing nearby. A sense of relief flashed in his eyes. Although he had been knocked unconscious by Qin Yan that day, he was aware of the dire situation. Fortunately, Elder Zhu Sun returned on that day. Otherwise, Ziyan would have been in real danger. He had heard that Elder Zhu Sun had immediately killed Qin Yan upon his arrival, and then he had intimidated the other 3 Dragon Kings and imprisoned all the invading soldiers from the ancient dragon army, locking them up in the Dragon Abyss for punishment. Elder Zhu Sun's strength was extremely formidable. With Elder Zhu Sun around, the 3 Dragon Kings probably wouldn't dare to come again. Once Ziyan finished refining the Dragon Phoenix crystal layer, they could begin the process of unifying the ancient Void Dragon tribe. While He Qin was happily contemplating these matters, he suddenly heard Zhu Li's voice. Ziyan is about to wake up. Upon hearing this, He Qin's gaze swiftly turned towards the giant cauldron, and he murmured excitedly, "She's waking up." Apart from He Qin, there were many ancient void dragons present, most of whom had suffered injuries to varying degrees in the previous battle. However, except for those on the verge of death, no one chose to enter seclusion for healing. They didn't want to miss the scene of the Dragon Emperor's reappearance. At that moment, their expressions changed, and they hastily looked up, their gazes fixed on the fiery large cauldron. Within it, a delicate figure seemed to emerge, appearing faint and ethereal. As the figure became more distinct, they could clearly sense their bloodline surging within them, accompanied by a boiling sensation. Under that boiling impulse, they almost couldn't help but kneel in the sky. Inside the large cauldron, Ziyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, emanating an irresistible pressure that ordinary ancient void dragons couldn't resist. This pressure originated from her soul, from her bloodline. The true royal bloodline has been awakened. He Qin's eyes turned to the large cauldron as he muttered with excitement. The fiercely burning flame within the large cauldron was slowly extinguished in front of the many onlookers. A tall figure gradually emerged before their eyes. The woman who appeared wore a purple-golden robe adorned with a dancing dragon and phoenix. The intricate design seemed to come alive, emitting a noble aura that couldn't be concealed. She stood tall, her long purple hair cascading down like a waterfall, reaching her shapely buttocks. The lady was breathtakingly beautiful. Her original purple eyes had transformed into a purple-golden hue, mysterious and captivating. Under the gaze of her purple-golden eyes, it felt as if the entire world would submit to her will. No longer resembling a little girl, Ziyan had transformed into a stunning young woman capable of captivating nations. Numerous eyes were initially absent-minded due to Ziyan's majestic presence. However, their attention soon shifted to the space behind her. A pair of 3-meter-long purple-golden wings gently flapped, creating a powerful gust of wind and emitting faint thunderous sounds. The sight of these wings stirred the depths of one's soul. The wings of the heaven phoenix, the body of the ancient dragon. He Qin's excitement grew even more pronounced when he saw the magnificent wings on Ziyan's back. After a moment, he knelt in the sky, his voice filled with respect and a deep reverence from the depths of his heart. "Greetings to your majesty, the Dragon Emperor. Greetings to your majesty, the Dragon Emperor." Following He Qin's lead, the strong individuals from Eastern Dragon Island also knelt fervently, their voices united in homage. Elder Zhu Li stared at Ziyan in disbelief, and then uncontrollable excitement surged within him. He slowly knelt down in the sky, tears streaming down his face. The ancient void dragon tribe finally has a dragon emperor. Rise! Ziyan, who had stepped out of the large cauldron, waved her hand lightly as her purple-golden wings flapped behind her. She appeared before everyone like a phantom. After having transformed to her current form, it seemed that her character had become completely different than before. Her indifferent coldness seemed to contain a nobility that rivaled the world itself. Under this aura, even He Qin, who was quite familiar with her, didn't dare to see her as the mischievous little girl she used to be. Instead, he wholeheartedly recognized her as the new Dragon Emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. After rising to his feet, Zhu Li intended to speak to Ziyan about Zhu Sun. However, at that moment, Ziyan had already hurried over to Xiao Ming's side. Xiao Ming looked at the fully grown Ziyan, radiating an astonishing aura, and a gentle smile formed on his lips. "Congratulations, you've finally grown up. By the way, Medusa has been extremely worried about you these days, but I was afraid that she might get hurt, so." "Xiao Ming." Ziyan called out. "Huh?" Xiao Ming, who hadn't finished his sentence, looked at her with a puzzled expression. Ziyan gracefully approached him, and to Xiao Ming's surprise, she leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Their eyes locked in a profound gaze as their lips met. Just as Xiao Ming was in shock and hadn't had time to process anything, he felt a majestic energy flowing into his mouth from Ziyan. It was an extremely gentle yet immense energy. As it entered his mouth, the energy cascaded down his throat, dispersing throughout his entire body. It flowed through his meridians and blood vessels, gradually infusing his limbs and organs with a comforting warmth. This was the ancient dragon blood that he had once absorbed within his body. Now, it was being ignited by the energy transmitted by Ziyan, creating a scorching and molten-like surge of heat that surged directly to his brain. The next moment, Xiao Ming, who hadn't slept in a long time, closed his eyes. As he drifted into unconsciousness, he felt himself being enveloped in a warm embrace. In his dazed state, he heard a soft voice. Rest now. When you awaken, the power of the dragon phoenix origin fruit will make you stronger. Ziyan's sudden kiss made the strong individuals of Eastern Dragon Island raise their eyebrows in surprise. Zhu Li and Zhu Sun also exchanged glances, a hint of astonishment appearing on their faces. Zhu Li knew that Xiao Ming and Ziyan had a good relationship, but he never expected it to reach this level. Ziyan used to look like a little girl, yet she could make such a move. What a beast! If Xiao Ming hadn't fainted, he would have protested, "No, I didn't." Don't make random assumptions. Sensing the strange gazes from Zhu Li and the others, Ziyan turned around. Is there something you would like to say? This is Elder Zhu Sun, a powerful individual of our ancient Void Dragon tribe who previously ventured into the void. His strength is at the early stage of the 8-star Do Saint. Zhu Li ultimately chose not to bring up Xiao Ming's matter. Apart from being an outsider, Xiao Ming was actually quite decent in his opinion. Although he did not approve of him having multiple women, they had no right to interfere if Ziyan herself did not care. As the Dragon Emperor, Ziyan was the only one who could handle her own affairs. As a result, he focused on introducing Zhu Sun. Ziyan nodded slightly. When Zhu Sun appeared, she was already aware of the situation to some extent. Therefore, she held a positive view of Zhu Sun and directly announced. Elder Zhu Sun will be the Grand Elder of our ancient Void Dragon tribe from now on. Chapter 391. Regarding Ziyan's decision, no one opposed it. Zhu Sun's strength indeed qualified him to assume the position of Grand Elder. Zhu Sun himself did not refuse. He returned because he happened to intercept a message from Zhu Li, stating that the Dragon Emperor had appeared. Now that he confirmed Zhu Li's words were true, it was natural for him to stay in the tribe. Elder Zhu Sun, many powerful individuals have left the ancient Void Dragon tribe in the past. Do you know any news about the other predecessors? Ziyan asked Zhu Sun after announcing the news. With the current situation of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, the more powerful individuals there were, the better. The others? Zhu Sun stroked his beard and pondered carefully for a moment before speaking slowly. When we left the tribe, we didn't gather together. However, several decades ago, I had a chance encounter with Zhu Jin in the void. His strength was equal to mine, and he should still be alive. I can try to contact him. In that case, I'll trouble you, Elder Zhu Sun. A faint smile appeared on Ziyan's calm face. Although there weren't many powerful predecessors, having an additional 8-star Do Saint was still advantageous. More than just advantageous, there were only a few 8-star Do Saints in the entire Do Chi continent. Zhu Li was also overjoyed. With the help of these tribe members, it wouldn't be long before the ancient Void Dragon tribe would be unified. Of course, amidst his happiness, Zhu Li didn't forget about other matters. Dragon Emperor, the sinful dragons from the 3 islands who invaded a few days ago have already been captured and imprisoned in the Dragon Abyss. The subsequent handling requires your decision. The dragons from the 3 islands. Ziyan furrowed her delicate eyebrows. She wanted to say to kill them all, but since the ancient Void Dragon tribe had been divided until now, she aimed to unify the tribe in the future. These dragons represented potential forces, and besides, they were just ordinary tribe members. Excessive bloodshed wouldn't be beneficial. Having made a decision in her heart, Ziyan said calmly, recruit the 3 dragon armies. Those who are obstinate and unyielding shall be executed without mercy. Yes. A blurry consciousness drifted within the purple golden light. Numerous icy cool auras seeped out of the light, merging with the conscious. This assimilation continued for a long time until the purple golden light finally dimmed and the icy aura faded away, disappearing completely. As the scattered light dissipated, the blurry consciousness emitted a faint coolness, and it began to awaken. In a spacious room, sunlight poured in from outside, casting beams of light on the floor through the windows. On the bed in the room, a figure lay quietly. At a certain moment, the tightly closed eyes of the figure trembled before slowly opening. As the eyes fluttered open, the piercing sunlight made Xiao Ming furrow his brow. He shook his head as memories flooded his mind, causing a slight headache. Where am I? Sitting up from the bed, Xiao Ming looked around with a bewildered gaze. He remembered that he should have been helping Ziyan refine the dragon phoenix crystal layer. Then, did Ziyan kiss him after she woke up? Ziyan kissed me, and then I fainted. It's really. Thinking of Ziyan, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. He felt that his body had undergone some changes, and his cultivation had advanced to the 7-star Do Venerate. Obviously, in that kiss, Ziyan had transmitted a considerable amount of energy to him. Creak. Suddenly, the tightly closed door was pushed open, and 2 figures entered briskly. Seeing Xiao Ming awake on the bed, they were overjoyed and exclaimed, "Little friend Xiao Ming, you've finally awakened." Elder Zhu Li. Seeing the elderly man who entered and the person behind him, He Qing, Xiao Ming quickly stood up and greeted them with clasped fists and a smile. "He, Xiao Ming, there's no need to be so formal. You have done a great favor for our ancient void dragon tribe. We can't accept such formalities." Elder Zhu Li waved his hand and smiled. Hearing this, Xiao Ming smiled slightly and asked, "Where is Ziyan?" "She's currently with Medusa, who came with you." "I'll take you to them," He Qing said. "Thank you, then." He Qing led Xiao Ming to a room and then took his leave. Xiao Ming listened to the voices coming from inside the room and without hesitation, pushed the door open and entered. The room was arranged similarly to Xiao Ming's own room. As soon as he entered, he saw Ziyan and Medusa, both wearing radiant smiles on their faces. The sudden entrance startled the 2 women, but when they saw that it was Xiao Ming, a trace of delight flickered in their eyes. However, Medusa's eyes still held a hint of annoyance, while Ziyan walked directly towards Xiao Ming and linked her arm with his. "Xiao Ming, you're awake." "Aha." Xiao Ming nodded slightly, gazing at the current Ziyan. She wore an exquisite long gown in purple and gold, with a faint smile on her face. Within her purple and golden eyes, there was a light of wisdom that was different from before. He couldn't help but feel emotional. This version of Ziyan had not only grown physically but had also matured mentally. What remained unchanged was her attitude towards them. "Have you successfully absorbed the energy of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit?" Xiao Ming smiled and gently patted Ziyan's head, as he used to confirm that the sensation remained unchanged. "The energy of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit is immense. I haven't fully absorbed it yet. If it weren't for waiting for you to wake up, I would have already gone into seclusion," Ziyan replied, shaking her head, her purple high ponytail swaying gently. "The Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit is indeed extraordinary. How far has your strength progressed?" Xiao Ming was curious. "I am currently in the 2-star Do Saint stage. After fully absorbing the energy of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, I should be able to advance another 1 or 2 stars, Ziyan explained. He. Xiao Ming chuckled. Ziyan was now a Dragon Emperor and a true Do Saint powerhouse, much stronger than himself. No wonder the ancient Void Dragon tribe placed such importance on the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. That's reassuring to hear. If that's the case, I can trust that you're safe and well in the ancient Void Dragon tribe, Xiao Ming replied, a smile forming on his lips. Ziyan frowned slightly and pulled Xiao Ming's arm to her bosom, causing him to feel his arm sinking into a warm and comforting embrace. "Xiao Ming, I didn't wait for you here and refrain from entering seclusion just to tell you this. Please consider staying in the ancient Void Dragon tribe. I can provide you with abundant resources for alchemy and cultivation." As Xiao Ming turned his head and looked into Ziyan's furrowed brows, he saw an expression resembling a protective lioness guarding her mate. His heart melted as he walked with her and took a seat next to Medusa. "Be calm and reflective. I can't stay on Dragon Island forever. I also need to seek opportunities to break through to the Do Saint realm. Even within the ancient Void Dragon tribe, there's no guaranteed chance for anyone to reach that realm. In addition, as one of the 8 great elders of the Pill Tower, I have responsibilities to fulfill, and Sienna is waiting for my return." Ziyan fell silent. A few days ago, she had mentioned the idea of staying in the ancient Void Dragon tribe to Medusa, but it was met with refusal. Now, Xiao Ming was refusing as well. However, Xiao Ming's words made sense. Being constantly tied to the ancient Void Dragon tribe imposed too many restrictions. Moreover, in the time they had spent together, except for the few years Xiao Ming spent obediently at the Jia Nan Academy when he was young, he was always running around, seeking various opportunities. Chapter 392. After a long silence, Ziyan waved her delicate hand and said in a sulky tone, "Extend your hand." Xiao Ming was somewhat puzzled but still extended his right palm. Ziyan grasped his hand, and a small jade bottle appeared. Inside the bottle, there was a dark golden liquid flowing, exuding an exceptionally powerful dragon aura. Ancient dragon essence blood. Xiao Ming was not unfamiliar with the substance before him. "What do you want to do?" "I want to imprint a dragon seal on your hand." Ziyan carefully dropped a droplet of dark golden blood from the jade bottle onto Xiao Ming's palm. Suddenly, the handprint transformed, and the dark golden blood began to flow, forming a peculiar rune that adhered to the center of his palm. Xiao Ming retracted his hand and examined it curiously. So, this is the dragon seal. What exactly does it do? The dragon seal has many functions. It allows me to sense your location and enables you to subdue the Pill Tower's heavenly flame. I believe one of the reasons you joined the Pill Tower was because of the 3000 burning flame. Unfortunately, the 3000 burning flame is extremely wild. It would be difficult to forcefully subdue it, not just for you, but even the 3 heads of the Pill Tower might struggle. Additionally, it already possesses considerable intelligence, so devouring it won't be easy. You're right, Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. Fortunately, a long time ago, probably when the 3000 burning flame was just forming, our tribe had a predecessor who discovered it. However, at that time, the 3000 burning flame was too weak, and capturing it had no significant effect. So that predecessor left a dragon seal within the 3000 burning flame. That's also the reason why the 3000 burning flame and our tribe share similar forms. When you want to devour the heavenly flame, apply a drop of this ancient dragon essence blood to the forehead of the 3000 burning flame. The hidden dragon seal inside it will be activated, greatly reducing the difficulty of subduing it. Of course, it would be best to use it when that fellow is severely injured. That will surely enable you to subdue it. Ziyan explained with utmost seriousness. Okay, Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. This dragon seal came at the right time, saving him the effort of asking Ziyan for it in the future. In fact, Ziyan did not mention one more thing. Each dragon seal is unique. When a person or object is marked with a dragon seal, it means that its owner has taken a liking to them. Ziyan gave Xiao Ming her own dragon seal. By the way, you have previously consumed the ancient dragon essence blood. For ordinary people, those ancient dragon blood essences can greatly enhance physical strength. However, your physical body has always been strong, so the enhancement is not significant. I once infused some dragon phoenix strength into you. Dragon phoenix strength is not that simple. Focus your mind and activate that unfamiliar strength within your body. See just what will happen. Ziyan recalled something and reminded him. Okay. Although Xiao Ming knew what would happen, he followed Ziyan's instructions. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, quickly located the unfamiliar energy swirling within his flesh and blood, and then activated it. With the activation of this energy, Xiao Ming suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Scales covered his skin, interlocking and forming a seamless scale armor. Even his face was covered in scales, as if wearing a full suit of armor, giving a strong and sturdy impression. This is the dragon scale clothes, a defensive skill possessed by all members of the ancient void dragon tribe. However, Xiao Ming's version is not ordinary dragon scale clothes. It is the highest grade dragon phoenix ancient armor, Ziyan explained to the surprised Medusa beside her. Opening his eyes, Xiao Ming flicked his finger, making a clashing sound as it struck his arm. This thing is indeed impressive. Hee. With this, coupled with your own strength, even if you were to take a punch from a Hall of Souls 8-star Do Venerate, it would only cause minor injuries. Attacks from 7-star Do Venerates and below would hardly be able to harm you. Ziyan chuckled on the side. With Xiao Ming's current state, he should have more than enough means to protect himself in the current Central Plains. Her mood improved. Central Plains was currently in turmoil due to the conflicts between the Pill Tower and the Hall of Souls, but the ancient Void Dragon tribe was busy with unification and had limited knowledge of the Central Plains. Besides, Xiao Ming had not mentioned that he was going to fight the Hall of Souls. Otherwise, Ziyan would not be so calm. After a brief conversation with Xiao Ming, Ziyan reluctantly left and went into seclusion, leaving Xiao Ming and Medusa alone in the room. Humph. Medusa cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ming, her expression filled with annoyance as she let out a cold snort. Xiao Ming coughed, knowing that Medusa was throwing a tantrum. Earlier, when he was refining the Dragon Phoenix crystal layer, he learned through the simulator that the people from the 3 great dragon islands would come to attack. Medusa's strength was insufficient, and she was pregnant, so he tricked her into going into seclusion. That was why she didn't appear during the great battle. Now that she had come out of seclusion, she must have noticed that the Dragon Island had experienced a major battle. She was probably angry at Xiao Ming for sending her into seclusion and not being of any help. After all, Medusa did have a fondness for Ziyan. On another note, Xiao Ming noticed that Medusa's seclusion had apparently yielded good results, as she had advanced directly to the 3-star Do Venerate stage. Seeing that Xiao Ming didn't say anything after Ziyan left, Medusa felt displeased deep down. In reality, she had little resentment for Xiao Ming. After all, she didn't know that Xiao Ming could predict the attack of the 3 Great Dragon Islands. She was merely annoyed by this coincidence. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming softly said, "After leaving Dragon Island, you're planning to leave, right?" Medusa's voluptuous body trembled as she heard this, and she responded with a cold tone. "Yes, I've been away from the tribe for far too long. Besides, my condition is stable, and the soul of the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python hasn't appeared in a long time. I had intended to tell you about this a few days after we left Dragon Island, but I didn't expect you to figure it out. It's a good thing you're leaving Central Plains. You are, after all, pregnant. While the northwestern region is not as prosperous as the Central Plains, it is a good place to have a safe pregnancy." As he spoke, Xiao Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Medusa. She looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Is this for me? What's inside?" "On the inside are 15 Do Venerate level sky demon puppets. Keep them as your guards. There are also some pills that you can use. In addition, there are some cultivation resources inside. I'd like you to deliver them to the Xiao family. I also want to ask you to look after them. This is the Xiao family's Supreme Elder token. When you return, you can introduce yourself as my wife. If someone disrespects you, punish them accordingly." Finally, Xiao Ming pulled out a jade token. "Wife?" Medusa's eyes widened slightly, and a touch of blush appeared on her alluring face. Chapter 393. As Xiao Ming gazed at Medusa's slightly stiff and delicate body, he noticed a rare crimson hue replacing her usually cold and stunning cheeks, making her appear even more enchanting and alluring. Taking in this captivating sight before him, Xiao Ming wrapped his arm around her slender waist and smiled faintly as he spoke, "Yes, but for now, we can't proceed with the wedding. Don't you agree?" Medusa's heart was in turmoil at this moment. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Xiao Ming would truly marry her. After a long silence, she finally lowered her head and said, "I just don't want our child to be born without a father." "Ah, such a tsundere woman." A thought flashed through Xiao Ming's mind before he let out a chuckle, causing Medusa to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Reaching out, Xiao Ming gently lifted Medusa's chin with his right hand. She forced herself to meet his gaze, her golden eyes slightly teary, her face flushed, and her gaze filled with affection. It was all Xiao Ming needed to see. As Xiao Ming closed the distance between them, Medusa's body trembled for a moment. She bit her lip before closing her eyes, tilting her head slightly. Note, the rest of the chapter is mostly erotica. If you're not interested, skip to the next chapter. Feeling her lips meet his, Medusa's body momentarily panicked, and her mind descended into chaos. Xiao Ming had kissed her. Despite their intimate encounters, they had never gone beyond what was necessary, so this was, in fact, their first kiss. But in a short span of time, her panic was quickly overwhelmed by his skillful caresses running down her body, particularly near her backside. Medusa found herself unable to resist, not that she wanted to resist in the first place. Xiao Ming transitioned from a gentle kiss to a more passionate and fervent one. His tongue explored her mouth without restraint, tasting and intertwining with her own. Medusa's tongue, initially attempting to hide, was soon entangled and sucked upon, causing a wave of pleasure to cloud her eyes, and her breath grew ragged. These new sensations left her gasping in his embrace, and only when she seemed unable to hold on any longer did Xiao Ming end the kiss. Xiao Ming watched her pant heavily, a satisfied expression on his face, her prominent breasts heaving fiercely before his eyes as if tempting him. Enchanted by her moans and seductive body, Xiao Ming grasped the strings of her red dress and pulled them down, revealing a tiny undergarment that barely covered her breasts. He gave her a knowing look. "Don't misunderstand, it's not what you're thinking. You were unconscious. How could I have known you would wake up today?" Medusa's face turned red as she started mumbling excuses. But realizing what she was saying, she stopped and turned her face away in embarrassment. Seeing her like this, Xiao Ming smiled and swiftly removed the undergarment, finally revealing her creamy white breasts with 2 pink buds on top that already appeared to be stiff. Censored. They both became engrossed in their passions, losing all sense of time. After a while, it was Medusa's turn to take the lead. Her perspiring, sweaty body began riding him with such ferocity that Xiao Ming became completely enthralled. Her body moved in circles, back and forth, up and down, while her expression alternated between infatuation and ecstasy. They eventually stopped, simply stacking themselves on top of each other while still touching each other's bodies carelessly. Medusa's lips parted, and she turned to face Xiao Ming with a soft, affectionate voice, a melted expression on her face as she addressed him. Husband. Chapter 394. Xiao Ming and Medusa stayed on Dragon Island for a while longer. Putting aside the carnal desires of both of them for each other, Xiao Ming still needed to refine an 8-tier foundation pill for the child in Medusa's womb. Another reason was to await Qin Lin's emergence from seclusion. During their time on the island, Xiao Ming noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The previously concealed and powerful auras seemed to have grown in number. Xiao Ming had a faint understanding of the reason behind this change. These formidable auras, which he had never sensed before, were most likely the predecessors of the ancient Void Dragon tribe who had been cultivating in the void. With the Dragon Emperor's return, these predecessors, who had previously engaged in infighting due to internal divisions within the tribe, had once again returned to Eastern Dragon Island. One day, after Xiao Ming finished refining the final pill, he walked out of his room and heard a voice of joy from above. Young master. Looking up, a graceful figure in green flashed and threw herself into his arms. Qin Lin. Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned by the presence of the lovely girl that embraced him tightly, but soon smiled and stroked her head. You finally emerged from seclusion. Did you completely refine the energy of the nine-headed heaven serpent? Yes, thanks to the dragon energy in the ancient dragon tomb, coupled with the assistance of several ancient void dragon elders in suppressing it, I was able to refine the soul of the nine-headed heaven serpent. Qin Lin smiled sweetly. Although the soul of the nine-headed heaven serpent within Miss Qin Lin hasn't been completely refined, after this incident, it will no longer pose a threat. Sooner or later, it will be assimilated by her. Elder Zhu Li descended from the sky and laughed. Xiao Ming's gaze swept over Qin Lin, and he paused briefly, realizing that her current cultivation stage was only slightly lower than his own. A 6-star Do Venerate? Your breakthrough speed is truly terrifying, even surpassing mine. Xiao Ming knew how formidable the nine-headed heaven serpent was, but he hadn't expected Qin Lin to make such significant progress. He had thought she would only reach the level of a 3 or 4-star Do Venerate. Qin Lin nodded, and upon seeing Xiao Ming's slightly astonished expression, she couldn't help but let out a sweet giggle as she rested her face on his chest. No need to be amazed. The triple jade green snake flower pupils is the most extraordinary pupil physique in the world. Throughout the entire continent, perhaps only she possesses it. Moreover, the soul of the nine-headed heaven serpent is likely the only one of its kind in the world. In addition to that, there is the secret medicine of our Dragon Island. If any one of these 3 factors were missing, Miss Qin Lin's strength couldn't have skyrocketed so dramatically. Furthermore, even for her, this opportunity is only once in a lifetime. Elder Zhu Li explained, stroking his beard. Xiao Ming nodded, understanding that a significant power surge requires exceptionally demanding conditions. Qin Lin's remarkable growth was a result of the triple jade green snake flower pupils and the nine-headed heaven serpent, with the secret medicine of Dragon Island playing a major role as well. With Qin Lin's current 6-star strength, coupled with the combat power of the triple jade green snake flower pupils, even a 7-star Do Venerate would be no match. Moreover, the sealing ability of the triple jade green snake flower pupils against members of the serpent race must have been greatly enhanced. It's possible that she has now attained the sealing power of a 7-star Do Venerate as well. When we return, I'll provide her with some Do Saint Bone Marrow, and it won't be difficult for her to reach the 9-star Do Venerate stage, Xiao Ming estimated, feeling a sense of joy in his heart. With his current power, along with his 2 partners, Qin Lin, and Xiao Yi Xian, annihilating the Disha halls of the Hall of Souls would be effortless, and he could even challenge some smaller branch halls on his own. Many thanks to Elder Zhu Li for the secret medicine given to Qin Lin. Little friend Xiao Ming has shown great kindness to our Dragon Island. There's no need for such formalities, Elder Zhu Li said, pinching his white beard and shaking his head. Xiao Ming smiled and changed the topic. I have been on Dragon Island for nearly 5 months now. It's probably not wise for me to stay here any longer. If I don't return soon, I'll have a hard time explaining myself to the Pill Tower. Seeing that Xiao Ming had the intention to leave, Zhu Li didn't stop him but pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Little friend Xiao Ming, keep this spatial jade slip. If you ever need to come to Eastern Dragon Island, crush it, and the spatial energy within will automatically form a spatial passage to transport you here. Elder Zhu Li took out an exquisitely crafted silver jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Ming with a smile. Xiao Ming didn't refuse this gesture and accepted it with a smile. Such spatial jade slip could only be refined by experts who have reached the half-saint realm or above, and the process of refining them was quite intricate. Since that's the case, I won't stay any longer. If there's anything I can do in the future, as long as I am capable, I will do my best to assist, Xiao Ming said, clasping his hands together and smiling at Elder Julie. Definitely, Elder Julie replied with a slight smile. Afterwards, Xiao Ming called for Medusa, and Elder Julie arranged for He Qing, who was recovering from his injuries, to send the three of them off from Eastern Dragon Island. Located deep within the void, Eastern Dragon Island had minimal contact with the outside world. If Xiao Ming and the others were able to come and go freely with their strength as Do venerates, then what secrets would the ancient Void Dragon tribe have left? In the depths of the void space, silence and darkness prevailed, accompanied by raging spatial storms, which were the dominant elements here. Suddenly, a fully formed spatial channel bloomed from the endless darkness. Within the channel stood Xiao Ming, Qing Lin, Medusa, and He Qing, who had come to bid them farewell. He Qing had suffered a severe blow from Qing Yan's palm, and if not for the resilient body of the ancient void dragon, an ordinary Do venerate would have perished. He had consumed numerous high-grade healing pills to recover from his injuries. With a wave of He Qing's hand, an invisible spatial force spread out, tearing open a spatial rift in the dark void. Beyond the rift, vast mountain ranges and lush greenery came into view. Wearing a cheerful smile, He Qing clasped his fists toward Xiao Ming, Qing Lin, and Medusa, saying, "Xiao Ming, my young friend, if you head north from here, you will reach Holy Pill City in less than half a day. Due to the current situation in the tribe, I need to hurry back, so I'm afraid I can't personally escort the three of you." "It's not a problem, Senior He Qing. Thank you for your help." Xiao Ming replied with a slight smile, clasping his fists. "Don't call me Senior. If you don't mind, just call me Brother He Qing. Once things stabilize within the ancient Void Dragon tribe, I'll be able to come out anytime. The next time you come to Eastern Dragon Island, just give me a heads up, and I'll immediately come to your aid, brother." He Qing patted his chest and laughed. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. He Qing had a straightforward personality and was indeed a suitable person to befriend. "Alright, I won't say much more. Let's bid farewell here." He Qing waved his hand towards Xiao Ming, not wasting any more words. He tore open the space once again, and with a swift movement, he disappeared into it. "Let's go," Xiao Ming said after witnessing He Qing's departure. He smiled, turned his body, and flew towards the northern sky. Qing Lin and Medusa lingered for a moment, exchanging glances. After a brief but awkward silence, Medusa finally spoke softly. I recognize that we didn't start off on the right foot, and I won't try to justify my previous actions. I want to apologize to you for how I behaved at that time." Qing Lin's eyes widened in surprise. When Medusa motioned for her to wait, she hadn't anticipated this kind of conversation. She and Medusa did not get along, or rather, they had not spoken to each other very much since that time, in contrast to Xiao Yixian who now had a good relationship with Medusa. After a brief pause, Qing Lin collected her thoughts before responding. "It's okay, that's all in the past, you don't have to bring it up anymore." "Is it really okay?" insisted Medusa. "I'm not blind," Qing Lin said, looking at her. "I've gotten to know you better during our time with young master, and somehow, I can empathize with your previous situation. I wouldn't hold it against you even if you hadn't apologized. After all, our words were hurtful as well, you also don't have to push yourself to try to get along with me." Even though they shared a distaste for one another derived from their bloodlines, they were both Xiao Ming's partners after all, so why harbor resentment? "I see, still, I wanted to tell you this, Qing Lin." Qing Lin smiled slightly and nodded, her face softening. The apology was gladly accepted by her. It would have been sufficient for each to go on minding their own business, so to some extent, Medusa's apology proved her sincerity. They didn't say anything else after this and moved quickly to catch up with Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming himself hadn't gone too far, and though he didn't know the content of the two girls' conversation since he didn't intentionally eavesdrop, he could see a hint of relief on Medusa's face and a mildly thoughtful expression on Qing Lin's. Without questioning them, he smiled warmly and extended his hand, pulling them close and placing a kiss on each of their foreheads. Then, with their hands interlaced, they took a step forward, entering the spatial rift. Chapter 395. Following the route pointed out by He Qing, familiar scenes entered Xiao Ming's field of vision in less than half a day. In the distance, the magnificent and imposing Pill Tower appeared, faintly visible against the horizon. Upon returning to Holy Pill City, Xiao Ming bid farewell to Medusa, who directly left through the wormhole in the city to head to the northwestern region. Inside the conference hall of the Pill Tower headquarters, Xian Kongzi and Xian Yi were engaged in a discussion when Xian Kongzi's brows furrowed, and he chuckled softly. Finally, he's here. Just as Xian Kongzi's laughter subsided, a knocking sound echoed from outside the hall. Come in. The door creaked open, and Xiao Ming stepped inside. Xiao Ming. Xian Yi looked at the young man who had just appeared, slightly taken aback. Then, a look of shock crossed her face as she sensed that Xiao Ming's aura had already reached the 7-star Do Venerate stage. It seems like you gained quite a bit from your trip to the ancient Void Dragon tribe in the Empty Realm, Xian Kongzi commented. Unlike Xian Yi, who rarely saw him, Xian Kongzi was more familiar with Xiao Ming and had developed a certain immunity to surprises. Thus, he wasn't too startled by Xiao Ming's rapid progress. I made some gains. Old Xian, did you call me here for something? Xiao Ming smiled. He had just returned to his residence and hadn't had a chance to see Xiao Yi Xian when Xiao Ying knocked on his door, informing him that Xian Kongzi wanted to see him. Take a seat first, and then we'll talk. Xiao Ming found a chair and sat down as Xian Kongzi proceeded to provide a brief explanation of the current situation in Central Plains. During the 5 months since Xiao Ming's departure, Central Plains had been embroiled in turmoil. The Pill Tower and the Hall of Souls had clashed multiple times, each side experiencing victories and losses. The Pill Tower had taken action to destroy one of the Hall of Souls branch halls, which resulted in the Hall of Souls putting bounties on the heads of high-ranking members of the Pill Tower. This information had spread throughout Central Plains, with the Hall of Souls offering a substantial reward to anyone who could kill individuals at or above the level of the 8 Great Elders. Xiao Ming's bounty alone was worth more than the combined bounties of the other 8 Great Elders, attracting many powerful cultivators from the evil path. In addition to the conflict between the Pill Tower and the Hall of Souls, other forces in Central Plains had also descended into chaos. Numerous factions, big and small, were embroiled in conflicts, leading to countless casualties. For instance, Venerable Feng of the Falling Star Pavilion and Venerable Huang Quan of the Yellow Spring Pavilion developed a grudge over a unique medicinal herb discovered in the remains of a mysterious individual's Do Saint heritage. This grudge escalated when the Yellow Spring Pavilion, for some undisclosed benefits, gained the support of the Wind Lightning Pavilion and launched a retaliatory attack against the Falling Star Pavilion. The Profound Sky Sect and the Flower Sect were ranked as the 2 major sects, and they had no conflicts in the past. However, the Profound Sky Sect had long desired the Flower Sect, which consisted solely of women. Recently, when the previous sect master of the Flower Sect fell, causing turmoil within the sect, factions within the Flower Sect sought to support a woman named Hua Jin as the new sect master. However, the former sect master of the Flower Sect was not foolish and knew that Hua Jin was unreliable. Even without Yun Yun, she found another woman named Hua Yi to inherit her Do Qi and the position of sect master. This led to internal turmoil within the Flower Sect, with Hua Yi gaining the support of over half of the elders while Hua Jin had the backing of the Profound Sky Sect. Other hidden forces had also emerged. After listening to Xian Kongzi's explanation of the situation in Central Plains, Xiao Ming furrowed his brow. He had previously obtained some information from the simulator, which hinted that Central Plains would not be peaceful. However, the simulator's information was limited and not entirely reliable, so he lacked a clear understanding of how the situation would unfold. The current state of Central Plains could be said to have far exceeded his expectations, to the point of being inexplicable. Xian Kongzi noticed Xiao Ming's furrowed brow and sighed before asking, "Have you also noticed that something is amiss? Do you know the inside story, old Xian? Could it be related to the Hall of Souls?" "Yes, the Pill Tower has indeed uncovered some inside information," Xian Kongzi confirmed, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "According to our investigation, most of the conflicts between the forces are related to the Hall of Souls. Their goal is to capture soul bodies." As Xian Kongzi spoke about soul bodies, his voice carried a tinge of anger. The soul power of an alchemist surpassed that of cultivators of the same level. This made alchemists highly sought after by the Hall of Souls throughout the entire Dochi continent. The Pill Tower didn't know how many alchemists had been secretly captured, fueling Xian Kongzi's fury. For the sake of soul bodies? Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. While he understood the Hall of Souls causing trouble to obtain soul bodies, in the original work, although the Hall of Souls was not particularly low-key in their actions, they didn't draw too much attention to themselves for the sake of their millennium-long grand plan. Now, the Hall of Souls was stirring up trouble throughout Central Plains. Could it be that the Hun clan wanted to initiate their plans ahead of time? This thought stirred a sense of urgency within Xiao Ming's heart. If that were the case, the Hall of Souls might start paying close attention to him, especially since he possessed the two Shi ancient gods' jade in the eyes of the Hun clan. As a result, the Gu clan might come looking for him again. Unfortunately, the two Shi ancient gods' jade was not easily handed over. Otherwise, the Hun clan may directly attack the other ancient clans. There was no doubt that the Hun clan possessed such strength. Perhaps they were currently scheming to wipe out the Ling clan. Sigh, in the end, I need to enhance my strength as soon as possible. Rubbing his temples, Xiao Ming let out a sigh. When it came to advancing beyond the Do Venerate realm, there were only a few opportunities to enhance one's strength. Even with the simulator, he couldn't find many suitable ones. Suddenly, Xiao Ming thought of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. One Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit allowed Ziyan to directly skip the 9 changes in the Peak Do Venerate realm and reach the lower, middle, and high-level half-saint. Furthermore, it would even allow her to cross 4 stars in the Do Saint realm. The energy contained within it was undoubtedly extraordinary. He currently possessed a Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit as well. The next time he saw Ziyan, perhaps he could have her refine it and then absorb some of its energy. Xiao Ming didn't expect to directly break through to the Do Saint realm. Having the strength of a half-saint would be good enough. In his mind, Xiao Ming brainstormed ideas on how to enhance his strength. However, he didn't remain silent the whole time and posed a question to Xian Kongzi. Old Xian, I assume you didn't summon me just to inform me about the situation in Central Plains, right? Hehe, you're smart. Xian Kongzi nodded in acknowledgement. The reason I called you here is that our pill tower is undertaking an operation that requires 2 great elders to lead. We were actually lacking 1 elder, and coincidentally, you returned. So, I've decided to fill that position with you. Initially, I had some concerns about your strength, but now it seems I was overthinking. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming did not refuse. He had also enjoyed many benefits in the pill tower, so when it came to doing his part, he naturally wouldn't shrink back. What kind of operation is it? We're going to destroy a Hall of Souls Disha Hall. It turned out that during this recent period of war, Pill Tower had also suffered significant losses among the alchemists. The soul bodies of these alchemists were captured by the members of the Hall of Souls. The Pill Tower's objective in this operation was to retrieve the soul bodies of some of the alchemists. Chapter 396. Regarding the matter of leading the team to destroy the Hall of Souls branch hall, there were still many details that needed to be discussed. It wasn't something they could act upon so quickly. This time, they had let Xiao Ming come to inform him in advance and prepare himself. Therefore, he didn't stay for long. Upon returning from Xian Kongzi, Xiao Ming had just settled in the main hall when Xiao Yixian hurriedly rushed over and, as soon as she entered, she threw herself into his arms with a delighted expression on her face. Venerable Tianhua and Qing Lin trailed close behind her, smiling. Mini, you've been gone for 5 months, and you've finally returned, Xiao Yixian softly spoke with a hint of complaint, burying her head in his embrace and surrounded by the familiar scent. Dealing with Ziyan's matters was a bit troublesome, so it took me some time, Xiao Ming explained with a smile as he gently stroked her purple hair. But you've made quite a progress in these 5 months. Your aura is much stronger than before. You should have reached the Do Venerate's first change, right? Yes, a few days after you left, I finished consuming the Do Saint bone marrow you gave me and broke through to the Do Venerate's first change. However, the process of reaching the 9th change to become a saint is extremely difficult. I'm still stuck in the first change, Xiao Yixian explained with a pout. Xiao Ming nodded in understanding. He didn't find Xiao Yixian's cultivation progress slow. The process of reaching the 9th change to become a saint may not seem complicated. Simply put, they were considered 9 compressions and suppressions. When a powerhouse was at the peak Do Venerate stage and their Do Qi showed signs of being full, with no room for further increase, that was when the 9 changes began. At that point, they needed to condense and compress all the Do Qi within their body, creating empty spaces capable of accommodating new Do Qi. Once the Do Qi became full again, they had to continue the process of condensation. This cycle took place 9 times until it reached a complete state. During this process, the Do Qi within one's body would experience a change in quality under each compression. Only then would one cross over the unmeasurable sky-like gap and advance to the Saint realm. Although the 9 changes might have sounded simple, the actual cultivation process was truly life-threatening. Just thinking about the terrifying amount of Do Qi that a powerhouse at the peak Do Venerate realm could accommodate and the task of filling it up 9 times. Such a requirement was indeed worthy of the description, horrifying. Each change was equivalent to progressing from 1 star to 9 stars, so it was normal for Xiao Yixian to still be in the Do Venerate's first change after nearly 6 months. In the original work, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin only reached 1-star Do Saint at the end. Even with top-tier physiques like the Woeful Poison Body and the triple Jade Green Snake Flower pupils, they had to rely on Demon Saint Huang Quan's Essence Blood to advance. It showed how difficult it was to break through to the Do Saint realm. Even if Xiao Ming had a large amount of Do Saint bone marrow on hand, it wouldn't be enough. The majority of resources could only be focused on one person. Letting out a sigh, Xiao Ming spoke to the others sitting nearby. This time, I met Association Head Xian Kongzi, and he gave me a task to destroy a Hall of Souls branch hall. Destroying a Hall of Souls branch hall. That's a dangerous mission. After all, the Hall of Souls is not some ordinary force like the Ice River Valley. Venerable Tianhua furrowed his brow. Since his resurrection, he had heard the notorious reputation of the Hall of Souls. He had also fought against them and knew that they were not to be taken lightly. The association head told me that the target of this operation is a Disha Hall. If it were just an ordinary Disha Hall, it wouldn't be much of a concern, Xiao Ming explained. Disha Hall. Xiao Yixian, nestled in his embrace, heard this unfamiliar term and looked puzzled. The Hall of Souls has several branch halls in the Central Plains. Among them, there are 24 that hold a relatively important position, and the Hall of Souls refers to them as Disha Halls. The Disha Halls are of moderate importance, with the more crucial Tiangang Halls above them. The Tiangang Halls are divided into Heaven, Earth, and Man. Below them are some less significant branch halls. The defense of a Disha Hall is usually handled by 2 or more honorable elders who are below 5-star. Currently, as the Hall of Souls is at war with the Pill Tower, they might increase the number of honorable elders for defense. This operation is not assigned to me alone. I will be leading the team, accompanied by another great elder. In addition, there will be external reinforcements. Apart from the details that were yet to be discussed, Xian Kongzi had already informed Xiao Ming about the overall plan. I didn't know the Hall of Souls had such divisions. Venerable Tianhua stroked his beard, feeling relieved about the concerns of this operation. He had noticed that Xiao Ming's aura was stronger than his own, presumably at the 7-star Do Venerate level. Unlike the Pill Tower, who had not seen much of Xiao Ming's abilities, he knew of Xiao Ming's combat prowess. Xiao Ming was someone who could defeat opponents of a lower level with a single blow, and even those of the same level could not resist more than a few moves. Whether there were 2 or 5 ordinary honorable elders, it made no difference to Xiao Ming. It would only take a few extra punches, and he wouldn't even need to use his Do techniques. However, Venerable Tianhua still asked Xiao Ming a question. Should we accompany you on this operation? Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin turned their gaze towards Xiao Ming's face. They didn't want to be separated from him. Being apart for half a year felt like an eternity, and they had just recently reunited. Unfortunately for them, Xiao Ming shook his head and said, I have other arrangements for you. I want you to go to other branch halls and retrieve the soul essences from there. Soul essence. Qing Lin heard this term for the first time. The Hall of Souls captures soul bodies in order to extract their soul essences. These soul essences can greatly accelerate a person's soul cultivation, Xiao Ming explained briefly. With this explanation, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin understood why Xiao Ming wanted them to do this. Xiao Ming, being an alchemist, valued soul power more than they did. Even though Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin didn't want to be separated from Xiao Ming again, they had to agree. They also wanted to be of assistance to him. Xiao Ming divided the 3 of them into 2 teams. Venerable Tianhua and Qing Lin formed one team, while Xiao Yixian went alone. To be cautious, Xiao Ming assigned the remaining sky demon puppets to them. Additionally, he planned for them to attack only the branch halls below the Disha Hall level. After discussing the time of the operation and other arrangements, Xiao Ming carried Xiao Yixian in his arms and headed to her room. When Qing Lin noticed her big sister's watery eyes, she tactfully gave her some alone time with her young master. She didn't mind because she had been pampered all the way back to Holy Pill City. Following a 5-month absence, Xiao Ming spent a few hours filling the void with her partner before getting dressed and leaving her room with a big smile on his face, feeling invigorated. He left behind a sleeping fairy with a blissful smile on her lips. Returning to his own room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, contemplating for a moment. With a flip of his hand, 3 jade-white ribs appeared in his palm. These 3 ribs were naturally the things Xiao Ming had forcibly removed from the Do Saint skeleton. They held the secret of the Tian class Do technique. However, since obtaining them, he had been too busy with various matters and had forgotten about them. It was only now that he remembered. With the imminent task of destroying the Hall of Souls branch halls, he decided to use these few days to increase his combat strength. The best way to enhance his combat strength was to cultivate high-class Do techniques, and Tian-class Do techniques were particularly formidable. Thinking about the power unleashed by the Tian-class Do technique displayed by the Do Saint-level skeleton, Xiao Ming became even more eager to learn these techniques. As Xiao Ming held the ribs, they felt cool and smooth, devoid of the rough texture usually associated with bones. Instead, they felt as smooth as the most perfect jade, providing a wonderful sensation to the touch. The ribs were covered with intricate and mysterious characters, which emitted an obscure and enigmatic vibe. Without dwelling on the surface-level characters, Xiao Ming closed his fist, and a pale white flame rose from his palm, engulfing the 3 white as jade ribs. The terrifying heat quickly dried the air in the room. Sizzle. The formidable flame relentlessly roasted the ribs, but despite their seemingly fragile appearance, they remained unaffected, without even the slightest change in color. Xiao Ming was not surprised by this situation. If the seal set by a Do Saint expert could be easily broken, it would be too much of a joke. Maintaining a calm mindset, Xiao Ming remained patient. He allowed the white glazed heart flame to continuously roast the 3 ribs while he slowly closed his eyes, directly entering a state of cultivation. Inside the room, the pale white flame burned fiercely, and the 3 ribs emitted a faint glow. This refining process continued until the latter half of the night, for nearly 10 hours. Under the relentless roasting of the white glazed heart flame, the 3 ribs gradually underwent changes. Their pristine white color slowly faded, replaced by a deep and mysterious dark golden hue. Upon closer inspection, a subtle golden radiance emanated from them, accompanied by peculiar fluctuations that quietly spread. SSS. In the quiet room, a strange sound of liquid flowing suddenly resounded. Xiao Ming, who had tightly closed his eyes, slowly opened them at this moment, his gaze fixed on the flames before him. Within the flames, there was no trace of the rib bones. Instead, there was a pool of strange dark golden liquid. The liquid flowed slowly within the flames as if possessing its own consciousness, occasionally coalescing into various bizarre shapes. So, this is what it looks like after breaking the seal, Xiao Ming murmured softly. Without hesitation, he took a gentle breath of the slightly dry air, extended his hand, and then inserted his finger into the pool of dark golden liquid after a brief pause. Sizzle. As Xiao Ming's finger entered the liquid, a sudden change occurred. The liquid started to writhe violently, tightly wrapping around his finger and quickly enveloping his entire palm. Hiss. The dark golden liquid encased his entire right palm, causing an uncontrollable and intense pain that made Xiao Ming furrow his brow. Within the grasp of the dark golden liquid, his palm began to eerily squirm, and faint sounds of bone compression could even be heard. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and just as Xiao Ming thought the intense pain would continue for a long time, it suddenly ceased. The dark golden liquid, like a tide, seeped into his hand and quickly vanished. Boom! Then, Xiao Ming's head suddenly shook, and his pupils faintly emitted a dark golden light. His soul also experienced intense vibrations at this moment. Soon, his vision began to blur, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a peculiar space. The space was not vast, devoid of any signs of life. Xiao Ming's gaze swept across the space and suddenly halted at a certain point in the void. There stood a figure with hands behind their back, extremely ordinary in appearance, emitting no trace of aura or signs of Do Qi. This figure seemed as ordinary as an average person. Xiao Ming knew that he was now in a memory space hidden within the Do technique. The figure before him was not a real Do Saint expert but merely a fragment of memory. The figure did not even glance at Xiao Ming. Shortly after he entered the space, a calm and gentle voice resonated within the space. The Great Heaven Creation Palm, a low Tian Do technique. It is created by this saint by using all of my strength to merge 100 Do techniques. This palm technique emphasizes the concept of creation, breaking through the heavens and shattering all things with sheer force. As a Tian class Do technique, transcending the ordinary and surpassing the Do Saint level, anyone who obtains the secret hidden within my bones can be considered a person with great destiny. Hearing the self-narrating plain voice that seemed like a monologue, Xiao Ming's expression became somewhat strange. Speaking of which, in order to obtain the Do Saint bone marrow, he didn't even leave behind a single speck of ashes of the other party. Moreover, based on what he saw before when the remnant soul of the Do Saint displayed the Tian class Do technique, it was going all out, intending to completely obliterate them. If they were hit, they might not even leave behind ashes. Now, this memory fragment was talking about a person with great destiny. If he hadn't already known the story, it would have appeared suspicious no matter how he looked at it. The figure continued speaking, since you were able to obtain the bones, your palms should have been tempered by the golden spirit saliva. Remember, the great heaven creation palm can only be successfully executed with tempered palms, otherwise, you will suffer a backlash. The great heaven creation palm possesses the power of creation. As the plain voice slowly sounded, the figure suddenly emitted a faint glow. Its body turned transparent, revealing the clear meridian pathways within. Within those meridians, a trace of dark golden energy shuttled rapidly, outlining a peculiar meridian pathway. This is the meridian pathway for cultivating the great heaven creation palm. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming quickly focused his mind, firmly memorizing the movement of the energy within the pathways. After several cycles of energy circulation along the meridian pathway, it gradually faded away. Fortunately, Xiao Ming had memorized the entire route. As the meridian pathway faded, the glow on the figure's body also dissipated. However, a surge of dark golden radiance erupted from its palm. With a swift swing, the palm heavily landed in the empty space. Bang! As the palm struck, terrifying energy swept out like a storm. A massive black light ring once again formed beneath the figure's palm. The light ring took shape and then rapidly expanded like lightning, shattering the surrounding space like broken glass, instantly collapsing it. Destined person, remember this saint's name, Saint Xiao Hua. The faint voice resounded in Xiao Ming's mind like a thunderclap, and the figure within the pitch-black light ring gradually faded away, eventually dissolving into nothingness. Chapter 397. In the room, Xiao Ming's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a slow breath escaped from his throat as he murmured to himself, Saint Xiao Hua. As the murmurs faded, Xiao Ming fully regained clarity after a moment. His gaze immediately fell upon his right palm, where a faint golden glow emanated, resembling metal. Concentrating his mind inward, he explored the interior of his hand and soon discovered several hidden and delicate meridians that seemed to have been newly opened. These meridians were interconnected in a peculiar cycle, appearing incredibly mystical. Observing these intricate meridians, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, recalling the routes of meridian circulation in his mind. These looping meridians occupied the most crucial positions. In other words, without the guidance of these looping meridians, forcibly executing the great heaven creation palm would only result in the accumulation of vast energy in his palm, unable to break through and manifest. The intense pain Xiao Ming had previously experienced was caused by the so-called golden spirit saliva refining and transforming his palm, effectively connecting the meridians within. If he skipped this refining process, even if he had mastered the great heaven creation palm, he would likely hesitate to display it. Forcing the execution would be akin to the gas in an increasingly expanding container, eventually causing the container to explode. At that point, the entire arm of the cultivator would likely be completely shattered. Impressive indeed, to think that a powerhouse like Saint Xiao Hua could create such a unique technique. Within the human body, there are thousands upon thousands of meridians, with some hidden meridians being endless. It is not a simple task to explore and open up useful meridians from among them, Xiao Ming marveled, followed by a smile. He leaped off the bed and stood upright in the room. Let's see how powerful it is. The dou qi within his body began to circulate slowly along the memorized meridian route in his mind. In the beginning, due to the complexity of the route, Xiao Ming took cautious measures and circulated his dou qi at a relatively slow pace. Thanks to his careful approach, he completed the meridian circulation on his first attempt. And in that instant of completing the circulation, Xiao Ming's arm trembled, and a brilliant golden glow suddenly burst forth from his right palm. Soon after, the dou qi within his body began to flow away like a tidal wave, and the direction of this outflow was precisely onto his right palm. What terrifying dou qi consumption! As Xiao Ming noticed the speed at which his dou qi was being depleted, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. The 5-ring flame expelling technique, when executed by Venerable Tianhua, could rival a Tian-class dou technique, but the dou qi consumption was not as terrifying as that of the great heaven creation palm. Indeed, there seemed to be a difference between true Tian-class dou techniques and those that merely approached their level. As more and more dou qi gathered in his palm, the dark golden glow grew stronger. After a moment, when the dark golden glow reached its peak, a drop of black light quietly emerged within the center of the golden glow. With the appearance of the black light, a terrifying suction force surged forth, swiftly devouring all the surrounding dark golden glow, and the black light gradually expanded at that moment. This energy, if I continue to execute it, I might end up sleeping on the streets tonight. Sensing the increasingly massive energy in his hand, Xiao Ming chuckled and forcibly stopped the depletion of dou qi within his body. Then, he gently closed his palm. As his palm closed, the walnut-sized black light trembled for a moment, gradually fading, and ultimately transforming back into dou qi, surging back into his body. Feeling the immense dou qi restoring within him, his face revealed a satisfied expression. Because the necessary preparations for cultivating the great heaven creation palm had been thoroughly laid out by the creator of this technique, Xiao Ming's mastery of this Tian class dou technique far surpassed that of other techniques. Moreover, the process of opening up useful meridians within the meridian system was a matter of creation from scratch. Although it was challenging, Xiao Ming now knew the location of these meridians, and creating a liquid similar to the golden spirit saliva was not difficult. Once the liquid was prepared, he could teach this technique to others, and as long as they understood the circulation of the meridians, they would be able to grasp it quickly as well. The fact that the creator of the great heavenly creation palm, Saint Xiaohua, was able to create a Tian class dou technique that could be rapidly mastered truly lived up to the title of a saint. Taking a moment to reflect, Xiao Ming didn't immediately leave seclusion or prepare the liquid. Instead, he returned to his bed. This was because a mechanical voice resounded in his mind. Ding! The simulator has been activated. It has detected that the host has one simulation opportunity. Would you like to start the simulation? It's time for another simulation. Speaking of simulations, Xiao Ming missed out on many opportunities during his 5 months on Eastern Dragon Island, which was truly regrettable. Although the chances of obtaining substantial improvements through the simulator were now low due to his increased strength, it didn't mean that simulations were unimportant. Even with a low probability, there was still a chance of obtaining something good. Ding! Would you like to start the simulation? Start the simulation. Simulation begins. Day 1, you have mastered the Lo Tian Dou technique, the Great Heaven Creation Palm. You feel confident in your ability to refine a medicine with effects similar to the golden spirit saliva, and it brings you great joy. Day 2, in the morning, you stabilize your dou qi. By noon, you step out of your room and have a casual chat with your partners, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, while also guiding Yi Xian Lan, a member of the Yi clan, in her cultivation. In the evening, you and Xiao Yixian work diligently for 2 hours. Day 3, you sit comfortably on the back of the 4-winged scarlet scale snake, discussing with your colleagues how to attack a branch hall of the Hall of Souls, strategizing the best approach. Day 4, you travel for a day, spending the entire time studying alchemy and pondering substitutes for the golden spirit saliva, experimenting with various possibilities. Day 5, you spend the day studying alchemy. Your companions inform you that it will take another 2 days to reach the destination. Day 7, you launch an attack on a branch hall of the Hall of Souls and kill 6 dou venerates. Day 15, at the agreed meeting place, surrounded by the soothing fragrance of lavender, you meet with Xiao Yixian, Qing Lin, and Venerable Tianhua. Upon examining their bodies, you find no injuries, finally putting your mind at ease. Day 30, your hand touches high-grade medicinal materials, such as purple melody dragon emperor ginseng, purple pill ginseng, 100 grass dew, fragrant silk orchid, falling petal flower, dragon elephant horn, dewdrop grass, black tongue orchid, purple orchid leaf grass, bone cleansing flower, ink leaf lotus. Day 32, you spend the day refining the medicinal materials. Day 38, you spend the day refining the medicinal materials. Day 100, you achieve a breakthrough in your strength. Day 160, you bring 10 ordinary elders to carry out a mission. You encounter an honorable elder of the Hall of Souls who immediately flees upon seeing you, but you easily catch up to them and crush them with a single grip. Chapter 398. Day 205, you refined an 8-star dou venerate level sky demon puppet. Day 206, you refined a 9-star dou venerate level sky demon puppet. Day 367, based on the information you obtained about the endless spirit ice, you head to the fallen spirit ice source. Day 400, you search in the fallen spirit ice source for a whole day. Day 421, you spend another day searching in the fallen spirit ice source. During this time, you encounter 3 strong individuals from the Heaven Shadow sect. They seem to recognize you and attempt to approach you for a conversation, but you ignore them and leave directly, stepping on the surface of the fallen spirit ice source. Day 450, you find the endless spirit ice. After probing with your divine sense 3 times and finding no abnormalities, you proceed to collect it. However, as you reach out, you feel a sharp pain in your finger. You realize that you've been bitten by an ice blue silkworm, and your face changes drastically. You discover that this silkworm is none other than the ancient crystal silkworm, one of the 10 poisons of the ancient era. Those bitten by the crystal silkworm would be affected by a special toxin. The cultivated do qi would have a portion of it transformed by the toxin, not completely disappearing but rather being absorbed by the toxin. This toxin, like salt in water, would integrate into the do qi, limbs, and organs, making it difficult to eliminate. As the poisoned individual's cultivation level increases, more toxins accumulate in their body until they eventually turn into an ice sculpture. You possess a heavenly flame, so this toxin is no threat to you. However, it will affect your cultivation, so you're in a very bad mood. You crushed the silkworm and collected its body. Coincidentally, someone discovers your trail and ambushes you. They end up dead. Day 571, you refine an 8-colored 8th tier pill, Blood Moon Bodhi pill. Day 705, you enter the small pill tower. Day 970, while passing through the territory of the flower sect, you purposefully investigate the surrounding valleys. You discover a valley that seems to hold a hidden realm. After meticulous exploration, you come across 3 first change do venerate experts. They also notice your presence and appear to be concerned. They launch an attack against you. Day 971, you brush aside a clump of weeds and discover a peculiar stone. You believe you found a 7-colored origin stone, but it turns out to be a 9-colored origin stone. Day 1266, you contemplate using a wormhole to return to the northwestern region, but due to the increasingly tense situation in the Central Plains, you abandon the idea. Day 1670, the Pill Tower ancestor returns, and as one of the pillars of the Pill Tower, you get to meet him. He holds you in high regard. Day 1900, the 3 giants of the Pill Tower, along with the anxious elders, convene a meeting. Despite the turmoil in the Central Plains, the alliance of the Pill Tower with other forces has stabilized the situation, so the pill gathering will proceed as scheduled. Day 1945, you refine a 9-colored 8th tier pill that sweeps the competition, securing the championship. Day 1950, you successfully assimilate the 3000 burning flame, and your strength improves. Day 2330, you return to the Jia Nan Academy and meet your master, Elder Hua. You engage in a lengthy conversation. Day 2500, you receive an invitation jade slip from the Gu clan, inviting you to attend their coming-of-age ceremony. Day 2768, you travel to the Gu clan and encounter numerous talented young experts of the Gu clan. They all seem to harbor dissatisfaction towards you and challenge you one after another, but you defeat each of them with a single punch. Later, you meet Gu Qingyang, who did not make any move against you, but instead, invited you for tea. Through conversation, you learn the reason for the discontent among the younger generation of the Gu clan, besides the fact that Gu Qingyang himself was once defeated by you. It was due to rumors claiming that the goddess of the clan, Gu Suner, might be engaged to you in marriage. Day 2810, you encounter the remnant soul of your ancestor, Xiao Xian, who is quite satisfied with you. He takes you to the blood pool of the Xiao clan's Do God bloodline and asks you to exchange blood, inheriting the last remnants of the Xiao clan's bloodline power. You step into the blood pool. Day 2813, your blood continues to flow away. Day 2814, your blood continues to flow away. Day 2821, your body absorbs the Xiao clan's Do God bloodline, and your Do Qi cultivation realm continues to rise. Day 3186, the integration of the Do God bloodline is complete, and Xiao Xian bestows upon you the complete Sky Fire 3 mysterious change. Day 3316, you cultivate the Xiao clan's bloodline mark, and your ancestor is very satisfied with you. Day 3650, you hunt down an energy body at the 8th change Do venerate stage, obtaining an 8th grade energy core. Simulation ends. Selecting talent items. Currently available, Triple Jade Green Snake Flower Pupils, Do God Bloodline, Xiao Clan, 8th grade energy core. In that instant when he saw the options, even Xiao Ming couldn't help but be stunned. What did he see? The Triple Jade Green Snake Flower Pupils and the Xiao Clan's Do God Bloodline, both guaranteed an entry into the Do Saint realm. The energy core had already been automatically disregarded as it couldn't compare to the previous 2 options. Triple Jade Green Snake Flower Pupils, Do God Bloodline. Facing the 2 options before him, Xiao Ming quickly snapped out of his daze and fell into a difficult dilemma. Should he choose the Xiao Clan's Do God Bloodline or the Triple Jade Green Snake Flower Pupils? Undoubtedly, Xiao Clan's Do God Bloodline referred to the bloodline left by Xiao Xian. Although it was only the residual bloodline from Xiao Xian's failed attempt to break through to the Do God realm, its richness was no less than that of a divine-grade bloodline. Without a doubt, with this bloodline, there would be no bottleneck before reaching the Do Saint realm, guaranteeing entry into that realm. As for the triple jade green snake flower pupils, there was no need to say more, it was the #1 pupils physique in the Do Chi continent. Between the two, it was really difficult to determine which was superior. Therefore, if a choice had to be made, it could only be based on the impact it would have on others. If he chose the Xiao clan's Do God bloodline, there would be difficulties explaining it if he ever encountered Xiao Xian in the future. Although the Do God bloodline had the possibility of reverting to an ancestral state, the bloodline of the Xiao clan hadn't flowed down even a single drop, so there was no qualification for reversion. On the other hand, if he chose the triple jade green snake flower pupils, the distinct characteristics of the pupils would be too noticeable. If nobody knew him from the beginning, it would be fine, but now, many people knew him. If a pair of triple jade green snake flower pupils suddenly appeared, it would be much harder to explain than the Do God bloodline. After pondering for a moment, the voice of the simulator echoed in Xiao Ming's mind. Reminder. Please choose your talent item as soon as possible. The simulator is as impatient as always. This thought flashed through Xiao Ming's mind, and he let out a sigh before making a decision. I choose the Do God bloodline. As soon as Xiao Ming uttered these words, a blood mass about 1 meter in diameter suddenly appeared in front of him. A strong scent of blood permeated from it, accompanied by an extremely peculiar power that slowly spread out. As Xiao Ming sensed the strange power, he didn't experience any discomfort. On the contrary, his blood began to flow rapidly at this moment. Faintly, he seemed to hear the exhilarating chirping of something extremely eager. Upon seeing the blood mass, Xiao Ming immediately took out a white jade token from his storage ring and infused it with his soul power. Then, he threw it out casually. After the token was thrown, it was directly supported by Do Chi, piercing through the solid wall and landing on a corridor pillar with lower hardness. No one witnessed this scene. Otherwise, they would be amazed at Xiao Ming's exquisite control over Do Chi. Chapter 399. After Xiao Ming threw out the token, the blood mass suddenly wrapped around him. So, this is the power of the Xiao clan's bloodline power. Xiao Ming's palm tightened, but he didn't resist, allowing the dense blood to envelop him. As the blood mass completely wrapped around Xiao Ming, it began to fluctuate violently. Threads of blood-red energy, as thin as silk, shot towards his body like sharp needles, fiercely piercing into his pores and madly rushing into his body. Ugh! The sudden intense pain caused Xiao Ming's face to instantly turn pale, and he couldn't help but gasp in cold air. He could feel his blood rapidly evaporating under the stimulation of those blood-red energies, yes, evaporating. Compared to the slow blood exchange shown in the simulation, this simulator's operation was undoubtedly more violent but also more efficient. The cost of efficiency was this extreme pain. Under this intense pain, a feeling of extreme weakness spread rapidly from within his body, causing Xiao Ming's eyelids to droop involuntarily. I didn't even feel this way the first time I devoured the heavenly flame. I wasn't mistaken earlier. This simulator can be quite deceptive. I expected it to end with a single mass of light like before. Talent-type items were not unfamiliar to Xiao Ming. For example, Ziyan's treasure hunting talent and alchemist talent all ended with just one light mass, without any discomfort in the body. But this time was obviously different. The claim that the blood mass was efficient was indeed true. After 15 minutes, all the blood in Xiao Ming's body had evaporated, leaving him as thin as a skeleton. Gurgle, gurgle. Before Xiao Ming could catch his breath, the blood mass began to tremble vigorously. Threads of liquid started flowing through his pores, continuously pouring into his body. As this blood-red liquid, filled with strange energy, entered Xiao Ming's body, his extremely pale skin gradually took on a hint of rosy color, and his withered skin began to regain its elasticity. This rebounding process was extremely fast. Soon, Xiao Ming's skin had returned to its former appearance, appearing full of vitality. Outside his body, countless strands of blood were still surging out and ultimately pouring into his body, accompanying the last strand of blood that entered his body. Boom! A deep sound erupted from within Xiao Ming's body, and a drop of blood slowly trickled down from the corner of his mouth. A purple-golden light flashed by. The power of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes and raised his right hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, uttering a sentence. The muffled sound just now was caused by the Dragon Phoenix bloodline rejecting the Do God bloodline. The source of this bloodline power should be Ziyan. Originally, he wanted to use his spirit to harmonize the bloodlines, but in the end, the two directly merged. If someone could see through, they would notice that in the center of Xiao Ming's heart, there was a peculiar purple-red diamond-shaped crystal about the size of a thumb, which had fused directly. Threads of purple-red light radiated from it. Vaguely, Xiao Ming could sense the powerful pulsation of his heart. Every beat seemed to cause ripples of dou qi to surge within his body. The fusion of bloodlines made Xiao Ming feel that this should be the work of the simulator. He retracted his previous complaint about being deceived by the simulator. The simulator's after-sales service for talent-related items had always been reliable. Thanks to the simulator's efficient process, it didn't take Xiao Ming much time to merge the Dou God bloodline. However, after fusing the Dou God bloodline, Xiao Ming's cultivation level did not increase, which was within his expectations. In the original story, Xiao Yan didn't level up just because he absorbed the Dou God bloodline, but rather because he absorbed the energy left by Xiao Xian. Since the simulator didn't provide any energy, Xiao Ming's cultivation level remained unchanged. Leaping up from the bed, Xiao Ming casually reached into the empty space in front of him, and the token he had thrown out before appeared in his hand again. He had thrown the token out to notify Xiao Yixian and the others when he sensed something amiss, but now it seemed useless. Tossing it into his storage ring, Xiao Ming pushed open the door and walked out. 3 days later, as the first rays of morning light broke through the darkness and bathed the earth in a golden glow, a group of several figures emerged from within the pill tower. They moved with silent efficiency, avoiding drawing any unnecessary attention, and swiftly disappeared into the sky. On a secluded mountain peak just outside Holy Pill City, the wind whistled through the air as a dozen figures flickered out of the void and landed on the mountaintop. "We're all here," Shengguan Qiu announced, counting the number of people and giving a nod to Xiao Ming. "Let's get going then," Xiao Ming replied calmly. With a soft whistle, a massive shadow descended from the sky, stretching tens of meters in length. The group stepped onto it. With a powerful thrust, the shadow surged upward, piercing through the sky as it flew towards the northwest. Soft clouds adorned the horizon in the vast expanse of the sky, and warm sunlight enveloped the world in a comforting embrace. A light breeze blew through the air, adding a refreshing touch to the atmosphere. A tens of meter long shadow flashed across the sky like lightning, effortlessly tearing apart the white clouds. This massive form belonged to a colossal python, with sleek black scales gleaming in the sunlight and 4 wings sprouting from its back, emitting a fierce and ferocious aura. It was a 7th-rank magical beast. Xiao Ming sat atop the python's head, holding a scroll map in his hand. The map marked several dozen red dots of various sizes, which Xiao Ming knew were the locations of the branch halls of the Hall of Souls discovered by the Pill Tower. Suddenly, an elderly man approached Xiao Ming. This man was Shengguan Qiu, the other great elder participating in this operation, and a 3-star Dou Venerate. "Elder Xiao Ming, you are leading this operation. Please brief everyone on the mission's objective to acquaint them," Shengguan Qiu requested. I overlooked that," Xiao Ming smiled at him. Actually, he had planned to explain later. In order to maintain secrecy, except for him and Shengguan Qiu, the other members were unaware of the mission's objective, so an explanation was necessary. Turning around and walking to the middle of the gigantic python, Xiao Ming's gaze swept around, and he noticed that everyone appeared to be elderly men. Aside from Shengguan Qiu, there were 3 Dou Venerates, and the rest were all 9-star Dou ancestors. These 3 Dou Venerates didn't possess strong soul powers and were not alchemists, they were powerful individuals invited for this mission. In this operation by the Pill Tower, including Xiao Ming, there were 5 Dou Venerates and 10 9-star Dou ancestors. Xiao Ming himself was a 7-star Dou Venerate, which was enough to slaughter any branch hall of the Hall of Souls. This demonstrated that the Pill Tower truly attached importance to this operation. After observing everyone, Xiao Ming skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the point. "I believe you all should know who I am. I'll be leading this operation." Being composed individuals, they merely nodded in response, using their gazes to indicate that they were listening. The objective of this mission is the branch hall of the Hall of Souls located in the Baiyun Mountain Range. Chapter 400. Baiyun Mountain Range. When they heard the name, everyone paused for a moment before showing a look of understanding. The Baiyun Mountain Range was considered a famous location in the Central Plains. It had numerous tall mountains, and for some reason, the mist there was extremely dense, obscuring the sky. If one were to recklessly wander around, they would easily get lost within it. Moreover, the mountain range was home to many powerful magical beasts, making it quite troublesome to deal with. The fact that the Hall of Souls chose to establish a branch there was likely due to its hidden nature. How many strong individuals are there in that branch hall? How many Dou Venerates? Venerable Fu Hai, an old man, asked the most important question that concerned everyone. Hearing Venerable Fu Hai's question, the expressions of the others turned solemn. This was indeed the most crucial piece of information. If they couldn't even determine the defensive strength of the enemy, rushing in blindly would be walking into a trap. According to the information from our pill tower, there should be 5 honorable elders. Elder Shengguan, who was standing nearby, answered. 5? Everyone looked at each other. Wasn't that the same number as their side? The scale of the Hall of Souls operation was quite large. They dispatched 5 Do Venerates just to guard a single branch hall. This lineup was even enough to annihilate a top-tier faction. Nevertheless, no one wanted to withdraw. After all, even though their group's leader, Xiao Ming, hadn't stated his exact strength, his aura alone indicated that he was a powerhouse above the 6-star stage. Such strength could be called Tianzuan in the Hall of Souls, requiring several lower-level Do Venerates to contend with. Their average strength was also at the 3-star Venerate stage, giving them a significant advantage. However, they couldn't help but feel amazed at Xiao Ming's extraordinary talent and high level of cultivation at such a young age. Looking at his face, which bore a faint smile and an air of a grandmaster, it was easy to overlook his age. After all, he was only 20 years old. According to the intelligence, apart from these 5 Do Venerates, the branch hall also has some Hall of Souls protectors. Their combined strength is not weak, Elder Shengguan continued to explain. These protectors shouldn't pose much of a problem. I will take care of them. As for rescuing the souls of our Pill Tower alchemists, I'll leave that task to you, elders. Xiao Ming lightly chuckled and addressed the 9-star Do ancestor elders. According to his knowledge, these elders also possessed a cooperative formation. The elders nodded one after another. This was indeed their assigned task. In this way, the plan to attack the Hall of Souls was quickly settled. Xiao Ming returned to the head of the giant python once again, with Shengguan Qiu following closely behind. Shengguan Qiu handed him a purple jade slip. What's this? Xiao Ming was somewhat puzzled. This is an invitation token sent by Sound Valley. Elder Shengguan gestured for Xiao Ming to take it before continuing. The Valley Master of Sound Valley, Qing Yi, previously visited Pill Tower and discovered you were not present. She then handed it to the Grand Elder, who instructed me to deliver it to you this morning. Xiao Ming recalled the elegant lady he had encountered in the Falling Thunder Mountain range. He had a favorable impression of Qing Yi, who had helped him before. Sending an invitation, could it be related to the previous agreement? Xiao Ming wondered. He opened the invitation and after a moment, closed it again. Indeed, the invitation was related to the previous agreement, but it didn't specify the exact details. It simply urged him to visit Sound Valley as soon as possible. Oh well, Sound Valley happens to be in the northwest of Central Plains. After completing this mission, I'll pay a visit to them. After all, they did give me a sound wave high D-Do technique as a down payment. Xiao Ming thought to himself as he stored the token in his storage ring. The Baiyin Mountain Range is located in the northwest region of the Central Plains. It is shrouded in dense natural fog throughout the year. Within this fog, even spiritual perception is affected. Reckless individuals may even become trapped and perish within the mountains. The Baiyin Mountain Range is not too far from the Pill region. With the speed of the 7th rank 4-winged python, it would take approximately 7 days to arrive. Under the swift travel of the python, on the afternoon of the 7th day, Xiao Ming and the others saw a group of towering peaks before their eyes. We've arrived. Xiao Ming raised his eyes, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mountain range's outline, but it was obscured by a thick layer of white mist. Gazing at the mountains that appeared mysterious under the shroud of clouds, Xiao Ming's face showed a hint of surprise, which quickly disappeared. The Baiyin Mountain Range truly lived up to its reputation. However, it meant they couldn't fly directly into it. The outer layer of mist was still manageable, but the deeper they went, the denser it became. If they lost their sense of direction, they would get lost inside and could easily be attacked by strange magical beasts within the mist. Furthermore, the Baiyin Mountain Range housed a branch hall of the Hall of Souls, and defensive measures may have been put in place. If they flew in from above, they'd be easy to spot. With this in mind, Xiao Ming waved his hand, and the python slowly descended towards a mountaintop outside the range. We've arrived at the Baiyin Mountain Range. Elder Shengguan, please find a local magical beast and bring it back. The rest of you, adjust your state. Upon landing on the mountaintop, Xiao Ming instructed the others. The people present were well-known experts from Central Plains, each with extensive experience. They understood what Xiao Ming had in mind and nodded, finding their own places to adjust their conditions. Shengguan Qiao moved swiftly, gliding down from the mountaintop like a giant rock, before diving into the vast forest enveloped in the fog. After a while, Shengguan Qiao returned, dragging a white goose in his hand. It's actually a 7th-rank cloud goose that hasn't transformed yet. That's quite rare, the group gathered around, marveling in awe. Typically, when magical beasts reached the stage where they could undergo a transformation, they chose to do so. The cloud goose can hide its form within the clouds and mist. I happened to come across this one, otherwise, it would have been difficult to spot, Shengguan Qiao explained to the others. Please spare me, noble sirs. I'm willing to offer everything I own. The encircled cloud goose trembled in fear, feeling extremely unlucky. It had never expected that as soon as it ventured out, it would be captured by terrifying human powerhouses. There was no way out because everyone here had a stronger aura than itself. Oh no! Relying on its ability to hide within the Baiyun mountain range, it had never been in such a dire situation before. Do you know the location of the Hall of Souls branch hall here? Xiao Ming went straight to the point, standing before the cloud goose. Yes. Sit on my back, and I'll take you there. The cloud goose nodded repeatedly, fearing that Xiao Ming would think it was useless. It didn't want to be slapped to death. Besides, it indeed knew the location of that place. It had relied on its ability to hide within the clouds and mist and had glimpsed it from afar. Alright, once you take us there, you'll be free, Xiao Ming smiled and then let the others climb onto the back of the cloud goose. True to its words, after about a dozen minutes, Xiao Ming and the others saw the location of the Hall of Souls branch hall. It was a massive peak with a concave section at its base where a massive black palace hundreds of meters long was perfectly embedded. The atmosphere was filled with a chilling and terrifying vibe. So, this is the Disha Hall. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes as he examined the structure within the mountain. Suspended in mid-air, he waved his hand, signaling the cloud goose to leave. Fearful of being silenced, the cloud goose vanished in a blink of an eye upon seeing Xiao Ming's gesture. The others paid no attention, as their encounter was merely by chance. Chapter 401. As they looked at the distant building, the expression in the eyes of the people behind Xiao Ming turned grave. The upcoming battle wouldn't be easy. The space here has a spatial barrier. Elder Shengguan noticed some distortion in the empty space not far away. We don't need to worry about being discovered here. Follow the plan and take action. Xiao Ming's eyes filled with a cold fierceness. After speaking, a sharp aura slowly emanated from his body, and he took the first step into the spatial barrier. In front of the black giant hall at the bottom of the mountain, there was a square. On some of the pillars in the square, faint black figures could be seen sitting cross-legged. These figures were shrouded in black fog, emitting a sinister aura as the fog swirled around them. Crack! Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. The figures on the pillars raised their heads one by one, their faces filled with astonishment as they looked at the figure in the sky. One person reacted first, and his eyes were filled with shock. He quickly stood up and shouted loudly, "Be careful, we're under attack. Sound the alarm." A shadow spoke in a deep voice, followed by a sharp sonic wave emanating from its mouth, swiftly entering the enormous hall that resembled a primordial beast. Whoosh! 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 Just as the warning sound was heard, numerous black figures rushed out from the hall, their faces changing as they looked at the figure in the sky. Who dares to intrude upon our Hall of Souls? You, a person with seemingly high status among the black-clad figures floated in the sky, furrowing his brows as he sternly shouted at the figure. Bang! Before he could finish his words, the space around him suddenly distorted, violently collapsing inward, forming an invisible palm print that crushed him into a bloody mess. In an instant, the person transformed from a human into a blurry mass of flesh. The Hall of Souls protectors beside him took a moment to regain their senses. Quick, go find the honorable elders. Immediately, terror surged up, and their piercing screams echoed outside the enormous hall. Sizzle. As the desperate cries subsided, a deluge of lightning swiftly descended from the sky, piercing through the 4 Hall of Souls protectors. Bang! The spatial sky distorted slightly as the lightning struck. More than a dozen figures slowly appeared in the sky, right in front of the horrified gazes of the numerous powerful members of the Hall of Souls. Boom! Except for Xiao Ming, the 4 Do Venerate powerhouses simultaneously erupted with an imposing aura that caused the square to tremble. The powerful pressure spread from the sky, causing the faces of some protectors to change drastically. Ha ha ha, you scoundrels of the Hall of Souls, prepare to die. A burst of laughter resounded in the sky, followed by several powerful gusts of wind sweeping down from above. These gusts directly slammed the dozen or so powerful members of the Hall of Souls into the ground. The tremendous force instantly crushed them into nothingness. Ha ha ha, kill. Figures descended from the sky like wolves entering a flock of sheep. Even the formerly domineering protectors, faced with this ferocious group, could only retreat in a panic. They never expected someone to be audacious enough to actively attack their own hall. Dare to cause trouble in our Hall of Souls? You seek death. The continuous screams of agony echoing in the valley finally caught the attention of the honorable elders within the hall. An angry roar immediately resounded, followed by 7 figures bursting out from the enormous hall, exuding a murderous aura. Their gazes swept across the area until they fixed on Xiao Ming, who had yet to make a move. Xiao Ming. So, the Pill Tower dares to come to our Hall of Souls to snatch people. You must really have a death wish, said one of the black-clothed individuals in a sinister tone. Looking at the 7 figures, Xiao Ming tilted his head. He hadn't seen these people before, but they must have seen his portrait. It seemed that his reputation in the Hall of Souls wasn't insignificant. Xiao Ming sneered and chose not to pay them any attention. Instead, his figure flashed and appeared in midair. With a movement of his hand, the fallen heart flame separated from the white glazed heart flame and floated in front of him. Closing his eyes slightly and spreading his palms, Xiao Ming's mind moved. The fallen heart flame in front of him immediately trembled, and then powerful invisible fluctuations, like ripples, spread out in a circular pattern. The invisible fluctuations rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye, they made contact with the protectors. Soon, a series of agonizing screams erupted, causing chaos among the protectors who had just regained order due to the appearance of the honorable elders. Some of the protectors' bodies began to emit white smoke. Puff! 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 Another wave of invisible fluctuation spread, and suddenly bursts of flames erupted from within the protectors. The flames self-ignited, transforming into fireballs that wildly shot around. After a moment, the protectors collapsed and fell to the ground, turning into ashes. Among the protectors, there were indeed some with formidable strength who could barely withstand the impact of the heart flame. However, protectors with such strength were only a minority, few and far between. As they watched Xiao Ming annihilate the protectors in the blink of an eye, the 7 honorable elders couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Truly seeking death. The 7 honorable elders in the sky immediately let out a cold shout. One of them directly released a majestic black fog, resembling a black serpent, soaring through the sky as it pounced towards Xiao Ming. Ha ha ha, let me have a few moves with you first, said Shengguan Qiu, who had retreated to Xiao Ming's side after he dealt with the protectors. With a clenched fist and a surge of flames, a fiery red giant hand emerged, forcefully shattering the formidable black mist. Then, he rushed forward to engage in a fierce battle with him. Humph, I've long been annoyed by these Hall of Souls fellows who are neither human nor ghost. Come and fight. Similarly, Fu Hai and the other 3 Dou venerates, who had also retreated to Xiao Ming's side, rushed forward to divert the attention of 3 honorable elders. Although 2 more of them appeared than the intelligence suggested, they remained undaunted because they had Xiao Ming on their side. That was their confidence. Giving a casual glance at the remaining 3 honorable elders, Xiao Ming said to the Pill Tower's elders, "You guys go inside and search for the soul bodies of our alchemists. Leave these people to me." Understood. The elders nodded and, with a swift movement, headed towards the enormous hall. How dare you? Seeing that Xiao Ming disregarded them, the 3 honorable elders sneered and quickly descended. One of them separated and carried a fierce killing intent, intending to deal with the Pill Tower elders. You better stay put and face me. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside him, and Xiao Ming's figure appeared next to him like a ghost. Startled, the honorable elder's sleeves billowed, and sinister black fog swirled around his palm as he swiftly struck towards Xiao Ming's chest. Ha! Xiao Ming let out a light laugh as his right palm seemingly lightly collided with the attack. Bang! The 2 forces clashed, and a terrifying gust of wind swept out, causing nearby massive stone pillars to crack and fissure. Dang dang! Despite mobilizing his Dou Qi to the extreme, the venerable elder still stumbled backward for about 30 steps before finally stabilizing himself. He then spewed a mouthful of blood. So strong. Chapter 402. Something was not right. The honorable elder, who had been pushed back, looked at Xiao Ming with a face full of fear. After the previous attack, he felt that his arm had lost all sensation. He lowered his head and discovered that his right arm was twisted in an unnatural position. Damn it! How can this brat be so strong? The other two honorable elders swiftly arrived by his side, their faces also showing a hint of dread as they looked at his injuries. One of them made a decisive move, taking out a spatial jade slip from his storage ring and crushing it without hesitation. At the entrance of the hall, Xiao Ming witnessed this scene, then said to the three of them. Hee, calling for reinforcements, huh? It seems I can't let you guys stay. After all, even I could run into trouble with more people around. With those words, the space where Xiao Ming was located trembled and distorted, making him vanish without a trace. Be careful. Seeing this scene, the three honorable elders felt their hairs stand on end. They immediately became alert, perceiving the fluctuations in the surrounding space. Suddenly, the honorable elder on the right seemed to sense something. He forcefully swung his palm forward, and the vast do qi within his body roared like a raging river. Finally, it erupted out of his meridians, surging out with immense power. Wherever his palm wind passed, the space shattered, and black spatial rifts opened up, resembling ferocious mouths. Not bad. Xiao Ming's figure emerged in front of the honorable elder. His palm reached out like a ghostly apparition. Compared to the other party, this palm seemed ordinary, apart from being slightly faster, it didn't possess any outstanding features. However, in the next second, their collision caused the honorable elder's attack to be as weak as a paper tiger, easily annihilated by Xiao Ming's casual strike, and his arm exploded into a mist of blood. With no arm to stop him, Xiao Ming advanced straight toward his face, grabbing him by the neck. The other two Hall of Souls honorable elders reacted at this moment and roared in anger, unleashing their powerful do techniques to rescue their comrade. Soul-enveloping palm. Heart-locking palm. Xiao Ming, with one person held in his right hand, didn't evade. Instead, with a single thought, his body was covered in overlapping scales, forming a seamless scale armor. Even his face was covered with scales, as if he was wearing a suit of full-body armor, giving a sense of tremendous weight. Boom! Two figures, enveloped in vast do qi, collided fiercely with Xiao Ming. The terrifying sound reverberated through the sky, even dispersing the floating clouds on the horizon. Within hundreds of meters radius around the four individuals, no one dared to step forward. The impact of this horrifying do qi was something that even ordinary do venerate level experts would find difficult to withstand. Dang! 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 Suddenly, the two figures were forcefully pushed back by 100 meters. After stabilizing themselves, blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. How is this possible? Our attacks landed on him, but they didn't cause any injuries. And he didn't even resist. The faces of the two Hall of Souls honorable elders turned green at this moment. They couldn't even break through his defense, how could they fight back? Meanwhile, in Xiao Ming's hand, the neck of one of the honorable elders had been twisted and broken, clearly dead. Xiao Ming flipped his left palm, summoning a jade bottle. He then directed it towards the corpse, and a soul was instantly absorbed into it. After sealing the jade bottle, Xiao Ming placed it, along with the corpse, into his storage ring. Having completed everything, Xiao Ming suddenly sensed the rapid approach of two formidable auras. They're here. It seems I really have to finish this quickly. Unfortunately, I can't preserve the bodies. His gaze shifted towards the two honorable elders who wore smiles due to the reinforcements' arrival. A faint smile gradually appeared on Xiao Ming's face as he raised his hand and firmly clenched it towards the space ahead. As his palm descended, the terrifying power of space rapidly spread out. An invisible giant hand forcefully gripped the two individuals. Bang! Before the two could even display fear, they were instantly crushed into a mist of blood, creating an incredibly gruesome scene. In the next moment, two figures appeared in the place where the blood mist had settled. For so many years, you're the first person to be so arrogant in front of us. As the two figures appeared, a strange, ancient, and icy voice slowly resonated in the sky. Hearing the cold voice echoing in the sky, even Shengguan Qiu and the others who were battling the honorable elders had their expressions slightly change. They immediately focused their gaze on the dissipating blood mist, where two figures had emerged within their sight. The two unfamiliar old men who appeared wore robes, one black and one white, distinct colors that made them easily identifiable. At this moment, both of their faces were filled with a gloomy aura. With three honorable elders killed before them, it would be attributed to their failure to provide timely assistance. It's actually the black-white Tianzins, I didn't expect these two old monsters to arrive as well. In the sky, when Venerable Fu Hai clashed with his opponent and separated, his expression became somewhat gloomy as he gazed at the two black and white old men below. He hadn't anticipated that the Hall of Souls reinforcements would arrive so quickly. He wondered if Xiao Ming could hold them off. The black-white Tianzins weren't like the ones Xiao Ming had just killed, who were ordinary 2-star Do Venerates. But these two old ghosts were 6-star Do Venerates. No worries, they're just the black-white Tianzins. You all just need to hold off the others, Xiao Ming's confident voice echoed in the ears of Venerable Fu Hai and the others. Inspired by his confidence, the worries in everyone's hearts washed away, and they engaged their opponents once again with renewed vigor. His words were not deliberately concealed, and the black-white Tianzins naturally heard them. Both of their faces turned cold. Humph, young and arrogant. The old me wants to test your strength, one of them spoke, and they waved their sleeves, releasing two vast black fogs that rushed fiercely toward Xiao Ming. Facing such an attack, Xiao Ming immediately waved his arm, and two white flame dragons surged forth, roaring as they swept over. The black fogs couldn't last a second and were turned into nothingness, while the flame dragons continued their descent towards the black-white Tianzins. The other party were not fools, they sensed Xiao Ming's formidable strength with this move and didn't dare to underestimate him. With a lift of their hands, black fog billowed around their bodies, trying to resist Xiao Ming's attack. Bang! The flame dragons landed on their bodies, and in an instant, the two Tianzins, who were considered extremely powerful in the eyes of others, spat out a mouthful of blood. Their figures slid on the ground like meteors, crashing heavily into the forest, leaving a deep trench that stretched for hundreds of meters. Seeing that even the black-white Tianzins couldn't withstand a single round of attacks, the Hall of Souls protectors who had survived Xiao Ming's assault couldn't help but inhale a cold breath. At least peak 7-star Do Venerate stage, one of the protectors gasped. The two Tianzins lay on the ground, racked with excruciating pain, their faces an astonishing shade of green. Among them, White Tianzuan swiftly flipped his palm, crushing another spatial jade slip. After dealing with the black-white Tianzin's attack, Xiao Ming did not hesitate and pursued them directly. His brow furrowed as he noticed White Tianzuan's actions, disgusted by the Hall of Souls' shameless behavior of calling for reinforcements if they couldn't win. The maker of the spatial jade slips must be a half-saint, and they are not easy to create. Where did the Hall of Souls get so many of them? To prevent any surprises, I can't give them another chance. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ming casually snapped the necks of the two Tianzins and stored their bodies in his storage ring. Chapter 403. As Xiao Ming gathered the bodies of the black and white Tianzins, the surrounding space began to ripple, and a spatial crack slowly tore open. From within, a bone-chilling, overwhelming aura seeped out. A white figure finally stepped out from the spatial crack, appearing before Xiao Ming. The figure had an aged face with white hair and a beard. Its eyes were a frosty white, emanating an extremely cold sensation. It resembled a block of ice. 8th Tianzuan, Qiu Di. Xiao Ming was not ignorant of the affairs in the Central Plains, so he recognized the person before him. The gaze of 8th Tianzuan paused on Xiao Ming, not far in front of him. He slightly froze for a moment, as if sensing something. Some ripples appeared in his white eyes. Xiao Ming. You've broken through to the 7-star Do Venerate, no wonder, with your strength, black and white were truly no match for you. They were probably in dire straits. However, they died so quickly. What a waste. The Hall of Souls members were truly ruthless. Even Xiao Ming couldn't help but shake his head after witnessing black-white Tianzins fight to the death for the Hall of Souls, only to be dismissed as waste. You truly live up to being a descendant of Xiao Xian. This venerable is quite curious as to how you were able to reach the 7-star Do Venerate stage at such a young age. Could it be that the Xiao clan's supposedly abandoned bloodline can still be utilized? 8th Tianzuan said, lost in thought. No, it can't be solely attributed to your bloodline. Even with an intact Do God bloodline, achieving such results would be difficult, let alone with a discarded one. There must be some secret in your body. Well, I'll find out once I capture you. As 8th Tianzuan spoke, the space beside him twisted gradually, and his figure mysteriously vanished without a trace. In that instant when 8th Tianzuan disappeared, Xiao Ming blinked his eyes and saw the white figure standing less than 2 feet away from him. Before this venerable, it's best to surrender willingly. That way, you'll suffer a little less, said 8th Tianzuan, his face remaining indifferent. His right palm floated lightly, emitting an icy white aura that gushed out with intense chill, like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Xiao Ming. Facing 8th Tianzuan's palm devoid of any flamboyant aura, Xiao Ming didn't underestimate it. White flames swiftly condensed in his right palm, transforming into a winding and coiling flame dragon, colliding heavily with 8th Tianzuan's palm. Hiss. The collision didn't produce a deafening sound. Instead, the intermingling of scorching heat and chilling cold generated dense white smoke, accompanied by hissing sounds echoing incessantly. Bang! The intertwining didn't last long before a deep voice resounded from within the white smoke. Then, a disheveled figure was propelled backward, crashing heavily into a nearby mountain wall. The tremendous force caused the once sturdy mountain wall to be instantly riddled with cracks as thick as an arm. Poof! 8th Tianzuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. His expression grew dark as he stared at the youthful figure. He hadn't expected Xiao Ming's physical body to be so powerful. Hee, compared to your mouth, it seems your strength isn't that impressive after all. Xiao Ming chuckled, seemingly unaffected, as he stepped towards 8th Tianzuan. Hearing Xiao Ming's mockery, 8th Tianzuan's expression darkened once again. Instead of responding, he clenched his palm tightly, causing a vast fluctuation to emanate from it. Accompanying this ripple, the temperature in the surrounding area gradually dropped. Small ice crystals began to condense in the sky, giving the illusion of snowfall across the entire expanse. The members of Shengguan Qiu's group and the honorable elders of the Soul Hall once again distanced themselves. As they witnessed the strange phenomenon in the sky, their expressions varied. Shengguan Qiu and the others were worried about Xiao Ming, while the honorable elders grew excited. They had recognized this move as the signature technique of 8th Tianzuan. Rain Heaven Erosion. Condense. 8th Tianzuan's face turned exceptionally solemn as his hand seals shifted, and a stern shout resounded from his mouth. As his hand seals shifted, a stern shout resounded from his mouth. Along with his shout, the peculiar ice crystals permeating the sky began to tremble. Then, amidst a series of piercing sounds, they surged towards him. Finally, before 8th Tianzuan, a massive white ice ball quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, its size reached hundreds of meters, exuding increasingly terrifying energy capable of easily destroying nearby mountains. As the ice ball took shape, 8th Tianzuan's complexion turned slightly pale. Evidently, this attack had consumed a considerable amount of his strength. I have to admit, Xiao Ming, you are indeed formidable. However, even if you are strong, you won't be able to withstand this move of mine. Realizing that Xiao Ming was not an ordinary opponent, 8th Tianzuan unleashed his most powerful strike to avoid any accidents. In response to 8th Tianzuan's shout, Xiao Ming merely raised an eyebrow, showing little emotional fluctuation. It was as if the gigantic ice ball, capable of annihilating mountains, did not pose any threat to him. Humph, I want to see how long you can act tough. Despite Xiao Ming's calmness, 8th Tianzuan couldn't help but sneer. His hands swiftly formed numerous seals. After a brief tremor, the massive ice ball began spinning rapidly. It struck Xiao Ming like lightning in the midst of the deafening sound of whistling wind. As the ice ball approached, a terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from within, causing the surrounding space to crumble. A massive black spatial rift, resembling a black ribbon, emerged from the empty space. Facing this formidable attack capable of destroying the entire mountain range, Xiao Ming's gaze remained indifferent. His leisurely footsteps halted, and a faint dark golden light emanated from his right palm. When the dark golden radiance reached its peak brilliance, a trace of profound black aura finally emerged, trembling and floating out. Great Heaven Creation Palm. Within the branch hall of the Hall of Souls, there lay an extremely vast square. Towering stone pillars reached for the sky, while black chains spread out like intricate spiderwebs. At the ends of these chains floated countless clusters of light, within which resided ethereal soul bodies. This was the scene that the Pill Tower elders encountered after breaking through the guards and entering the branch hall. They felt a mix of anger and sorrow as they silently cursed the Hall of Souls for its lack of humanity. Without hesitation, the elders began to rescue the trapped soul bodies. As the Pill Tower elders acted, they awakened many dormant soul bodies. Each awakened soul body was filled with both joy and hope, yearning for freedom and escape from their nightmarish imprisonment. Save me. I am the sect master of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Rescuing me will surely earn you great rewards. I am an elder of the dark sect. Please, release me. I am a Pill Tower alchemist. And so, the pleas and cries for help echoed throughout the square. The elders found themselves overwhelmed, as there were simply too many people to rescue. Boom! Amidst the chaos, a thunderous sound suddenly reverberated from outside the branch hall, causing everyone's actions to pause. Chapter 404. The commotion is too loud. We can't waste any more time, we need to end this quickly. The elders of the Pill Tower exchanged glances and swiftly formed a complex formation by manipulating their hand seals. As the formation took shape, a massive black longsword materialized in midair. With a single tremor of its blade, it sliced through the air, fiercely striking the black chains that hung in the half-empty space of the grand hall. Crack, crack, crack. As the chains broke one after another, all the trapped soul bodies regained their freedom. A wave of ecstatic soul fluctuations reverberated across the entire square. They had been imprisoned here for so many years, sometimes even death seemed like an extravagant hope. Now, they were finally free. We're finally free. Let's go. Ha ha ha. Fate was not yet ready to claim my life. Damned Hall of Souls, just wait and see how I'll avenge myself once I'm out of here. Having been treated like pigs and imprisoned in the Hall of Souls for so long, the soul bodies couldn't contain their joy after finally breaking free. Some of them, in their excitement, headed in the direction the Pill Tower's elders had come from, eager to escape this place devoid of sunlight. However, they were soon halted by the sound of footsteps. What's going on? Could it be that there are still people in the Hall of Souls? The soul bodies showed fear on their faces, realizing that they were in no condition to confront anyone. The Pill Tower's elders exchanged puzzled glances and prepared to deal with the approaching figure. Clack, clack, clack. The footsteps grew closer, and after a short while, an extraordinary, refined young man appeared before them. The Pill Tower's elders paused momentarily, their faces showing excitement, and stepped forward to greet him. Elder Xiao Ming, you're here. How is the situation outside? Seeing the joy on the faces of the Pill Tower's elders, the soul bodies realized that the newcomer was one of their own. The fear on their faces dissipated. Some of those who had recently been captured and recognized Xiao Ming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. I heard that Xiao Ming is unparalleled among the younger generation in alchemy, but I never expected his cultivation level to be this impressive. Now that we have received his great favor, we must repay him generously. After returning to the clan, we must align ourselves with the Pill Tower. It's a pity that my cultivation is too low, and my physical body has been destroyed. Otherwise, I could have become his follower. Xiao Ming was unaware of the thoughts of these soul bodies. He smiled casually and said, the external situation has been resolved. There isn't a single living soul left in the Hall of Souls. You take these soul bodies and leave. I will take care of the aftermath. By taking care of the aftermath, he naturally meant destroying this part of the palace and finding the soul essences. Yes, nodded the elders, and they led the group of soul bodies away one by one. In a short while, the square became empty, with only Xiao Ming remaining. Standing in place, Xiao Ming swept his gaze around, but his focus eventually settled on the central area of the massive hall. In that deep location, he faintly sensed some strange fluctuations. Understanding that it must be what he was looking for, Xiao Ming instantly appeared next to it. With a wave of his sleeve, a formidable gust of wind sent the towering stone pillars, hundreds of meters in height, flying away. Under Xiao Ming's rapid excavation, the ruins split open in the blink of an eye, revealing a gigantic pit. Suspended within the depths of the pit was a translucent sphere measuring about 1.5 meters in size. Numerous dark chains connected the outer edges of the sphere, linking it to the soul bodies that had just escaped. Evidently, this sphere was what had been extracted from those soul bodies. Soul essences. Xiao Ming's lips curled into a faint smile as he gazed at the sphere. From within it, he sensed an extremely terrifying soul fluctuation, which was remarkably pure and devoid of any impurities. So many soul essences, at least 30,000 souls condensed. The Hall of Souls had resorted to all means necessary to achieve their goals, performing heinous acts that were hardly different from harvesting blood and flesh from living beings. And yet, their methods were even more ruthless. 30,000 people, however, now it's a bargain for me. With that in mind, Xiao Ming waved his palm to sever all the chains, and then he gently caressed the surface of the soul sphere. The sphere was then absorbed into his storage ring. Glancing around once more, Xiao Ming realized that this branch hall of the Hall of Souls was devoid of any survivors. It was time to leave. With a wave of his sleeve, a grand storm of flames suddenly erupted, accompanied by a vast force surging from within the storm. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. In an instant, a destructive power akin to annihilation swept out from the storm-like flames in the sky. The entire mountain range trembled as if experiencing an earthquake, and massive cracks spread in all directions from the Hall of Souls at its center. Under this shaking, the enormous Hall of Souls branch hall became unstable and began to crumble. Witnessing this scene, many powerful Pill Tower experts couldn't help but step back. The fiery storm raged, and the waves of destruction spread like ripples. Underneath the mountain's base, the colossal black hall, which was extraordinarily sturdy, finally collapsed. The wave of destruction extended for nearly a kilometer, reducing everything within that range to bare ground. The dense forest, in an instant, turned to nothingness. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the flames and landed in front of the crowd. Elder Xiao Ming. Our objective for this operation has been achieved. To avoid facing more reinforcements from the Hall of Souls, we have to leave immediately. Yes. About half an hour after Xiao Ming and the others had left the area, a slight spatial distortion appeared in the sky above a nearby mountain peak. A dark figure dashed out and rushed into the ruins of the Grand Hall. After a careful search yielded nothing, an expression of darkness and anger filled the figure's face. All the souls we painstakingly collected over 100 years in this branch hall have been taken away. If news of this spreads, nobody will escape the consequences. I might even face severe punishment. The figure felt incredibly unlucky for receiving this assignment. Today, the Hall of Souls headquarters received distress calls from 3 branch halls. This Disha hall had the strongest reinforcements, including the 8th Tianzuan. How did it come to this? In truth, if only the branch hall was destroyed and a few lives were lost, the figure wouldn't be so frustrated. The crucial point was the soul essences. The last time a branch hall was destroyed by the Pill Tower, the soul essences were still preserved by the Hall of Souls. However, it was different this time, the soul essences had vanished. This branch hall doesn't have a single living soul. Is it the Pill Tower? They won't be able to hide for long if they let those soul bodies go. Just wait for me, the Hall of Souls will exact revenge without fail. The figure's presence dissipated into heaven and earth, but the eerie and malicious murmurs continued to linger, swirling slowly and persistently, for a long time. Chapter 405. The news of the destruction of the Hall of Souls branch halls, although not officially announced, was too shocking to be kept hidden. Within a few days after the incident, the news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Central Plains, causing widespread astonishment. The strength of the Hall of Souls was well known among the forces in Central Plains. This colossal existence had always stood tall above the rest. Although many factions had been persecuted by the Hall of Souls in the past, they dared not retaliate and could only suppress the hatred in their hearts. Now, upon hearing this news, they couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. As the soul bodies released by Xiao Ming and the others departed, the name of the Pill Tower once again entered people's vision. However, the most eye-catching aspect of the incident was not the Pill Tower itself. According to the soul bodies, it was the youngest of the 8 great elders, Xiao Ming, who led the attack on one of the Hall of Souls branch halls, while the other 2 were destroyed by unidentified powerful individuals. Therefore, while many forces marveled at the Pill Tower's status as a superpower in Central Plains, they also became curious about those mysterious figures who dared to provoke the Hall of Souls. Yet, no matter how curious they were, all they could gather were vague and elusive pieces of information about those individuals, leaving them disappointed. On a mountain peak shrouded in mist in the northwest of Central Plains, Xiao Ming stood on a large stone, calmly gazing into the distance. Suddenly, subtle ripples appeared in the space behind Xiao Ming, but he didn't react to them. After a moment, 3 figures quietly landed behind him. Only then did Xiao Ming turn around, wearing a gentle smile on his face as he spoke, "You finally arrived. I hope you didn't sustain any injuries on this trip." The newcomers were none other than Xiao Yixian, Qing Lin, and Venerable Tianhua, who had recently piqued the curiosity of the entire Central Plains. "No, I only encountered 4 lower-level Do Venerates in the branch I attacked, so it went smoothly," said Xiao Yixian, brushing her hair and revealing a gentle smile. She then walked forward and linked her arm with Xiao Ming's. Behind her, Qing Lin glanced at Xiao Yixian before moving closer and following suit, linking her arm with Xiao Ming's remaining arm. She then shook her hand, revealing 2 light spheres about 1 meter in size. Soft and pure radiance continuously spread from the spheres, illuminating the surrounding grass leaves and making them appear lush green. "Young master, these are the things we found in those branch halls. They should be the soul essences, right?" Qing Lin asked. "Yes, you're right. You did well," Xiao Ming replied, focusing his gaze on the soul essences and waving his finger to collect them. With 3 soul essences, his soul would reach the late-stage heaven realm. By then, even ordinary 1 or 2-star Do saints wouldn't stand a chance against him. Overjoyed, Xiao Ming kissed the 2 women on the forehead, causing them to close their eyes comfortably. Venerable Tianhua watched this scene with a smile, stroked his beard, and then spoke up. Xiao Ming, should we return to the Pill Tower next? Xiao Ming thought for a moment and then replied, no, I've already instructed Elder Shengguan and the others to leave ahead of us. We're going to Sound Valley next. Sound Valley? Xiao Yixian, who was holding on to Xiao Ming, looked puzzled. Venerable Tianhua recalled the Valley Master of Sound Valley whom he and Xiao Ming had encountered in the thunder-falling mountain range. He remembered that she seemed to require Xiao Ming to refine a 6-colored 8th-tier pill. Yes, it's Sound Valley. I owe them a favor, and I accepted their down payment, which is the Soundwave High D-Do technique I gave Qing Lin before, the Flute Sound Mind Control. Upon hearing the Flute Sound Mind Control, Qing Lin nodded in understanding. Xiao Ming had indeed given her the Do technique, which suited her well. She didn't expect it to be a unique technique of Sound Valley. Having learned about the connection between Xiao Ming and Sound Valley, Xiao Yixian refrained from asking further questions. Xiao Ming took out a purple token, and accompanied by Qing Lin and the others, followed its guidance towards Sound Valley. 10 days later, the group arrived at a place surrounded by majestic mountains and clear waters. It was a secluded and rarely visited area, devoid of human presence. In the sky above, a black shadow flashed by, stirring up strong winds that swept in all directions. As the perspective drew closer, it revealed a massive flying beast, and on the back of the flying eagle beast were Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian, Qing Lin, and Venerable Tianhua. Observing the brilliant purple light on the token, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Yixian's beautiful face. Her green and lively eyes glanced at Xiao Ming as she softly chuckled, saying, the token is radiating even brighter light than it did 2 days ago. This place is surrounded by verdant mountains and clear waters, a pristine and secluded haven. Sound Valley should be hidden within. With his hands behind his back, Xiao Ming stood on the back of the eagle, gazing into the distance. The abundant greenery unfolded before his eyes, far away from the bustling world, as if it were an otherworldly paradise. Impressed, Xiao Ming smiled and said, indeed, this place is tranquil and serene, a perfect spot for seclusion. Let's prepare ourselves, we mustn't neglect the proper etiquette when visiting for the first time. As they spoke, the flying beast passed through several mountain peaks and arrived at a location completely surrounded by mountains. In the center was a clear and transparent lake resembling a mirror's surface. However, at this point, a certain kind of pressure seemed to emanate, causing the flying beast to hesitate and not dare to advance any further. Xiao Ming didn't make it difficult for the beast and allowed it to depart. He and the others descended directly to the ground and stood by the lakeshore. What should we do next, young master? Qing Lin looked at the lake before her, blinked her eyes, and sensed the spatial barrier that existed above it. If they were to forcefully break through, a direct attack would suffice. However, since they were invited guests, they couldn't do that. Xiao Ming smiled, walked to the edge of the lake, and retrieved the purple token. He infused it with his Do Qi, causing invisible ripples to spread from the token center. In the sky above the lake, the previously indistinguishable space suddenly tore open. The meeting point between water and sky revealed a massive spatial crack, emitting terrifying spatial fluctuations. It floated above the lake, causing waves to surge in all directions. Let's go. Xiao Ming took the lead and walked toward the fissure in space, stepping on the arch-shaped bridge formed by the water waves, and heading towards the crack. Without hesitation, Xiao Yixian and the others followed Xiao Ming towards the rift in space. In the instant Xiao Ming stepped into the spatial crack, his vision blurred for a moment, then immediately brightened up, revealing a lush green scenery before his eyes. They found themselves in an extremely vast bamboo forest, permeated with the fragrance of bamboo. Looking up, they saw a dense canopy of branches and leaves forming undulating waves of green. Semi-concealed structures stood amidst the bamboo forest, tall and upright. Faintly, one could hear the melodious and pleasant sound of music coming from them. The melodic tunes were graceful and enchanting, but more importantly, it seemed that as the music played, the surrounding heaven and earth energy responded and transformed into different states. It could turn into a shockwave for offense, or into a defensive shield. This made Qing Lin and the others sigh in admiration. Sound Valley truly lived up to its reputation as a place where sound waves were the primary means of combat. Chapter 406. At that moment, several ethereal figures glided over and came to a halt not far from Xiao Ming and the others. Each of them exuded an air of grace and beauty, with above-average looks. Upon seeing Xiao Ming and his companions, a hint of wariness appeared on their pretty and jade-like faces. "Who are you? And why have you trespassed into our Sound Valley?" one of the women asked with a guarded tone. I am Elder Xiao Ming from the Pill Tower, here by invitation. Xiao Ming smiled as he tossed a token and the invitation towards them. This token and the invitation were sent to the Pill Tower by Sound Valley. After receiving the token and confirming its authenticity, the faces of those female disciples instantly melted like snow meeting the sun, revealing smiles. The leading woman chuckled softly and said, "So, you are Elder Xiao Ming. The Valley Master has given instructions. Please follow me." With that, she gracefully moved, soaring into the air and leading the way towards the center of the bamboo forest. Xiao Ming and his group followed suit. Meanwhile, back at their original location, after Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian, Qing Lin, and Venerable Tianhua had left, the group of women immediately started chattering excitedly. "Wow, Elder Xiao Ming looks so handsome, he. I've heard the elders say that Elder Xiao Ming refined an 8th-tier pill before he turned 18 and became the youngest great elder of the Pill Tower. His talent is simply terrifying. It's a pity he already has stunning partners by his side. I'm sure he won't be interested in the likes of us." Amidst their excitement, a hunched old woman suddenly appeared, emanating an imposing aura. She scolded them sternly, "What are you all gathering here for? Why aren't you patrolling?" "Yes." Immediately, the group of women dispersed as fast as they could. Amidst the Sound Valley, several streaks of light crossed the sky, flying toward the depths of Sound Valley and a dense bamboo forest. A woman led the way, encountering no obstacles along the journey. Within a few minutes, Xiao Ming could already see a heavily guarded palace standing tall. Countless disciples were hidden in various locations, maintaining vigilance for any sign of disturbance. The woman's figure changed direction in midair, swiftly descending towards a lower palace. Xiao Ming and the others followed closely behind. Moving through the air, they landed gracefully on the ground. Xiao Ming looked at the palace in front of him. It wasn't particularly large, but rather modest, resembling a sleeping chamber. The woman took a step forward and respectfully bowed, announcing, "Valley Master, Elder Xiao Ming has been brought here." Before she finished speaking, the palace doors opened swiftly, revealing a well-endowed woman dressed in elegant attire. Her presence exuded an air of authority as she appeared before them. Her gaze scanned everyone present before settling on Xiao Ming's face, her expression displaying delight. "You came, little guy. Come in, and let's talk," she said with a warm smile. "Valley Master Qing Yi, is this appropriate?" Xiao Ming didn't move, hesitating as he looked at what seemed to be a bedroom. "Oh well, come along." Seeing Xiao Ming hesitating, Qing Yi realized that she didn't mind having someone like him, who happened to match her preferences, enter her room. However, she couldn't ignore the presence of the old man by Xiao Ming's side. Thus, she had no choice but to bring Xiao Ming to the reception hall of another palace and had someone serve tea. After tasting the tea, Xiao Ming turned to Qing Yi, who was sitting in the main seat, and asked, "Valley Master Qing Yi sent someone to the Pill Tower to invite me. Is it for the purpose of refining that pill? Just call me Sister Qing." No need for formalities. Qing Yi smiled enchantingly at Xiao Ming, her beauty becoming as mesmerizing as a garden of blooming flowers, causing both women to frown at her. "I find that somewhat inappropriate, Valley Master Qing Yi," Xiao Ming replied with a wry chuckle. Seeing that he didn't change his address, Qing Yi sighed and then said with a hint of disappointment, "Well, if you're unwilling, let's leave it at that. I did invite you here for the matter of that pill. I wonder if you can refine a 6-colored 8th-tier pill now." "Oh. It shouldn't be a problem. However, I need to see the recipe to estimate the success rate." Xiao Ming nodded slightly. Given his current strength, refining a 6-colored 8th-tier pill was indeed manageable. Hearing his response, Qing Yi's eyes lit up, showing no signs of doubt. She smiled at Xiao Ming and said, "It hasn't been long, and you can already refine a 6-colored 8th-tier pill. Sister Qing didn't misjudge you. Here, this is the recipe," she added, throwing a cyan scroll over. Xiao Ming caught it casually and, with the power of his soul, explored its contents. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes. "How is it?" Qing Yi asked, noticing his expression. The 9 revolving sun returning pill is an extremely young attribute pill. It requires a heavenly flame to refine it into a pill. During the refining process, it also requires special techniques and multiple transformations. The lowest grade is 3 colors at the 3rd revolution, while the highest is 9 colors at the 9th revolution. After successful refinement, the pill needs to be used by the alchemist with special techniques. Since Valley Master Qing Yi mentioned 6 colors, it obviously needed to go through 6 transformations, which is quite difficult. Xiao Ming explained. Is the success rate low? Qing Yi, not being an alchemist, wasn't very knowledgeable in this area and frowned slightly, sensing the difficulty of Xiao Ming's words. No, if it's at the 6th revolution level, would have about an 80 chance of success. Xiao Ming shook his head. Phew, don't sound so serious next time. Qing Yi exhaled lightly, patting her ample bosom, playfully reproaching him. Based on what you're saying, can it be refined at the 9th revolution as well? About 30, Xiao Ming pursed his lips in response. 30. Qing Yi's eyes flickered. That probability was not low at all. In that case, please refine it at the 9th revolution. I have already prepared the reward, Qing Yi said. Xiao Ming. Is there any difficulty? No, I'm just curious about the purpose of this pill. If it can be used at the 6th revolution level, I would still recommend refining it at that level, Xiao Ming replied. A 30 success rate might seem high to others, considering the well-known difficulty of refining a 9-colored 8th-tier pill. Anyone who could refine a pill of this grade was already considered at the pinnacle of alchemists. However, Xiao Ming felt that the success rate was a bit too low. He didn't want all the medicinal materials to be used up without successfully refining a single pill. Although he wouldn't face any problems himself, it would still be somewhat embarrassing. Qing Yi hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh. This is related to our ancestor. The ancestor of Sound Valley, Xiao Ming nodded in realization. It was normal for the Sound Valley to have an ancestor since the Burning Flame Valley had ancestor Huiyun. Only the Ice River Valley was lacking in that aspect. Our ancestors are twins. They once went to the fallen spirit ice source in search of the endless spirit ice. During their journey, they were injured by a high-level half-saint ice dragon scorpion and afflicted with its freezing poison. They used their cultivation to barely resist it in the past, but now, sigh. As Qing Yi spoke, she sighed. It was evident that the Sound Valley's ancestors couldn't withstand it any longer, hence the need for the 9 revolving sun returning pill. Chapter 407. Xiao Ming muttered to himself, twins, ice dragon scorpions cold poison, endless spirit ice. The information was overwhelming, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. The ancestors of Sound Valley should also be half-saints, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape from the attack of a high-level half-saint and survive until now. The endless spirit ice had appeared in the simulator, and Xiao Ming had researched information about it after being bitten by the ice silkworm hidden within it. It was one of the top-tier ice spiritual entities, extremely keen and cold, capable of freezing internal organs and even the soul. For someone with ice attributes, their combat power could increase several times over. Of course, no matter how good the heavenly treasure was if it wasn't present, what Xiao Ming was most concerned about was actually the ice dragon scorpion's cold poison. If Xiao Yi Xian were to devour it, who knew how much strength she could gain? Second change. Or third change. Fourth change. Xiao Ming didn't know, but he would find out after she devoured it. With this in mind, he directly signaled to Qing Yi. If it's a high-level half-saint level cold poison, it will require a 9th revolution pill to remove it, and it will need to be 2 9th revolution pills at that. The risks involved are quite significant. I wonder how many sets of medicinal ingredients the Valley Master has prepared. Only 7 sets. 7 sets. That's more than I imagined. It's worth a try. Seeing Xiao Ming nod, Qing Yi was delighted. However, refining a 9-colored pill is a different concept from a 6-colored one. Qing Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, quickly understanding Xiao Ming's concerns about the reward. She smiled coquettishly at him. Whatever you want, our Sound Valley can fulfill. In that case, I won't be polite. I want to know the exact location of the endless spirit ice. After some negotiations, Xiao Ming didn't immediately learn the location of the endless spirit ice, as only the twin ancestors knew about it. Xiao Ming wasn't in a hurry about it, though. Instead, he began preparing to refine the 9 revolving sun returning pill. In an extremely spacious square, Xiao Ming sat at its center on a cushion. The 10,000 beast cauldron was placed in front of him, while thousands of medicinal ingredients floated above his head, densely packed together. The scene was quite spectacular. Around the square, there were also several attractive elders and disciples from the Sound Valley. The excessive number of medicinal ingredients above Xiao Ming's head stirred some whispering among them. Wow! So many medicinal ingredients. What grade of pill is he going to refine? At least a 6-colored pill. Humph, rumors say it's a 9-colored pill. How is that possible? A 9-colored pill would tempt even a half-saint. How old is he? Can he really refine such a pill? Yeah, your rumors are unreliable. Unaffected by the voices around him, Xiao Ming focused on recalling the steps of alchemy. His expression gradually became solemn, and with a flick of his finger, flames spontaneously ignited within the 10,000 beast cauldron. With a pu sound, they transformed into a fiery dragon, coiling and swirling inside the cauldron. With the right temperature, Xiao Ming waved his palm in the air. In the torrent of medicinal ingredients, numerous herbs separated and swiftly entered the cauldron, devoured by the flame dragon within. The dense array of medicinal ingredients, under Xiao Ming's control, formed an almost unbroken line, continuously pouring into the cauldron. Each movement of his hands exuded a sense of mastery. In just a few minutes, a terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from the cauldron, gradually rippling through the surrounding space. Valley Master, can Xiao Ming really refine a 9-colored pill? On the edge of the square, an elderly woman gazed at the center with a worried expression. They had searched throughout the central plains to gather the ingredients for the 9 revolving sun returning pill, and if everything were to be destroyed, their ancestors would be in trouble. Qin Yi understood the old woman's concerns. After all, it was a 9-colored pill, and Xiao Ming was still in his 20s. It would be abnormal not to worry. I have heard of the tasks he has undertaken, and he has never failed once, another elderly woman beside Qin Yi said, offering reassurance. Rest assured, if young master says there's no problem, then there's no problem. Not far away, Qin Lin couldn't stand others doubting her beloved and wrinkled her nose. The elderly women glanced at each other upon hearing her words, refraining from further conversation. At this point, what else could they say? They could only trust Xiao Ming. Alchemy, especially the refinement of high-tier pills, generally took a considerable amount of time. Especially for 8th-tier pills, it was normal for the process to take 10 days to half a month. As the spectators lost interest and left the square, only Xiao Ming's group, a few elders, and Qin Yi remained, patiently waiting. Xiao Ming's first attempt went surprisingly well over time. 8 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, followed by a powerful energy fluctuation that spread rapidly. Then, in the sky, clouds gathered and lightning flashed. The pill is about to be successfully refined. Upon witnessing this scene, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Amidst the many gazes, Xiao Ming stood up slightly, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, where after several turbulent transformations, a 9-colored radiance emerged. It's really a 9-colored pill lightning. Seeing this, Qin Yi's face was filled with excitement, and the surrounding elders couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Xiao Yixian and Qin Lin looked at the 9-colored pill lightning in the sky, a hint of pride appearing on their pretty faces. Aside from their man, how many alchemists could refine a 9-colored 8th-tier pill? Even many old monsters who had immersed themselves in alchemy for many years couldn't refine it. Yao Chen, who was once hailed as the #1 alchemist on the continent, probably didn't have the skill either. Yet Xiao Ming managed to accomplish it at the age of 20. If news of this spread, it would surely cause a stir in the outside world. Suddenly, Qin Yi seemed to remember something and spoke up. Oh no, it's not easy to handle the 9-colored pill lightning. Activate the sect protection formation. Indeed, the 9-colored pill lightning was difficult to handle, and Xiao Ming had no intention of forcefully confronting it with the sky demon puppet. It was best to let the Valley Master handle it. Fortunately, with the profound heritage and extraordinary foundation of Sound Valley, they managed to intercept the 9-colored pill lightning. Then, Xiao Ming resumed his alchemy process. However, his luck seemed to turn sour as he consecutively destroyed 4 sets of medicinal ingredients in succession before finally condensing another pill lightning. Watching as the pill lightning dissipated in the sky, Xiao Ming reached out and captured the pill that had transformed into a tiger shape and was about to escape, pulling it back to his side. He sealed it in a jade bottle before turning his gaze to the delighted faces of Qin Yi and the others who had come to greet him. Fortune favors me, Xiao Ming said, handing the bottle to Qin Yi. She rubbed the jade bottle for a moment and then returned it to Xiao Ming. We will need your help later when the ancestors use them. It's better for you to keep them. Chapter 408. Once the pills were refined, Xiao Ming wasted no time and asked Qin Yi to take them to the location of Sound Valley's ancestors. After traversing a large part of Sound Valley, they arrived in front of a luxurious palace. Several guards were stationed outside, dressed in armor, and the leader of the guards had a graceful figure concealed beneath the attire. Her short hair was neatly arranged, and her countenance appeared stern. Her sharp eyes swept over the group, but when she saw Qin Yi approaching, she quickly bowed. Valley Master. Rise. Open the palace doors. Yes. She gestured to the guards behind her, who were all poised and elegant. Two girls immediately responded in unison. They each took out half of an exquisite jade plaque and joined them together, placing the combined plaque on the palace doors. A majestic aura surged through the plaques, accompanied by the creaking of gears and the sound of machinery. The palace doors trembled and slowly opened before their eyes. In the instant the doors opened, a bone-chilling and visible aura of intense cold seeped out through the cracks. The female disciples guarding the entrance retreated quickly, fear and trepidation visible on their faces. Their bodies even trembled slightly, as if they had come face to face with a ferocious beast or a raging flood, inspiring awe in anyone who saw them. Only the female leader's expression remained relatively unchanged. This cold poison is truly ferocious. No wonder it requires so many guards. But for Xianer, it should be good nourishment. Xiao Ming observed the situation and pondered inwardly. The cold air had little effect on Qing Yi. She turned her head and looked at the Sound Valley members behind her, softly saying, "I will enter with Mr. Xiao Ming. You all wait here." "Yes. You can wait here as well. Xianer, come with me," Xiao Ming said to his companions. Then, he turned to Qing Yi. "Xianer has a special physique, which might be helpful in resolving the cold poison. In that case, we will trouble Miss Xianer later." Qing Yi was somewhat surprised but had no objections. She led the way and stepped into the palace. After Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian followed inside, the doors slowly closed. Outside the palace, Qing Lin and Venerable Tianhua were led to nearby accommodations to rest. Entering through the palace doors, they were greeted by a dense white mist. The chilling aura surged and flowed within the mist, casting an eerie and terrifying atmosphere under the pale illumination. The palace was eerily silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The only sound was the clack, clack, clack of their footsteps, which made the situation even more unsettling. Qing Yi walked ahead, with Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian following closely behind. They traversed through the bewildering white mist, feeling the bone-piercing cold continuously assaulting their bodies. Fortunately, all three of them were high-star Do venerates, so the cold air had little effect on them. After a short while, Qing Yi paused her steps and said, "We've arrived." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming immediately looked ahead. Through the layers of curtains, he faintly saw the figures of two voluptuous women sitting cross-legged on the same jade bed. In Xiao Ming's perception, these two women were the sources of the chilling aura within the palace, exuding an extreme mean and coldness. As if hearing Qing Yi's voice, the two women behind the curtains awakened, akin to dormant dragons stirring. Two tremendous and terrifying auras gradually permeated the palace. Xiao Ming felt a sudden heaviness in his body, and the speed at which his Do Qi circulated slowed down. This aura, they are indeed half-saints. You've arrived, little Qing Yi, huh? Where in our Sound Valley did this man come from? His strength has even reached the Do Venerate realm. A gentle voice rang out, followed by a hint of surprise upon sensing Xiao Ming's presence. Qing Yi arrived at this place with a much more solemn expression. She respectfully spoke up and explained, "Ancestors, this is Master Xiao Ming, the Master Alchemist of Pill Tower. He has refined 2 highest grade 9 revolving sun returning pills for our Sound Valley. He has come to assist in removing the Ice Dragon Scorpion's cold poison. As part of the reward I offered, I included the specific location of the Endless Spirit Ice. The highest grade 9 revolving sun returning pills." Another voice, similar to the first one, sounded, but with even more solemnity. An alchemist capable of refining such pills could already stand on equal footing with them. "You have done well, little Qing Yi. I will inform him about the information regarding the Endless Spirit Ice. However, our information is incomplete as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been wounded by an Ice Dragon Scorpion in the first place." Behind the curtains, the figures waved their jade-like hands, causing the layers of curtains to flip open, revealing a scene shrouded in an even colder chill. 2 seemingly young women dressed in palace attire sat cross-legged on the jade bed. They bore a striking resemblance to each other, both exuding beauty and allure. However, a faint coldness emanated from their brows, and their disheveled blue hair added a touch of vulnerability to their appearance. Although they appeared to be in their 20s, their eyes revealed a sense of world-weariness, as if they had seen through all the ups and downs of life, and their faces displayed an abnormal pallor. Xiao Ming glanced at them casually, then withdrew his gaze. They were indeed very beautiful, and the fact that they were twins added to their appeal. However, Xiao Ming had seen and experienced much in his life, so he couldn't be swayed by such appearances. Of course, he still respected their status as powerful beings and clasped his hands respectfully, saying, Xiao Ming pays his respects to the two seniors. Xiao Yixian followed suit, mimicking Xiao Ming's gesture and saying, Xiao Yixian pays her respects to the two seniors. Little friends Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian, I am Qin Yi Nan, and this is my sister, Qin Yi. The girl on the left smiled slightly, introducing themselves. Qin Yi, who was seated on the right, also smiled gently at Xiao Ming. You heard it all a moment ago, the exact location of the endless spirit ice is unknown to us, Qin Yi Nan explained. Sigh, even an approximate location will do. Xiao Ming sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do about it. Rest assured, Sound Valley won't let you lose out. We'll make sure to compensate you properly, Qin Yi reassured him. It's fine. I don't mind. Xiao Ming shook his head. In fact, the entire Sound Valley might not be as wealthy as him. He wasn't particularly interested in the compensation. The main reason he traveled all the way to Sound Valley was because Qin Yi had helped him before. Of course, now that he would treat the two semi-saints of Sound Valley, they would owe him a great favor, so compensation was even less important. Xiao Ming took out 2 jade bottles, and the surrounding temperature immediately increased. These were the 9 revolving sun returning pills he had refined earlier. It's best to remove the cold poison as soon as possible. We'll leave everything to you, little friend Xiao Ming. How should we cooperate? Qin Yi Nan asked. Cough, first, you'll need to take off your clothes. Ah. Qin Yi Nan and Qin Yi had never undressed in front of a man before, so they were somewhat surprised by the request. The 9 revolving sun returning pills are extremely young in nature and require the assistance of a heaven flame. Your clothes might just burn up during the process, Xiao Ming explained seriously. His words seemed to imply that either they undressed now, or they didn't, but their clothes would burn later. Well, all right. The Qin Yi sisters exchanged a glance and softly agreed. They were on the brink of death, so why worry about such trivial matters? Chapter 409. Xiao Ming cleared his throat after seeing both of them readily agreeing, then turned to Qin Yi. Do you want to stay here? Will it disturb you? No, it won't. Xiao Ming shook his head. It would be good if Qin Yi stayed here, as it would prevent the atmosphere from becoming too awkward, or so he hoped. To remove the cold poison, we can only do it one by one. Which senior should go first? Sigh, let me go first. Qin Yi Nan stood up and turned around after giving her younger sister a quick glance. She slowly undid everything, including the hair ornaments on her head. Her long, blue hair reached her waist after she took off the hairpiece, cascading down like a waterfall. Her waist was thin and supple beneath her jade-like back, and her 2 round, snow-white mounds bulged with a deep cleavage that drew one's gaze. Her 2 long legs were pressed together in an elegant manner. In Xiao Ming's previous life, they would have undoubtedly been considered top-tier model legs. When Qin Yi Nan turned back around, Xiao Ming's gaze slanted slightly. He took a few steps forward, and the jade bottle in his hand suddenly shattered, releasing a tiger-shaped creature. However, it was quickly crushed by his Do Qi before it could escape, leaving only a pill emitting dazzling golden light in its place. The pill spun in place, exuding an extremely rich medicinal fragrance throughout the palace. Xiao Ming's alchemy skills were impressive, to say the least. Once again, he waved his hand, and the 9 revolving sun returning pill was presented in front of Qin Yi Nan. Swallow it. Qin Yi Nan followed his instructions and swallowed the pill. As soon as it entered her mouth, it dissolved, and she felt a scorching surge rushing from her mouth to her abdomen, spreading throughout her body. Standing by the bed, Qin Yi Nan felt a warmth she hadn't experienced in a long time and couldn't help but narrow her eyes in comfort. Qin Yi, Qin Yi, and Xiao Yixian had already retreated a short distance at this point. They were relieved to see Qin Yi Nan's relaxed expression, which confirmed that the 9 revolving sun returning pill was indeed effective. But their expressions changed the moment they saw Qin Yi Nan's snowy white skin. It's catching fire. They noticed faint white flames rising from Qin Yi Nan's voluptuous body. Her lovely cheeks appeared to be tinged with pain. Her small mouth was slightly agape, and beneath her fair neck, her 2 plump mounds trembled slightly. The medicine's power is spreading. Xiao Ming's expression turned serious upon seeing this. The faint white flame-like substance wasn't real flames but the spreading medicinal power of the 9 revolving sun returning pill. He swiftly changed his hand seals, summoning a dense white flame that rushed towards Qin Yi Nan, ultimately merging with the small flames on her body. Instantly, the power of the flames seemed to strengthen. Threads of destructive aura filled the air, instilling a sense of fear and dread. If Xiao Ming hadn't been an alchemist sought by Qin Yi herself, she would have definitely stopped him. After all, the rampage of the heavenly flame was no joke. The heavenly flame, once inside the body, felt like 1,000 ants biting at one's flesh. Even Qin Yi Nan, who was in the semi-saint realm, couldn't help but furrow her delicate eyebrows, grit her teeth, and endure immense pain. At this moment, Xiao Ming closed his eyes tightly, his hands forming seals. A surging soul power continuously emanated from his brow, his consciousness completely focused within Qin Yi Nan's body. The white flames that had penetrated every pore of her body, under Xiao Ming's meticulous control, began to exert their effects. Bit by bit, they forced the cold poison that had deeply infiltrated and fused with Qin Yi Nan's body to surface. Ugh! Even someone as strong-willed as Qin Yi Nan at the half-saint realm couldn't help but emit a muffled groan under such excruciating pain. Her voice carried deep anguish. If someone unaware witnessed this scene, they would probably think that Xiao Ming was subjecting a young girl to extreme torture. However, Xiao Ming had no intentions of showing mercy. His hand seals shifted and changed. The flames, like brushes, mixed with the medicinal power of the pill, washed over the skin, flesh, organs, and bones inch by inch, adopting an attitude of leaving no future troubles behind. In reality, throughout the entire process, the flames only dealt with the relatively hard bones within the body. As for the more fragile flesh, the main force behind its treatment was the medicinal power of the 9 revolving sun-returning pill, with the flames playing a supporting role to catalyze the process. Time slowly passed. Xiao Ming, like a patient and skilled craftsman, concentrated on sculpting a piece of fine jade, intending to transform it into the most exquisite work in the world. The flames, combined with the medicinal power, repeatedly cleansed Qin Yi Nan's flesh until a certain area was completely devoid of cold poison before moving on. Every time this happened, Qin Yi Nan would reveal a relaxed smile, only for the flames to surge towards another area of her flesh. The only sounds inside the serene palace were Qin Yi Nan's agonizing groans. Those who knew understood she was purging the cold poison, while those who didn't could only imagine some perverted fetish. Qin Yi Nan's body gradually ceased to emit flames. Instead, traces of frigid air seemed to materialize and emanate from her, dispersing into the surroundings. Xiao Ming knew that this was the expelled cold poison. Normally, he would need to incinerate them using the heavenly flame or alert Qin Yi Nan to shake them off with her dou qi, or else the poison would re-enter her body. But he had no plans to do so. Wouldn't that be a waste? Xiener, come and absorb the cold poison from Senior Qin Yi Nan, Xiao Ming said. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi Xian stepped forward and stood beside Qin Yi Nan. She raised her palm, and a strong suction force emerged from it. In an instant, the cold poison on the surface of Qin Yi Nan's body was completely absorbed by her. As the poison entered her body, she trembled uncontrollably, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It wasn't a good time to refine it, so she quickly mobilized the nether poison flame to alleviate her condition. She has the woeful poison body. Qin Yi and Qin Yi, who were beside her, discerned the situation. I didn't expect Xiao Ming's companion to possess such a constitution. No wonder this young girl has such cultivation at her age, Qin Yi marveled. Her cultivation level is high. Qin Yi was a bit curious. In truth, she couldn't discern Xiao Yi Xian's cultivation level. She only saw that the other party was young and assumed she must have some hidden treasure, so she didn't dwell on it. She is in the first changed-o venerate stage. What? Don't be surprised. To reach this level, she must have resolved the fatal flaw of the woeful poison body. Such achievements are not uncommon, Qin Yi responded calmly, almost certain of the situation regarding Xiao Yi Xian. Xiao Ming is truly exceptional to have such a person follow him. Sound Valley should get closer to him in the future. Time passed, and when the last trace of cold poison was forced out of Qin Yi Nan's body by Xiao Ming, the medicinal power within her was completely depleted. As the final wisp of flame left her delicate body, Qin Yi Nan couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. A relieved moan escaped her lips, and a flush finally appeared on her pale face. It's done. Senior Qin Yi Nan's cold poison has been completely expelled. Chapter 410. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and raised his palm, retracting the white glazed heart flame into his body. He then turned around, giving Qin Yi Nan some privacy as she dressed herself. Instead, he turned to face Xiao Yi Xian, who had appeared at some point to his side. Her aura had risen slightly, but because she hadn't begun refining the cold poison, the increase was subtle. When Xiao Ming looked at her, she gave him a reassuring look. Soon, a rustling sound came from behind. "You can turn around now." Qin Yinan squinted her eyes and gently stretched her body, showcasing her voluptuous figure to the fullest extent. She felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. In the past, her body had always been ice-cold, but now there was a warm current flowing throughout her body, bringing extreme comfort. "Senior Qin Yinan, how do you feel?" Xiao Ming asked. Qin Yinan finally looked at Xiao Ming, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. She was astounded by Xiao Ming's calmness, which he maintained even when facing her fully exposed self. She knew how attractive her body was to men, and in the path of cultivation, she was not ignorant. She understood that controlling a heavenly flame within someone else's body was a delicate task. If Xiao Ming hadn't been highly focused during the detoxification process, it could have easily failed. With such composure, it was no wonder he had achieved such a high level of alchemy and cultivation at a young age. For the first time, Qin Yinan felt genuine admiration for a young person. Even the embarrassment of being exposed diminished slightly, and she smiled lightly, saying, "The cold poison has been completely expelled, and I feel better than ever." Hearing this, Qin Yiya, who had been standing by, couldn't restrain herself any longer. She stepped forward and reached out to check her sister's condition. She discovered that the cold poison had indeed been removed, and a happy expression appeared on her face. "That's great. The cold poison from the ice dragon scorpion has truly been completely eliminated." Looking at the sisters in front of him, like a pair of mirrored images, Xiao Ming chuckled softly. "That's good. We shouldn't delay any further. Let's start resolving Senior Qin Yiya's cold poison now." Don't you need to rest?" Dealing with the previous situation must have been mentally exhausting, Qin Yiya asked. "It's fine. I can handle it." Xiao Ming wanted to finish as soon as possible to let Xiao Yixian focus on her closed-door cultivation. "All right then." Qin Yiya didn't hesitate any longer, knowing that the cold poison could be completely eliminated. After all, she wasn't a young girl. She had been through a lot on her path to half-saint and wouldn't play coy like a typical young girl. However, after removing her clothes, her cheeks still blushed slightly. Fortunately, Xiao Ming didn't look around randomly, so it didn't make her overly uncomfortable. The same procedure was repeated once more. As Qin Yiya's soft groans filled the air, the cold poison within her body was expelled by Xiao Ming and then absorbed by Xiao Yixian. Time passed in a haze. As the excruciating pain gradually subsided, Qin Yiya felt the temperature of the fire within her body decrease suddenly, no longer scorching but instead incomparably warm. She slowly opened her eyes, and the warmth from within spread outward, making her feel like she had truly come alive after decades of being corroded by the cold energy. Phew, finally, it's over. Detoxifying was not particularly difficult for Xiao Ming, but he still felt relieved when it was done. He stood up, turned his back to let Qin Yiya get dressed, and at the same time, chatted with Qin Yinan and Qin Yi. "Valley Master Qin Yi, the cold poison of the two seniors has been completely eliminated as promised. I wonder if it's possible to arrange a room for Siener to have closed-door cultivation for some time." Qin Yi was very excited now that the ancestors' cold poison had been successfully removed. She smiled at Xiao Ming. "Naturally, it can be arranged. The room has actually been prepared in advance. Follow me." "Wait." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming paused as he was about to leave with Xiao Yixian. He turned around and looked at Qin Yiya behind him, feeling puzzled. "Senior, is there something else?" Qin Yiya was already dressed in proper palace attire, with her long blue hair casually flowing behind her. "Mr. Xiao Ming actually saved the lives of my sister and me. The rewards we offered are not enough to repay this debt of gratitude. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to Sound Valley for help. I will definitely lend a hand." Upon hearing Qin Yiya's words, Qin Yinan also smiled. "I will also lend a hand." Xiao Ming nodded slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. These twin half-saints were true examples of repaying a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. But on this continent, there are very few forces that dare to oppose me. If someone really intends to harm me, they will have to think twice for the sake of Sound Valley. Furthermore, once Xiao Ming's soul reached the late heaven realm, his soul alone could rival a 1- or 2-star Do Saint. Of course, this didn't mean that the friendship between Qin Yinan and Qin Yiya was without value. The war between the Pill Tower and the Hall of Souls was escalating, and it was still necessary to gain the support of Sound Valley. having 2 half-saints was quite a good force at present. Hee, I'll remember that. Kindness should be returned with kindness. If the 2 seniors require high-tier medicinal pills in the future, you can find me in the pill tower. Farewell. After speaking, Xiao Ming took a step forward and walked briskly towards the main hall with Xiao Yixian. The 2 sisters stood together, gazing at Xiao Ming's departing figure, their eyes filled with a sense of strangeness. This little guy knows how to handle things. Outside the main hall, numerous elders of the Sound Valley rushed forward and surrounded Xiao Ming and the others. Upon learning that Xiao Ming had resolved the cold poison of their ancestors, a burst of cheers erupted. During this time, Xiao Ming did not see Qing Lin and Venerable Tianhua. He asked and learned that they had gone to cultivate. Xiao Ming nodded appreciatively. It was a good thing to make good use of their time. Previously, he had given them some Do Saint bone marrow, so their strength should have improved. Creak. As a creaking sound echoed, Qing Yi's voice followed suit. Master Xiao Ming, Miss Xiao Yixian, this place is called Bamboo Pavilion, one of the finest residences in our Sound Valley. You may stay here for now and feel free to give instructions to the disciples for anything you need. Xiao Ming stepped into the elegant and beautifully landscaped pavilion, taking in his surroundings and feeling quite satisfied. The architectural aesthetics of Sound Valley aligned well with his taste. Very well. Valley Master Qing Yi, you may attend to your duties. If there is anything significant, I will notify the disciples. I won't disturb you then. Qing Yi smiled warmly. She understood that Xiao Yixian needed seclusion, so she didn't say much and gracefully took her leave. As Qing Yi departed, Xiao Ming turned to Xiao Yixian. Siener, find a room to seclude yourself for cultivation. Make sure to thoroughly absorb the cold poison before emerging. Staying without refining the poison for too long might have adverse effects on your body. After all, it's a poison that can even affect half-saints. I understand, Xiao Yixian replied, her voice gentle. But then she added with a playful smile, but I might need a kiss before I go. You little spoiled girl, Xiao Ming chuckled, seeing that his partner still dared to be mischievous. He drew her in close, wrapping his arm around her waist, and tenderly locked his lips with hers. Chapter 411. After parting ways with Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming casually found a room for himself within the bamboo pavilion. Seated on the bed, Xiao Ming took out the 3 clusters of soul essence. The shimmering essences emitted a brilliant glow, and his soul, which was close by, felt a sense of excitement. Reaching out, he merged the 3 clusters of soul essence into one. Perhaps due to their similarity, Xiao Ming didn't sense any resistance. The unified soul essence formed was much larger than Xiao Ming's entire body. It hovered in mid-air, resembling a shrunken moon. Compared to this soul essence, Xiao Ming's initial stage heaven realm soul seemed petite. However, these soul essences were ultimately lifeless objects, so he had no need to worry. Summoning the white glazed heart flame, he prepared to burn away the residual black gas in it. His soul emerged and began the process of absorption. The clear and ethereal soul essence enveloped his soul. The endless soul essence flowed into him like a stream, and Xiao Ming felt as if he were wrapped in a warm current, experiencing a deep sense of relaxation. With the integration of the soul essence, his soul continued to ascend. A gentle breeze brushed through the serene and verdant Sound Valley, causing waves to ripple in the forest. In a place imperceptible to the naked eye, a soul domain suddenly took shape, enshrouding the entirety of Sound Valley and even showing signs of expanding beyond its borders. However, separated by a layer of space, this domain ultimately couldn't permeate beyond. All the disciples of Sound Valley felt an intangible pressure settling upon them. Qing Yinan and Qing Yiya stood side by side at the entrance of the previous palace, gazing in the direction of Xiao Ming. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Even they could sense this oppressive force, which had nothing to do with Do-Chi cultivation but rather pertained to the realm of the soul. Undoubtedly, it was a soul in the heaven realm, and it was continuously ascending. A soul in the heaven realm, the advancement of the soul realm is notoriously difficult. The 2 of us are only in the spirit realm, yet Xiao Ming has made such rapid progress at his age. It truly is, sigh, Qing Yinan sighed softly, her voice full of envy. Perhaps he happened upon some fortuitous encounter. Qing Yiya pondered in her heart but did not dwell on it. She, too, was filled with envy. If this breakthrough were to happen outside, given the current commotion, Xiao Ming would have probably attracted unwanted attention long ago. Valley Master Qing Yi was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this oppressive aura. However, when she sensed Xiao Ming's aura, she sighed inwardly at his monstrous talent. She immediately told the disciples not to bother the bamboo pavilion. Qing Lin, who was in seclusion, was also awakened. At this point, her aura had reached the 7-star Do Venerate. This is young master's aura. Young master has grown in strength once more. No, I must continue to work hard. Her pretty face was filled with determination as she resumed her cultivation. Inside the bamboo pavilion, Xiao Ming was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He only knew that his soul was wandering in a warm ocean, constantly sensing the immense power of his soul. At this moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Xiao Ming didn't know how long had passed, but he knew that a long, long time ago, his soul had already reached the mid-stage of the heaven realm. But even so, there were still nearly boundless soul essences remaining, which he kept absorbing. Using the heavenly flame, he quickly refined them, rapidly ascending toward the late stage of the heaven realm. A late-stage heaven realm soul. How many people on the continent could compare to that? At this stage, Xiao Ming could compete with low-level Do saints using only his powerful soul. As time passed, the soul essences were almost completely absorbed by Xiao Ming. Only a thin layer remained, encasing his soul and forming a peculiar crystal layer. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a series of cracks sounded, and Xiao Ming truly awakened in that instant. His soul erupted, tearing through the crystal layer. Rumble! Above the sky, dark clouds gathered, and lightning shot out like silver serpents, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The entire sky above Sound Valley surged with wind and clouds. Qing Yinan almost immediately flashed out and stood above Sound Valley, her powerful aura surging forth. The shattered sky quickly returned to normal, its clarity and transparency restored as if nothing had happened. This little guy, he can't even break through in peace. I'm not sure how he cultivates. This commotion is even more intense than when we broke through to the half-saint realm back then, Qing Yinan said as she returned to the palace, somewhat speechless. Who knows? If I carefully sense it, even with my intermediate-level half-saint strength, I would feel my body trembling. His gains this time are most likely not minor, Qin Yi replied. We said he could come to us if he had any problems, but who would have thought that his soul would make such a breakthrough? Qing Yinan felt a little embarrassed as she spoke. The two sisters exchanged a glance, silently understanding each other. By the way, the current Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley has arrived. Perhaps to change the topic, Qing Yinan brought up something else. I've heard little Qing Yi mention it before. It seems to be related to the Ice River Valley. With the chaos in Central Plains, the conflicts between the Ice River Valley and the Burning Flame Valley are becoming increasingly intense, Qing Yi replied. I think he wants to drag our Sound Valley into the mix, Qing Yinan said. Although our Sound Valley has always had a good relationship with the Burning Flame Valley, and our cold poison has been expelled, considering the current situation in Central Plains, getting involved might not end well, Qing Yi said. During this period of time, they also briefly learned about the situation in Central Plains. I think so too. Moreover, Huiyun and Bing Jing have been missing for many years. We don't know if they are still alive or what realm they have reached, Qing Yinan said. Huiyun was the ancestor of the Burning Flame Valley, and Bing Jing was the ancestor of the Ice River Valley. These two individuals were older than the sisters and had higher realms. If they were still alive, they should have advanced to the Do Saint realm by now, whereas Qing Yinan and Qing Yi were still at the intermediate half-saint stage due to the cold poison. In that case, let's stay out of it and see how things play out. The intangible soul spread silently like ripples, permeating the entire Sound Valley and echoing back into Xiao Ming's mind. He could sense any movement or disturbance within Sound Valley at that instant. Unidentified insects mating, the motion trajectories of every bamboo in the bamboo forest, even Qing Yinan and Qing Yi's conversation, all of this was perceived by him, but no one noticed. So, this is the late-stage heaven realm soul. Xiao Ming's inner voice murmured in awe as he keenly felt the vast disparity between his current state and the past. The difference between the late stage and the initial stage of the heaven realm was greater than the disparity between the heaven realm and the mortal realm. However, Tang Zhen, the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, has come. Xiao Ming's mind quickly shifted to the present situation. Perfect timing. I was just thinking about obtaining the complete Sky Fire 3 mysterious change. Xiao Ming had long coveted the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change. Although the inheritance of Burning Flame Valley was incomplete, it was better than having nothing at all. Chapter 412. When Xiao Ming emerged from his seclusion room, he was greeted outside by Xiao Yi Xian, Qing Lin, and Venerable Tianhua. He greeted them and embraced both girls in his arms. His first glance was drawn to the serene Xiao Yixian. Having assimilated the cold poison, her strength had likely reached the 6th Changed-O Venerate stage. The cold poison, which was capable of inflicting severe injuries and nearly killing 2 intermediate-level half-saints, allowed her to make such a significant breakthrough. When Xiao Ming turned his gaze to Qing Lin, he immediately sensed that her aura had surpassed his own in terms of Do Qi cultivation, and she had already reached the 9-star Do Venerate stage. Even Venerable Tianhua had advanced to the 7-star Do Venerate stage. Qing Lin, did you use all of the Do Saint Bone Marrow that I gave you? Xiao Ming inquired, his gaze fixed on her. Qing Lin enthusiastically nodded. In that case, make sure to consolidate your breakthrough for a while. By the way, how much time has passed? Xiao Ming asked. It has been 3 months, young master, she replied. 3 months. That's not too long, Xiao Ming thought to himself. At his level, several years of seclusion were considered normal. That was also why most of the powerful individuals in Central Plains tended to live in seclusion. 3 months was a relatively short period of time. After they talked for a while, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The leader among them was Qing Yi. Descending gracefully, they landed in the bamboo pavilion. Qing Yi observed Xiao Ming, sensing that he appeared more spirited than before. There was an indescribable charm about him, with a profoundness in his eyes that exuded a mysterious allure, making him even more exceptional. After a moment of distraction, Qing Yi smiled and said, "You finally came out of seclusion. In these 3 months, you caused quite a stir in our Sound Valley." "I apologize for any oversight on my part," Xiao Ming replied, arching his hand. The soul pressure he had inadvertently caused during his breakthrough had indeed posed a considerable challenge for the lower-level disciples of Sound Valley. I don't blame you at all. In fact, our disciples in Sound Valley have gained quite a bit from it," Qing Yi replied with a smile. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Tang Zhen, the Valley Master of Burning Flame Valley." Qing Yi smiled and pointed to the elderly man beside her. The elderly man wore simple linen clothes and had red hair. His face was always adorned with a smile, making him appear like an amiable old man. After introducing Tang Zhen to Xiao Ming, Qing Yi turned to Tang Zhen and said, "This is the person you wanted to meet, Elder Xiao Ming. Did he meet your expectations?" As Tang Zhen looked at Xiao Ming's unusually young face and felt the faint pressure emanating from him, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. "I'm indeed not disappointed. I've heard of Elder Xiao Ming's reputation as one of the 8 great elders, with exceptional alchemy skills and formidable strength in terms of cultivation. Several months ago, you led a group to destroy the Hall of Souls branch hall. Today, seeing you in person, your reputation is well deserved." "Ha ha ha." Tang Zhen laughed heartily. "Valley Master Tang, you flatter me. I have long heard of the renowned reputation of Burning Flame Valley. Your unique control over fire is truly exceptional," Xiao Ming replied with a smile. He didn't adopt a cold and distant attitude or put on a pretentious facade but instead spoke in a friendly manner. The same words spoken by different people may produce different results. Tang Zhen would consider it flattery if it were spoken by an insignificant nobody, merely someone attempting to curry favor. But when spoken by someone of Xiao Ming's current strength and status, even though Tang Zhen knew it was a formality, it still brought him joy, and he couldn't help but smile brighter. Xiao Ming's words were not mere flattery either. The Burning Flame Valley did have its unique approach to fire control, and Tang Zhen's aura exuded strong flame energy. Within that energy, there was a subtle soul-suppressing effect. This should be the inherited flame of Burning Flame Valley, the 9-dragon lightning flame. A glimmer of light flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes as he seemed to catch a glimpse of the 9 silver fire dragons within Tang Zhen's body. Suddenly, Tang Zhen's expression stiffened. He had a feeling of being seen through, but discreetly scanning his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. "Valley Master Tang, shall we continue our discussion inside?" Xiao Ming's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Valley Master Tang." "All right." Coming back to his senses, Tang Zhen quickly responded. Inside the room, everyone took their seats. After taking a sip of tea, Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment before speaking. "There is actually something I would like to ask for." "You may speak freely," Xiao Ming replied. "I would like to request Elder Xiao Ming to refine a fire bodhisattva pill for me." "A fire bodhisattva pill?" Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow at the mention. Wasn't this something that Burning Flame Valley would want to refine in a few years? He wondered why they were requesting it ahead of time. With doubts in his mind, he decided to ask directly. I have some knowledge about the Fire Bodhisattva pill. It is a pill that requires the use of a heavenly flame to refine and can treat the aftereffects of a failed fusion with a heavenly flame. Did someone from Burning Flame Valley fail to fuse with the 9-dragon lightning flame? Xiao Ming inquired. Tang Zhen let out a bitter smile. It wasn't surprising that Xiao Ming knew about the 9-dragon lightning flame. This information was not a secret in Central Plains. Alas, it's all because of my unruly daughter. After hearing that Elder Xiao Ming had obtained a heavenly flame early on, she also wanted to give it a try and see if she could subdue our Burning Flame Valley's inherited heavenly flame. However, something went wrong during the process, leaving her with lingering aftereffects. When Xiao Ming obtained the core soul marrow, he also displayed the heavenly flame in public. Therefore, any force paying attention to him would know that he possessed a new kind of heavenly flame, and its power was not insignificant. Possessing a heavenly flame had become one of Xiao Ming's symbols. After all, there were fewer alchemists who possessed heavenly flame than there were 8th-tier alchemists. If we don't have the Fire Bodhisattva pill, my daughter may not have more than a few years left. I request Elder Xiao Ming's assistance. Once the pill is successfully refined, Burning Flame Valley can provide a suitable reward and owe you a favor, Tang Zhen said as he stood up and bowed slightly to Xiao Ming. It was evident that Tang Zhen cared deeply for his daughter. A favor? Xiao Ming smiled faintly. Ancestor Huiyun was still alive, so a favor owed by Burning Flame Valley could be considered valuable. Waving his hand, Xiao Ming used his soul power to help Tang Zhen up and said with a smile, Valley Master Tang, there's no need for that. The Fire Bodhisattva pill is merely a high-grade 7th-tier pill, and I can refine it. However, I do have a requirement. I need your valley's secret technique, the Sky Fire 3 Mysterious Change. The Sky Fire 3 Mysterious Change. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Tang Zhen was taken aback but quickly understood. The Sky Fire 3 Mysterious Change was one of Burning Flame Valley's most treasured techniques. Although it might be considered a useless technique to some people, it was comparable to a sharp weapon for those with peculiar flames in their bodies. And since Xiao Ming possessed a heavenly flame, it was only natural for him to be interested in this technique. Even within Burning Flame Valley, the technique was strictly guarded, only accessible to true core disciples who could cultivate the first transformation. As for the remaining 2 transformations, they depended on the individual's contribution to the sect and their innate talent. In truth, the number of individuals in Burning Flame Valley who had successfully cultivated the complete version of the Fire 3 Mysterious Change technique was likely extremely limited. The fact that even core disciples found it difficult to cultivate the complete technique showed just how important it was to the Burning Flame Valley. However, no matter how important it was, Tang Zhen couldn't compare it to the importance of his own daughter. Therefore, he nodded heavily in agreement. Agreed. Chapter 413. After Tang Zhen agreed, they realized that teaching the treasure technique, the Sky Fire 3 Mysterious Change, on the spot would take too much time, and the medicinal ingredients required for refining the pill were also back in the Burning Flame Valley. Thus, the group bid farewell to Qing Yi. Although Qing Yi felt a bit regretful that she didn't have the chance to properly entertain Xiao Ming, she saw the joy on Tang Zhen's face and didn't insist on keeping him. Instead, she handed a storage ring to Xiao Ming. This is the reward from our Sound Valley. If you have any needs in the future, you can come to Sound Valley, and Sister Qin will take good care of you. Xiao Ming was slightly speechless at her teasing. Owing a favor was one thing. Why did she make it sound like he would come here for something else? Tang Zhen showed no surprise at this and had a knowing expression. He was quite familiar with Qing Yi and knew she could be a little unconventional. However, it was the first time he saw her behave this way towards a man. Glancing at Xiao Ming's exceptional appearance, Tang Zhen sighed inwardly, understanding the reason behind it. In this world, appearances mattered too. At that moment, Qing Yi's ears twitched slightly, as if she had heard something. She smiled at Tang Zhen and said, "By the way, Valley Master Tang, Sound Valley cannot provide support for the matters between your Burning Flame Valley and Ice River Valley." This old man understands. Tang Zhen's face stiffened at her words. In truth, with the strength of the Burning Flame Valley, they weren't afraid of the Ice River Valley. However, recently, Ice River Valley seemed to have some connections with the Hall of Souls. Thinking of the Hall of Souls, Tang Zhen couldn't help but have a headache. In Central Plains, only the Pill Tower could contend with the Hall of Souls, while other forces, such as the 2 sects or the 3 valleys, were too small in scale. Perhaps I should get in touch with the Pill Tower more often in the future. Tang Zhen cast a glance at Xiao Ming and began making plans in his head. Forget it, I should consult with the ancestor before making any decisions. In that case, I'll take my leave. Take care. Burning Flame Valley, located in the northwest of Central Plains, was slightly farther south compared to Sound Valley. It was situated in a place known as the Roasting Fire Mountain Range. This mountain range was entirely formed by scorching volcanoes. When looking at it, one could only see a monotonous expanse of crimson red. On the peaks of some mountains, dense white smoke constantly rose, occasionally accompanied by flowing magma. The Roasting Fire Mountain Range held quite a reputation throughout the Central Plains. Besides the presence of Burning Flame Valley, the harsh environment of this mountain range played a role as well. Although the scenery wasn't particularly pleasing to the eye, the abundant fire attribute energy from the countless volcanoes made it an ideal place for cultivating fire attribute techniques. Despite the known dangers, many cultivators specializing in fire attribute techniques took the risk and came here for training. After several days of flying, Xiao Ming and the others could vaguely feel the gradually increasing energy in the surrounding environment. It was abundant and laced with a hint of wildness. Standing on the back of the giant bird, Xiao Ming's gaze extended into the distance, witnessing a magnificent fiery line that seemed to stretch endlessly. This fiery line was the Roasting Fire Mountain Range, and the headquarters of Burning Flame Valley was located within it. Tang Zhen smiled at Xiao Ming and said, "Hehe, Elder Xiao Ming, that's the Roasting Fire Mountain Range. The fire elemental energy within it is extremely abundant, making it highly suitable for fire attribute cultivation. If you're interested, you can stay in Burning Flame Valley for some time. Moreover, the Roasting Fire Mountain Range is vast and unexplored. Even my Burning Flame Valley hasn't fully explored some areas. If you're curious, you can explore them and might even discover some ancient legacies." "Haha, thank you for the reminder, Valley Master Tang," Xiao Ming nodded slightly. The lush green color in this mountain range was rare to see, as most of the land was covered in red soil without a single blade of grass. It seemed that the excessive fire elemental energy was the cause of the barren environment. To be honest, there were reasons why the Central Plains became the most prosperous region on the Doqi continent. Places like the Falling Thunder Mountain Range and the Roasting Fire Mountain Range, which were ideal for attribute cultivation, were not uncommon, unlike other regions. Suddenly, Tang Zhen whistled, and the speed of the giant bird gradually slowed down. After a while, it descended and landed at the foot of a crimson mountain. Xiao Ming and his group jumped off the bird's back, and Xiao Ming's gaze landed on two majestic red mountains that stood closely together. A winding stone staircase circled up the mountainside. Their eyes stopped not far ahead of the staircase, where a space emitted a powerful spatial fluctuation, similar to the special space in Sound Valley. "Follow me, everyone." Tang Zhen rubbed his beard, then took the lead on the staircase. Xiao Ming and his group followed closely behind. After a while, their footsteps came to a halt at the end of the staircase. At this point, there was a spatial barrier. Tang Zhen took out a fiery red jade token and pressed it against the barrier. A peculiar ripple spread and the barrier automatically split open. "Please." Tang Zhen smiled at Xiao Ming, then took the first step and mysteriously disappeared as he stepped into the spatial barrier. Xiao Ming and his group walked into the crack in the space, and suddenly, the light in front of them brightened. A very long staircase made of greenish-blue stones appeared in front of them. The staircase was surrounded by lush greenery. Several buildings could be seen in the distance among the greenery. From afar, faint voices could be heard echoing in this seemingly endless valley. Xiao Ming extended his hand and grabbed the air in front of him. The fire attribute energy was still as rich here as it was outside, but the violent aspect had vanished, indicating that it had been completely purified. Burning Flame Valley is truly remarkable. Even Sound Valley doesn't have such dense attribute Doqi, Xiao Ming thought to himself. Of course, Sound Valley had its unique features in its own location. As Xiao Ming observed his surroundings, the sound of rushing winds suddenly came from the surrounding woods. A dozen agile figures flashed and landed around the staircase. When their gazes met Tang Zhen, the vigilance on their faces lessened, and they respectfully bowed to him. "Valley Master." These figures were all dressed in red robes. Although they were not very old, the faint Doqi emanating from their bodies was quite powerful. Xiao Ming couldn't help but nod in approval. The young disciples of Burning Flame Valley possessed considerable talent. You continue with your patrol. Please follow me, everyone." Tang Zhen smiled at Xiao Ming, then moved his body, stepping on the empty air. He flew towards the depths of the valley. Following behind, Xiao Ming, Xiao Xian, Qing Lin, and Venerable Tianhua soared through the air, eliciting surprised gazes from the disciples of Burning Flame Valley. They are in the Dou ancestor realm. How can they be so young? They might have intentionally made themselves look like this. I heard that some medicinal pills have rejuvenating and anti-aging effects. Yeah, it's probably that. And they seem to be friends of the Valley Master. Given the Valley Master's age, those individuals could be our grandparents, right? If they are friends of the Valley Master, they might be Dou venerates. TSK, is it because of the Ice River Valley that the Valley Master asked for their help? I feel like something's not quite right. The leader among them, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Come on, you think you would know such figures? Just focus on your patrol. Chapter 4:14. Xiao Ming, unaware of the whispers among the disciples of Burning Flame Valley, followed Tang Zhen as they flew for several minutes. Eventually, they descended and landed in front of a grand fiery red palace. Within the valley, numerous buildings could be seen, and disciples of Burning Flame Valley dressed in red robes shuttled back and forth. Occasionally, the sounds of sparring and shouts could be heard, bringing vitality to the vast valley. Outside the fiery red palace, several disciples stood guard. Valley Master. The disciples greeted Tang Zhen as he arrived, and he nodded in response. Go and summon the elders to the main hall for a meeting. With these instructions, Tang Zhen led Xiao Ming and his group into the magnificent fiery red palace. As the doors opened, a majestic and imposing hall was revealed before them. After everyone took their seats, not long after, a woman in a red robe entered the hall. This woman had a slender figure, with a deep red whip coiled around her delicate waist, accentuating its alluring curves. Her facial features were exceptional. Her thin brows, however, emitted a heroic demeanor. This, combined with her fiery red outfit, gave her a valiant appearance, lending her an unusual charm. When the woman saw Tang Zhen sitting in the main seat, her eyes lit up, and she immediately ran to his side. Dad. Hee, Huer, is everything alright with your body these days? Tang Zhen's face was full of smiles. I'm fine. That's good. Let me introduce you. This is Elder Xiao Ming from the Pill Tower, and these are his friends, Venerable Tianhua, Venerable Qing, and Venerable Xian. Elder Xiao Ming is here to help us refine the Fire Bodhisattva pill. Take this opportunity to thank him properly. Xiao Ming. Tang Huer scanned Xiao Ming and the others with her bright eyes. She hadn't paid much attention when she first came in, but now that she was closer, he looked exactly like the portrait. Yes, it was him. Xiao Ming was certainly not unfamiliar to the younger generation in the entire Central Plains. However, were the people beside him all Dou venerates? As Tang Huer looked at the exceptionally young faces beside Xiao Ming, she found it hard to believe. When did Central Plains have so many extraordinary individuals? It wasn't until Xiao Ming nodded slightly towards her that Tang Huer snapped back to her senses. Realizing her impoliteness, a faint blush spread across her fair and lovely cheeks. My name is Tang Huer. Thank you for coming this time, Mr. Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming had seen his fair share of beauties over the years. Although the appearance of Tang Huer might not match the enchanting allure of Medusa or the ethereal beauty of Xiao Xian, she had her own unique charm. With her poised and heroic demeanor, she exuded a distinct allure that left a good impression on him. Miss Tang, there's no need to be so formal. Xiao Ming smiled in response. Tang Huer was about to say something more but closed her mouth and turned her eyes towards the entrance of the main hall. Following her gaze, Xiao Ming saw two white-haired old men walking in with solemn expressions, radiating an imposing aura. Behind the two elders were nearly 10 more elders, all of whom possessed considerable strength. It was evident that they were the elders of Burning Flame Valley. Valley Master, you were gone for half a month when you went to Sound Valley. How did the alliance with them go? One of the elders on the left side of the hall asked loudly as soon as they entered. We'll talk about that later. Elders, please take your seats first. After everyone was seated, Tang Zhen introduced Xiao Ming to the elders. The elders couldn't help but put aside other matters when they saw Xiao Ming. After all, there were outsiders present. Instead, they began exchanging greetings with Xiao Ming. Seeing is indeed believing. Elder Xiao Ming is, as rumor has it, truly exceptional. Your demeanor is befitting of a grandmaster. Elder Xiao Ming has achieved so much at such a young age. Your future is immeasurable. Several words of praise poured from the elders of the Valley of the Burning Flame like a torrent. Their enthusiasm was palpable. It was not surprising considering that an 8th-tier alchemist like Xiao Ming was highly sought after outside. Furthermore, Xiao Ming was not your average 8th-tier alchemist. Xiao Ming couldn't feign aloofness in response to the warm greetings from the elders. He could only nod repeatedly. Finally, Tang Zhen interrupted the elders' flattery. "Alright, elders. Since you've already met, let's discuss the main matter." When the elders heard Tang Zhen's words, they slightly adjusted their postures and motioned for Tang Zhen to continue. Huo's fire bodhisattva pill will be refined with the assistance of Elder Xiao Ming. You are all aware of Elder Xiao Ming's abilities. As compensation, I will give him the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change. The hall fell silent as these words were spoken. Many of the elders below exchanged glances before Wu Chen, the third elder, stood up. The Sky Fire 3 mysterious change is a closely guarded secret technique of our Burning Flame Valley. There are rules within the valley that prohibit its disclosure. Can't we negotiate with an alternative offer? Rejection, huh? Xiao Ming squinted his eyes at the third elder, not feeling surprised in the least. If every sect's secret technique could be easily obtained just by a few words, that would be strange. After all, these secret techniques were crucial to the inheritance of each sect. Rules are dead, but people are alive. I am the Valley Master. Don't I have the right to make this decision? Tang Zhen's eyebrows furrowed as he spoke lightly. Valley Master, please don't be angry. The third elder only mentioned the rules of the valley. After all, the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change is not an ordinary secret technique. Now that it wants to be entrusted to an outsider, I believe the presence of the Grand Elder here will lead to careful consideration, won't it? The second elder raised his voice. Although he wanted to build a good relationship with Xiao Ming, he was hesitant to hand over the core secret technique of their valley. He would even be willing to spend a hefty sum to invite another 8th-tier alchemist to assist Tang Zhen in alchemy rather than allow the secret technique to be leaked. Xiao Ming calmly observed their discussion without harboring any ill feelings toward the elders who held opposing views. After all, they were considering the sect's interests, which was understandable. Moreover, Tang Zhen was the Valley Master, and the outcome had long been predetermined, hadn't it? Enough, I have made up my mind on this matter. As Xiao Ming expected, Tang Zhen, as the Valley Master, ultimately emerged victorious from the dispute, while the second elder and third elder wore helpless expressions. During the dispute, they had not dragged Xiao Ming into the matter. Everyone understood that there was no need to deliberately offend him, even if they couldn't please him. After the dispute concluded, the two elders sighed and left. I apologize. The second elder and third elder were a bit stubborn. Tang Zhen apologized to Xiao Ming with a wry smile after all the elders had departed, fearing that Xiao Ming might take offense. It's good that the two elders were considering the best interests of your valley, Xiao Ming said, taking a sip of tea. Chapter 4:15. Seeing Xiao Ming's calm expression and genuine tone, Tang Zhen felt a slight relief in his heart and smiled. Elder Xiao Ming's temperament is extraordinary. I have misunderstood you. Come with me. Tang Zhen stood up and led the way out of the main hall as soon as he finished speaking. Tang Huo quickly followed, and Xiao Ming stood up and did the same. The Sky Fire 3 mysterious change is a top-secret technique of our Burning Flame Valley, so it is usually kept in the Do Technique Pavilion within the valley. Tang Huo approached Xiao Ming and whispered to him with a smile. Xiao Ming nodded and smiled back at her. Looking at him up close, he looks even more handsome. Tang Huo's face flushed slightly as she looked at Xiao Ming's face so close to her own, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin observed Tang Huo's blushing ears but paid little attention to it. After all, they'd seen hundreds, if not thousands of women staring at him in this manner. After a short while, the group stopped their footsteps on a path paved with broken stones. At the end of this path, there was a building nestled among the lush trees, faintly revealing the three characters, Do Technique Pavilion. This is the Do Technique Pavilion of our Burning Flame Valley. Normally, it is prohibited for anyone to enter, Tang Huo said beside Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming nodded subtly and discreetly scanned the surrounding trees. He could keenly sense the presence of hidden auras, which were probably the guards of the pavilion. Follow me. The Sky Fire 3 mysterious change is the pinnacle secret technique of our Burning Flame Valley, so you can only obtain the most complete inheritance here. Tang Zhen waved at Xiao Ming and approached the massive building. As the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Do Technique Pavilion, three figures swiftly descended from the rooftop of the building and transformed into three elderly men wearing red robes. They respectfully bowed to Tang Zhen. Three elders, please open the Do Technique Pavilion. Tang Zhen waved his hand and said calmly. Upon hearing this, the three elders, whose bodies were filled with majestic aura, glanced at Xiao Ming and the others before nodding in acknowledgement. They simultaneously formed various intricate hand seals, and fiery red lights shot out from their hands, landing on the tightly closed doors of the building. As the red lights hit the doors, ripples of intense vibrations appeared on the surface, followed by a creaking sound as the doors slowly opened. Tang Zhen took the lead when he saw the doors open, followed by Xiao Ming and Tang Hor. Xiao Yixian, Qing Lin, and Venerable Tianhua, on the other hand, remained behind. Upon entering, the lighting dimmed significantly. In their view, rows of neatly arranged high cabinets filled with scrolls of different colors appeared. However, Tang Zhen didn't linger here and proceeded directly to the upper floor. The Dou Technique Pavilion had a total of 3 floors, and Xiao Ming followed them until they reached the 3rd floor before stopping. The 3rd floor of the Dou Technique Pavilion was not very spacious at first glance. In the corners, there were intense beams of light, and the space beyond the light appeared distorted. Obviously, everything here was protected by a special barrier. Tang Zhen walked directly to the center of this floor, where a cluster of red lights lingered. He quickly manipulated it with his fingers, gradually dissolving the red light to reveal a crystal sphere the size of a head. The crystal sphere floated in mid-air, completely crimson. When looked at closely, it seemed to be filled with numerous mystical runes, giving off an incredibly mysterious appearance. This is the inheritance crystal of our burning flame valley. It not only contains the most complete Sky Fire 3 mysterious change cultivation method but also the improvements and experiences of the previous generations regarding this technique, Tang Zhen explained with a faint smile. Xiao Ming nodded calmly. He had seen inheritance crystals before, so it wasn't particularly surprising to him. Can we begin? Yes, once you merge your soul with it, you will gain the complete inheritance of the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change. However, since this place is a forbidden area of our burning flame valley, I will stay here and guard, Tang Zhen replied. Xiao Ming nodded in understanding. The Dou Technique Pavilion was an extremely important place for any power, so it was natural for Tang Zhen to guard it. Although, if Xiao Ming had any ill intentions, Tang Zhen wouldn't be able to stop him. Tang Zhen himself understood this, but he trusted Xiao Ming's character. His presence here was merely a formality. Xiao Ming approached the fiery red crystal sphere with his hands gently placed upon it. Gradually, his eyes closed, and his soul power surged through his palms, flowing into the crystal sphere. As soon as his soul power entered the crystal sphere, Xiao Ming heard a faint sound in his mind. A massive flow of information rushed in like a tidal wave, continuously flooding into his mind. With Xiao Ming's current soul power, accepting this information was relatively effortless. During this time, Xiao Ming was unaware that at the moment his soul power entered the crystal sphere, it erupted with a brilliant crimson radiance. The intensity of the light caused the entire Dou Technique Pavilion to emit a faint fiery red glow. At Xiao Ming's side, both Tang Zhen and Tang Hor were left dumbfounded by this sudden change. After a moment, the two exchanged a glance, and both took in a sharp breath. The so-called inheritance crystal sphere had a test effect during the transmission of the secret technique. If the cultivator possessed exceptional talent in cultivating the technique, it would cause the crystal sphere to emit light. Tang Hor had also triggered this reaction in the past, but compared to the radiance triggered by Xiao Ming at this moment, it was like the difference between a firefly and a radiant moon. However, when they considered Xiao Ming's extraordinary talent displayed in both his cultivation realm and alchemy skills, their initial shock faded. He was already formidable, and this was merely a testament to his skill in cultivating a specific secret technique. It was not worth making a big deal about. Tang Zhen sighed with regret. Ah, if this young man were a disciple of our Burning Flame Valley, we might witness the emergence of a figure as astonishing as the legendary Burning Flame Ancestor. Tang Hor had heard her father talk about the Burning Flame Ancestor, the founder of the Burning Flame Valley, who was only a step away from the legendary Dou God realm. Recalling the recent rumors about Xiao Ming leading a team to annihilate the Hall of Souls Branch Hall, single-handedly killing 10 Dou Venerates, including a peak 8-star Dou Venerate, and considering his strength as an 8th-tier alchemist, as well as his age of around 20, Tang Hor believed that Xiao Ming could indeed be compared to the strongest figures of this era. Or perhaps, he was the strongest among his peers in this era. After all, she hadn't encountered anyone more formidable than him among people of the same age. However, Tang Zhen and Tang Hor were unaware that Xiao Ming was currently capable of matching a 1-star Dou Saint. If they knew, they would undoubtedly declare Xiao Ming to have the potential to become a Dou God. Chapter 4:16. After Tang Zhen let out a long sigh of emotion, he stopped speaking further. With a wave of his sleeve, he brushed away the dust on the ground and sat down, intending to wait for Xiao Ming to wake up. Tang Hor followed suit and sat down beside him. The two of them sat there for nearly half a day. Throughout that day, Xiao Ming's body remained motionless, like a sculpture. In the spacious pavilion, the fiery red crystal sphere continued to emit a dazzling red glow, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. Beside the crystal sphere, Xiao Ming maintained the posture of extending his hands, but at this moment, a faint red glow seemed to circulate on his skin, giving him an enigmatic appearance. How come he isn't awake yet? When I underwent the inheritance, it only took me an hour. Tang Hor, who was supporting her cheek with her jade hand, looked at Xiao Ming, who was motionless, and couldn't help but speak up. Back then, you were lazy and didn't fully absorb all the ancestral experiences and improvements in the crystal sphere. But Xiao Ming should have chosen to fully accept them. Those experiences are extremely vast. Even though Xiao Ming's soul as an alchemist is powerful enough to easily accept them, the transmission speed of the inheritance crystal is not that fast, hence, naturally, it takes longer, Tang Zhen explained with a faint glance at his daughter, his eyes filled with a hint of frustration. After I digest those absorbed experiences, I can continue absorbing, right? Tang Hor giggled and playfully stuck out her tongue. Ah, I really have no way with you. Your talent is quite exceptional. If you were more serious, you would undoubtedly become the future Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Moreover, with sufficient strength, even those old fellows you dislike couldn't nag at you anymore. Tang Zhen shook his head, feeling helpless. Yep, Tang Hor quickly nodded, seemingly afraid that Tang Zhen would continue nagging. Tisk. Seeing this, Tang Zhen could only shake his head in resignation. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned towards the crystal sphere. At this moment, the red glow inside was rapidly dissipating, while Xiao Ming's entire body was bathed in red light. After a while, his trembling eyes slowly opened. Awake? Tang Zhen quickly stood up and smiled. Xiao Ming let out a breath and nodded with a smile. With a thought, a profound cultivation method emerged in his mind. It was the complete version of the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change. It not only contained the first transformation but also the cultivation methods for the second and third transformations. I finally obtained it, Xiao Ming thought to himself. With the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change, he could now find a way to manifest his clan mark. The Burning Flame Valley's Sky Fire 3 mysterious change was only one step away from what Xiao Xian possessed, but it was just that one final step. With a little tinkering, he might be able to achieve it. Although the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change can greatly enhance one's strength in a short period, the energy acquired is extremely violent. You must be extra careful when controlling it, Tang Zhen reminded from the side. Xiao Ming nodded. He was well aware of this. After all, he had already cultivated the first transformation for many years. Controlling the violent energy was already second nature to him. After leaving the Do Technique Pavilion, Xiao Ming noticed that it was already dusk. The setting sun partially obscured the mountainside, casting a peculiar beauty upon the reddish horizon. For Venerable Xian and the others, I have arranged for them to rest. It's already late today. How about taking a rest and refining pills tomorrow? Tang Zhen suggested. That's fine, Xiao Ming said after a brief thought. It was ideal because he still had a chance to simulate life tonight, which he had been saving but hadn't yet used. He might as well use it tonight. Elder Xiao Ming, as it's your first time at the Burning Flame Valley, I will host a banquet in the Fire Refinement Pavilion tonight. I hope you won't refuse, Tang Zhen said. I will attend. That's good. In the evening, Xiao Ming returned to the room arranged by Tang Zhen after the banquet. Lying on the bed, Xiao Ming heard the sound of the simulator's prompt in his ears. Ding! Detected that the host has a chance to simulate life. Would you like to start the simulation? Start the simulation. Simulation begins. Day 1, you arrived at the Burning Flame Valley with Tang Zhen, the Valley Master. Under his guidance, you obtained an incomplete version of the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change. Day 2, after your previous cultivation, your accumulation as a 7-star Do Venerate has reached a certain extent. In the early morning, you break through to the 8-star Do Venerate. After the breakthrough, you stabilize your cultivation and then meet Tang Zhen. He hands you the materials for the Fire Bodhisattva pill and even brings out the renowned Mountain Melting Cauldron from the Heavenly Cauldron rankings to help increase your success rate. Day 3, you extract the medicinal herbs. Day 4, you are refining the pill. Day 5, you merge the pill, successfully refining the Fire Bodhisattva pill. Your extraordinary efficiency astonishes Tang Zhen and the others. In response, you simply smile. Day 7, you and your companion stay at an inn, resting for a while. During this period, you hear a lot of news. Day 15, you return to the pill tower and kill a doe venerate on the spot. Day 30, your hand touches high-grade medicinal herbs such as night spirit leaf, crimson refining gold ginseng, dragon strange flower, blazing fire root, rain swallow grass, lingji snow herb, cloud ripple flower, three-leaf green essence, fire lotus fruit, thousand spirit grass, and vermilion blood fruit. Day 32, you spend the day refining the medicinal herbs. Day 100, through your own cultivation, you reach the 9-star doe venerate stage. After the breakthrough, you can feel the immense power of the doe god bloodline. Day 160, you lead Xiao Yi Xian, Qing Lin, and others to Flower Sect. You encounter a venerable elder from the Hall of Souls who immediately flees upon seeing you. However, you easily catch up to him and crush him with a single pinch. Day 170, based on the information you previously obtained about the endless spirit ice, you head to the fallen spirit ice source. Day 300, you spend a day searching in the fallen spirit ice source. Day 321, you suddenly encounter an attack from a 3-star doe saint. Using your soul in the heaven realm, you fight against the opponent. The opponent's strength is formidable, and you suffer heavy injuries. However, the opponent also faces difficulties. In a life-or-death crisis, you suddenly have an epiphany and comprehend an intermediate Tian soul skill, Silent World. You successfully counterkill the opponent. However, due to excessive spiritual strength consumption, you faint. Day 325, you awaken in the icy terrain. You take 3 7-colored 8th-tier healing pills called Recovery Venerate Pill from your storage ring and feel much better. Day 571, you attempt to refine a 9th-tier treasure pill, the 9-in Yellow Spring Pill. You begin to extract medicinal herbs. Day 572, you continue extracting medicinal herbs. Day 588, you successfully refine the 9th-tier treasure pill. Day 600, you decide to resign as one of the 8 great elders and enter the small pill tower. Chapter 417. Day 970, you contemplate using a wormhole to return to the northwestern region, but the situation in Central Plains makes you abandon this idea. Day 1266, you look at Xiao Yi Xian and Qing Lin stuck in the half-saint realm and pay close attention to the essence blood of demon Saint Huang Quan. Day 1370, you travel to the 9 serene deep-ground Python tribe and obtain the essence blood of demon Saint Huang Quan. Day 1780, the 3 giants of the Pill Tower urgently convene a meeting with the elders. Although the situation in Central Plains is turbulent, the alliance formed by the Pill Tower and other forces has stabilized the situation. Therefore, the Pill Gathering will be held as scheduled. With your current strength as a 9th-tier alchemist, you are not interested in participating in such a level of competition. Day 1830, you refine the 3000 burning flame, and the spirit within your body grows significantly. Day 2145, you return to the Jia Nan Academy and meet many familiar faces. Day 2310, you receive an invitation jade slip from the Gu clan, inviting you to participate in their formal coming-of-age ceremony. Day 2568, you head to the Gu clan and encounter many young experts of the Gu clan. Thanks to your reputation in Central Plains over the years, no one dares to provoke you. At noon, you see Gu Suner after many years. Her blue hair is flowing, and she exudes an ethereal charm as if she were a celestial being who had descended to the mortal world. You secretly admire her appearance, and she seems to notice your gaze, nodding at you, arousing envy and jealousy among many young Gu clan members. However, as someone with a divine-grade Doe god bloodline, whose mental state and demeanor reached perfection after coming of age, it would be very difficult for her to develop romantic feelings, so you didn't think much of it. Day 2670, you encounter the remnant soul of your ancestor, Xiao Xian. He is puzzled by your possession of the Doe god bloodline but doesn't delve deeper because he can sense that you are a pure descendant of the Xiao clan. It's just a pity that the Xiao clan bloodline he left behind hasn't been put to use. He intends to impart the complete Skyfire 3 mysterious change to you so that you can draw the clan mark, but you already have the clan mark, which leaves him helpless. Finally, he offers to teach you the Tian class Doe skills of the Xiao clan, but he needs time to imprint it. Day 2713, you slaughter all directions in the heavenly tomb, obtaining 3 Doe Saint energy cores, 1 at the 1-star Doe Saint stage, 1 at the 2-star Doe Saint stage, and 1 at the 3-star Doe Saint stage. Day 2714, you continue slaughtering all directions in the heavenly tomb. Day 2767, you traverse the heavenly tomb, trying to find the location of the heavenly tomb soul in order to break through the Emperor realm with your soul. Day 28-21, you achieve a breakthrough in your strength, bringing great joy to your ancestor, Xiao Xian. He takes out the inheritance crystals he previously imprinted, a total of 5. These crystals contain the following: a high Tian Qi method, the Xiao clan's secret scripture, a high Tian Do technique, Xiao Emperor's 15 sacred strikes, an intermediate Tian Do technique, Thundering Saint Finger, an intermediate Tian Do technique, Heaven Tyrant Fist, and a movement low Tian Do technique, Floating Blossom Moon Leaning. Day 31-86, you successfully cultivate the intermediate Tian Do technique, Thundering Saint Finger, and experience a breakthrough in your strength. Day 35-96, you leave the heavenly tomb, and before departing, you inform Xiao Xian about the D-tier pill recipe you possess. Day 36-50, you learn that the Ling clan has been exterminated. Simulation ends. Extracting special talents. Currently available: Intermediate Tian Soul Skill, Silent World 9th Tier Treasure Pill, 9-in Yellow Spring Pill, 3-leaf Green Essence. As Xiao Ming looked at the items obtained in this simulation, his eyebrows slightly raised, feeling a sense of joy in his heart. After all, the items obtained in this simulation were indeed excellent. The Intermediate Tian Soul Skill, Silent World, was a technique he comprehended under life-threatening circumstances. If he were to use it, the compatibility should reach 100%. This level of soul skill was probably unparalleled even in the Pill Tower. What caught Xiao Ming's attention was the fact that he was unexpectedly attacked in the Fallen Spirit Ice Source. Why would a Do Saint attack him? He suspected that it was an ambush by the Hall of Souls. However, the simulator did not reveal any further information. In addition to the Tian class soul skill, there was also the 9th tier treasure pill, 9-in Yellow Spring Pill. It was a pill with a dark red appearance. The extreme in power contained within it would be helpful in subduing the purifying demonic Lotus flame. Injecting it into the demonic flame's body would weaken its abilities, thereby increasing the success rate of subduing it. Aside from that, the 9-in Yellow Spring Pill was a precious tonic for those with the in attribute Do Qi. After swallowing and refining it, one's strength would undoubtedly advance. The main ingredient for refinement was the Spring Blood Crystal, which could only be formed at the bottom of the 9 Serene Spring, the territory of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. As for the 3-leaf green essence, it was just a medicinal herb. No matter how divine it was, it couldn't compare to a Tian class Do skill or a 9th tier treasure pill. Simulator, select the intermediate Tian soul skill, Silent World. Xiao Ming made his choice. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of bright white light appeared in front of Xiao Ming, entering his mind without any action on his part. Subsequently, Xiao Ming's head trembled, and a faint white light appeared in his eyes. His soul also experienced intense vibrations, and his vision gradually became blurred. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a snowy, ice-covered land. The terrain here was extremely flat, stretching endlessly in all directions. Storms swept through, and amidst the falling snowflakes, there was an eerie silence, as if all sound had vanished. Is this how the Tian class soul skill is delivered? It bears some resemblance to the inheritance of Saint Xiao Hua, Xiao Ming observed, feeling somewhat surprised. Suddenly, as he turned his head, he saw a figure in white about 10 meters away. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Ming realized that the figure's face was identical to his own, but with lifeless eyes. It was clearly only a spiritual imprint. Faced with a figure that resembled himself, Xiao Ming's expression became strange. However, the figure did not look at Xiao Ming. Shortly after the latter entered this space, a calm and watery voice resounded within the space. Silent World, an intermediate Tian class soul skill, comprehended by this seat in a life-or-death situation. This skill uses the soul as a guide and can only be practiced by those who have reached the heaven realm. Otherwise, their souls will wither and perish. The essence of Silent World is the use of the soul to create a realm, trapping and annihilating enemies within. The key points lie in. Accompanied by the calm voice, the figure suddenly emitted a faint radiance, and its hands began to move slowly, revealing a seal. It gathered along a specific trajectory in conjunction with the movements of the hand seal with a powerful soul fluctuation. So, this is the hand seal for cultivating Silent World. Xiao Ming quickly focused his mind and memorized the movements of the figure's seal. The execution of the soul skill required the coordination of hand seals, otherwise, it could not be performed successfully. Chapter 4:18. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes. This Tian-class soul skill is truly extraordinary. At this point, he had fully mastered this soul skill, just as the figure in the space had said. This technique created a virtual world with the power of the soul, and as long as the opponent's soul was not stronger than the user's, they were almost certainly doomed. However, while the power of this soul skill was immense, the amount of soul power it consumed when used was difficult to estimate. After briefly recalling the details, Xiao Ming cleared his mind. He then began to cultivate. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Xiao Ming's aura surged suddenly, then returned to a calm state after a moment. Opening his eyes, he marveled at the power brought about by his breakthrough. The Do God bloodline is truly extraordinary. Compared to it, my previous cultivation speed can't be called slow, but it's nowhere near as fast, Xiao Ming reflected, sighing with amazement as he rose from the bed and decided to visit his partner. Upon reaching her door, he knocked gently. Creak. The door opened, revealing Xiao Yixian's graceful figure. Today, she wore a stunning purple gown, and her long, flowing purple hair cascaded down her slender waist. A gentle smile lit up her face upon seeing him. Sienna. Xiao Ming also smiled and suddenly pulled her into his embrace, his strong arms encircling her small waist. Caught off guard by his sudden embrace, she let out a soft, surprised moan, her beautiful green eyes blinking up at him. Noticing her silent inquiry, Xiao Ming let out a soft chuckle. It's just that my Sienna looks so enchanting and irresistible that I couldn't help myself. Humph, Mr. Flatterer, she responded with feigned annoyance. Yet, her face betrayed her true emotions as she buried it in his chest while hugging him tightly, inhaling his familiar scent. Whether he was affectionate or domineering, she adored every aspect of him. After sharing sweet words and enjoying each other's embrace, Xiao Ming gently asked, "Have you been able to refine the revitalizing pill that I taught you?" "I finally managed it with Sister Inger's help. However, the success rate is still a bit low, especially during the fusion stage. It's less than half that of a normal alchemist." Xiao Yixian looked up at him and wrinkled her delicate nose, her expression showing some frustration. "Don't be disheartened. That's already pretty good progress," Xiao Ming reassured her, tenderly caressing her cheek, feeling the warmth and smoothness like warm jade, making it hard to let go. "Today, I will refine a high-grade 7th-tier pill. Be sure to pay close attention. It will undoubtedly help improve your alchemy skills." She nodded obediently, while her lips moved to his neck, leaving a trail of soft kisses. Seeing his partner so affectionate, Xiao Ming's heart stirred. His hands moved from her small waist to her supple but as he lowered his face to hers, capturing her lips. They parted reluctantly after exchanging a long and deep kiss, wiping the silver threads from the corners of their mouths as they sensed two familiar auras approaching. At the same time, Qing Lin and Venerable Tianhua emerged from their rooms. "Young master." Qing Lin's eyes lit up upon spotting Xiao Ming, and with an excited grin, she hurried to his side. "Young master, Sister Sienna, good morning." "Qing Lin, Senior Yao, good morning." Xiao Ming greeted, gently taking the lovely green figure rushing towards him by the waist and planting a small kiss on her soft lips, causing Qing Lin to close her eyes in satisfaction. What could Xiao Ming possibly say? His two partners were both so sweet and adorable. Observing the scene, Venerable Tianhua stroked his beard, a touch of emotion in his eyes. He couldn't help but think that perhaps it was never too late to look for a mate. Then he told Xiao Ming that Tang Zhen had come earlier to look for him. Xiao Ming nodded and, with everyone present, they went straight to find Tang Zhen. "Valley Master Tang, are the medicinal ingredients ready?" "They're all prepared. Here are the recipe and medicinal ingredients." In response to Xiao Ming's inquiry, Tang Zhen didn't waste any words and took out a storage ring. Xiao Ming took the storage ring and, with a flash in his hand, took out a scroll. With the power of his soul rushing out from his forehead, he immersed himself in reading the complete method, precautions, and other information on how to refine the Fire Bodhisattva pill. In just a few minutes, all the information about the Fire Bodhisattva pill was imprinted deep into his soul. He wouldn't be able to forget it even if he wanted to. After finishing, he stored the scroll away. With his current soul power, Xiao Ming had no trouble comprehending a high-grade 7th-tier pill recipe. "Elder Xiao Ming, our Burning Flame Valley has the mountain melting cauldron. How about using it for the refinement?" When Xiao Ming opened his eyes, Tang Zhen quickly smiled and asked. "The mountain melting cauldron? That's a medicinal cauldron listed on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. I didn't expect it to be in your possession, Valley Master Tang. It truly arouses envy." "It was just good fortune. Tang Zhen modestly smiled. In fact, he had a fascination with alchemy, so he was quite proud to possess the mountain-melting cauldron. He just didn't want to show it off. Xiao Ming smiled faintly and said, "Since that's the case, let me witness the extraordinary features of this mountain-melting cauldron." Although Xiao Ming already had the 10,000 beast cauldron and the deep-sea spirit, as a qualified alchemist, he maintained his curiosity about other heavenly cauldrons. "Please lead the way to a spacious place for me to refine the pill." "Alright, please follow me." In a vast valley, lush greenery was adorned with occasional fiery red maple trees, creating a visually pleasing sight. At the center of the valley stood a spacious square constructed from reddish volcanic rocks. In the middle of the square, there was a stone platform about 10 meters high. Surrounding the square, numerous figures could be seen, most of them dressed in red robes, clearly disciples of the Burning Flame Valley. On the other side of the square, there was a slightly towering platform that provided a perfect view of the entire square. At this moment, the platform was occupied by several figures wearing alchemist robes. These were the alchemists of the Burning Flame Valley who had hurried over upon hearing that a master alchemist would be refining pills. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, admiration, and excitement. In front of Xiao Ming was an enormous medicinal cauldron that was about several meters in height. The cauldron was entirely red, and its rounded walls were adorned with volcanic eruption-like patterns. At first glance, a ferocious aura immediately struck one's face. The mountain-melting cauldron, truly deserving of its reputation on the heavenly cauldron ranking. With a sense of awe in his heart, Xiao Ming waved his sleeve, and countless medicinal ingredients flew out from his storage ring, hovering in the air above the stone platform. Judging by the quantity, there were at least 100 different types of ingredients. Opening his mouth, he exhaled a pale white flame, which flew into the cauldron and split into more than a dozen flames. Seeing Xiao Ming's technique, Tang Zhen was momentarily stunned, and then his pupils contracted. The 9-dragon lightning flame within him trembled slightly. This is Xiao Ming's heavenly flame. It's so powerful that it could rank within the top 6 on the heavenly flame ranking. And he intends to multitask with over a dozen flames to speed up the pill refinement. Other alchemists also noticed Xiao Ming's intention. The highest-ranked 6th-tier alchemist's mouth twitched, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Achieving dual tasks simultaneously was already their limit, and not everyone could achieve even that. Could this be the ability of a master alchemist? Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Xiao Ming began the refinement process. One by one, the essence of the medicinal ingredients was extracted, and each step of the refinement process was perfect. The alchemists around him were captivated, completely forgetting to be astonished. As the sun set and the moon rose, 3 days later, the energy of the entire square fluctuated almost instantaneously, and within the cauldron, a rich medicinal fragrance slowly spread. Within the Burning Flame Valley, a sudden change occurred. Layer after layer of dark clouds appeared in an instant above the square, thunder rumbled, and silver serpents danced wildly, creating a magnificent spectacle. "It's done." Startled by the thunder, the bloodshot eyes of the alchemists turned towards the sky. Tang Zhen also watched the dark clouds and his eyes flickered with excitement. Although he knew that Xiao Ming's success was inevitable, he couldn't suppress his joy at this moment. After all, it was the hope of his daughter's survival. Chapter 419. Finally, succeeded, Tang Zhen exclaimed excitedly. Elder Xiao Ming, rest assured and focus on pill refinement. Leave this pill lightning to me, there's no need for you to worry about it. Valley Master Tang, please refrain from interfering. These pill lightnings are useful to me, Xiao Ming directly refused. Although the pill lightning was only for a 7th-tier pill, even a mosquito's leg was still meat. He couldn't let Tang Zhen waste it. He waved his hand and released a golden puppet, a slightly weaker sky demon puppet equivalent to a peak 3-star Do Venerate. Boom! Suddenly, a silver-white lightning bolt descended from the sky and arrived above the medicinal cauldron in an instant. Xiao Ming's mind moved, and the hollow eyes of the sky demon puppet flashed with a cold light. It stomped the ground like a cannonball and collided head-on with the lightning bolt. Bang! The pill lightning of a mere 7th-tier pill couldn't cause any harm to the puppet. It was directly shattered and absorbed. As if a switch had been flipped, a chain reaction occurred within the thunderclouds. One silver-white lightning bolt after another, boom, boom, struck towards the sky demon puppet. As expected, the thunderclouds continued to strike for a full minute, dispersing their thick clouds, but they still couldn't harm the puppet in the slightest. This continued until the thunderclouds completely dissipated from the sky. Tang Zhen looked at the sky demon puppet in astonishment. Not only was its body incredibly tough and powerful, but it could also absorb pill lightnings to enhance itself. For an alchemist, this was nothing short of a divine weapon. The biggest concern for high-tier alchemists was that their painstakingly refined pills would be destroyed by the pill lightning. But with this puppet, there was no need to worry about their hard-earned pills being destroyed. On the seats, the other alchemists were envious of Xiao Ming's puppet, but they didn't dare to harbor any covetous thoughts. After all, they still valued their lives. The Sky Demon puppet descended again, now at the 4-star Do Venerate stage. Xiao Ming casually put it away in his storage ring. Looking at the red and green pills spinning, jumping, and swirling inside the mountain-melting cauldron, their surfaces smooth and engraved with mysterious and exquisite patterns, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance, Xiao Ming raised his hand and exerted a suction force in his palm. The fire bodhisattva pill flew out of the cauldron and landed in his hand. He took out a creamy white jade bottle, placed the fire bodhisattva pill inside, and casually tossed it to Tang Zhen, who was approaching. Finally, Xiao Ming stretched his body leisurely. Valley Master Tang, take a look at the quality of the pill. Being a 6th-tier alchemist, Tang Zhen naturally had the ability to discern. He smelled the medicinal fragrance and examined the color before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of a master alchemist, this is the highest quality high 7th-tier pill I have ever seen. Valley Master Tang, I've been bothering you for quite some time now. I must depart today. Xiao Ming said with a smile. He had no reason to stay in the Burning Flame Valley now that he had obtained the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change and finished the pill refinement. Are you really leaving? Tang Zhen wanted to persuade him to stay after hearing this, but all he could do was sigh and nod. I'm sure you have important things to attend to. You are welcome to visit my Burning Flame Valley if you have the opportunity. You will always be our honored guest as long as I, Tang Zhen, am the Valley Master. Thank you for your kind offer, Valley Master Tang. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. Then he signaled to Xiao Yixian, Qing Lin, and Venerable Tianhua, who had gathered by his side. They soared into the air and flew quickly towards the exit of the Burning Flame Valley. Once outside the Burning Flame Valley, Xiao Ming and his companions didn't linger. They swiftly flew towards the location of the nearest wormhole. On their way, Xiao Yixian couldn't help but ask with some confusion, Xiao Ming, you just made a breakthrough. Why didn't you spend a day or two consolidating your cultivation in Burning Flame Valley before leaving? I have a premonition that something major will happen in Holy Pill City, Xiao Ming replied. He hadn't forgotten that after returning to Holy Pill City in the simulation, he killed a Do Venerate. He didn't think it was for no reason. It would be better to return earlier to confirm his suspicions. Something major will happen. Xiao Yixian furrowed her eyebrows. Although she still had some doubts, she didn't pursue the matter further. If Xiao Ming wanted to share more, he would continue, and if he didn't, there was no need to ask. I see. Let us then accelerate and travel through space directly. The space before them distorted as Xiao Yixian spoke, revealing a pitch-black rift. Without hesitation, they flew straight into it. After a long journey, Xiao Ming arrived in Holy Pill City 2 days earlier than the time mentioned in the simulation. Upon returning, perhaps due to arriving ahead of schedule, Xiao Ming didn't notice anything amiss. He bid farewell to his partners and Venerable Tianhua before heading straight to the headquarters of the Pill Tower. Elder Xiao Ming. Good morning, Elder Xiao Ming. Hello, Elder Xiao Ming. Along the way, many people greeted Xiao Ming with respect, bowing their heads as they exchanged greetings. As internal members of the Pill Tower, they were privy to certain truths. For instance, the rumors circulating outside about Xiao Ming single-handedly defeating 10 Do Venerates while destroying the Hall of Souls branch hall. Many outsiders dismissed these achievements as mere rumors due to their extraordinary nature. However, these insiders were aware that these events had indeed occurred. Initially, they had been skeptical, but after hearing accounts from their fellow colleagues, they had no choice but to believe. Phrases like obliterating the black-white Tianzins with a single palm and easily handling 8th Tianzuan with a wave of his hand had been uttered by Elder Shengguan, a respected figure among the 8 great elders. Naturally, such claims couldn't be false. At this point, everyone was in awe of Xiao Ming and understood why he was known as the Dual Master of Alchemy and Do Qi. It was a well-deserved title. At the highest level of the Pill Tower, there was a spacious and grand hall. Typically, only on significant occasions would the top figures of the Pill Tower gather there for meetings. The hall, which had been empty for a long time, was now occupied by several people, while servants respectfully served tea and water on the side. After Xiao Ming led the operation to rescue the soul bodies of the alchemists, the Hall of Souls has been relatively quiet. What are your thoughts, elders? Xian Kongzi, the association head, looked at the elders in the hall and asked in a soft voice. In recent years, the Hall of Souls has been aggressively capturing soul bodies, indicating their grand ambitions. So far, we have destroyed 2 of their branch halls, and 2 additional branch halls were destroyed by other unknown powerhouses. We will undoubtedly bear the blame for these actions. Knowing the Hall of Souls, they seek revenge for even the smallest grievances. If they are not taking action now, it means they are secretly plotting something, Qiu Ling, the leader of the 8 great elders, said solemnly. The Hall of Souls is exceedingly powerful. If they continue to cause disturbances in secret, it would be extremely challenging for the Pill Tower to confront them alone. Unless we find allies, we will inevitably fall into the clutches of the Hall of Souls, another elder said with a grave tone. His words were not baseless. The Pill Tower had engaged in wars with the Hall of Souls before, but most of the time, the Pill Tower ended up at a disadvantage. It wasn't because the Pill Tower was weak. Although they had fewer powerful individuals compared to the Hall of Souls, the Pill Tower was wealthy and influential. They could hire a large number of powerful individuals to charge into battle. However, with each battle, the Pill Tower's numbers diminished, while the Hall of Souls swiftly replenished their ranks, no matter the extent of their casualties. The reason behind this was that the Hall of Souls had the backing of the Hun clan, one of the 8 ancient clans. Not to mention anything else, the Hall of Souls definitely had an abundance of Do venerates, and no matter how wealthy the Pill Tower was, they couldn't withstand such continuous losses. However, despite that, every time the Pill Tower couldn't bear it any longer, they would retaliate. Alchemists were a proud group, with their eyes set high above the sky. Perhaps we can unite with other powers to overcome this predicament, a relatively young elder suggested. We can seek alliances with sects like the Flower Sect, Burning Flame Valley, and the Falling Star Pavilion. At the top position, Xian Kongzi looked at the people below who were discussing inside lightly. In truth, he called for this meeting because he had received information that the Hall of Souls was planning a significant move. However, he was unaware of the specifics. The question he posed earlier was meant to encourage everyone to think, but now the discussion had veered off track. Helplessly, Xian Kongzi redirected the conversation. As the Pill Tower, we have always remained neutral. It is not up to us to decide on changing our stance by forming alliances with others. Upon hearing this, the elders who had been discussing how to win over allies felt slightly embarrassed. They had been too preoccupied with dealing with the Hall of Souls and had forgotten about this aspect. Under normal circumstances, the Pill Tower adhered to the sole authority of the Pill Tower ancestor. However, with the ancestor's absence, major decisions of the Pill Tower had to be determined by the main Elder Council, located in the small Pill Tower. Some of the council's obstinately elderly members, though, were fiercely conservative and held opposing views on forming alliances. If there was even a slight difference in votes, the final outcome would be fixed and unshakable. What use was it if only the 3 giants agreed? If the ancestor were here, it would be much better. With a single word from him, the final decision would be determined. Xian Yi sighed with a furrowed brow on the left side, clearly expressing her support for the alliance. The ancestor enjoys wandering in the mortal world, coming and going as he pleases. He's probably still experiencing life now, Xian Kongzi replied with a wry smile. I believe this matter can still be accomplished. The main Elder Council consists of 10 elders. Excluding the 3 of us, there are 7 others. Among these 7 elders, 2 bear a deep-seated grudge against the Hall of Souls. If we can persuade these 2 individuals, our votes would reach 5, putting us on equal footing with the other old fogies. We just need to convince one more person, and then we can change our stance. Tian Lazy calmly expressed his opinion, his solemn face devoid of emotional fluctuations. He also believed that forming alliances with other forces was a good strategy. The situation in Central Plains was becoming increasingly chaotic, and he sensed the Hall of Souls shadow everywhere, which made him suspect a grand conspiracy. However, he couldn't find any evidence. After the meeting, let's take a trip to the small Pill Tower, Xian Kongzi concisely and reasonably suggested, nodding his head. Alright, back to the main topic. I have received some information that the Hall of Souls may take action. We need to strengthen our defenses in Holy Pill City, inform the outer branch towers to proceed with caution, and expedite the recruitment of powerful individuals, Xian Kongzi stated. Yes, the crowd responded. Satisfied with their response, Xian Kongzi was about to announce the adjournment of the meeting when he noticed an empty seat, furrowing his brows. Elder Xiao Ming hasn't returned yet. No. Has anyone been sent to Sound Valley? As the leader of the 8 great elders, Qiu Ling was about to answer that someone had been sent, but before he could speak, a crisp knocking sound came from the entrance. Please come in. All eyes turned to see a familiar figure pushing open the doors and entering slowly. Upon seeing the newcomer, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Xiao Ming. We didn't expect you to be back. The way you handled the Hall of Souls branch hall last time truly showcased the might of our pill tower. Why do I feel an even stronger pressure from you? Your strength hasn't increased again, has it? Xian Kongzi greeted Xiao Ming with a friendly smile. You brat, you finally came back. But every time you return, you can't stay for more than a few months. Among the 8 great elders, you're the most leisurely one. After nodding greetings to everyone, Xiao Ming pretended to be helpless and said, Old Xian, it's not that I don't want to stay, but there are some matters that force me to leave. Alright, I know you're a busy fellow. Just remember, the situation in Central Plains will become even more chaotic. Since you've made a name for yourself in the Hall of Souls, it's best to avoid going out unnecessarily. Xian Kongzi stroked his beard. He had no intention of saying much to him. After all, Xiao Ming had done so much for the Pill Tower. He was only concerned that the Hall of Souls would target and ambush Xiao Ming. Well, if there's nothing urgent, I won't go out. Xiao Ming replied with a smile. Xian Kongzi sensed the hidden meaning in his words, that if there was something urgent, he would go out. Xian Kongzi could only helplessly shake his head. Oh well, this young lad has exceptional strength. To achieve such accomplishments and growth, his mental acuity must be extraordinary. He knows how to exercise discretion, so I shouldn't worry unnecessarily. With these thoughts in mind, Xian Kongzi stood up and said, the meeting has concluded. You can ask Qiu Ling for the specifics. Let's adjourn. Oh, really? The meeting ended just as I arrived. Xiao Ming was somewhat surprised. It seemed too coincidental. He was about to stop Xian Kongzi and ask if there were any suspicious people lurking near the Holy Pill City. However, he changed his mind and decided not to say anything. He walked towards Qiu Ling instead. Elder Qiu Ling, could you please inform me about what was discussed during this meeting? Of course, this time. As Xiao Ming listened to Qiu Ling's account, he pondered, and his speculations became more certain. In fact, he used the simulator on his way back to Holy Pill City, and the Hall of Souls was mentioned in it. Combining that with the content of this meeting, it seemed that the Hall of Souls was planning to teach the Pill Tower a lesson. For example, destroying the location where the Pill Tower's headquarters resided, Holy Pill City. This would cause the Pill Tower to lose face and prestige while simultaneously eliminating tens of thousands of registered alchemists, weakening their power. The Hall of Souls had such intentions in the original story, but they failed. However, they were unlikely to send only a few Do Venerates this time. Chapter 420. Xian Kongzi and the others should have already detected the Hall of Souls activities, though the precise timing remained uncertain. Nevertheless, given their heightened vigilance, Xiao Ming found little to contribute. He, too, did not have access to significantly more information than the others. At most, when the Hall of Souls arrived, he was prepared to go all out. With his late Heaven Realm soul power coupled with the intermediate Tian soul skill, even a low-star Do Saint would serve merely as a testing ground for him. After bidding farewell to Qiu Ling, Xiao Ming promptly returned to his residence. With a few additional days at hand, he was looking forward to spending quality time with his partners. Over the next 2 days, Xiao Ming seldom engaged in cultivation, preferring to enjoy leisurely moments. In a flurry of activity, the days merged into one another. During that time, he thoroughly enjoyed touring Holy Pill City with Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin by his side, wandering through its streets, pausing at famous spots, eating delicious meals, and even going on shopping sprees. The fact that Xiao Ming made time for them made Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin extremely happy. They had been anticipating this for quite some time. Despite the fact that they had spent a lot of time with him, they were rarely able to share bonding time like this. In addition to spending time with both girls, Xiao Ming spent some time mentoring Yi Xian Lan in her alchemy skills. And so, these 2 days swept by in the blink of an eye. Xiao Mansion, Courtyard. The courtyard blossomed with a colorful array of flowers, gently swaying in the breeze. A delicate floral fragrance wafted through the air, creating a refreshing and delightful atmosphere. At the center of the courtyard stood a small pavilion. Inside the pavilion, beside a stone table, Xiao Ming held both girls in his arms as they shared hushed whispers. The girls leaned comfortably against his chest, occasionally showering affectionate kisses upon his upper body. Laughter and conversation flowed freely, weaving a cocoon of warmth around the trio. Xiao Ming's fingers traced the strands of Xiao Yixian's hair as they listened to Qing Lin's words. Just as he was about to chime in, a violent tremor suddenly rippled through the entire pavilion. Immediately after, a cold and domineering voice filled with murderous intent resounded through the sky. "Humph! Who dares to stir trouble within our pill tower?" Rumble. The powerful shout reverberated, causing Xiao Ming's expression to change. He gently released the girls from his embrace and stood up, his gaze deep as he looked towards the outside of the pavilion. The Hall of Souls, have they finally made their move? In Holy Pill City, individuals emerged from their residences, their expressions a mix of surprise and uncertainty as they directed their gazes towards the distant sky. Due to the immense size of Holy Pill City, most of them couldn't clearly see what was happening, but they could faintly sense that someone was causing trouble for the Pill Tower today. Within the central square of the Pill Tower headquarters, many powerful Pill Tower experts had already gathered, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the sky. With their strength, they could see that the area outside Holy Pill City was engulfed by thick and overwhelming black fog. Not far from the city's periphery, numerous figures stood poised upon the darkened haze, their eerie stares fixed intently on the city below. The people from the Hall of Souls have arrived. Venerable Fu Hai, who had previously acted alongside Xiao Ming, furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. There are many formidable auras. It seems that the Hall of Souls truly intends to teach us a lesson this time. They are not holding back, Qiu Ling said, his face displaying a hint of gravity. Teach us a lesson. Are they even qualified? Sheng Guanku's face was full of disdain. The Pill Tower experts were not to be trifled with. Since the Hall of Souls dares to come, we must not take it lightly. As the voice resounded, the space in front of them began to twist and distort. Soon after, the three giants of the Pill Tower stepped forward with an imposing presence. Their eyes were filled with a chilling aura, exuding an air of majesty. Upon seeing Xian Kongzi appear, Qiu Ling quickly bowed in salute. Xian Kongzi nodded towards the crowd and suddenly noticed that one young figure was missing among the group of senior figures. Xiao Ming is absent. The crowd exchanged glances, confirming that indeed, Xiao Ming was nowhere to be seen. However, no one thought that Xiao Ming was afraid or too timid to come. After all, he had recently led an operation that raised a Hall of Souls branch. How could he possibly be afraid to come? He's probably gone to assist at the outskirts, someone conjectured. Not everyone would gather in the square. Some had gone to intercept the Hall of Souls experts. The people gathered here were afraid of the Hall of Souls taking advantage of any openings, so they were waiting for Xian Kongzi to assign them their tasks. There was no time for Xian Kongzi to ponder further. He nodded and intended to send the people to support the Pill Tower experts outside Holy Pill City. Suddenly, everyone seemed to sense something. They all looked up, their gazes converging on the sky. Violent distortions appeared in the space, and a large black spatial channel slowly emerged in their field of view. Thick black fog permeated from within the channel, and at the same time, an indifferent voice devoid of any emotion resounded through the square. Xian Kongzi, surrender the things you acquired from our Hall of Souls, and perhaps this Hall Chief shall spare the Pill Tower today. Along with the cold voice echoing through the space, a large group of dark shadows surged through the crack in space. They transformed into streams of light and, in the blink of an eye, appeared in the sky above the square. The final figure to appear was completely shrouded in black fog. Vaguely, two exceptionally eerie gazes shot out from within, sending chills down everyone's spines. By the way, hand over Xiao Ming to this Hall Chief as well. The black fog undulated slowly, revealing an exceptionally pale face. Despite its youthful appearance, the face did not exude a sense of youthfulness. On the contrary, its tone of voice was incredibly sinister, making it clear that the person's true age was not as it seemed. This Hall Chief. Xian Kongzi's pupils suddenly contracted when he saw the youthful face. It was evident that these people were indeed from the Hall of Souls, and those outside Holy Pill City were merely tools to distract the Pill Tower experts. Moreover, this person called himself Hall Chief. Could it be that he was that extremely mysterious Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls? Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls? Xian Kongzi questioned. Perhaps addressing me as Deputy Hall Chief would be more appropriate. That black fog fluctuated slightly while a faint laugh was emitted. It seems that your courage as Deputy Chief is lacking. Since you dared to trespass into our pill tower, why not directly use your actual body? An illusory figure, isn't this a sign of cowardice? Xian Yi, standing beside Xian Kongzi, curled her lips into a cold smile. Her heart was filled with resentment towards the Hall of Souls ever since Yao Qin died due to their schemes. Furthermore, she noticed the ethereal nature of the figure before her. It was clear that this human figure in the black fog was merely a shadow and not the actual body. Naturally, she took the opportunity to mock him. Jie. Someone who claims my courage falters, how amusing. Hearing this, the deputy chief let out a strange laughter, though inwardly he felt somewhat annoyed. In reality, it was true. Attacking the headquarters of the Pill Tower was acceptable as long as their strength did not greatly exceed what the Pill Tower could handle. If it truly surpassed the Pill Tower's capabilities, who knew if the Pill Tower ancestor would suddenly emerge from some corner? Moreover, their purpose in this operation was solely to teach the Pill Tower a lesson. With his 3-star Do Saint strength, there was no need for him to personally come forward. If it weren't for Xiao Ming, he wouldn't have even sent this illusory figure. First Yanzuan, teach her a lesson. Chapter 421. As soon as the words fell, the black fog surged, and a withered figure, as skeletal as bones, slowly appeared in the sight of Xian Kongzi and the others. Cloaked in black robes, his aged face appeared extremely dry, with sunken eyes that flickered with 2 flickering ghostly flames, emitting an eerie sensation. Hall of Souls First Yanzuan. Xian Kongzi's face turned grim as he gazed at the elderly figure. The imposing pressure emanating from him was overwhelming. Clearly, he was different from the deputy chief and had personally come. And this Hall of Souls First Yanzuan was a Do Saint powerhouse. The withered figure slowly lowered his head. The dry face appeared terrifying when illuminated by the light. The ghostly flames in his eyes flickered, and a hoarse, hair-raising voice quietly resounded, Xian Yi, since you dare to show disrespect to the deputy chief, I will sever one of your arms. As he spoke, a seal swiftly formed in his palm. Sizzle. As soon as the seal was formed, Xian Kongzi and the others felt the space around them ripple. Numerous white figures dashed into their sight. They saw the void around them suddenly transform into countless sharp white bones that shot toward them like lightning. Evidently, his target was not only Xian Yi. Faced with this lightning-fast assault of bone spikes, the expressions of Xian Kongzi and the others drastically changed. They were at most peak Do venerates, how could they possibly contend against the first Yanzuan? At this critical moment, an ancient voice resounded in the heavens and earth. Humph. Always bullying the weak, the Hall of Souls truly knows no shame. Suddenly, a majestic flame appeared before Xian Kongzi and the others. With its terrifying temperature, it instantly melted the bone spikes. The space in the square suddenly twisted, and then, without any warning, hundreds of elderly figures appeared. It's the elders of Small Pill Tower. The arrival of reinforcements delighted Xian Kongzi and the others. The Small Pill Tower. The first Yanzuan's gaze shifted towards the group of elderly people that had blocked his attack. After slowly sweeping his gaze over them, he finally paused on 4 individuals. The auras of these 4 individuals appeared exceptionally powerful among those 7 elders, especially the linen-clothed expressionless old man standing at the center. He caused First Yanzuan to throw a sideways glance. 2 intermediate-level half-saints, 1 high-level half-saint, and 1 who should have reached the initial 2-star Do Saint stage. The Pill Tower is indeed not simple. The first Yanzuan's gaze rested on the linen-clothed old man, feeling a sense of wariness. He could sense that his attack had been blocked by this person. How dare you, Hall of Souls, to attack our Pill Tower headquarters? Aren't you afraid of being destroyed by our ancestor? The first elder questioned with a cold and indifferent tone as soon as he appeared. He, have you forgotten? In Central Plains, it is not allowed for those above 5-star Do Saint to take action, the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls sneered. Although this rule had little binding weight, if the Pill Tower truly faced annihilation, the ancestor of the Pill Tower would definitely take action. However, for now, they were merely teaching the Pill Tower a lesson and didn't need to be concerned. Unwilling to continue speaking with the first elder, the deputy chief issued a final ultimatum. Surrender the items you obtained from our branch, as well as Xiao Ming. Otherwise, Holy Pill City will not be spared today. Even if they surrendered, they would not be spared. The deputy chief gazed sinisterly at the numerous alchemists on the square. Humph. Keep dreaming, the first elder coldly sneered and took the lead, raising his hand and unleashing an attack. The others immediately followed suit. Bang! 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 The scene suddenly erupted into a fierce battle, with various dazzling colorful do-chi soaring into the sky. The battle was in full swing, and the spectators in Holy Pill City were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Oh, the energy fluctuations are making the surrounding space unstable. There must be hundreds of Do Venerates taking action. Both the Pill Tower and the Hall of Souls truly live up to their reputations. Shouldn't we distance ourselves a bit? I don't want to be caught in the crossfire. If you want to leave, go ahead. This is a once-in-a-century spectacle. Oh my! There are even Do Saints among them. Everyone, I'm out of here. On a rooftop, Xiao Xian listened to the conversations around her and then looked at Xiao Ming with a puzzled expression. Shouldn't we go and help? Xiao Ming gazed at the distant battlefield, silently estimating the number of experts from the Hall of Souls who had come this time. 1 2-star Do Saint, 2 high-level half-saints, and over 50 Do Venerates ranging from 1-star to 9-star, quite an impressive lineup. In a way, this group of onlookers still dared to stay, their guts were really big. Xiao Ming glanced at them and sighed before smiling at Xiao Xian. Of course, we will help. I was just checking if the Hall of Souls had any hidden tricks. Do they have any hidden tricks? Venerable Tianhua asked with curiosity. Most likely not. Most likely. Venerable Tianhua raised an eyebrow. Well, let's say they're playing their hand openly. Hee, enough talking. Let's go and deal with those Hall of Souls members. You all head to the outskirts of Holy Pill City. The Hall of Souls experts there are weaker. Use the Sky Demon puppets to take care of them. Remember, don't spare a single one, and keep the bodies and souls intact for me. With that, Xiao Ming took a step forward and disappeared from sight. Xiao Xian, Qing Lin, and Venerable Tianhua exchanged glances, and in a flash, they flew towards the outskirts of the Holy Pill City. The deputy chief of the Hall of Souls stood in the sky, surrounded by the battlefield of Pill Tower elders and Hall of Souls Tianzans, yet no one attacked him. As he watched his brought experts being blocked, he remained unfazed. I've heard that within the star region above Holy Pill City, there is a 3,000 burning flame. Let that heavenly flame turn this city into ashes. Bringing it back to the clan would also be a great accomplishment. With such thoughts in mind, the deputy chief closed his eyes slightly, attempting to sense the location of the star region. Although this clone of his was not powerful, being only a 9-star Do Venerate, it was still capable of unleashing the 3,000 burning flame. However, in the next moment, his head was directly twisted off by a hand. Hee, you wanted to unleash the 3,000 burning flame? Did you bother to ask me first? With the deputy chief's head in his hand, Xiao Ming's mouth curved into a mocking smile. Xiao Ming, you little beast, you're seeking death. Due to being a clone, the deputy chief had not completely lost consciousness. He recognized Xiao Ming and let out an angry shout. Tisk, you're not entirely dead yet. Allow me to present you with a magnificent gift. Xiao Ming created a spatial rift in front of him with a sweep of his hand. The opening of the rift appeared to reveal a pit latrine on the other side. No need to thank me. After saying that, Xiao Ming threw the head into the spatial rift. Bone Emperor sundering the heavens. As soon as the spatial rift closed, First Yanzuan's chilling low roar erupted behind Xiao Ming. Instantly, the space above his head shook violently, and a massive bone blade with an eerie aura tore through the void. Whoosh! Accompanying the swing of the eerie bone blade, a strange wave spread out and swiftly flew towards Xiao Ming like lightning. This is a soul attack. Sensing the peculiar wave, Xiao Ming was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the first Yanzuan to possess knowledge of soul attacks. Moreover, wasn't the first Yanzuan engaged in battle with the first elder? Why did he suddenly come to ambush him? Perhaps it was due to the deputy chief's shout. However, too bad for him, in a clash of soul power, he was not the one who should be afraid. Shatter. Xiao Ming clenched his fist tightly, his expression calm as he turned around and launched a plain and straightforward punch. This punch lacked any flashy moves or surges of do-chi. However, as he threw the punch, the power of his soul surged from his brow. Boom! An invisible gust of soul-infused punch erupted from Xiao Ming's palm and collided with the wave emitted by the bone blade in midair. Eventually, both forces annihilated each other. Witnessing his soul wave being easily shattered by Xiao Ming, the first Yanzuan was astonished, but he didn't hesitate in his actions. His figure flashed, appearing beneath the enormous bone blade that was hundreds of meters long. Black fog surged from his palm, forming a massive hand that directly grasped the hilt of the blade. With a cold shout, the bone blade tore through space and instantly arrived above Xiao Ming's head, carrying an extremely terrifying and sharp aura as it fiercely descended. That bone blade seems somewhat peculiar. It appears capable of cutting through souls. However, when it comes to a battle of souls, TSK, let me test my Tian-class soul skill against you. Chapter 422. The enormous bone blade rapidly expanded in Xiao Ming's pupils as his hands swiftly formed hand seals. Silent world. Between his brows, a terrifying soul power was mobilized, spreading out like ripples in all directions. As the soul fluctuation spread around him, first Tianzuan felt his spirit momentarily in trance, and then a strong irresistible force pulled him. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in a land of ice and snow. The terrain here was extremely flat, with an endless expanse of sky and earth. Storms swept through, and the snow fluttered, yet there was an eerie silence, without any sound. What is this place? First Tianzuan's aged face became unusually solemn. Xiao Ming could actually use such a mysterious method. Why did their Hall of Souls remain unaware of it? As a Dou saint, first Tianzuan had lived for quite some time. After steadying his mind a bit, he quickly discovered something was wrong. He noticed that his body had become somewhat transparent as he raised his palm, and he could no longer feel the surging Dou Qi within him. Has my soul been pulled into a different space? To achieve this so effortlessly, it seems the level of this technique isn't too low. It appears that after capturing Xiao Ming, I'll need to extract this technique from him through severe torture. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes as first Tianzuan murmured in a low voice. He had emerged from the Hall of Souls and possessed some soul skills, but none of them were as powerful as this. Facing death, you still dare to draw attention to someone else's technique, truly arrogant. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke the tranquility of this world. A phantom figure gradually solidified about 10 meters in front of first Tianzuan. With eerie and sinister eyes sweeping over Xiao Ming, first Tianzuan suddenly felt that something was amiss. This space should only be accessible to souls, so Xiao Ming before him should also be a soul body. However, why was Xiao Ming's soul so solid, almost indistinguishable from a living person? In comparison, his transparent body seemed far too inferior. As he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, first Tianzuan ignored Xiao Ming's previous words and decisively said, Xiao Ming, why not join our Hun clan? As long as you hand over the Tushi ancient god's jade, that would be a great accomplishment. Our Hun clan can reward you with many treasures, and we can even bestow upon you our Hun clan's Dou god bloodline. With your talent and the Dou god bloodline, advancing to a Dou saint would only take a dozen years or so. You've been in the Central Plains for several years, and I'm sure you know the authenticity of my words. For our Hun clan, nothing is impossible. Xiao Ming, upon hearing this, asked with great interest, didn't I just toss the head of your Hall of Souls deputy chief into the latrine? Are you saying you have the ability to deal with him? First Tianzuan's withered old face twitched slightly, and his hoarse voice sounded again. As long as you hand over the Tushi ancient god's jade, that's not a problem at all. After all, that was just an avatar. Xiao Ming couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Did he really think he was foolish enough to believe his empty promises? When the people of the Hun clan got ruthless, they wouldn't even spare their own, yet here they were, painting grand visions for him. Sorry, but I don't have the habit of being someone else's dog, especially for you guys who are neither human nor ghost. First Tianzuan's face immediately darkened upon hearing his words. With a wave of his hand, soul power surged and transformed into a ghost-headed blade. Xiao Ming, this soul blade of mine is forged from the souls of tens of thousands of people. Countless souls have been sacrificed to it. Once its blade energy touches your body, you will suffer the torment of those myriad souls. First Tianzuan held the ghost-headed blade horizontally, his voice sinister as he said, since you are so stubborn, today, I will use it to take your life. Consider it a show of respect. Trying to use some trickery, huh? Xiao Ming showed disdain. In his world, trying to fight him with just a blade was somewhat laughable. Humph. Arrogant. First Tianzuan gave a cold smile. Dark gas surged within him, transforming into numerous grimacing souls that let out miserable screams as they rushed into the ghost-headed blade. As these countless souls poured in, the once pale surface of the blade began to show traces of crimson, like dark bloodstains. Soul annihilation slash. As the eerie bloodstains appeared on the ghost-headed blade, a hint of seriousness crossed First Tianzuan's face. With a violent swing of his hand, the massive ghost-headed blade mercilessly chopped down towards Xiao Ming. Die! First Tianzuan's face revealed a cruel expression as the ghost-headed blade passed, causing the space to collapse. The ground in this space was cut open, leaving a deep and massive gully hundreds of meters long. Facing such an attack, Xiao Ming's expression remained unchanged as he calmly watched. The ghost-headed blade arrived in the blink of an eye, directly splitting Xiao Ming into two halves. It worked. First Tianzuan felt delighted, but soon he sensed that something was amiss. Too weak. Xiao Ming's body condensed once again, his face still wearing a slightly mocking smile. No, it can't be. How can you be unscathed after taking a blow from my soul blade? Even a Do Saint couldn't take it without harm. Xiao Ming chuckled. In this silent world, if the souls were much weaker than him, they wouldn't be able to cause him any harm. First Tianzuan's soul was just enough to be compared to a speck of dust to him. Even with a soul blade forged by tens of thousands of souls, it couldn't do anything to him. Even if his soul power were depleted, it still wouldn't even make him break a sweat. Of course, there was no need to explain this to him. Just this level of strength? Well, enough of this waste of time. If you tell me the other region's headquarters branches, I can leave your corpse intact. Indeed, Xiao Ming had engaged in a lengthy conversation with First Tianzuan only to find out the locations of the headquarters branches in other regions. If he relied solely on his own cultivation, breaking through the late-stage heaven realm to achieve the great perfection would take an unknown amount of time. It was preferable to keep seizing the soul essence of the Hall of Souls. The soul essences on the central plains were now unobtainable due to the Hall of Souls' increased vigilance after their previous actions. Therefore, he could only snatch the soul essences from other regions. Are you the one who took those soul essences from the branches? No wonder your soul cultivation is so advanced at such a young age. Hee, that's not a bad guess. Now, tell me where the branches are in those regions. Foolish wish. First Tianzuan sneered coldly and launched another attack. The ghost-headed blade radiated killing intent as it slashed directly at Xiao Ming. Facing this attack, Xiao Ming only narrowed his eyes, and the ghost-headed blade simply dissipated into smoke. How could this be? First Tianzuan was startled, trying to form seals, but found that his body couldn't move. If you won't talk, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. Xiao Ming glanced at him, and with a thought, the surroundings changed. First Tianzuan was bound to a cross, and two shadowy figures appeared by his side, holding pliers and scissors. What do you want to do? Nothing much, just letting you experience the torture of the 18 levels of hell. Of course, you might not know what it means to suffer in the 18 levels of hell, but that's alright. After you experience it, you'll find out. Xiao Ming smiled faintly, and the two shadowy figures immediately approached, prying open First Tianzuan's mouth and gripping his tongue with iron pliers. They pulled it out slowly, not in one swift motion, but gradually stretching it out. Ah! A miserable scream echoed throughout this world. This was not because First Tianzuan was weak, but because the torture inflicted here was on the soul itself. This kind of pain reached deep into his soul. Could he stand it just once? Perhaps twice. How about 1,000,000 times? Chapter 423. Bang! 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 Above Holy Pill City, deafening explosions echoed through the sky as terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the horizon. Even the spatial barrier that had been shrouding this area at an unknown time was violently rippling with faint cracks spreading. Xian Kongzi was currently engaged in a battle with 4 honorable elders of the Hall of Souls. He sneered, clenched his fist, and struck the 4 of them from a distance, seizing an opportunity. Pfft! His fist struck the empty space, causing the surrounding space to shatter. 4 exceptionally terrifying invisible fist imprints penetrated through the void, following an eerie trajectory, and landed on the chests of the 4 honorable elders. Immediately, bone-cracking sounds rang out, and the 4 spewed out blood mixed with fragments of their internal organs. Under the force of the terrifying impact, they crashed down to the city below, their life or death uncertain. With just one strike, all 4 Do Venerates were defeated. Xian Kongzi's strength truly lived up to one of the 3 giants of the Pill Tower. Xian Kongzi didn't pursue further, instead, he surveyed his surroundings and found the situation to be stable. He then flew straight towards where Xiao Ming was. At this moment, Xiao Ming and First Tianzuan were enveloped in a twisted and illusory sphere, making it difficult to see them clearly. Outside the sphere, the first elder of the small Pill Tower stood in the void with a grave expression, gazing at the sphere. First Elder, how is Xiao Ming doing? He's having a soul battle with the first Yanzuan, the first Elder said quietly, withdrawing his gaze. To call it a soul battle might not be accurate. It's more like he's single-handedly slaughtering first Yanzuan. After all, the pressure from his soul power is extremely strong, even I can sense it, the first Elder said, showing a hint of oddness on his face. After cultivating for so many years, he never expected to be surpassed by a young junior in his 20s. It was truly a rare experience. He couldn't help but recall how he had tried to stop first Yanzuan when he attacked Xiao Ming earlier. Now it seemed he had underestimated him. A soul battle? Xian Kongzi was taken aback, then looked towards the sphere, but he couldn't see anything. Your soul power is much weaker, you won't be able to see anything. Even I can barely sense it, the first Elder explained. Should we help Xiao Ming? Xian Kongzi asked. We can't help him. Once you get close, your soul will be drawn in, and long-range attacks will be wiped out by Xiao Ming's powerful soul power. Besides, he is dealing with first Yanzuan with ease, there's no need for us to intervene, the first Elder shook his head slightly. Has Xiao Ming really grown to such a level? Xian Kongzi was stunned for a brief moment. He recalled meeting Xiao Ming when he was only a Dou ancestor, having just broken through to the spirit realm. Although he was aware of Xiao Ming's unparalleled talent in the history of the Pill Tower, destined to become a prominent figure in the continent sooner or later, he couldn't believe that in just a few years, Xiao Ming had become so formidable that even a Dou saint couldn't handle him. This rapid growth made him feel as if he were in a dream. Boom! An explosion brought Xian Kongzi back to his senses, and he turned to the First Elder, saying, I request that the First Elder take action to resolve Yu Yun and Sun Luo, leave Holy Pill City to us. Aside from the first Yanzuan, Yu Yun and Sun Luo were the two most powerful forces in this Hall of Souls attack. The other elders had drawn the two high-level half-saints into the void earlier. Today's events should, indeed, come to an end, the First Elder said, nodding. His figure gradually merged into the void and vanished from sight. Xian Kongzi exhaled a sigh of relief as the First Elder vanished. He then took a look around the battlefield. Holy Pill City was, after all, Pill Tower's main stronghold. Pill Tower was affiliated with many clans in the central region. As a result, many beams of light from afar continued to fly in, joining the battle against the Hall of Souls. The number of Pill Tower experts had grown significantly, and they were now suppressing the forces of the Hall of Souls. The Hall of Souls experts were struggling and some wanted to flee, but with their deputy chief already having his head twisted off by Xiao Ming's hand and the first Yanzuan being tortured by Xiao Ming's Tian-class soul skill, there was no one to lead them, so they could only endure with difficulty. The scoundrels from the Hall of Souls thought they could come and go as they pleased today, but they won't leave that easily. A fierce light flashed in Xian Kongzi's eyes as he swiftly moved into the crowd, joining the battle. Half an hour later, Xiao Ming opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Finally got it. I didn't expect this first Yanzuan's bones to be quite tough. It took me so long. The perception of time in the silent world was much slower than in the outside world. Normally, once Xiao Ming dragged someone inside, he could finish the battle in a single breath. But the fact that he could withstand such torture for so long demonstrated that he wasn't a coward who would spill everything out of fear. In the end, Xiao Ming had left the first Yanzuan's consciousness somewhat muddled. It was only then that he managed to extract the information he wanted from his mouth. However, now that I've obtained the information, I won't let you off the hook. Xiao Ming looked towards the bone blade not far from him. First Yanzuan stood in the sky, his soul aura becoming extremely weak, but he hadn't completely died. Xiao Ming's mind moved as he narrowed his eyes, and the massive soul sphere surrounding them transformed into a giant hand, grabbing first Yanzuan and bringing him closer. His figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes at the same time. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many, and the Hall of Souls experts were horrified when they saw the half-dead figure beside Xiao Ming. The first Yanzuan has been captured. How is this possible? It can't be true. It must be a trick. Quick, retreat. While the Hall of Souls members were in disbelief, the Pill Tower experts, though surprised, instantly surged with heightened morale. Ha ha ha. Scums of the Hall of Souls, your first Yanzuan has been captured. Come and face your demise. Thinking of running? Where do you think you can go? There were still some onlookers who were simply astonished. What the heck, is that Xiao Ming? He's holding a Dou saint, right? Where did this monster come from? I'm telling you, perhaps some old freak has taken over Xiao Ming's body to cultivate again. Ignoring the surrounding shocked gazes, Xiao Ming directly used his soul to snap first Yanzuan's neck and then stored his body in his storage ring. The body could be considered a treasure in the Do Saint realm, regardless of race. Xiao Ming, of course, would not let it go to waste. As for first Yanzuan's soul, he didn't extract it because he had already erased it with the silent world. The faint soul aura he felt before was just the residual trace left by the fleshly body. When the Hall of Souls experts saw first Yanzuan being crushed by Xiao Ming, they were instantly terrified. Finally giving up on the fight, they fled in all directions. Wanna run? Xiao Ming's eyes flickered, and he was about to act when a terrifying sense of danger overcame him, forcing him to back down. Chapter 424. In a secluded and desolate corner of Central Plains, there stood a heavily guarded black palace between the cliffs. Inside the palace, in one of its rooms, numerous jade scrolls floated in the air, bobbing up and down, creating a mysterious sight. Crack! Suddenly, one of the jade scrolls shattered, and the white jade fragments scattered on the ground. Within another secret room of the palace, black fog swirled, concealing a figure within. When the jade scroll broke, the black fog came to a halt, revealing the person's full appearance. The figure wore a black robe, with an unremarkable face, looking like an ordinary person. His hands, revealed from the sleeves, appeared slightly rough. However, despite the unassuming appearance, his eyes were filled with fury. Without any visible movement, in the next moment, he had already appeared in the space where the jade scrolls were kept. Glancing at the scattered jade fragments on the ground, he muttered in anger, "First Yanzuan Han Huiya actually died. He didn't have many Do Saints to command." Frustrated, he waved his hand, summoning the broken jade scroll. With swift hand seals, the jade scroll emitted a faint glow, and a mighty soul power ruptured the space, shuttling towards the distance. In just a moment, he arrived above Holy Pill City and immediately saw Xiao Ming putting the first Yanzuan's body into his storage ring, seemingly ready to deal with the remaining Hall of Souls experts. Ha! It turns out to be the brat from the Xiao clan. I had previously underestimated him, but now that he's here, let's take him away. Boom! The space above Holy Pill City churned suddenly, and an enormously powerful soul fluctuation erupted from within, crashing fiercely towards Xiao Ming. At the same time, Xiao Ming, who was preparing to chase the Hall of Souls experts, was also taken aback. Reacting hastily, he turned around and unleashed a solid punch, channeling his soul power from his forehead. Xiao Ming was caught off guard by this unexpected and terrifying collision. His mind echoed with a buzzing sound, and he even felt a dizzying sensation. He was forcefully pushed back, retreating several thousand meters. Who? Xiao Ming quickly regained his composure after the attack. He did his best to stabilize his soul fluctuations, while his soul power spread throughout the surrounding area. At the same time, a furious shout resounded from his mouth. The person who launched the attack was capable of injuring him, clearly possessing a soul power much stronger than his own. The sight of Xiao Ming being thrown so far by the attack stunned Xian Kongzi and the others. Xiao Ming's soul power was capable of killing a Do Saint, so the fact that he was thrown so far indicated that the person attacking was extremely powerful. Who is this person? Xian Kongzi and the others halted their pursuit of the Hall of Souls experts and looked at the dark figure. A thought immediately popped into their minds. This soul fluctuation seems somewhat familiar. This thought was unique to the three giants of the Pill Tower. Are you Xiao Ming from the Xiao clan? Upon hearing the faint voice coming from above Holy Pill City, Xiao Ming looked up and saw a dark figure exuding immense pressure. While feeling a slight shock, a conjecture immediately surfaced in his mind, the Hall of Souls chief, Han Miesheng. In the Hall of Souls, besides the Hall chief, Han Miesheng, Xiao Ming couldn't think of anyone else capable of cultivating their soul to such a level. It appears you have devoured the soul essence collected by our branch halls. Otherwise, you wouldn't have reached the late heaven realm. Truly worthy of being Xiao Xian's descendant, you indeed carry some of his demeanor from back in the day. I initially planned to deal with some troubles after I came out of seclusion. However, since you dared to kill our Hall of Souls first Yanzuan, awakening me prematurely, then you shall accompany me back to the Hall of Souls. The soul essence of our Hall of Souls is not something anyone can enjoy. As that indifferent voice echoed, Xiao Ming suddenly felt as if this entire world was imprisoned. Even his soul seemed to be stagnating, and the rest of the people in Holy Pill City were also frozen in place, their eyes filled with horror. Your soul power is formidable, but unfortunately, your true body is too weak. The void rippled, and then a gigantic black hand, spanning hundreds of meters, took shape in the sky, reaching out to grab Xiao Ming. "Hun Niasheng, given your seniority, it's excessive to attack a junior like this." Just as the dark giant hand was about to strike Xiao Ming, suddenly, a faintly old voice rang out, and another equally massive giant hand formed in the sky. The two collided with a thunderous clash, unleashing a terrifying soul storm that broke through the imprisonment of this world. Upon hearing this voice, Xian Kongzi and the others revealed a trace of delighted smiles. It was the ancestor. Fantastic. With the ancestor here, this mysterious person would not be able to harm them in the slightest. The ancestor had established great prestige in saving the Pill Tower from danger on several occasions. Other individuals were somewhat bewildered, feeling both curious and fearful about the mysterious figure. "Old ghost, are you sure you want to protect this Xiao clan Jr.? Be careful, or you might become nourishment after I destroy your spiritual intelligence." As the attack was thwarted, the voice of the Hall of Souls chief resounded angrily through the sky. "Hehe, with your abilities, I'm afraid you lack the capability to do that, Hun Yasheng," the aged voice responded slowly. "You! Why don't you leave my Pill Tower right away?" As the words fell, another immense surge of soul power rushed toward Hun Yasheng. "Damn it!" Hun Yasheng blocked the attack and looked at his somewhat ethereal body, cursing in anger. He was only briefly out of seclusion and couldn't unleash his full power. If he continued the battle, his soul would be at risk of injury, which would affect his ability to continue his seclusion. With no other choice, Hun Yasheng could only utter some harsh words, rupturing the space, and taking all the Hall of Souls experts present with him as he left. Meanwhile, on a plain located tens of thousands of miles away from the Pill Tower, a green ox leisurely chewed on grass. On the ox's back, a young cowherd of about 5 or 6 years old slowly raised his head, gazing towards the distant northwest direction. In his clear eyes, there seemed to be a profound understanding of all things in the world. "Sigh, Xiao Clan Jr., the Hall of Souls, I wonder how long this turmoil will last in Central Plains." The young cowherd sighed with a childish voice, then flicked the cow's whip, urging the ox to move slowly away. Back in Holy Pill City, Xiao Ming was drenched in a cold sweat as he withdrew his soul power back into his body. His eyes were filled with seriousness. He hadn't expected that killing the first Jinzuan would attract Hun Yesheng. The earlier scene would have made it difficult for him to flee if it hadn't been for the assistance of that mysterious expert. After all, Hun Yesheng's strength was superior to his own, being a 5-star Do Saint. Chapter 425. Xiao Ming let out a slow breath, suppressing the pounding of his heart. The previous events had been too perilous. Even though his soul could contend with a low-star Do Saint, it still seemed insufficient now. He knew he needed to find a way to further enhance his strength. Should he head to the fallen spirit ice source to seek the heavenly treasure, the endless spirit ice, or should he go to the ancient void dragon tribe and refine the dragon phoenix origin fruit together with Ziyen? Alternatively, he could visit the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe and seek the inheritance of demon Saint Huang Quan. Any of these options would significantly boost his strength. However, I still don't know if Ziyen has unified the ancient void dragon tribe. Though they have a high-star Do Saint guarding them, it's better not to disturb her rashly. Xiao Ming weighed his options and excluded the one involving Ziyen. Before he could ponder further, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. The newcomers were the elders from the Pill Tower. As they gathered around, they were also filled with excitement and cheerfully exclaimed, "Elder Xiao Ming, you truly hid your strength well. To think you could kill that Hall of Souls first Jianzuan, a 2-star Do Saint, you've truly elevated the prestige of our Pill Tower today. Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, the outcome of this great battle became much less uncertain. Those dogs of the Hall of Souls could never have imagined that you possessed such strength. Ha ha ha. After today, Elder Xiao Ming, your reputation in the Central Plains will soar. Even those hidden old antiques won't dare to overlook you. This is truly cause for celebration. Among the ancient clans, there's probably no one of your age who could exchange blows with Hun Yesheng, let alone come out unscathed. I'm willing to call you the number 1 among the young generation on the continent. If one were to rank the prominent figures in Central Plains, the Hall of Souls chief, Hun Yesheng, would undoubtedly be among the top. In that distant era, Hun Yesheng once single-handedly massacred dozens of sects in a single night. The rivers ran red with blood, and corpses were scattered everywhere. Even 5-peak 2-star Do Saints fell under his hands. That fateful night cemented Hun Yesheng's legendary status, establishing the Hall of Souls as the undisputed ruler of the Central Plains. Even the Pill Tower dared not easily confront them. The notoriety he once possessed reached a level that terrified the entire Central Plains. Although he later faded from the public eye due to his long seclusion, his infamous reputation still endured. Now, Xiao Ming's ability to kill First Tianzuan and exchange blows with Han Yesheng indeed made him one of the most influential figures in Central Plains, if not the most influential. It should not be forgotten that Xiao Ming was barely 21 years old. Surrounded by numerous elders showering him with praises, Xiao Ming decided to set aside thoughts of where to go next. He smiled at the elders' attempts to elevate him and said nothing. After all, in this situation, there was no need to be overly modest, otherwise, people might mistake him for arrogance. Acknowledging their compliments with a smile was sufficient. "All right, everyone quiet down." The crowd fell silent when the first elder's voice echoed. They moved out of the way, and the first elder and Xian Kongzi appeared in front of Xiao Ming. "Xiao Ming, you did well this time," said the first elder, his elderly face displaying a satisfied smile as he approached. Though they hadn't met before, the first elder had already heard of Xiao Ming's excellence. After all, Xiao Ming was one of the 8 great elders, and technically a member of the small pill tower even if he hadn't entered. Seeing him today, the first elder found him even more remarkable than the rumors suggested. Not even he himself could accomplish killing First Tianzuan, yet Xiao Ming achieved it solely with his soul power, showcasing the terrifying strength of his soul. Soul power was the core of an alchemist's abilities, and with Xiao Ming's talent in alchemy, he might not be inferior to Xian Kongzi and the others. "First Elder, Old Xian." Xiao Ming greeted them with a bow. In Small Pill Tower, the First Elder held a very high status. Besides the Pill Tower ancestor, everyone had to show him respect. Calm and collected, not bad. Seeing this, the First Elder became even more satisfied. "You don't need to worry about Han Yesheng. As long as you stay in Holy Pill City, he won't be able to do anything to you with the ancestor present." With these words, the surrounding elders suddenly realized. The ancestor? The one who made the move just now was the ancestor. No wonder his strength was so profound. The Pill Tower ancestor was known for his penchant for disappearing, and even in the small Pill Tower, there were only a few who had seen him. Xian Kongzi and the other 2 giants had only encountered him once. Only the First Elder had more frequent encounters with him. Hence, so many people didn't have a strong impression of the Pill Tower ancestor. Of course, some people had already guessed his identity, and Xiao Ming was one of them. "I will be careful," Xiao Ming replied with a smile and a nod. Han Yesheng may be strong, but he couldn't possibly keep an eye on him all the time, could he? He just needed to act cautiously. It was impossible not to go out at all. If he remained in Holy Pill City forever, how would he continue to grow rapidly? Seeing this, the First Elder chuckled and stroked his beard, suddenly suggesting, "Your potential is exceptionally high. It's better not to waste time in the position of one of the 8 great elders. Resign from the position and enter the Small Pill Tower to cultivate. Due to your tremendous contributions this time, I'm planning to have you join the main Elder Council." The main Elder Council was the core institution of the Small Pill Tower, and entering it required assessment along with other elders. The First Elder's direct offer to Xiao Ming indicated that he had no intention of subjecting him to the assessment. However, the people around them were not opposed to the idea. First, Xiao Ming's strength was formidable, and he contributed significantly this time. Second, they were all master alchemists who understood that Xiao Ming's soul power could represent his alchemy skills to some extent. Xian Kongzi had been listening quietly, but when he heard the First Elder suddenly propose that Xiao Ming resign, his face darkened. "First Elder, Xiao Ming still has a few years left in his term. The 8 great elders are not overly busy, and it will not hinder his cultivation. Should the time of a genius like Xiao Ming be measured in the same way as that of others? Even a day wasted is a huge loss. This matter is settled." Xiao Ming blinked, not expecting the First Elder to say that, but he didn't refuse either. Staying in the position of the 8 great elders no longer served him any purpose. "From now on, Xian Kongzi, I leave the matters of Holy Pill City to you. Bring back the bodies and soul bodies of the deceased elders to the Small Pill Tower." As he mentioned this, the joyous atmosphere from the victory in battle diminished. Even though the Pill Tower had fought on its home turf, casualties were inevitable. The current state of Holy Pill City still showed signs of ruins, and it could be said that the number of people affected was not small, even though the Pill Tower's experts had tried to draw the battle into the sky as much as possible. "I have cultivated a resurrection technique. If their souls remain, I can resurrect those elders," Xiao Ming said regarding this matter. Chapter 426. The recent conflict within Holy Pill City, which culminated in the defeat of the Hall of Souls, had reached its conclusion. The outcome of the grand battle spread like wildfire, causing a resounding impact throughout the entire Central Plains. The Hall of Souls, a dominant force that stood tall in the Central Plains for hundreds of years, had been acting arrogantly and recklessly for so long. But finally, they suffered a major setback at the hands of the Pill Tower. Those saint experts were revered figures everywhere, especially the first Tianzuan of the Hall of Souls, who had been a prominent figure in the Central Plains for hundreds of years. Even though he couldn't match the strength of the Hall of Souls chief, he was still one of the Hall of Souls' top 3 most powerful figures. Yet, this battle ended in his defeat and demise within Holy Pill City. This was an accomplishment that the Pill Tower had never before achieved. Even though the Pill Tower had previously destroyed a few branch halls of the Hall of Souls, this feat was unparalleled. As the news of First Tianzuan's demise spread widely, the name of Xiao Ming once again ignited fierce discussions throughout the Central Plains. The rumors about him became increasingly exaggerated. In the stories circulating among the people, Xiao Ming was portrayed as a godlike figure, capable of stepping on Do Venerates, defeating Do Saints, and engaging in a 300-round battle with the Hall of Souls chief. Even Xiao Ming found himself speechless after hearing such rumors. Despite understanding the exaggerations, among the members of the Pill Tower, Xiao Ming's status rose dramatically, and he became on par with the first elder of the small Pill Tower. Everyone in the Pill Tower and its affiliated factions, as well as the external branches, was stunned and overjoyed. The entire Pill Tower was caught up in a frenzy of celebration. Even the peripheral members would proudly hold their heads high and feel a sense of honor when talking about Xiao Ming. This was because Xiao Ming was a core member of the Pill Tower. Xian Kongzi and the others weren't surprised by this situation, nor did they try to stop it. After all, Xiao Ming deserved such glory. Other factions, with reliable sources of information, were not swayed by exaggerated rumors. However, upon receiving the news of Xiao Ming's ability to slay a Do Saint, their first reaction was to confirm its authenticity. Once they confirmed its truth, they couldn't help but feel admiration and shock from the bottom of their hearts. In Sound Valley, when Qing Yi Nan heard the news from Qing Yi, she was left dumbfounded for a while before regaining her senses and sighing with emotion, "Xiao Ming, this young friend, truly is extraordinary." In the Burning Flame Valley, Tang Zhen saw the commotion caused by Xiao Ming shortly after he returned to Holy Pill City and said to Tang Hur, "Xiao Ming's achievements are unprecedented. In my opinion, he has the potential to become a Do god." Tang Hur didn't refute her father's words and instead showed agreement on her face. Similar reactions echoed throughout other factions, including the Flower Sect in the Ice River Valley. Inside the small Pill Tower, numerous medicinal gardens were filled with rare herbs that were scarce in the outside world. Here, they grew in vast patches, permeating the entire realm with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Deep within a secluded area, a stream meandered through the woods and eventually transformed into a silvery waterfall, cascading down into a crystal-clear lake below. In the center of the lake, a figure sat cross-legged on the water's surface, motionless. Ripples spread out around him, automatically dissipating within a 10-meter radius, creating an unusual sense of tranquility in his vicinity. Buzz. This profound calm lasted about half a day until the figure slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. In his jet-black pupils, a faint glimmer of flame flickered. He then lowered his head and lightly pinched his palm, shattering the space around his hand and revealing a pitch-black void. Xiao Ming was the person in question. 3 months had passed since the battle in Holy Pill City. During these months, Xiao Ming had been exceptionally busy. First and foremost, he was occupied with reviving the fallen elders. Thankfully, reviving them didn't require Xiao Ming to provide medicinal materials since the Pill Tower had an abundant supply. Furthermore, with several dozen master alchemists in the small Pill Tower, refining pills like the bone-growing blood-fusing pill was a breeze for them. He didn't even need to prepare new bodies for the resurrected elders, as long as the corpses weren't too badly damaged, they could be reused. He only had to handle the final step of the resurrection, but even so, it still took him quite a bit of time to revive them all. The resurrected elders were grateful and indebted to Xiao Ming, but he paid little attention to their gratitude. During the process of reviving them, Xiao Ming's Do Qi was repeatedly consumed and recovered, eventually reaching the peak 8-star Do Venerate stage. Afterwards, Xiao Ming entered seclusion, and today he finally broke through to the 9-star Do Venerate stage. 9-star Do Venerate, still not enough, Xiao Ming murmured as he felt the power within his body. He let out a sigh and gently waved his hand, smoothing out the cracks in the surrounding space. Xiao Ming's soul power had now far surpassed his Do Qi realm, making the power of a mere 9-star Do Venerate appear insufficient for him. During the previous period, he diligently cultivated step by step, mainly to stabilize his cultivation level. Now that his foundation was almost solid, he could continue to advance his strength further. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed as he pondered how to quickly increase his power. Soon, an idea struck him, and he waved his sleeves, taking out several transparent jade bottles. Through the translucent walls of the bottles, faint gelatinous substances could be seen. These were the Do Saint bone marrow obtained by Xiao Ming from the Do Saint skeleton. Estimating the remaining amount, Xiao Ming believed that these gelatin substances should be enough to cultivate an intermediate-level half-saint. If he hadn't used some of them before, he could have probably cultivated a high-level half-saint. A high-level half-saint, huh? Xiao Ming contemplated for a moment before taking out the corpse of a sinister-looking old man. The old man's corpse exuded a ghostly aura, devoid of any life force, but it was filled with a formidable pressure, displaying his extraordinary nature. This was the corpse of the Hall of Souls First Tianzuan. Should I refine the corpse of the Hall of Souls First Tianzuan into a sky demon puppet, or should I extract his blood for reuse? Xiao Ming was somewhat conflicted. Refining the body into a puppet would weaken its strength, and he didn't really need a bodyguard weaker than himself. Moreover, he lacked a strong enough soul, which would undoubtedly weaken the power of the puppet even further. However, a puppet like this could be used to protect others. On the other hand, if he chose not to refine it into a puppet and instead utilize the blood, Xiao Ming still felt a bit uneasy. At the level of a Do Saint, every part of their body was invaluable. The Do Saint bone marrow could be refined and absorbed, and similarly, the current corpse could be used for that purpose. If Xiao Ming gave this corpse to the magical beast tribes, it would probably be devoured swiftly. Currently, Xiao Ming wasn't squeamish about using such methods, but personally killing someone, and then extracting and absorbing their blood, made him feel a bit strange. In a cultivation world, this practice would be considered ruthless, akin to following an evil path. Moreover, the Do Saint bone marrow he had used before was extracted from the remains of others, not from those he personally killed. Most importantly, this first Tianzuan looked somewhat ugly. Chapter 427. The Doqi continent could be described as a land of cannibalism. After all, whether it was devouring humans or magical beasts, it could indeed lead to a boost in strength. Xiao Ming knew of many cultivation techniques that involved devouring the blood and flesh of others to enhance one's own power. However, these techniques all had their drawbacks. They could lead to a reduction in lifespan, a transformation into a bloodthirsty and ferocious character, and once the cultivation reached a certain stage, further progress would become difficult. Yet, for certain individuals, or rather, for the majority, these drawbacks were merely minor issues. What truly caused real agony was a lack of strength, as this was a world where the strong reigned supreme. Hence, such cultivation techniques were highly sought after on the Doqi continent. It was worth mentioning that absorbing a small amount of blood didn't necessarily have a significant impact on a person. For instance, when Xiao Ming combined all the Do Saint bone marrow pellets he had, it only formed a small cluster. In the original story, Xiao Yixian swallowed a drop of Demon Saint Huang Quan's essence blood, and it didn't cause any major effects. The adverse effects of these techniques arose when they required the consumption of large amounts of blood and flesh, leading to various impurities. Got it. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered that he had something else that could devour other objects. The idea sparked, and Xiao Ming raised his hand, revealing a pure white flame dancing playfully on his fingertip, accompanied by spatial ripples. This was the spirit that Xiao Ming had not used for a long time. The spirit was of great significance to him. Whether it was the vast Doqi it contained or its devouring ability, or even its role in balancing and fusing different kinds of heavenly flames, it was incredibly useful. In the past, when Xiao Ming faced enemies, he would even use the spirit as a trump card. However, as his methods of dealing with opponents grew more diverse, he hadn't used it against an enemy in a long time. Nevertheless, there was no denying that it remained his ultimate move, as no opponent of the same level as Xiao Ming could withstand its attack unscathed. Of course, now that Xiao Ming summoned it, he didn't plan to use it against an opponent. Instead, he intended to utilize its devouring ability. He could extract the pure energy from the first Tianzuan's blood and mix it into the spirit, making the process less repulsive. Indeed, Xiao Ming still couldn't resist the temptation of improving his strength and was preparing to draw the first Tianzuan's blood. With a determined mindset, Xiao Ming allowed the spirit to float in mid-air and also suspended the body of the first Tianzuan. He opened his palm, and a strong suction force emerged from his hand. From the imposing first Tianzuan's body, faint golden streams of energy appeared, converging into Xiao Ming's palm. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a golden liquid. As soon as this liquid appeared, Xiao Ming felt that the energy contained within it far surpassed the dose Saint bone marrow he had obtained before. This essence blood doesn't contain all of the first Tianzuan's dou qi, but there's definitely at least half of it. Absorbing it and creating a dou saint won't be difficult. The first Tianzuan was a 2-star dou saint, and the disparity between each star in the dou saint realm was substantial. Hence, refining half of the dou qi to create a 1-star dou saint wouldn't be a challenge. Despite the loss of blood, the first Tianzuan's body wasn't significantly affected, given that the amount of essence blood was relatively small. Xiao Ming planned to refine it later into a sky demon puppet, which might even reach the level of a half-saint puppet. With a wave of his hand, he stored the essence blood in his spatial ring and began to purify the energy. The spirit flew forward, diving into the blood, which gradually reduced in quantity. As the essence blood entered the spirit, it expanded and jumped with each absorption. It was a pure absorption process without refining. Seeing that the spirit had no issues, Xiao Ming instructed it to begin purification. Threads of blood aura emerged from the spirit's body, but after observing for a while, Xiao Ming found no problems. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ming took out the 10,000 beast cauldron. He intended to bring out the full potential of the first Tianzuan's essence blood, so he needed to extract some medicinal liquid. In front of him, the crimson 10,000 beast cauldron blazed with white flames. Xiao Ming threw the high-level medicinal herbs into the fierce flames, one by one, refining them into extremely pure medicinal liquid. With his current control over his soul, there was little possibility of failure during the refining process, and he quickly completed the task. Finally, Xiao Ming took out the dou saint bone marrow and threw all the gelatinous particles into the cauldron. With the assistance of the heavenly flame, they instantly turned into a viscous liquid. Controlling the temperature carefully, he chuckled lightly as the medicinal liquid in the cauldron gradually approached the golden liquid. Although what Xiao Ming was refining couldn't be considered a pill, it posed no difficulty for him. Nonetheless, he concentrated his attention on the changes in the form and nature of the medicinal liquid in the cauldron. In the end, the medicinal liquid and the golden liquid disappeared entirely from the cauldron, leaving only a palm-sized, radiant white liquid. The medicinal liquid has successfully merged with the dou saint bone marrow. With so many high-grade medicinal herbs thrown in, all I got is this gel, but it should be enough to break through to the high-level half-saint stage. Xiao Ming estimated the amount and nodded. He then maintained the flame at a certain temperature for a while before opening his eyes again. At this moment, the moon was sparse, and the bright moonlight shone through the branches, illuminating Xiao Ming's face, and making him look like a divine being. Xiao Ming glanced at the spirit, which had not reduced much in size but no longer emitted any blood mist. The extraction is complete. With a thought, a pale white liquid with traces of golden color flowed out. Under Xiao Ming's command, it directly surged into the cauldron, where the two liquids slowly merged. The moonlight shone gently, casting a tranquil glow over the surroundings, while the soothing symphony of birds and insects filled the air. Time flowed silently, like a quiet stream. 2 hours passed. There was only a brick-sized white gel left in the medicinal cauldron at this point. Under the moonlight, delicate and faint threads of golden light could be seen within the gel. With a poised gesture, Xiao Ming extended his hand, his fingers forming a claw-like shape, and a gentle suction force emanated from his palm, drawing the gel out of the cauldron. Looking at the soft and pure energy-infused gel in his palm, Xiao Ming felt that the refinement this time was successful. However, since it was his first attempt, he would need to try it out to see the specific effects. This substance couldn't be classified as a pill, its special medicinal effects were quite limited. It was merely a means to supplement and increase energy, thereby accelerating cultivation speed. Taking out a jade box, a sharp gust of air flowed from Xiao Ming's fingertips, cutting a piece of gel about the size of his pinky finger. The remaining gel was then stored carefully in the jade box. The gel in his hand felt slightly cold and emitted a faint fragrance, making one's appetite tickle. Xiao Ming directly put the gel into his mouth. As the gel made contact with his tongue, an immediate warmth surged, its energy rapidly penetrating his body and diffusing within. The pure energy seamlessly transformed into dou qi, flooding his meridians. To facilitate the assimilation of this energy, Xiao Ming summoned the spirit back into his body. However, instead of aiding in the assimilation process, the spirit unexpectedly expelled a portion of pure dou qi. Seems it absorbed some during the essence blood refinement earlier. Xiao Ming was speechless. He hadn't expected this twist. The two streams of energy circulated within his body. Fortunately, they originated from the same source, so there was no conflict. Otherwise, Xiao Ming would have suffered. He wouldn't die, but it would be painful for a short while. With a sigh, he began to carefully refine and assimilate the energy within his body. Chapter 428. The gel formed from Doe Saint Essence blood, Doe Saint bone marrow, along with various medicinal herbs, undoubtedly contained an immense amount of energy. Xiao Ming had only cut off a small thumb-sized piece of the gel, yet his cultivation realm surged as if it were as easy as drinking tea. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, a gentle breeze blew, swiftly followed by a raging wind. With Xiao Ming at the center, the vast lake was drawn and condensed, forming a massive vortex. The heaven and earth energy within the small pill tower also rushed into his body, one after another. His body welcomed everything without hesitation, seemingly transforming into a black hole that absorbed and refined all the energy. First change Doe Venerate, second change Doe Venerate, third change Doe Venerate, ninth change Doe Venerate. By now, the thumb-sized piece of gel had been entirely absorbed by Xiao Ming. Half Saint. Xiao Ming sat cross-legged on the lake's surface, unmoving, muttering to himself. He was unsure of how long he had been cultivating, but with the assistance of that small piece of gel, he had unconsciously achieved the ninth change of the Doe Venerate stage. At this stage, he had reached the true peak of the Doe Venerate realm, and his body had undergone 9 transformations, reaching the pinnacle of the mortal body. Another step, and he would become a half-saint, a completely different realm from Doe Venerate. This bottleneck had trapped countless peak Doe Venerates, and many of them died without breaking through to it. Xiao Ming was confident that this bottleneck wouldn't hinder him for long. After all, he had only consumed a thumb-sized piece of the gel, he still possessed a piece almost the size of a brick. Eat one more piece and continue the breakthrough. Xiao Ming determinedly produced a milky white gel and sliced a relatively large piece. He placed it into his mouth and swallowed, triggering an overwhelming surge of energy. Xiao Ming's Dou Qi became incredibly active, and his body seemed like a fully charged windmill. His Dou Qi whirled wildly, absorbing and assimilating all the energy. In a small courtyard within the small pill tower, 3 young women had gathered. Qing Lin's eyes were fixed on the flowers in the courtyard with a downcast expression on her pretty face. It's been well over a year, and still, there's no sign of young master emerging from seclusion, she said with a hint of frustration in her voice. Back then, young master mentioned he was only going to break through to the 9-star Doe Venerate, so why is it taking him so long? A touch of sadness crossed her face as she remembered his parting words. Don't be too impatient. He might have something else to do, Xiao Yixian, who was standing next to her, said gently. While she, too, missed Xiao Ming dearly, her frustration didn't seem as pronounced as Qing Lin's. That could be, but if young master doesn't emerge soon, what will happen to my plan to leave? You know, there are no suitable snake-type experts here, Qing Lin grumbled, her brows furrowing. Her cultivation had consistently lagged behind, preventing her from assisting Xiao Ming as she had always wished. Just when she managed to catch up to him, he would break through once again. Over a year ago, he even managed to defeat a 2-star Doe Saint with ease. She felt immense pressure from this achievement. Despite the fact that her cultivation speed was quite impressive, it paled in comparison to his lightning-fast progress. Hearing this, Xiao Yixian could only offer a helpless smile. She herself had access to everything she needed for cultivation within the small pill tower. In consideration of Xiao Ming's face, the first elder granted her access to an almost limitless supply of medicinal materials to use as she pleased. Of course, she only took what she needed and refined them into potent poison pills with Qiao Ying's assistance. This allowed her to advance her strength more rapidly than Qing Lin. Nonetheless, in comparison to Xiao Ming, she fell short. If your intention is to venture outside, why not approach the first elder and request a team to accompany you? Qiao Ying suddenly suggested, her lips curving into a smile as she briefly lifted her gaze from the pill recipe she held in her delicate hand. The triple jade green snake flower pupils rely on absorbing the Dou Qi of snake-type experts for accelerated cultivation, after all. The stronger the experts, the better the effect. Staying here for so long without a supply isn't ideal, is it? Xiao Yixian also pondered briefly before suggesting, you could also consider going with Ziyan for a while. Finding and subduing snake-type experts in the beast region would undoubtedly be easier with her help. Xiao Ming gave me a spatial jade slip some time ago for unforeseen circumstances. Now that we're in this realm, we no longer need to treat it as a life-saving measure. It's just that, after a year, we haven't heard anything from Ziyan's side. We can't be sure she's finished unifying the ancient void dragon tribe. Knowing her, she would have returned to Xiao Ming's side by now or at least sent someone if she had succeeded. At the end of her words, a trace of doubt crept into her tone. With a high-star Do Saint on Ziyan's side, the unification of the ancient void dragon tribe was a foregone conclusion. However, as long as the other dragon kings were not too stupid, they were unlikely to engage in a futile head-on battle with Eastern Dragon Island. It was more likely that, realizing their inability to win, many had chosen to flee across the void. Finding each of these potential threats could be a lengthy process. It had to be known that, aside from Ziyan, who possessed a royal bloodline, no one else could confront the so-called dragon kings. There was also the possibility that Ziyan was deliberately concealing the island's true strength, waiting for the other islands to take decisive action so she could eliminate all threats in a single blow. In any case, reuniting the ancient void dragon tribe may take some time. Both suggestions were reasonable, but the girl who had to make the final decision was still hesitating. First Elder, Sister Ziyan, I'd still like to discuss this with young Master, Qinglin murmured, her chin resting thoughtfully in her slender hand. Given how long she had waited for her young master before leaving, it was natural. What if he were to emerge from seclusion just as she set off? Both Qinglin and Xiao Yixian loathed being separated from him for extended periods of time. Despite knowing that Xiao Ming was secluded within the same realm and that her own strength was gradually increasing, Xiao Yixian found it increasingly challenging to maintain her calm demeanor. Xiao Ying glanced at them both and let out an internal sigh. Both girls had spent significant time with Xiao Ming, yet their extraordinary talents hadn't accustomed them to the ever-lengthening durations required for cultivation. In truth, a year was a relatively brief span. When she had compared Xiao Ming to a flame that attracted others despite the risk of getting burned, she had, in part, alluded to this very situation. The pressure he inadvertently exerted on everyone around him was profound. Keeping up with him was nearly impossible, and as time passed, others would inevitably fall behind. Boom! Just as Xiao Yixian was about to comfort her little sister, a deafening noise abruptly interrupted the trio's conversation. Their heads snapped in unison, eyes widening as they witnessed a blue mountain peak disintegrate into fragments, crumbling into rubble before their astonished gazes. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling pressure, akin to the arrival of doomsday itself, radiated outward from the deep mountains like lightning. Xiao Yixian's eyes filled with awe as she sensed the overwhelming pressure and a familiar aura intertwined within it. It's Xiao Ming. He's broken through to the Do Saint realm. Qinglin appeared utterly bewildered. Do Saint? Wasn't he supposed to break through to the 9-star Do Venerate? Xiao Ying, startled, involuntarily dropped the pill recipe she had been studying, her expression oscillating between shock and amusement. Apart from Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ying, and Qinglin, the members of the small pill tower within the realm also felt a wave of overwhelming pressure swept through them. Abandoning their tasks, they gazed in stunned silence towards the mountain's direction. A figure clad in white slowly appeared in everyone's field of vision, stepping into the empty space. Xiao Ming. He's become a Do Saint. But I thought he was only an 8-star Do Venerate before. Voices of astonishment with different emotions filled the small pill tower as they looked at the familiar figure. How is this possible? In just over a year, he's actually become a Do Saint, and a genuine one at that? Xian Kongzi, who had rushed over to discuss matters with the First Elder about the Hall of Souls, also found it hard to accept. Previously, Xiao Ming could confront Do Saints by relying on his soul power, a concept entirely distinct from becoming a Do Saint himself. Even if Xiao Ming had some evil cultivation method to devour the first Yanzuan's body, such rapid advancement wouldn't be possible. Unless he had somehow acquired the legendary Bodhisattva heart, such a feat seemed implausible. Bodhisattva ancient tree, becoming a saint on the spot. These were not empty words. The Bodhisattva heart resided within the Bodhisattva ancient tree. Those who obtained it would have their hearts transformed into Bodhisattva hearts, making becoming a saint a simple task. This was not just a rumor because an old expert had such good fortune. After swallowing the Bodhisattva heart, this untalented 2-star Do Venerate broke through all the obstacles in his advancement in a simple fashion, and within a short 5 years, he reached the Do Saint realm, shaking the entire continent in the process. However, the Bodhisattva ancient tree had not appeared for so many years, and thus, the Bodhisattva heart was naturally an unfounded tale and impossible to obtain. As for the possibility of the Bodhisattva heart being left behind from the past, that was even less likely. The incredible effects of the Bodhisattva heart could drive everyone crazy. If anyone could get their hands on it, it would be an immediate pass to reach the Do Saint realm and enter the pinnacle of this world. Who wouldn't seize such an opportunity? Not to mention the Bodhi heart, even a slightly inferior Bodhisattva seed would greatly increase the chances of successfully advancing to the Do Saint realm. If others obtained it, they would also keep it hidden. Thus, Xiao Ming's cultivation speed was truly perplexing. Standing beside Xian Kongzi, the first elder remained much more composed. He smiled faintly and said, no matter what method he used to break through to the Do Saint realm, as long as our pill tower's strength grows stronger, it's a favorable outcome. Let's go take a look. There are some matters that need to be discussed, and Xiao Ming has had interactions with the Burning Flame Valley and Sound Valley. We can see what he thinks. Chapter 429. Emerging from his seclusion, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile as he sensed the surging Do Qi within his body. Initially, he hadn't planned to directly break through to the Do Saint realm. Even with the assistance of the condensing gel, reaching that realm would still take considerable time. Moreover, advancing to the Do Saint realm wouldn't provide a significant boost to his combat abilities. He had a plan in mind that he wanted to execute, so he intended to end his seclusion upon reaching the Half-Saint realm. However, to his surprise, after reaching the Half-Saint realm, he used the life simulator and directly simulated the Bodhisattva heart. As a result, he immediately began refining and assimilating it. The effects of the Bodhisattva heart are indeed remarkable, and there's no sign of Do Qi instability. No wonder so many are obsessed with the Bodhisattva ancient tree, Xiao Ming marveled to himself. Satisfied with his progress, Xiao Ming didn't linger in the air. After briefly surveying his surroundings, he descended directly to the courtyard where the girls were. Young master. In the courtyard, Qing Lin transformed into a streak of green light and eagerly rushed over. Xiao Ming chuckled softly, opening his arms to welcome her. He lifted her with ease into a warm embrace. Her delicate arms encircled his neck, and her thighs wrapped around his waist as she clung tightly to him. In an affectionate and tender tone, she exclaimed, "Young master, you've finally emerged from seclusion." Sniffing the pleasant fragrance on her body, Xiao Ming gently patted her head and replied warmly, "I stumbled upon a great opportunity, which extended my seclusion. It's been quite a while since we last met, and you've blossomed even more beautifully. You've become more handsome too. I missed you so much." Qing Lin blushed at the compliment, her voice barely more than a soft murmur as she hid her face in his chest. If she could, she'd never let go. Xiao Ming tenderly stroked her long green hair and couldn't help but reflect, this girl has truly matured. In the past, she'd have likely run away when feeling shy. After a moment, Qing Lin reluctantly released her grip on him. After all, her big sister was waiting for her turn. Xiao Ming turned his attention to Xiao Yixian, who had worn a gentle smile throughout. Her eyes revealed a hint of yearning. Approaching her, Xiao Ming enveloped her in a warm embrace, his head nestled in her luscious purple hair, familiar with the scent of her orchid essence. He whispered, "Xianer, Qing Lin mentioned missing me. Did you miss me as well?" "I missed you too," Xiao Yixian whispered affectionately into his embrace, her words carrying a soul-stirring tone. "Hee, the big sister may not show it, but there have been many times in the last year when she appeared lost in thought, gazing toward where young master was secluded." Qing Lin's mischievous chuckle accompanied her words as she approached. A faint blush tinged Xiao Yixian's earlobes, but she didn't deny it. She linked her arm to Xiao Ming's while giving Qing Lin a look that appeared to say, "Now you're brave enough to tease your big sister, huh?" Qing Lin simply stuck out her tongue before moving closer and grabbing Xiao Ming's remaining arm. Suddenly, a soft and enchanting voice chimed in. "Oh, Xiao Ming, you're quite the lucky one. I've heard Miss Qing Lin's complaints about wanting to leave for a while, but she insisted on seeing you first. Poor sister Sienna here has had to endure her grumbling day in and day out." Upon hearing this, and coupled with the sight of her big sister stifling her laughter, Qing Lin's earlobes flushed red as well. She clung even tighter to Xiao Ming's arm, burying her face in it almost as if she wished to disappear from view. Intrigued by Qing Lin's intention to leave, Xiao Ming decided to ask her about it later. He shifted his gaze to the source of the charming voice, where an enchanting and well-endowed girl stood, looking at him. "It's a pleasant surprise to find you here, Inger. Congratulations." Being able to be in the small pill tower meant that Qiaoying had successfully become an 8th-tier alchemist. Hee, does this minor achievement really need to be mentioned? Compared to your breakthrough to the Do Saint realm, it's nothing to boast about, she replied with a giggle, her phoenix-like eyes fixed on him. Every time she saw Xiao Ming, he seemed to grow more dazzling, achieving feats she could barely fathom. Xiao Yixian glanced at Qiaoying and then turned to Xiao Ming, blinking her pretty green eyes. "Then, let me express my gratitude. You've been helping Sienna with her cultivation, haven't you?" Observing his partner's signal, Xiao Ming understood her meaning. Xiao Yixian's current cultivation was at the 9th Change-Do Venerate stage, just one step away from breaking through to the initial level half-saint. Such progress couldn't have been achieved without the continuous refinement of poison pills. However, not just any poison pills would suffice, at least an 8th-tier alchemist was required to transform them into spiritual poison pills, preserving their high-grade medicinal properties. Xiao Yixian couldn't achieve this on her own, and with Qiaoying present, it wasn't hard to deduce who had been assisting her. Qiaoying simply smiled warmly, without uttering a word. Just then, several figures suddenly flew towards Xiao Ming and the girls, landing not far from them. Among them was the first elder, followed by Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and several other elders from the main elder council. Hehe, Xiao Ming, breaking through to the Do Saint realm after a year of seclusion, you're truly unprecedented in history. Congratulations. The first elder greeted him warmly. Xiao Ming turned to greet them, saying, First elder, old Xian. The girls also paid their respects, while Qiaoying bowed respectfully to her master, Xian Kongzi, who responded with a nod and a kind smile. That's enough, no need for excessive formalities. The first elder waved his hand and glanced at the girls, smiling. We didn't interrupt your time with your little wives, did we? Of course not, Xiao Ming replied, shaking his head, and then gestured for them to join him in the living room. Qiaoying blushed slightly at being referred to as one of Xiao Ming's wives. Although it didn't necessarily imply anything more, it still brought her a sense of joy. Meanwhile, Qing Lin swiftly moved, briefly disappearing and reappearing with cups of black tea in her hands, and then proceeded to serve everyone. Star tea. Isn't this tea tree extinct? The first elder looked surprised. I was fortunate enough to obtain a tea tree, Xiao Ming explained. In reality, he had obtained the tea tree from a simulation. It had unique effects on cultivation, and drinking it regularly could transform the body into a special and comparatively weaker constitution known as the Black Star Body. However, he wasn't particularly interested in the tea's effects, he simply enjoyed its taste. Nonetheless, the tea tree had a very low yield, so he hesitated to consume it frequently. After everyone had finished their tea, Xiao Ming directly inquired, First Elder, your visit isn't solely to congratulate me on reaching the Do Saint realm, is it? Well, it seems you've already figured that out. The first elder set down his teacup and nodded slightly. During your seclusion, significant events unfolded in the Central Plains. One of these events concerns our Pill Tower and the Hall of Souls. Although we inflicted a severe blow to the Hall of Souls in Holy Pill City, their roots run deep, and we couldn't touch their core. Instead, it only escalated their retaliation against us. Upon hearing the mention of the Hall of Souls, a cold expression briefly crossed Xiao Ming's face. Fortunately, more and more powerful individuals in Central Plains who hold grudges against the Hall of Souls are now joining the Pill Tower. Previously, these people were afraid of the Hall of Souls and chose to endure quietly, but now that the Pill Tower is taking a stand, they can't hold back any longer. While the Pill Tower does have guest elders, we generally only recruit alchemists, don't we? Xiao Ming found it a bit strange. The alchemists within the Pill realm tended to be quite conservative, and although having a few guest elders was acceptable, having too many join the Pill Tower might compromise its purity. Would they really be willing? We've established an external tower, which benefits both parties. With their support, our losses have significantly decreased, Xian Kongzi explained. Of course, we aren't indiscriminately recruiting everyone. After stringent and intricate assessments, we accept them as external tower members. It appears that the pressure from the Hall of Souls remains considerable, Xiao Ming mused inwardly. The second issue concerns the Ice River Valley and the Profound Sky Sect. They have formed an alliance to attack the Burning Flame Valley. The Hall of Souls' influence appears to be behind this, and their goal is most likely to capture soul bodies. However, the ancestor of Burning Flame Valley, Huiyun, is still alive. He has advanced to the one-star Do Saint stage. On the other hand, the ancestor of Ice River Valley, Bing Jing, passed away long ago, and the old demon of Profound Sky Sect is still a high-level half-saint. Consequently, the Profound River Alliance suffered a significant setback. Nevertheless, Huiyun is not in the best condition either. He carried hidden injuries from his breakthrough to the Do Saint realm. During that time, the Hall of Souls experts obstructed him. Although they were eventually repelled, he, the first elder, shook his head, indicating that the situation was not optimistic. And there's more. The Hall of Souls is causing a great deal of trouble. Xiao Ming felt speechless as he listened to the first elder's account. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the Hall of Souls was stirring up trouble everywhere because he had taken the soul essences from 3 branch halls? Were they trying to compensate for their losses, hence their reckless actions? The more Xiao Ming pondered, the more he considered this possibility. However, he had no way to confirm it. Hence, we also intend to establish an alliance to resist the Hall of Souls, and we want you to lead it. What do you think? The first elder finally revealed their intention. Xiao Ming was capable of handling multiple thoughts at once, even while contemplating other matters. He fully grasped the first elder's words. Yet, when faced with this unexpected question, he couldn't help but feel slightly stunned. Chapter 430. Do you disagree? The first elder asked, arching an eyebrow as he noticed Xiao Ming's puzzled expression. It's not exactly that I disagree, but it caught me off guard. I understand the need for an alliance, but why should I take on the role of leader? I'm just a junior. We have elders and, not to mention you, the first elder. Xiao Ming replied. Despite his considerable strength, he was still younger than everyone else present. The first elder let out a hearty chuckle and shook his head. Junior? Sure, in terms of seniority, you're not at the top of the list, but when it comes to strength, it's not something that juniors possess. Among all the old fellows present here, who could even hold a candle to your strength? Hearing these words, Qiao Ying couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, covering her mouth, which made Xian Kongzi and the others blush with embarrassment. Everyone is thinking it, did it really need to be said aloud? Xian Kongzi and the others exchanged glances, all of them sharing a slight sense of helplessness. Being surpassed by a 22-year-old junior was a bitter pill to swallow. Without bothering to observe their expressions, the first elder continued, let's not dwell on me. Handling the Hall of Souls first Tianzuan isn't within my capabilities. Besides the ancestor, your strength stands as the pinnacle within the Pill Tower. He paused, locking his gaze on Xiao Ming. You might be young, but your potential is immense, and your reputation in the Central Plain speaks for itself. You've contributed significantly to the Pill Tower. So, in the absence of the ancestor, who better than you to lead this alliance? As Xiao Ming listened, he nodded in agreement. The more the first elder spoke, the more it seemed like he was indeed suitable for the position of alliance leader. However, while the title of alliance leader sounded appealing, he didn't have much time to take on the role. Being the alliance leader meant dealing with various matters that would conflict with his upcoming plans. But before he could decline, Qiao Ying seemed to sense his intent and swiftly moved forward, grabbing his arm. She shot him a meaningful look, silently conveying, don't be too hasty to decline. Then, her gaze shifted to the first elder, and she bowed respectfully as she spoke. I apologize for my interruption, first elder, but I believe we can all agree that Xiao Ming is not one to be tied down in one place for long. His disinterest in pursuing influence or power is precisely what makes him an exceptional choice for the role of alliance leader. A leader without hidden agendas will make other factions feel more at ease. However, it would be counterproductive to restrict him with the obligations of the alliance. The first elder stroked his beard and nodded to Qiao Ying. A faint smile graced his lips as he shifted his gaze to Xiao Ming. Your little wife seems to understand you quite well. Indeed, you are well suited to serve as the alliance's public face. As for the mundane matters, you needn't burden yourself. In the days ahead, you can always delegate these tasks to Xian Kongzi and the others. The first elder had earlier advised Xiao Ming to resign from his role as one of the 8 great elders in order to concentrate on cultivation, so he naturally had no qualms about lessening his responsibilities. After all, the first elder had no intention of allowing his duties as the alliance leader to hinder him. Xian Kongzi and the others. After a brief moment of speechlessness, they eventually nodded in agreement. They would have no problem assisting him with alliance-related matters. Xiao Ming contemplated the proposition carefully. Indeed, if he could delegate administrative tasks to others, he might be able to maintain his focus on his plans without interruption. Accepting the position of alliance leader seemed more reasonable now. Would it be just a titular position then? Not just a titular position. Whenever you decide to handle the alliance affairs, you are welcome to do so, the first elder chuckled. He merely didn't want to overly affect Xiao Ming's cultivation, but he also didn't want to undermine the authority of the alliance leader. If Xiao Ming wanted to fully take over the responsibilities of the position, he had no reason to refuse. With a nod, Xiao Ming agreed. In that case, I accept the position of alliance leader. He then inquired, who are the targets of this alliance? Sure, let me explain. At the first elder's signal, Xian Kongzi took over the explanation. The alliance's targets are the Burning Flame Valley, Sound Valley, Flower Sect, and Falling Star Pavilion. As Xian Kongzi listed the names of various powerful forces in Central Plains, Xiao Ming's eyebrows twitched. It seemed that this Pill Tower alliance was no small matter. Its aim was to encompass all the major forces in the Central Plains. As far as we know, most of these forces have encountered troubles recently, and behind these troubles lies the influence of the Hall of Souls, Xian Kongzi continued. Then how many of these forces have agreed to the alliance? Xiao Ming inquired. About half of them, Xian Kongzi replied. Half of them? Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by the higher-than-expected number. After all, the matter of this alliance revolved around the Pill Tower, and if it were to be formed, the autonomy of those forces would undoubtedly be affected. This was not something that major powers would readily accept. The fact that so many had agreed showed the considerable influence the Pill Tower wielded. And which forces have not agreed yet? Xiao Ming inquired. Xian Kongzi replied, Burning Flame Valley, Flower Sect, and Sound Valley. Wait, even though Hui Yun, the ancestor of Burning Flame Valley, has already been injured, they haven't agreed? Xiao Ming was surprised. Given the precarious situation of Burning Flame Valley, wasn't refusing the alliance akin to seeking death? They haven't explicitly declined either, they simply haven't replied, so their stance is unclear, Xian Kongzi explained. Perhaps Hui Yun's condition is critical. It might be worth sending someone to visit them. Xian Kongzi nodded slightly, as he had thought about that as well. As for Sound Valley, I can write a letter to them. You can send someone to deliver it, it might have some effect. Xiao Ming proposed. The following discussion revolved around various alliance matters. Eventually, the first elder and the others bid their farewells and left. As the others departed, only Xiao Ming and the girls remained in the courtyard. With a somewhat downcast expression, Qiao Ying rose from her seat, realizing that it was time for her to leave. It was only natural for Xiao Ming and his partners to desire some quality time together. With a swift wave of farewell, Qiao Ying began to turn around. Yet, just as her curvaceous figure started to move, a pair of strong arms enveloped her from behind. These arms wrapped around her slender waist, and a voice she knew all too well whispered by her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Leaving so soon, Inger? Hearing Xiao Ming's teasing words, a slight blush tinged the lobes of her ears, momentarily leaving her at a loss for words. What's the matter? Weren't you the one who linked arms with me earlier? Where's that bold spirit of yours? The alliance leader is joking, wasn't it because a certain someone wanted to reject the first elder's proposition without a second thought? What an incorrigible person, Qiao Ying retorted with her usual teasing, though a hint of shyness was growing within her. She had never been touched by a man before, so Xiao Ming's arms around her waist were a new sensation for her. She hadn't expected Xiao Ming to turn the tables on her. Wasn't she the one who usually took the initiative? Hee, you're right. But luckily, I have such a dutiful, little wife, who stepped in for me. Xiao Ming's tone carried a trace of mischief as he leaned in closer to her ear, gently brushing aside her red hair to let his breath brush her skin. Qiao Ying's startled jump was accompanied by a soft, involuntary moan. She quickly realized what had happened and covered her mouth, slightly squirming to break free from his grip. Xiao Ming let her go, and she darted out of the courtyard as fast as she could, her heart racing. As Xiao Ming observed Qiao Ying's hasty departure, a pair of slender jade arms encircled his neck from behind, carrying a familiar orchid fragrance. Knowing it was Xiao Yixian, he reached out to caress her hands as he spoke, a touch bemused. Of all the ways I expected her to react, that was quite unexpected. Seeing Sister Inger react like that is indeed rare, Xiao Yixian chuckled. She usually carries herself with such maturity that I occasionally forget she's younger than me by several years. But when a woman is close to her beloved, her heart is especially vulnerable, and she is no exception. Xiao Yixian, leaning against him as she spoke, paused for a moment before continuing. Her response made it quite clear that she holds deep affection for you. I know you like her as well. Do you intend to make her your woman? If so, I won't object. Hearing this, Qing Lin's eyes widened slightly before returning to their normal state. It didn't particularly bother her if Qiao Ying became one of her sisters. In fact, as long as she and Xiao Ming were together, she wouldn't mind if a dozen more sisters suddenly emerged. Xiao Ming turned around to meet Xiao Yixian's eyes, which held no trace of unease, only a curious glint. He leaned in to kiss her soft lips and replied, "Let things progress naturally. If, when we meet again, she still feels the same way, then I'll consider it. For now, you needn't worry about her, I'm sure she'll be well looked after from now on. Xiao Yixian blinked her beautiful eyes upon hearing his words but soon grasped his meaning. Not only the first elder and Xian Kongzi were present at the previous gathering, but so were all the elders of the old council. Seeing Qiao Ying as one of Xiao Ming's presumed wives, the current alliance leader, it was only natural for them to take extra care of her from now on. Her cultivation within the small pill tower would undoubtedly be smoother. This was Xiao Ming's way of returning the favor for supporting his partner. With the topic of Qiao Ying set aside, Xiao Yixian and Qin Lin picked up on a different nuance in Xiao Ming's words. They exchanged hesitant glances, as if they wanted to say something but were unsure how to broach the subject. When Xiao Ming noticed their reaction, he raised his hand and established a spatial barrier within the courtyard. He then took Xiao Yixian's hand and sat beside Qin Lin, enveloping them both in his arms. "Is there something on your minds?" he inquired. Furrowing her brows, Xiao Yixian contemplated his recent words. "Are you planning to go out again?" Xiao Ming nodded. "Can we accompany you?" Qin Lin and Xiao Yixian asked in unison. In the past, they wouldn't have posed such a question, but with Xiao Ming's rapid growth and strength, they could no longer be of much assistance. Hence, they mustered the courage to ask. Not this time, Xiao Ming shook his head, causing both Xiao Yixian and Qin Lin to feel a twinge of disappointment. Sensing their subdued expressions, Xiao Ming's tone shifted. "However, I do have a task for both of you." Upon hearing that they could still be of aid to him, the girl's spirits immediately lifted. "But before that, you need to take this first." Xiao Ming waved his sleeve, summoning a crystal-clear white gel onto the nearby table. "What is this?" Xiao Yixian's pupils widened as she sensed the immense energy contained within the substance. "This gel is refined from the essence blood of a dough saint, combined with various rare herbs. It can aid one of you in breaking through to the dough saint realm," Xiao Ming explained. He had barely used this gel due to the Bodhisattva heart, so assisting someone in breaking through to the dough saint realm posed no issue. Dough saint? Both Xiao Yixian and Qin Lin were stunned upon hearing these words, leaving them momentarily speechless. Their reaction was understandable. After all, the term dough saint carried immense weight in the Dou Qi continent. Regaining their composure, they exchanged glances before shaking their heads. "No, you should keep this precious item for yourself. If you don't use it, I won't feel comfortable sending you on this mission. How can we be sure you're not trying to trick us into accepting it?" "We won't accept unless you explain the so-called mission first." Both girls remained unwavering. They both knew how caring and protective Xiao Ming was, but this item, capable of allowing someone to become a dough saint, must be extremely valuable, and Xiao Ming could undoubtedly benefit from it as well. That's why they wanted to turn it down. Naturally, Xiao Ming understood their thoughts, so he rubbed his forehead before detailing his plan to them. "Alright, it seems you both no longer want to obey your man. What I'm asking of you, my two rebellious fairies, is that you launch attacks on the branch halls of the Hall of Souls in other regions." Essentially, while he handled the Hall of Souls in the Central Plains, Xiao Yixian and Qin Lin would execute surprise assaults on the Hall of Souls branch halls situated in different regions. However, Xiao Ming couldn't suppress his concern about their current strength. Although the other regions might not have dough saints stationed there, sending half-saints was not an improbable scenario. For them to seize the soul essences from the clutches of the Hall of Souls, an increase in strength was imperative. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's explanation, the two girls hesitated. Decision made, let's proceed with this plan. Xiao Ming didn't give them much time to overthink it. He divvied up portions of the dough saint gel based on their current strengths. These portions would enable both women to break through to the high-level half-saint stage, with a surplus remaining. While Xiao Ming could have focused the energy on one of them to cultivate a dough saint first, the process of breaking through to that realm took far too long, a luxury he couldn't afford. For now, achieving the high-level half-saint stage will suffice for their mission. After dividing the portions of dough saint gel between them, Xiao Ming continued to explain the strategy. Then, recalling something, he asked, "Oh, by the way, Qin Lin, you mentioned wanting to leave earlier, right?" According to Qiao Ying's words, Qin Lin had been very eager to leave. "I did, but it doesn't matter anymore." Qin Lin's earlier thoughts had faded in the face of Xiao Ming's return from seclusion and the dough saint gel, which would take them months to refine. She rested her head on his neck and briefly summarized the ideas they had devised to increase her cultivation speed. "Don't concern yourself with those things any longer, leave them to me. As for Ziyan, I'll pay her a visit after I attend to some matters." Xiao Ming affectionately caressed the pair of beauty's cheeks, causing them to snuggle closer. Both began to release their inhibitions, knowing that once they entered seclusion, a period of separation from their beloved awaited. Their bodies pressed against his, hands daringly exploring beneath his clothes, tracing the contours of his torso. Breath mingled with breath, each inhalation infused with increasing heat. Sensing their desires, Xiao Ming scooped up both enchanting figures, and under their shy yet eager gazes, he carried them to his room. Chapter 431. Xiao Ming spent 2 days with Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. On the third day, he left the small pill tower and met with the leaders of the forces who came to discuss an alliance, as well as their ancestors. When these forces learned that the pill tower proposed Xiao Ming as the alliance leader, they were somewhat surprised, but no one came forward to oppose it. Oppose it? Were you kidding? Who would dare to oppose Xiao Ming after he had killed a 2-star Do Saint? Before making such a foolish choice, one should be aware of their own capabilities. The reason they agreed to form an alliance was, in large part, because of Xiao Ming. They saw hope in this young powerhouse to resist the Hall of Souls. Moreover, they discovered that Xiao Ming's cultivation had reached Do Saint realm. Even some old monsters couldn't help but swear when they saw this. Do Saint. This was the pinnacle realm of the Do-Chi continent. And Xiao Ming had broken through to this realm in just a little over a year without being seen. The difference between fighting against a Do Saint with soul strength and fighting against a Do Saint with Do-Chi was entirely different. Xiao Ming was now barely over 22 years old. Whenever they thought of this fact, they felt a sense of suffocation. Hence, it was unnecessary to provoke such a genius, instead, they should strive to be on good terms with him. Xiao Ming was unaware of their thoughts. If he knew, he would surely chuckle to himself. After all, he had encountered even more monstrous individuals. Ziyan, for example, devoured the dragon phoenix origin fruit and soared from Do Venerate to 2-star Do Saint in just over 5 months. That was much more exaggerated than his own progress. After discussing various matters with those forces, Xiao Ming left the Pill Tower's affairs to the 3 giants and departed from the Pill Realm. By the way, Xiao Ming chose the name for the alliance, calling it Heavenly Court. It was a bit whimsical, but he wasn't afraid that his fellow reincarnator, Xiao Yan, would make any connections to it. After all, apart from the 2 words, this Heavenly Court had nothing in common with the Heavenly Court from their previous life. The Flowers sect was a top-tier power in Central Plains with a long-standing reputation. However, in recent years, it had been in turmoil due to the passing of their former sect master. Inside a grand hall permeated with a faint floral fragrance, though spacious, it felt somewhat empty with only a few people seated quietly within. Among them was the newly appointed sect master of the Flower sect, Hua Yi, but she was not sitting in the main seat. Instead, there were 2 figures already seated there. These 2 figures were dressed in pale yellow robes and appeared relatively youthful, with smooth skin and a special charm despite the shallow crow's feet at the corners of their eyes. Their presence gave off a sense of uniqueness. Below them were the various elders of the Flower sect, all showing respectful expressions toward the 2 figures, who appeared much younger than themselves. First Elder, what do you think about the establishment of the Heavenly Court? After a moment of silence in the hall, the woman in the main seat suddenly raised her eyes and looked at an elderly woman below. There, in front of her, lay a scroll with a special emblem from the Pill Tower. In response to the woman's question, the first elder hesitated for a moment and respectfully said, reporting to the Grand Elder, the Pill Tower alone is a force beyond our Flower sect's reach. The establishment of the Heavenly Court has already attracted the alliance of many powerful forces, far beyond what our Flower sect can match. However, even so, there is still a gap between them and the Hall of Souls. If we agree to join the alliance, we will undoubtedly be in direct conflict with the Hall of Souls, which is an extremely risky situation. Upon hearing this, the woman dressed in yellow robes nodded slightly and said, indeed, the strength of the Pill Tower is beyond comparison with ours. Their newly appointed alliance leader, Xiao Ming, in particular, is terrifying. Despite his young age, he was able to kill a 2-star Do Saint, which is truly admirable. As for the Hall of Souls, my sister and I have had some difficult encounters with them in the past. Grand Elder, while the alliance carries risks, it also holds considerable benefits for the Flower sect. Our sect's development has stagnated for many years, and we've been constantly oppressed by the Profound Sky sect. If we could truly join the alliance, the reputation of the Flower sect would undoubtedly reach its peak, and the influence brought by the Profound River Alliance would be minimized. Hua Yi, the newly appointed sect master of the Flower sect, spoke softly. Since taking over as the sect master, the Profound Sky sect had caused her no small amount of trouble. If it weren't for the Grand Elders coming out of seclusion in the end, she feared that her position as sect master would have been snatched away by Hua Jin with the help of the Profound Sky Sect's power. The Profound Sky Sect is indeed a troublesome fly. After forming the Profound River Alliance with the Ice River Valley, they have absorbed many medium and small forces, making them even more difficult to deal with. Old Demon Tian Ming in the Profound River Alliance is a high-level half-saint. Back then, my sister and I were only intermediate-level half-saints, and even if we joined forces, we could barely match him. Now that my sister has just reached the high-level half-saint realm and her cultivation is not yet stable, we can't immediately deal with him either. Moreover, it seems that the Profound River Alliance has made connections with the Hall of Souls. The woman in yellow robes looked quite distressed as she spoke. If only Xiao Ming were a member of our flower sect, things would be so much better. I'm afraid a single glance from him could resolve the issue with old demon Tian Ming, and we wouldn't have so many worries. What do you suggest, Grand Elder? Hua Yi guessed what was being implied and asked carefully. Let my sister decide on this matter. The woman in yellow robes shook her head, not expressing her opinion and instead leaving the decision to the silent woman beside her. With all eyes now focused on the cold and aloof woman, she raised her eyebrows slightly and spoke in a plain and concise voice, join the alliance to deal with the Hall of Souls. The other elders hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. Indeed, forming an alliance seemed to be a good choice. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Someone is intruding into the flower realm. The two grand elders, along with the others, left the main hall and flew up into the sky, looking towards the eastern direction. In that region of space, a large rift slowly tore open, and a tremendous cold aura, like an evil beast, rudely rushed into the area. Sinister laughter filled the space, thundering like lightning. Fairy Qing, Fairy Hua, it's been many years. I hope you are both well. With the resounding voice, a large group of figures streamed through the rift and transformed into streaks of light, appearing in the skies above the flower sect. As the group entered the flower realm, the flower sect elders leaped into the air, confronting them with their do qi surging, their eyes filled with vigilance. The cold woman at the forefront slowly raised her head, her gaze fixed on the leader of the group. This person was dressed in dark gray robes and stood aloft in the air. He had long red hair, and his face did not have many wrinkles. If not for the aged aura that filled his glittering red eyes, no one would have regarded him as an old demon who had lived for hundreds of years. At first glance, this gray-robed person appeared extremely ordinary. Even the aura within his body was like that of an ordinary person. His entire demeanor was unassuming, but everyone understood that a person who could stand there was definitely not a simple character. Old demon Tian Ming, how dare you bring people to trespass upon my flower sect? Are you tired of living? The cold and aloof woman's voice echoed in the air. Chapter 432. Fairy Qing's face, originally indifferent, was now filled with anger as she looked up at old demon Tian Ming. Fairy Hua's eyes also revealed a hint of killing intent as she scanned the large group of people behind him. This time, the Profound River Alliance had clearly emptied its nest. There were at least nearly 100 people present, and almost half of these strong individuals possessed the strength of a Do Venerate. With this lineup, coupled with the power of old demon Tian Ming at the high-level half-saint, they were undeniably a formidable force. However, as formidable as this lineup appeared, it was nothing more than a pipe dream if they thought they could wipe out the flower sect within the flower realm. After all, the flower sect possessed two half-saints, whereas the Profound River Alliance possessed only one. As long as one of the half-saints could temporarily restrain old demon Tian Ming, the rest of the alliance would be doomed. I've come today just to give you a good choice. Based on our past acquaintance, old demon Tian Ming's indifferent voice resonated from the sky. Today, you can choose to join our Profound River Alliance, or of course, you can choose not to. As long as your flower sect retreats from the territory of the Profound River Alliance, at least 10,000 miles away, and promises not to have any disputes with us in the future, my Profound River Alliance will leave today. Old demon Tian Ming's words made many of the flower sect's elders' expressions slightly change. Fools talk. Fairy Qing's voice was icy cold. Retreating 10,000 miles away. Did that not mean they had to leave their territory like a beaten dog? And promising not to have any disputes with the Profound River Alliance in the future? If they agreed, how could the flower sect continue to establish itself in Central Plains? As for joining, it was even more impossible. These guys are clearly provoking us, Hua Yi said through gritted teeth as she glared at old demon Tian Ming. The Profound River Alliance should also be well aware that their demands were absolutely impossible to agree with. Fairy Qing suddenly regained her calm demeanor and locked her gaze onto old demon Tian Ming, who in turn had a cold smile on his face as he stared back without any sign of backing down. Neither side's elders and powerful experts spoke, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Fairy Qing, have you made up your mind? After observing for a moment, old demon Tian Ming raised an eyebrow and asked. Do you really think the Profound River Alliance has the strength to say such things? In that case, you're not choosing to agree, I suppose. Old demon Tian Ming's cold smile reduced slightly as he spoke slowly. Fairy Qing couldn't be bothered to respond, and she swung her palm abruptly. Boom! Boom! As her palm struck, a tremendously powerful aura erupted around the mountain range. Beams of Do Qi shot up into the sky and intertwined in the air, eventually forming a large array that enveloped old demon Tian Ming and his group in the sky. At the same time, the sky above also began to shower down a beautiful rain of flowers, creating a mesmerizing scene. 1,000 transformations flower rain formation. Fairy Qing, it seems you won't be convinced until you face the cruel reality. Old demon Tian Ming looked at the petals falling around them, and a sinister smirk emerged on his face. Then, his gaze turned back to Fairy Qing. With the strength of my Profound River Alliance, it is indeed difficult to destroy your flower sect. But do you think I would be foolish enough to walk into a trap without absolute certainty? Hearing this, Fairy Qing and the others frowned. Come out, you too. Old demon Tian Ming let out a sinister laugh, then shouted loudly. Swoosh! As everyone watched, the space beside old demon Tian Ming suddenly began to ripple. A spatial fissure was torn open, and 2 chilling auras swiftly surged out like tidal waves. Sensing those 2 eerie auras, the people of the flower sect couldn't help but look grim. It's the scum of the Hall of Souls. Jia, with this saint present, your flower sect should just surrender. Rolling black fog gushed out from the spatial fissure, slowly emerging before the eyes of everyone present. Accompanying its appearance was a sinister laughter that echoed through the air. Guili. Fairy Qing's eyes turned cold. She had clashed with Guili before and knew he was a formidable opponent. In the sky, the fog churned and gradually dissipated, revealing 2 figures under the watchful gazes of the crowd. The one leading the way was a pale-faced middle-aged man with an imposing aura no weaker than old demon Tian Ming's. The other person had a slightly weaker aura, an intermediate-level half-saint. 2 half-saints. Together with old demon Tian Ming, that made a total of 3. This lineup caused many to draw a sharp breath on the spot. Some of the flower sect's elders even had their faces turn pale. Fairy Qing, do you need more time to consider my conditions? As his gaze wandered over Fairy Qing's body, old demon Tian Ming's face twisted into a sinister smile, and his eyes gleamed with greed. A high-level half-saint would be an ideal cauldron for breaking into the Do Saint realm. Fairy Qing's face darkened, and her hand clenched slowly within her sleeve. Grand Elder, surrendering is useless. With the means of the Hall of Souls and the Profound River Alliance, they won't spare us, Hua Yi said with a cold face, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination. Now, besides fighting to the end, we have no other way out. The strong members of the flower sect also looked at her, awaiting her decision. Fairy Qing nodded slightly, understanding the logic. If that's the case, then we'll fight them to the end. Old demon Tian Ming had been closely observing Fairy Qing's changing expressions, and upon seeing the resolute look on her face, he understood that the flower sect would never submit. His sinister smile deepened. It seems that today, the flower sect will inevitably be drowned in a river of blood. Perfect. There are many powerful cultivators here. I can gather some souls for the Hall of Souls, sneered Guili. He didn't even bother to regard the flower sect as a threat. With 2 high-level half-saints and 1 intermediate-level half-saint on their side, the flower sect was no match for them. Engaging in this battle today would certainly lead to the flower sect being wiped out from the Central Plains forever. Act. Spare those who surrender, kill those who resist. Once the decision to fight was made, old demon Tian Ming didn't allow the flower sect to continue discussing countermeasures. He stomped his foot and a cold voice, filled with killing intent, resounded through the air. Yes. Upon hearing old demon Tian Ming's order, the Profound River Alliance experts behind him instantly displayed their killing intent. Powerful Do Qi erupted from their bodies, transforming into streams of light as they swiftly descended upon the flower sect. The flower sect's strong members were not to be outdone. They charged forward, colliding fiercely with the Profound River Alliance experts in midair. As the battle erupted, explosions rang out throughout the flower realm. Kill! Brother Guili, let's capture Fairy Qing right now. As the battle erupted, old demon Xiao Ming burst into laughter and turned to Goeli, suggesting a joint effort. Sure. Goeli nodded sinisterly. He had some old grudges against the flower sect, which was why he didn't say no when old demon Xiao Ming approached him. Of course, he only agreed after old demon Xiao Ming paid a significant number of soul bodies. Chapter 433. With Goeli's agreement, old demon Xiao Ming grinned wickedly, and with a swift step, he swept through the sky. An overwhelming do chi surged out, and in an instant, he appeared before Fairy Qing. His pale hand, resembling an eagle's claw, directly tore through the void and lunged at her throat. Humph. Fairy Qing let out a cold snort. Without any defense, she extended her right hand, revealing a treasured sword. She stabbed it towards old demon Xiao Ming's head, seemingly willing to exchange a life for another. Kiki, the life of the old me is more precious than yours. Old demon Xiao Ming's expression changed slightly as he smirked. Now that they held the absolute advantage, there was no need for them to risk their lives. He promptly retracted his claws, swiftly retreating to avoid Fairy Qing's sword attack. As Fairy Qing's sword missed its target, she was about to chase after him when a black fog rushed towards her. A piercing scream echoed from within the mist, followed by a black chain breaking through the fog, causing the surrounding space to tremble, forming dark cracks. Get lost! Fairy Qing's expression turned icy as she shouted angrily. The swirling flower petals in the sky transformed into a tornado, attacking the dark space, forcefully driving back the black chain. At the same time, she dashed into the black fog, slashing her sword towards a certain direction. Clang! As the sword struck, a metallic clash resounded, and Fairy Qing's figure was forcefully thrown back from within the black fog. Though all three of them were high-level half-saints, Fairy Qing had recently broken through, and even in a one-on-one situation, victory was difficult to achieve. Now, even with the assistance of the large array, facing two high-level half-saints simultaneously was too overwhelming. Together. Seeing Fairy Qing being pushed back, old demon Xiao Ming smiled sinisterly. However, he didn't rush forward. Capturing Fairy Qing required cooperation with Goeli. Goeli nodded calmly. Both of them shot out almost simultaneously, their overwhelming do chi surging like raging dragons, sweeping towards Fairy Qing and covering the sky. Massive portions of space collapsed in the terrifying clash. As Fairy Qing struggled against the combined assault of Goeli and old demon Xiao Ming, the intermediate-level half-saint from the Hall of Souls also shifted his gaze towards the chaotic battlefield below. As he was about to make a move, Fairy Hua appeared before him, brandishing her sword. Humph. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the intermediate-level half-saint's eyes narrowed. He flicked his sleeve, and a chain flew out, clashing forcefully with her sword, resulting in a muffled sound as both of them were pushed back. Steadying his figure, the Hall of Souls half-saint locked his gaze on Fairy Hua. You want to stop me? So be it, I'll have some fun with you. Without you two, the flower sect is nothing more than a group of weaklings. Fairy Hua's eyes narrowed slightly as she heard his words. Indeed, she noticed that the elders and disciples of the flower sect were retreating step by step under the siege of the Profound River Alliance's experts. Many of the disciples who were defeated weren't killed but instead sealed and thrown aside. It was evident to everyone what the Profound River Alliance's experts intended to do. The female disciples of the flower sect were all beautiful and graceful, making them desirable either for sale or for personal enjoyment. The experts from the Profound River Alliance clearly had such intentions in mind. As for whether anyone would buy them or not, slave trading was not a novelty on the Dochi continent. You shameless scum! Fairy Hua rebuked angrily. Save your breath. Today, the flower sect will perish. The half-saint sneered coldly, and in a ghostly manner, he appeared right in front of her. A terrifying do chi condensed into a peculiar black crystal layer on his palm, and then he struck his palm towards her. Faced with the unexpected speed of the Hall of Souls half-saint, Fairy Hua was taken aback, and she forcefully swung her sword with all her might. Clang! A fierce battle erupted between the two. While an intense battle unfolded within the flower realm, outside, a vast and continuous mountain range exuded an aura of tranquility. Suddenly, faint cracks in space started to appear in the sky above. Within seconds, these cracks merged together, forming a black portal about a dozen meters high. Stepping out of the portal was a man of outstanding temperament and appearance, dressed in elegant white attire. He surveyed the seemingly deserted mountains ahead and nodded slightly. Rather than rashly barging in, he flicked his finger, and a letter appeared in his hand, only to disappear moments later. After waiting for a while without receiving any response, Xiao Ming felt somewhat surprised. What's going on with the flower sect? In the simulation, it was said that I would be received with a grand welcome by the sect master. But in reality, they're not even willing to see me. Something feels amiss. Could there be some unforeseen circumstances? As he pondered, Xiao Ming took a step forward. In front of him, the empty space emitted a strange ripple, and a massive spatial barrier appeared within his line of sight. Without any apparent action from him, the spatial barrier fluctuated, and a crack opened up, allowing him to pass through effortlessly. The flower's sect spatial barrier was entirely ineffective against Xiao Ming, who was a Do saint. Upon entering the spatial barrier, a burst of colorful flowers and an exceptionally rich floral fragrance greeted him. Within this fragrance, an immensely powerful energy of heaven and earth permeated the air. Such a peculiar place, Xiao Ming hovered in midair, his face showing a tinge of astonishment as he gazed at the hidden world beyond the spatial barrier. Before him was an endless expanse of flower-covered mountains, each peak adorned with colorful blossoms. From a distance, it looked like a sea of flowers, swaying gently in the breeze. The vibrant petals danced in the sky, creating a scene akin to a fairyland. This flower sea must be a formation. Xiao Ming observed the boundless expanse of the flower sea and detected a powerful energy hidden within it. Even the flower petals floating in the sky seemed to follow a specific mysterious trajectory. Xiao Ming knew that this place was not the real location of the flower sect, rather, it was a boundary set up to prevent outsiders from entering. Likewise, this formation had no effect on him. Xiao Ming appeared at the end of the flower sea with a single step. He found himself in the midst of a majestic mountain range, where clouds and mist intertwined in colorful flowers bloomed. A broad and expansive towering peak rose from the ground in the center of the mountain range, surrounded by numerous buildings. A large square was cut open horizontally at the mountain's peak. The square was made of green stones surrounded by petal patterns that gave off an enticing fragrance. Despite the enchanting scenery, the area was currently filled with darting figures, with the resounding sounds of battle and slaughter echoing through the air. Gently raising his head, Xiao Ming could even see a pitch-black crack in the sky above. No wonder no one responded to me. It turns out that this place has been invaded. Chapter 434. Bang! 3 figures clashed like lightning in the sky, and the terrifying ripples of their doqi spread out in a circular pattern, tearing apart the surrounding area within 1,000 meters in diameter. No strong individual dared to approach, as this formidable force could easily crush a Do venerate powerhouse into nothing but blood. Humph! After the clash, all 3 figures staggered back several steps, leaving behind a dark zone where even the space itself seemed to collapse. Regaining her footing, Fairy Qing's once graceful face was now pale as paper, and her body was covered in bloodstains. Hee, Fairy Qing, won't you surrender now? Don't you want to save the flower sect from destruction? Old demon Tian Ming sneered, holding back the surging blood within his body as he stared at the pale Fairy Qing, trying to threaten her. Dream on. Old demon Tian Ming, stop the nonsense and don't give her a chance to catch her breath. She won't last much longer. Gue Li's eyes turned cold as he coldly shouted. Understood. Old demon Tian Ming changed his hand seals, and a vast grey doqi surged out from within him. It condensed behind him into a gigantic hundreds of meters tall phantom. The phantom didn't have a tangible face, but it exuded a terrifying aura. Sky profound palm. Old demon Tian Ming slammed his palm forward, and the huge phantom behind him followed suit. A chilling and soul-piercing force, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms, fiercely smashed towards Fairy Qing. Sensing the formidable energy gathered in the phantom's palm, Fairy Qing didn't dare to be careless. Do-chi surged rapidly from within her body, condensing into a 30-meter-long sword aura that clashed heavily with the phantom's palm wind. Bang! The impact caused a thunderous explosion in the sky, and a terrifying do-chi storm spread out from the point of impact, obliterating an entire mountain peak nearby and turning it into a cloud of dust. The shockwave spread, affecting even old demon Tian Ming. He staggered back, and his aura briefly faltered, causing his already fair complexion to pale even more. If old demon Tian Ming was struggling, Fairy Qing, who was already at a disadvantage, had it even worse. Her blood surged, and before she could suppress it, she heard Gue Li's voice. Jia, a perfect opportunity. This voice sent shivers down Fairy Qing's spine, causing her actions to pause for a moment. A ghostly figure appeared behind her in an instant and ruthlessly struck her back with a palm, landing with tremendous force. Spurt. The unexpected attack left Fairy Qing half numb as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body fell and crashed heavily onto the main peak square, creating multiple large cracks that spread across half the mountain. Witnessing this scene, many flower sect experts felt their hearts sink. Fairy Qing was the strongest person in the flower sect, and her defeat would undoubtedly devastate their morale. Flower sect members, with Fairy Qing's defeat, if any of you still resist, I won't mind slaughtering every single one of you. Old Demon Tian Ming coldly proclaimed, stepping into the void as his chilling gaze swept over them, exuding murderous intent that echoed in everyone's ears. All flower sect members hesitated when they heard the chilling voice of old Demon Tian Ming. The once stalwart flower sect now faced overwhelming pressure, and despair began to settle in. Want the flower sect to surrender? You're dreaming. Fairy Hua, who was fighting another half-saint from the Hall of Souls, overheard old Demon Tian Ming's words. She immediately disengaged from her opponent and blocked the path of old Demon Tian Ming and the others. Just an intermediate-level half-saint, and yet you dare to act so arrogantly. You'll pay for your audacity. If you seek death, then die. Old Demon Tian Ming's eyes turned cold as he once again condensed a massive phantom behind him. A gigantic palm, accompanied by chilling sonic booms, viciously struck Fairy Hua. Since her elder sister was below, Fairy Hua chose not to dodge. She condensed her Do Qi into a protective barrier, intending to withstand the attack. However, the gap between an intermediate-level half-saint and a high-level half-saint was significant. Despite her best efforts, Fairy Hua could only resist for 3 seconds before gradually losing ground. Watching the massive palm drawing near, Fairy Hua couldn't help but feel indignant and sorrowful. Damn it! Is the flower sect destined to perish today? Boom! The protective barrier of Do Qi shattered, and Fairy Hua could only watch as the enormous palm descended toward her. Swoosh! Suddenly, a small spatial crack appeared in front of her, and a hand reached out from it. With a gentle grasp, the enormous palm was effortlessly dispelled. What's going on? Who dares to interfere in the matters of the Profound River Alliance and the Hall of Souls? Old Demon Tian Ming and Gue Li's faces changed. Before they could even finish speaking, the crack widened, and a vast aura filled with overwhelming pressure spread like lightning. This saint, Xiao Ming, dares. Feeling the majestic and imposing aura, old Demon Tian Ming and Gue Li's bodies instantly stiffened, and they were overwhelmed with horror. They let out an almost incomprehensible scream that echoed through the sky. Leader of the Heavenly Court, Xiao Ming. How is this possible? Weren't you supposed to be in Holy Pill City? Amidst the numerous astonished gazes, the crack expanded, and a white-clad youth stepped out, appearing before everyone's eyes. Xiao Ming. Is it Xiao Ming from the Pill Tower? Could it be that the Pill Tower has come to save us? Xiao Ming could kill a Do Saint more than a year ago, we're saved. As everyone looked at the familiar figure, the flower sect resounded with cries of joy, while the members of the Profound River Alliance were left stunned. At this point, all battles in the flower sect came to a halt. Countless eyes, filled with different emotions of astonishment and fear, stared at the figure emerging from the spatial crack. Under the terrifying pressure, even Do Venerate powerhouses felt their minds trembling. This pressure surpassed that of high-level half-saints like old Demon Tian Ming by several times. How could it be Xiao Ming? The Heavenly Court was just established, shouldn't he be handling affairs in Holy Pill City? How did he break through to become a Do Saint? The face of old Demon Tian Ming twitched uncontrollably. Perhaps he's here to recruit the flower sect. Gue Li's gaze flickered with madness, feeling extremely exasperated. Why did they have to be so unlucky? Hee, you guys are well informed. The Heavenly Court learned of the situation shortly after its establishment. Xiao Ming replied with a faint smile, addressing both old Demon Tian Ming and Gue Li. However, in the eyes of the two old men, Xiao Ming's gentle smile seemed more terrifying than a grim reaper, and their faces stiffened. They had never expected the situation to take such a drastic turn. Quick, run! Unable to withstand the pressure, Gue Li shouted, quickly turning around and transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards the spatial crack they had come through. Behind him, old Demon Tian Ming and the other half-saint hurriedly followed suit. Do you think you can escape? Xiao Ming shook his head slightly. His eyes gleamed, and his vast soul power transformed into white radiance, shooting out in a peculiar way, instantly catching up with the three retreating figures. Ah! The bodies of the three trembled, letting out miserable cries before plummeting from the sky. Xiao Ming reached out with his palm towards the empty space, and the three bodies flew back, floating around him. Chapter 435. Consciousness completely sealed, physical bodies unharmed. The power of this soul gaze is quite impressive. Xiao Ming observed the bodies of old demon Tian Ming and the other two, nodding in satisfaction. He had always felt that alchemists on the Doqi continent relied too much on raw soul power when facing enemies, or in other words, there were too few soul skills that could make efficient use of soul power. Soul gaze was a soul technique he had created based on Silent World. When he made eye contact with an opponent, his eyes would instantly burst with soul power, catching them off guard. Those affected's consciousness would be trapped within their own bodies, leaving them at his mercy. It can be described as a terrifying and dominant soul skill. This was Xiao Ming's first time using it, and he was very pleased with the results. Of course, this soul gaze could only trap them temporarily, not permanently. In other words, old demon Tian Ming and the others were still alive. He would not leave any future problems behind. Although he had no grudges against old demon Tian Ming, he had become involved with members of the Hall of Souls, so Xiao Ming couldn't take any chances. Xiao Ming extracted the 3 dumbfounded soul bodies with his right hand, sealing them inside a jade bottle. He then placed the jade bottle containing the soul bodies and the 3 lifeless corpses into his storage ring. I can use them later to refine half-saint puppets. The idea flashed in his mind, and then he turned around to look at the densely packed disciples and elders of the Flower Sect and the experts of the Profound River Alliance in the Flower Realm. At this moment, they were all stunned and rendered silent by his terrifying display of power earlier. Slightly tilting his head, he shifted his gaze to the beautiful woman beside him, whose face had turned a strange shade of red. A flicker of doubt passed through Xiao Ming's eyes. Why is her face so red? Could it be some internal injury? Coughing lightly, Xiao Ming softly said, "Lady Hua, this saint is Xiao Ming, the leader of the Heavenly Court. I came here uninvited, so please don't take offense." How can that be? Alliance leader Zhao's timely support is deeply appreciated by this palace. How could we blame you? Recollecting herself, Fairy Hua suppressed the odd feelings in her heart and replied with a hint of tenderness in her voice. Oh. Alright, Xiao Ming had seen this kind of reaction from Fairy Hua before. Wasn't it just that of a love-struck girl? He didn't think that the other party was obsessed with his looks. Thinking about how he just saved her from danger, 3 words popped up in his mind: suspension bridge effect. Could it be that the suspension bridge effect also worked in higher realms? He couldn't be bothered to ponder about it. Fairy Hua was, after all, someone who had lived for long. She had just experienced a traumatic event, making it difficult for her emotions to settle. He believed that she would calm down later. Xiao Ming's mind was filled with thoughts, but he didn't remain idle. Pointing downward, he asked, "Lady Hua, would you like to deal with those experts of the Profound River Alliance below, or should this saint take care of them for you?" He kept addressing himself as, "this saint," not because he was trying to be pretentious, but as the leader of the Heavenly Court, he needed to consider the dignity of his position. Fairy Hua didn't find Xiao Ming's self-reference strange at all. Her gaze followed Xiao Ming's hand pointing downwards, and the terrified faces of the Profound River Alliance's powerful members came into her view. The stark contrast between their current expressions of fear and their earlier arrogance was evident. As Xiao Ming and Fairy Hua turned their gazes towards them, the members of the Profound River Alliance, who were already scared out of their wits by Xiao Ming's swift annihilation of 3 half-saints, lost any trace of resistance. They kneeled on the ground, crying, and begging for mercy, kowtowing repeatedly with a loud thud. "Respected Lord Saint, please spare us. We will never dare to do it again. Senior Hua, I was coerced into coming here. It's all because of that damned old demon Tian Ming. If I hadn't come, he would have killed my entire family. I had no choice. Have mercy on us. Yes, we are willing to serve the Pill Tower and the Flower Sect as humble servants." Fairy Hua's eyes glowed coldly as she looked down at the Profound River Alliance experts who were weeping and pleading for mercy. These same people had earlier tried to enslave members of her Flower Sect. Now, they were on their knees, pleading to spare them. Could such a thing be possible? However, Fairy Hua didn't rush to take action. Instead, she turned to Xiao Ming and said, "Alliance leader Xiao, please help treat my elder sister. As for these despicable people, I'll take care of them." Xiao Ming, besides being the leader of the Heavenly Court, was also a highly skilled master alchemist. "Certainly, it's no problem," he agreed. With a wave of Fairy Hua's hand, she took control of the grand formation previously activated by Fairy Qing and attacked the ranks of the Profound River Alliance. These people had no chance against a half-saint like Fairy Hua. One of the Profound River Alliance's powerful experts exploded into a blood mist with a simple movement of her hand. Xiao Ming only spared a brief glance before withdrawing his gaze. In the next moment, he reappeared at the massive square on the main peak. He landed in the deep crater and stood beside Fairy Qing, who was covered in blood. As he looked at her pitiful state, Xiao Ming shook his head gently. Fairy Qing's pale yellow dress had been torn apart in the impact, leaving her exposed and revealing her fair skin. However, these smooth contours were marred with bloodstains, and the thick blood had soaked her clothes, making them sticky and unsightly. Cough, thank you, Fairy Qing said, looking at Xiao Ming who appeared beside her. Her eyes showed gratitude as she coughed up some blood, speaking in broken words. Xiao Ming took out a large white robe from his storage ring and covered her body, concealing her exposed state. He then retrieved a bottle of pills from the storage ring and poured out a high-grade pill, feeding it to her. The pill Xiao Ming brought out was naturally no ordinary product. Soon, Fairy Qing felt her body improve significantly, and before long, disciples came to attend to her. Assisted by the disciples, Fairy Qing stood up and spoke to Xiao Ming, Alliance leader Xiao, this place is not suitable for conversation. Let's return to the main hall. Sure, Xiao Ming nodded. The group quickly flew towards the direction of the main hall within the Flower Realm. In a grand hall within the Flower Sect's main compound, Fairy Qing, Xiao Ming, and others were seated at different positions. Xiao Ming listened attentively as Fairy Qing recounted the day's events in great detail. So, you're saying that old demon Tianming attacked you with the intention of using you as a stepping stone to break through to the Do Saint realm? Xiao Ming's face showed surprise upon hearing Fairy Qing's words. Yes, old demon Tianming has been seeking to capture a high-level half-saint, but he himself is only a high-level half-saint, so his attempts have failed thus far. This time, he must have heard about my recent breakthrough and wanted to take advantage of my unstable realm to defeat me, Fairy Qing explained. He sought assistance from the Hall of Souls, and if it wasn't for your sudden arrival, our Flower Sect would have been in grave danger. But now, old demon Tianming has perished at your hands, along with most of the strong members of the Profound River Alliance. We no longer need to worry about them. However, we can't let this grudge go unaddressed, it would make us appear weak. Once we've settled the situation in the Flower Realm, I will personally lead our people to eradicate them. As for the other sects that joined the Profound River Alliance, not one of them will be spared. Fairy Qing's eyes flickered with a cold light. If it weren't for Xiao Ming's timely arrival, the Flower Sect would have truly fallen into the hands of the Profound River Alliance. Alright, let's not dwell on these unpleasant matters, Fairy Qing shifted the topic to something else. I assume Alliance leader Xiao has arrived in relation to the Flower Sects joining the Heavenly Court, correct? We've made the decision to agree to it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Yes, my visit is indeed related to that matter. However, there's something else I need you to do. Oh. What is it? Just give us your orders, and our Flower Sect will do everything in our power to fulfill them. Fairy Qing replied eagerly. I need you to search for the fallen ground of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python tribe. Chapter 436. In fact, Xiao Ming's main purpose for coming this time was to search for the nine-colored origin stone mentioned in the simulator. The nine-colored origin stone only appears in the place where the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python suffered a massive disaster. So, it would be more accurate to say that he was looking for the location where the tribe of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python fell. The fallen ground of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python tribe? Is there such a place near our Flower Sect? Fairy Qing asked with some confusion. I'm certain, Xiao Ming replied. It was natural for the Flower Sect to be unaware of it. If they were aware, would the origin stone still be there? It was unlikely. Since that's the case, after dealing with the Profound River Alliance's strong members today, I will order the sects affiliated with our Flower Sect to search for it as well, Fairy Qing said. She decided to delay seeking revenge against the Profound River Alliance for now. Revenge could be taken at any time, and besides, they already had information on those sects of the Profound River Alliance. Xiao Ming's request was their top priority since he was their great benefactor. Xiao Ming was satisfied with Fairy Qing's attitude, and he didn't hesitate to accept her offer. His main purpose for coming to the Flower Sect was precisely this. In that case, I'll wait for the good news. The next day, everything that happened in the Flower Sect spread out. When the various forces in Central Plains learned that the Profound River Alliance had dispatched 3 half-saints to attack the Flower Sect, only to be wiped out, they were greatly shocked by the news. After all, half-saints were not easily dealt with, and their simple and straightforward demise left many in disbelief. However, when it was revealed that Xiao Ming was the one who took action, everyone seemed to take it for granted. Who was Xiao Ming? Over a year ago, he could already slaughter those saints with ease. Dealing with just 3 half-saints indeed seemed trivial for him. When the Profound River Alliance was first established, it undoubtedly caused a small commotion in Central Plains. However, with the death of most of its strong members, it was clear that the alliance no longer held any power. But soon, the attention of the people in Central Plains was drawn to another piece of news. It was the announcement of the formation of the Heavenly Court Alliance by over a dozen forces, including the Pill Tower, the Burning Flame Valley, the Sound Valley, the Falling Star Pavilion, and the Flower Sect. Although the Pill Tower had been planning this alliance for a long time, only those well-informed sects and the Hall of Souls, their archenemy, were aware of it. The general public and other forces were completely unaware of it. Therefore, when this news came out, the entire Central Plains was instantly in an uproar, like a massive bomb exploding. Each of these major forces had a great reputation in Central Plains, and any one of them could be considered a giant. The Pill Tower, which could no longer be simply described as a giant, displayed a terrifying level of influence over these years in its confrontations with the Hall of Souls. Wasn't the most dazzling figure among the strongest in Central Plains in recent years, Xiao Ming, a member of the Pill Tower? Compared to the so-called Profound River Alliance, this new Heavenly Court resembled a colossal titan, while the Profound River Alliance appeared as inconsequential as a mere shrimp easily crushed with a single finger. Everyone understood that with these forces forming an alliance, their combined strength would skyrocket. Even when confronted by the mighty Hall of Souls, this alliance would no longer be afraid of them in terms of overall power. A rising superpower that could rival the Hall of Souls was finally born in Central Plains. As the entire Central Plains was boiling with excitement over this explosive news, many sects and forces also began to have thoughts of their own. In this world, everyone wanted to seek shelter under a powerful faction. The influence of the Heavenly Court could only be described as awe-inspiring. In the future, on this continent, there would be very few forces capable of rivaling them. If these sects could enjoy their protection, it would bring immense benefits, whether for the sect itself or for other matters. Therefore, not long after this news spread, the Pill Tower became extremely lively. Many leaders of various sects and other forces traveled from afar, seeking to join this alliance. Xiao Ming, who was the alliance leader, was not in Holy Pill City, so all these matters were cast upon the 3 giants. However, they did not accept all of the exceeding requests to join. A sizable portion of these factions were opportunistic, only looking to ride the coattails of the Heavenly Court's growing power. They would readily abandon the alliance at the first sign of a waning momentum. Allowing such opportunistic forces to join would be disastrous for the alliance's morale, so they had to be carefully chosen and evaluated. Regarding the Hall of Souls, they had not forgotten about it. With various major forces combining their resources, the effect was indeed incredibly strong. In just half a month, several branch halls of the Hall of Souls were discovered. Although there were casualties during the reconnaissance, the results were still significant. The alliance also focused on selecting some powerful experts to form specialized teams in order to prevent the Hall of Souls from capturing the souls of the alliance's alchemists. These teams patrolled the alliance territory on a daily basis and would rush to the location as soon as the alliance sent out a distress signal. This specialized protection undoubtedly made the alchemists feel relieved, and it also boosted the demand for their refined pills. Amidst the bustling and explosive growth of the Heavenly Court, half a month passed quietly. In a serene courtyard within the Flower Sect, Xiao Ming held an alchemy scroll, deeply engrossed in reading. A graceful woman dressed in palace attire walked into the courtyard. Alliance leader, the Heavenly Court seems to be busy with its initial establishment, yet here you are, enjoying leisure and peace, she teased. Xiao Ming put down the scroll and smiled lightly at the visitor. Old Xian and the others are more familiar with the affairs of the Alliance, so I entrusted them with the responsibilities. I lack experience, and I believe it's better not to interfere too much. Though Xiao Ming spoke modestly, Fairy Hua didn't believe a word of it. She could tell that Xiao Ming was anything but simple-minded after spending the last few days with him. Managing a faction was effortless for him. During the Flower Sect and Heavenly Court's fusion process, Xiao Ming expressed some opinions on certain issues, and from that, it was evident that he simply preferred not to be actively involved. However, many people praised Xiao Ming's approach. Working under an alliance leader who did not have such a strong desire for power was far more comfortable. Xiao Ming invited Fairy Hua to take a seat and then inquired, "Lady Hua, have you received any news about the fallen ground of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python tribe today? Fairy Hua's expression became serious. Yes, we have indeed found it. Chapter 437. Upon learning that the fallen ground of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python tribe had been discovered, Xiao Ming couldn't remain idle. He immediately followed Fairy Hua to the location. The fallen ground corresponded to the description provided during the simulation, nestled within an expansive mountain range, and concealed within a secluded valley. Its revelation was a result of sheer luck by a female disciple from one of the flower sect's subordinate sects. Upon Xiao Ming and Fairy Hua's arrival, they found the female disciple and an elder from the flower sect awaiting them. Alliance Leader. Grand Elder. This is the disciple who stumbled upon the valley, the flower sect's elder introduced her, bringing the nervous disciple forward to greet them. The female disciple's cultivation level wasn't high, and in the presence of Xiao Ming and Fairy Hua, her legs quivered, and she struggled to speak. Ali, Alliance Leader. It was over now. The two figures in front of her were both saints. How could she perform so poorly? What should she do now? The female disciple almost wanted to cry. Seeing the disciple's nervousness, the elder's face stiffened as well. This disciple had just spoken confidently a moment before, but now she could only stutter. If she had known, she would not have let her introduce the situation inside. Based on Xiao Ming's instructions, besides this female disciple, no one else had entered the valley. Seeing how nervous she was, Xiao Ming smiled lightly and took a bottle of 7th-tier pill from his storage ring. You've done well this time. This 7th-tier pill should suit you. Consider it a token of appreciation. Why yes. Thank you, Alliance Leader. The female disciple was elated, swiftly accepting the pill bottle. She had never encountered a 7th-tier pill before and was now presented with one as a direct reward. Let's go. Xiao Ming nodded slightly and flew directly into the valley, with Fairy Hua following closely behind. In this valley, overgrown with weeds and dense trees, there seemed to be a mysterious energy lingering in the air. Looking down from above, faint traces of snake bones could be seen. Not harboring any intentions to delve further, Xiao Ming's formidable soul power surged from his forehead, shrouding the ground below. Beside him, Fairy Hua found herself captivated by Xiao Ming's perfect profile. His soul power was the most potent she had ever witnessed. In just an instant, Xiao Ming became fully aware of the situation in the area. With a slight squint of his eyes, he appeared in a deep pit filled with overgrown weeds. Raising his hand, several palm-sized, rainbow-colored stones floated in the air, emanating a peculiar energy. 7-colored origin stones. Fairy Hua positioned herself beside Xiao Ming, her gaze fixed on the stones as she curiously examined them. Did you search for the fallen ground of the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python tribe to find these 7-colored origin stones? But aren't they of little use to humans, especially someone like you who is already a saint? They are meant for others. Xiao Ming didn't feel the need to explain too much and directly collected the 7-colored origin stones into his storage ring. Once he confirmed none were left behind, they left the valley. Back within the mountain range housing the flower sect, Xiao Ming hovered in midair. Fairy Hua, my purpose here has been achieved. I'll head back to Holy Pill City now. Why not stay a few more days in my flower sect, Alliance Leader? Fairy Hua bit her lower lip involuntarily when she heard this. While I appreciate the invitation, I must decline. Xiao Ming shook his head. Although the flower sect was a paradise for many men due to its all-female disciples, he had already achieved his goal, and there were many other things he needed to attend to. Fairy Hua's eyes dimmed momentarily. I understand. I will relay your decision to my elder sister then. Xiao Ming nodded and turned, directly flying into a nearby spatial wormhole. As a safeguard against incidents like the one with the flower sect, the Alliance's major forces had established wormholes, providing direct access to Holy Pill City. As his silhouette faded into the distance, Fairy Hua let out a sigh. Rumors weren't lying about the Alliance leader, quite firm when it comes to matters of the heart. If only our paths had crossed sooner, things might have turned out differently. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, Fairy Hua set off to find her elder sister. With his strength, Xiao Ming didn't need a spaceship to travel through the wormhole, he could traverse the void with his physical body. It didn't take him long to make his way back to Holy Pill City. Upon his return, Xian Kongzi and several others approached him, explaining that there were specific matters requiring his direct attention as the Alliance leader. He remained occupied until the evening before finally departing from the Pill Tower's headquarters. Instead of returning to the small Pill Tower, Xiao Ming went to his residence in Holy Pill City. He exhaled slightly as he felt some emotion within his heart. Good thing I was quick on my feet earlier. Inga remarks that day were correct. If every day was like this, I'd probably exhaust myself to death. Entering his home, Xiao Ming saw the long unseen venerable Tianhua. He still wore his fiery red robe and greeted Xiao Ming with a smile. Xiao Ming, you're back. I regret not witnessing your breakthrough to the Do Saint realm last time. There's nothing to regret. Xiao Ming smiled and exchanged pleasantries with him for a while before leaving some cultivation pills for him and returning to his room. Although the room had been unoccupied for a long time, it was spotlessly clean, indicating that someone regularly cleaned it. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xiao Ming took out the dozen or so 7-colored origin stones he had obtained earlier. He then retrieved a jade bottle containing Medusa's blood. To determine the number of colors within these stones, he needed the blood of the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. So, he had prepared some in advance. Tilting the jade bottle, a drop of Medusa's blood fell onto the first stone. Xiao Ming stared at it for a moment but saw no changes. He shook his head and continued with the next stone. As he reached the last stone, he observed a slow, colorful pattern forming on its smooth surface after the 7th colored pattern. Only an 8-colored origin stone. Observing this, Xiao Ming felt somewhat puzzled. The simulator mentioned a 9-colored origin stone, so there should definitely be one. He was certain that he hadn't missed any stones. The previous ones didn't react to the blood droplet, but this one did, indicating that it was indeed a 9-colored origin stone. However, he wondered why there were only 8 colored lines. While an 8-colored origin stone was still excellent, it couldn't compare to a 9-colored one. The energy contained within the 2 stones was vastly different, even though they differed by only 1 color. Persistently staring at it, after a while, beyond the 8th colored pattern, there appeared a very faint and subtle additional line. If Xiao Ming hadn't been attentive, it would have been hard to notice. That's more like it. Satisfied, he placed the 9-colored origin stone into a jade box and stored the other stones in a separate container. It would take months for his girls to emerge from seclusion, and Xiao Ming couldn't bear to wait that long to personally deliver the items to them. So he decided to entrust these items to Venerable Tianhua tomorrow. Once Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin came out of seclusion, he would pass the items to them. When the girls returned to the northwestern region, they could then deliver the stones to Medusa. He planned to leave immediately and travel to the fallen spirit ice source. Among the ice-type spiritual entities, the endless spirit ice was one of the most powerful. It was a rare tonic for him, so he couldn't pass it up. Chapter 438. On the second day, as planned, Xiao Ming handed over the items to Venerable Tianhua. Afterward, he spent a few more days in Holy Pill City, dealing with some matters concerning the Heavenly Court, before finally departing. Naturally, Xiao Ming's departure did not escape the attention of those who were keeping an eye on him. Shortly after he left, several figures also departed from Holy Pill City. Not long after these figures departed, some individuals wearing the attire of the Heavenly Court's law enforcement team followed suit. In the main hall of the Hall of Souls, Hun Miaxing sat cross-legged in a secret chamber, surrounded by billowing black fog. Occasional cries of souls echoed, making it feel as if he were in the realm of ghosts. Seemingly accustomed to such surroundings, Hun Miaxing paid no attention to the eerie sounds and continued to cultivate in silence. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. With a calm tone, he spoke, "You're saying that Xiao Ming has left Holy Pill City again?" "Yes, Hall Chief, this is the information our spies in Holy Pill City have reported. Unfortunately, we lost several of them in the process." A resolute voice sounded in Hun Miaxing's ear. "And how do you know this isn't a trap they set to lure out our spies placed in the small pill tower?" Hun Miaxing asked indifferently. "That's impossible. The remnant of the Xiao clan told Xian Kongzi that he intended to go to the fallen spirit ice source. This information was overheard by our spies coincidentally, it couldn't be fake." "Oh, if that's the case, then this information is likely true." Narrowing his eyes, Hun Miaxing pondered how to make good use of this information. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the Hall of Souls had remained relatively low-key. It wasn't that Hun Miaxing didn't want to deal with the alliance that posed a threat to them, but most of the Hall of Souls forces were already scattered, busy capturing soul bodies to compensate for their previous losses. Reassembling their forces in a short period was quite troublesome. Regarding the Heavenly Court, Hun Miaxing remained inclined to sow discord and reap the benefits. Stirring up trouble was not a mere fantasy. While the Heavenly Court had gained the support of a large number of sects and factions, it had also pushed these forces' enemies to stand against them. With a little push from the Hall of Souls, those forces wouldn't mind taking action against the Heavenly Court in the shadows. In this situation, whether the Heavenly Court or other forces emerged victorious, it wouldn't hinder the Hall of Souls' plans to capture soul bodies. Although the Hall of Souls wanted to act as the fishermen, it didn't mean they wouldn't take the initiative to strike. Xiao Ming's solo journey was undoubtedly a good opportunity. If they could capture the first alliance leader of the Heavenly Court, the alliance would naturally be unable to continue its existence. Of course, the Heavenly Court was a minor concern compared to the two ancient gods' jade carried by Xiao Ming. However, Xiao Ming's strength was not weak. According to Han Miasheng's estimation, even an ordinary 3-star Do Saint would likely have trouble dealing with him. This was the reason for his consideration. Hall Chief, should we send someone to capture Xiao Ming? Invite a 4-star Do Saint from within our clan. Han Miasheng made the final decision. He didn't want to pass up this opportunity, but for security reasons, he decided not to use the strongest members of the Hall of Souls. Instead, he would ask for assistance. The unexpected decision surprised the voice. Do we need to alert the clan? I believe the strong individuals in our hall are more than enough to handle him. If we involve the clan elders, we might face punishment. The moment the voice spoke, Han Miasheng's calm expression shattered, replaced by a trace of anger on his face. Enough. If it weren't for you fools pushing aside the arrangements I made, how could Xiao Ming have grown to this extent? A bunch of useless idiots. The person who received the scolding remained speechless. Who would have known that Xiao Ming's growth speed was so terrifying, and his combat power far surpassed other strong individuals of the same level? Each time they dispatched powerful individuals, they were of much higher rank. Last time, they even sent a Do Saint, but they still couldn't capture him. This was purely because Xiao Ming's strength was beyond their imagination, right? Han Miasheng couldn't be bothered to deal with them any further. After venting his dissatisfaction, he dismissed the person. Enough, remember to follow my instructions this time, now leave. Yes. Fallen Spirit Ice Source. The white snow and ice howled, covering the ice source as if a sharp knife, annihilating everything in its path. Within the howling wind, there seemed to be faint cries of agony, blending together to create an atmosphere that resembled a dark purgatory. Desolation, death. This was the representation of the fallen spirit ice source. Here, everything remained unchanged through the ages, and with no changes, time had lost its relevance. However, the fallen spirit ice source was not as lifeless as it appeared on the surface. Apart from the central dead zone, various cold-loving races lived in other regions of the ice source. In the southern ice pole sea, the northern wind and snow plains, and the western fallen spirit abyss, powerful races thrived. Xiao Ming's starting point was the outpost for human exploration, located in the eastern part of the fallen spirit ice source, known as Ice Crystal City. In front of a small shop in Ice Crystal City that sold maps, thick snow had accumulated. Pedestrians were wrapped tightly in clothing, hurriedly passing by. The young shop attendant dragged his bulky frame, using a broom to sweep away the snow at the entrance, all the while berating his unscrupulous boss in his heart. "Hello, do you have maps of the fallen spirit abyss for sale here?" Suddenly, a young male voice sounded, causing the shop attendant to raise his head. The figure that entered his sight was indeed young, just as he had imagined. But there was a slight difference. Handsome appearance, smooth and delicate skin. Despite the freezing weather in Ice Crystal City, he only wears light clothing. His demeanor is calm and composed. He's a formidable expert. The shop attendant made this judgment and immediately plastered a fawning smile on his face. Yes, yes, yes. Our store has maps of both the Ice Pole Sea and the Fallen Spirit Abyss. We have them all for sale, including maps of the Dead Zone. Please come in, sir, the shop attendant replied eagerly. Xiao Ming, who had traveled a long way to reach Ice Crystal City, glanced at the shop attendant, then nodded lightly and stepped inside. Upon entering the small shop, Xiao Ming noticed that the temperature inside had returned to a comfortable level. Clearly, there was a heating system in place. The interior of the shop wasn't as small as it appeared from the outside. Several people were already searching through maps. However, Xiao Ming's arrival didn't attract the attention of the others. As the shop attendant entered the store, he skillfully took a small booklet from a shelf and handed it to Xiao Ming. "Sir, this is the map you need. It includes all of Fallen Spirit Ice Source's routes, the most recent ones for this week, ensuring safety. Xiao Ming took the map and casually flipped through its pages, then asked, "Do the routes on the map of the fallen spirit ice source change frequently?" "Well, it's not accurate to say they change frequently. We make modifications about once every 1 or 2 months. You see, in the fallen spirit ice source, there are heavy snow accumulations and the migration of magical beasts, among other factors, which can easily render the original routes ineffective," the shop attendant explained. Chapter 439. Chapter 440. The shop attendant smiled brightly as he explained, "And our small shop is responsible for removing the ineffective routes and adding new, viable routes to sell, making us an honest and trustworthy shop." Xiao Ming nodded in acknowledgement but quickly shifted the conversation, inquiring further, "You must have grown up in Ice Crystal City, right?" "Huh, you have a keen eye, sir." The shop attendant replied with a flattering smile. "In truth, this is my first time in Ice Crystal City. Could you please introduce me to the powerful races in the fallen spirit ice source and any precautions I should take?" Xiao Ming took out a bag of gold coins from his storage ring and handed it to the shop attendant, smiling. Feeling the weight of the bag of gold coins in his arms, the shop attendant felt overjoyed. He had put in so much effort just for this. Of course. Please come inside, and I'll explain everything in detail," the shop attendant eagerly said. Once inside, the shop attendant eagerly began sharing his knowledge. In the fallen spirit ice source, apart from our Ice Crystal City, there are 5 other powerful forces: the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, the Ice Dragon Scorpion Tribe, the Ice Snow Tyrant Bear Tribe, the Fire Toad Palace, and the Glass Serpent Clan. The Wind and Snow Sacred Temple is located in the north of the fallen spirit ice source, right in the heart of the Wind and Snow Plains. It's not composed of a single race but represents a coalition of all the races in the Wind and Snow Plains. Therefore, it is the most powerful force among all. The Ice Snow Tyrant Bear Tribe resides near our eastern region and possesses exceptional individual combat strength. They have a strong sense of territory. It's said that a Do Venerate powerhouse once witnessed 2 half-saint Ice Snow Tyrant Bears fighting each other, though I'm not entirely sure if it's true. However, what's certain is that there are internal conflicts within the Ice Snow Tyrant Bear Tribe, which doesn't have much impact on our Ice Crystal City. The Fire Toad Palace resides beneath the fallen spirit abyss, where lava and poisonous fire are prevalent. The Ice Dragon Scorpion Tribe lives on the periphery of the fallen spirit abyss and is a mortal enemy of the Fire Toad Palace. The Glass Serpent Clan resides in the Ice Pole Sea. They spend most of their time in hibernation, accumulating ice attribute power within their bodies. Unless there's a significant event, they rarely appear in the extreme north. My grandfather said that these forces all have Do Saint level powerhouses, but I can't be sure since my grandfather is only a Do King level expert. These might be just hearsay. This is not mere hearsay. Some of these races are indeed rumored to have Do Saint level powerhouses, Xiao Ming thought. He had done his research before arriving here, and he didn't wander aimlessly without any prior knowledge. From the limited information Xiao Ming obtained from the Pill Tower, he could see that the fallen spirit ice source, despite being a bitterly cold land, gave birth to extremely formidable magical beasts. Having the shop attendant repeat the information was merely to verify its accuracy. Moreover, when the twin ancestors of Sound Valley came to the fallen spirit ice source in search of the endless spirit ice, they were injured by a high-level half-saint ice dragon scorpion. So, was it really rare to have a Do Saint level expert here? Not rare at all. As the shop attendant spoke, his throat grew dry, and he hurriedly poured himself a glass of water. If we talk about things people avoid on the fallen spirit ice source, apart from the central dead zone, it would be anything related to those powerful forces. The most prominent event would be the upcoming Wind and Snow Ceremony. Wind and Snow Ceremony? Xiao Ming showed some interest. Please elaborate. The Wind and Snow Ceremony is organized by the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple and is exclusively for its members. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but it seems to be held for a certain item. The shop attendant sheepishly scratched his head. He had taken Xiao Ming's money, but he still couldn't provide all the answers, leaving him feeling a bit embarrassed. Xiao Ming wasn't too disappointed by the lack of detailed information. After all, the shop attendant was merely a Do spirit, and expecting him to know all the internal affairs of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, supposedly the #1 force in the fallen spirit ice source, would be unrealistic. If it's held for some kind of item, could it be a heavenly treasure? Xiao Ming speculated based on his past experiences. It was quite possible, but he didn't want to get sidetracked investigating the internal events of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. His main objective was to find the endless spirit ice, so it was best not to get entangled in unnecessary matters. In addition to these powerful races, the fallen spirit ice source is also home to many magical beasts that can put people in deadly situations. After conversing with the shop attendant for a while, Xiao Ming stood up and headed directly outside. He had no intention of staying in Ice Crystal City for long. So, he soared into the sky and flew westward. Ice Crystal City was located in the eastern part of the fallen spirit ice source, but based on the vague information given to Xiao Ming by the Yi sisters, the general location of the endless spirit ice was at the border between the fallen spirit abyss and the wind and snow plains. Therefore, Xiao Ming had quite a journey ahead. He had 3 route options. Passing through the central dead zone. Crossing the wind and snow plains. Taking a detour from the southern ice pole sea. Among the 3 options, the distance increased from top to bottom, while the level of safety was reversed. Xiao Ming wasn't keen on traversing the dead zone to test if it was truly uninhabited, even though he knew that Yao Lao had found a bone-chilling flame from within it. He also didn't want to take the longer route from the ice pole sea, it would be too much of a detour. Therefore, Xiao Ming chose to go through the wind and snow plains. Half an hour after Xiao Ming had left the city, a black fog suddenly appeared in the sky above Ice Crystal City. From within the void, a sinister-looking, emaciated old man emerged, his sunken eye sockets glowing with 2 eerie ghost fires. This appearance needed no introduction, it was clear that this person belonged to the Hun clan. Only members of the Hun clan would dress in such a ghastly manner. Hun Shang coldly gazed down below as his powerful soul power swept through Ice Crystal City, a place not much smaller than Holy Pill City. Instantly, all the city's secrets were exposed before his eyes. Whether it was the enticing sounds from the places of pleasure or the disciples training in the underground barriers of the most powerful force in Ice Crystal City, the Ice Crystal Mansion, everything was vividly reflected in his mind. That Xiao clan remnant is not here. I'm once again a step too late. His hoarse voice sounded, and Hun Shang's gaze turned icy. The fallen spirit ice source is vast, searching for one person here, even the old me would find it challenging to do anything if the other party intends to hide. I need to know his purpose before proceeding. It appears that I can only resort to slaughtering the city and conducting a wide soul search. At this moment, Hun Shang's flamboyant actions attracted the attention of the ruling power in Ice Crystal City, the Ice Crystal Mansion. Feeling the immense and overwhelming aura of Hun Shang, a white-robed old man with a python pattern on his clothes flew up into the sky, trembling with fear, and respectfully bowed. Junior Binglingzi greets the senior, may I inquire what brings senior here? Is there anything I can assist you with? Chapter 441. Hun Shang heard the words but only gave the other person a faint glance. Then, with a light step in the void, his figure moved like a ghost, directly appearing in front of the old man. His palm reached towards the top of the old man's head. Obtaining the soul of a high-level half-saint is not a bad harvest. Although Hun Shang's attack seemed ordinary, for the old man, it was almost incomprehensible. He could only see a distortion in space, and before he knew it, Hun Shang's palm was less than an inch away from the top of his head. Ah! After letting out a miserable scream, a highly condensed soul was forcibly extracted from the old man's body. Binglingzi was the ancestor of the Ice Crystal Mansion. The people from the Ice Crystal Mansion below were stunned as they saw their ancestor being captured. How is this possible? The ancestor is a half-saint level powerhouse. Why can't he even muster his strength? Bad news. The opponent must be a dose saint level expert. Quickly activate the 9 snow overturning formation. Ignoring the commotion below, Hun Shang closed his eyes slightly, his handprints changed, and a strange light entered into Binglingzi's soul. Ah ah ah. After another miserable cry, Hun Shang opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Sure enough, there's no information about that Xiao clan remnant. However, the wind and snow ceremony. 11 grade snow leaf white lotus. Hee, I didn't expect to receive news about such a treasure this time. The snow leaf white lotus grew in extremely cold areas and was divided into 12 grades based on its leaves, with 12 leaves being the highest grade and 1 leaf being the lowest. It had a wide range of uses, most commonly employed as a medicinal material. A 1-grade snow leaf white lotus could heal Do disciples, a 2-grade could heal Do masters, and it was said that a 12-grade snow leaf white lotus could even heal Do gods. Snow leaf white lotus of 7 grades or higher could enhance Do Qi, improve body aptitude, and nourish the soul. Although it wasn't a 12-grade snow leaf white lotus, the sudden news of an 11-leaf one was enough to excite Hun Shang. With this item, he had a chance to break through to the 5-star Do Saint stage. At this moment, a dazzling blue light appeared in the sky, blocking Han Shang outside Ice Crystal City. In the empty space, ice attribute energy quickly gathered, forming numerous tiny ice crystals. Seeing this scene, the two ghostly fires in Han Shang's deep eye sockets flickered slightly. He suppressed the urge to immediately storm into the wind and snow sacred temple to kill everyone and look down at Ice Crystal City. Jia, just a formation, such insignificant tricks, yet they dare to show off before me. Today, I'll show you the might of a Do Saint. Soul-devouring technique. Han Shang's body trembled as his soul floated out from the center of his eyebrows. Then, his soul's arms mysteriously exploded. Wah wah. With the explosion of his soul's arms, boundless black fog surged out, covering the vast sky in an instant. The entire expanse was shrouded in the dark mist, and countless eerie soul sound waves emanated from within, like devilish melodies, crazily drilling into the depths of people's minds. Go! Bang! 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 The black fog tore through the layers of blue light, creating ripples in the space as it went. It broke through the Grand Formation's blockade and entered Ice Crystal City in just a few breaths. Instantly, the people within Ice Crystal City were thrown into a frenzy of despair. Not good. Run away. Save me. I'll fight you to the death. As the black fog spread, everyone's reactions varied, but the result was the same in the face of Han Shang's absolute strength. After a moment, there was only silence left in Ice Crystal City. Han Shang had obtained the answer he wanted. So, that remnant of the Xiao clan is heading to the Fallen Spirit Abyss in the western region of the Fallen Spirit Ice Source. In that case, I'll take this opportunity to go to the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple and see what this so-called Wind and Snow ceremony is all about. Jia. The world was adorned with endless whiteness, as snowflakes gently danced in the air, floating like willow leaves carried by the wind. As they ventured deeper into the Fallen Spirit Ice Source, the wind grew fiercer, and the snow fell more densely, resembling sharp blades attacking from all directions. In such harsh conditions, there were hardly any signs of ordinary life within 1,000 miles. Even those with the strength of a Do Emperor would hesitate to fly in such a place. There was no shelter for thousands of miles, and the Do Qi in the air carried bone-chilling coldness and was extremely thin. This is the terrifying aspect of the extreme northern region. Of course, this adverse environment had little effect on Xiao Ming. To be precise, it had little effect on his physical body, but there were some other impacts, such as the difficulty in discerning directions in this world of white. To avoid losing his way, he occasionally released his soul power to lock onto his position while remaining vigilant of any forces in the Fallen Spirit Ice Source. This action allowed him to gain some understanding of the wind and snow plains and also encounter some ancient races marked as extinct. This time, just like before, Xiao Ming emerged from a spatial rift, and his soul power spread out to observe if there were any distinctive landmarks or human-made signs. Although he hadn't found any landmarks yet, Xiao Ming discovered something else of interest, a battle fluctuation taking place 40 miles away. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ming lifted his head, and a spatial rift appeared in front of him. He stepped into it and, in the next moment, arrived 40 miles away. Floating in the sky, concealing himself within the spatial rift, Xiao Ming looked down below. He saw a dozen figures engaged in a fierce battle. No, to be precise, it was a single person besieged by over a dozen others. You, Serpent Glass Clan, dare to attack us? Aren't you afraid that our Wind and Snow Sacred Temple will raise your Ice Pole Sea to the ground? Huyu yelled angrily as she deflected one of their attacks. Our Ice Pole Sea is not afraid of your Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. As long as we capture you, the Saintess of the Nine-Tailed Ice Fox Clan, and lure your old undying ones out of the center of the wind and snow plains, the 11-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus will be in our Serpent Glass Clan's grasp. With it, even our ancestor can advance further. Will you dare to come then? A man with a pale and cold appearance, possessing vertical pupils, laughed manically, not taking Huyu's threat seriously. As he spoke, his movements became even more ruthless. Ice Frost Thorns. The ice beneath them trembled, and countless frosty spikes rapidly grew. In the blink of an eye, a vast forest of ice thorns formed, converging like a net from all directions, enveloping Huyu. 11-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming, who was above them, showed a slight change in expression. It seemed like he had heard of this item somewhere. Carefully thinking back, a specific item suddenly emerged in his mind. 12-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus Seed. Chapter 442. Thinking about this item, Xiao Ming's heart couldn't help but stir with excitement because it was one of the main ingredients for refining the D-tier pill, Resurrection Pill. The ingredients required for D-tier pills were all rare and precious treasures. Even the auxiliary materials were extremely hard to find, not to mention the main ingredients. Until now, Xiao Ming hadn't even heard a single piece of information about those main ingredients, let alone collected them. Hearing about the 11th-grade snow leaf white lotus, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Although he needed the lotus seed of the 12th-grade snow leaf white lotus, not the 11th grade, they were still somewhat related, right? With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ming lowered his head and looked at the battlefield once again. He noticed that the situation of the nine-tailed ice fox was becoming extremely critical. Bound by the icy frost thorns, she could hardly put up an effective resistance. Xiao Ming wasn't surprised by this outcome. Despite her impressive display earlier, taking on a dozen opponents, it was only because they wanted to capture her alive, not kill her outright. Not everyone had cultivated the rise of the twin spirits like he had, allowing him to easily defeat several opponents of the same level. As the final strike was about to fall, the nine-tailed fox clan's saintess finally fell in defeat. Seeing her on the verge of being captured, Xiao Ming finally took action. A majestic aura descended upon the battlefield like an ancient and overwhelming force, akin to an ancient awakened dragon, bringing with it unmatched pressure. Bang! 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 On the snowy ground, all the Glass Serpent clan's experts were so terrified by the sudden surge of this newcomer's overwhelming aura that their legs turned weak, and they knelt down in the face of the spreading pressure. This aura. Hu Yu, who had been filled with despair on her face just moments ago, was stunned as she looked up towards the sky. A hint of shock appeared on her pretty face. She never expected that while they were fighting, there was such a powerful expert hiding nearby. This kind of aura was something she had only felt from her own ancestor. Damn it, who on earth is it? The leader of the Glass Serpent clan was utterly astonished. He wanted to resist the pressure and stand up, but his legs seemed to be uncontrollable and weak. Where did this powerful figure, whose aura alone could oppress him to this extent, come from? It didn't seem like a member of the Wind and Snow's sacred temple. Because he was concerned about their mission, he raised his head and shouted loudly, "I am Xuelang, an elder of the Glass Serpent clan. Today, we are here to settle an old grudge with the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. If our actions have disturbed you, it's our fault. I hope you, esteemed senior, can forgive us. We hope that you won't intervene in this matter, and when it is resolved, we, the Glass Serpent clan, will certainly express our gratitude." Upon hearing this, Hu Yu became anxious. Although she didn't understand why this mysterious figure suddenly intervened, it seemed to be in her favor, as he had interrupted the Glass Serpent clan's actions. She had no strength left to resist now. If this mysterious expert was persuaded by the Glass Serpent clan and left, she would undoubtedly be captured. In her desperation, Hu Yu shouted, "Senior, I am the saintess of the nine-tailed ice fox clan from the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. The nine-tailed fox saint is my ancestor. I implore you to lend a helping hand. The Glass Serpent clan is deceitful and cunning, they ambushed me. Please don't be deceived by them." As her voice trailed off, she suddenly noticed a very young man appearing before her. The young man exuded a dignified and graceful presence, radiating a certain charm. His eyes were deep and clear, devoid of any impurities, as though they held the world's secrets. His long black hair flowed down his shoulders, giving off a faint luster, and his skin was as clear as jade. He was exceptionally attractive, not resembling a senior with profound cultivation but rather a young nobleman out for leisure. Even though the nine-tailed ice fox clan was known for producing good-looking men and women, Hu Yu, who had seen many handsome men, couldn't help but be stunned upon seeing him. Xiao Ming cast a fleeting glance at the stupefied fox woman beside him. Though her attire wasn't particularly flamboyant, her demeanor was extremely enchanting. Her large, beaming, endearing eyes were filled with mist and exuded a seductive aura. Her delicate mouth corners were turned up, and her red lips were slightly parted, as if inviting a kiss. She was a woman who exuded enchantment from the depths of her being, constantly tempting men and capturing their hearts. It seemed she truly lived up to her title as the saintess of the nine-tailed ice fox clan. The nine-tailed fox saint. Are you a direct bloodline descendant of the nine-tailed fox saint? And he is a Do saint. The term saint was naturally used to address a Do saint level powerhouse. However, even a half-saint could carry the title saint, though few people would boast about it. Still, it was best to clarify and gather information about his strength. Facing Xiao Ming's inquiry, Hu Yu snapped back to her senses and nodded, saying, "I am the direct descendant of our ancestor, and also the saintess of the nine-tailed ice fox clan. As for our ancestor, he is indeed a doe saint. As for the specific star level, I'm not aware of it." As she spoke, Huyu observed Xiao Ming's expression and noticed that he remained unchanged, evidently not concerned about the matter. She started to speculate in her mind. The person in front of her must have come from outside the fallen spirit ice source, which explained why he had limited knowledge about their nine-tailed ice fox clan. Moreover, being at such a high level of strength and yet so young, he must be some kind of old monster who has mastered the art of preserving his youth, just like her ancestor. While Xiao Ming and Huyu were conversing, Xueleng, who had been kneeling on the ground, couldn't remain silent any longer and hurriedly spoke up, "Senior, our glass serpent clan. That's enough. I know your glass serpent clan is formidable, capturing a 9-star doe venerate and having a half-saint set up an ambush nearby." Xiao Ming waved his hand, interrupting the man's words. As Xiao Ming's words fell, a white-haired and white-bearded old man stepped out from the void, his face pale with cold sweat. "As expected, I can't hide from you. Lord Saint, this is a grudge between our glass serpent clan and the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. I beseech you to consider our glass serpent ancestor's face and refrain from intervening any further," the old man hurriedly spoke. Seeing the old man, Huyu's enchanting face once again displayed astonishment. She hadn't expected that, aside from the seemingly young expert before her, there was another powerful figure watching from the sidelines. Evidently, the glass serpent clan had come prepared. As for the term Lord Saint used by the old man, Huyu didn't seem surprised. After all, she had already guessed as much. Her nervous gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ming, hoping that this saint would protect her. "Is the glass serpent clan's ancestor also a doe saint?" Xiao Ming asked with a smile. "Yes, the ancestor has been a doe saint for many years," the old man replied. "I didn't expect that there would be so many doe saints in the fallen spirit ice source. It is secluded from the outside world, and such information is challenging to pass on to the outside." Xiao Ming thought to himself. Of course, this didn't mean there were no hidden doe saints in the Central Plains, they simply wouldn't come out without reason. The doe saints in the fallen spirit ice source usually kept a low profile and remained secluded, making it difficult for others to obtain information. The fact that they appeared this time was probably because of the 11th-grade snow leaf white lotus, which was indeed worthy of catching the attention of doe saints. Chapter 443. Senior. The white-haired and white-bearded old man tentatively asked when he saw Xiao Ming lost in thought. Returning to his senses, Xiao Ming glanced at the man and then smiled faintly. "You may leave, this saint will ensure this girl's safety." Hearing these words, a delighted expression appeared on Huyu's face. Finally, she wouldn't be captured by the glass serpent clan. In contrast, the faces of the members of the glass serpent clan turned sour. They had worked hard to seize the opportunity of the nine-tailed ice fox saintess being alone and even mobilized a half-saint for their plan. Giving up now was truly hard to swallow, but they didn't have the courage to face a doe saint. After struggling in their hearts for a moment, the half-saint could only let out a sigh. "Forget it, we can only let our ancestor decide when we return. Senior, then we'll take our leave." The old man bowed and clasped his hands. Satisfied with their response, Xiao Ming waved his hand, and the oppressive aura weighing on the glass serpent clan members dissipated instantly. As he watched the trembling figures of the glass serpent clan members rise, the old man made another respectful gesture before leading his group to tear open the space and leave. At this moment, Xiao Ming turned his gaze back to Huyu, who was lying on the ground in a very seductive manner. He asked in a soft voice, "Can you get up?" "No problem." With the danger averted, Huyu stood up happily. At the same time, she took out a white lotus from her storage ring and swallowed it. Her injuries visibly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Ming glanced at her storage ring, pondering to himself, an 8th-grade snow leaf white lotus. It seems that the news of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple possessing an 11th-grade snow leaf white lotus wasn't false. "Thank you very much for your help, Senior." As she felt her injuries gradually healing, Huyu's beautiful cheeks revealed a smile as she thanked Xiao Ming with a charming expression. "Thanks are unnecessary, I didn't save you for free," Xiao Ming replied with a faint smile. Huyu wasn't surprised by his response. After all, it was only natural that someone wouldn't help without a reason. "If there's anything I can do to repay the favor, Senior, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do my best to assist you," Huyu offered earnestly. Xiao Ming was satisfied with her attitude and promptly stated his purpose. "During the battle just now, I heard the term 11th-grade snow leaf white lotus. Can you provide me with more specific information about it?" Inwardly, Hu Yu reasoned that, as expected, the only thing that could pique the interest of a Do Saint was the 11th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus. However, the Snow Leaf White Lotus was a treasured possession of their Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, and its confidentiality was of utmost importance. Revealing it without proper consideration could be. Hu Yu's face showed a conflicted expression, but Xiao Ming didn't rush her. He believed that she would explain properly, as he was only asking for information, not demanding her to hand over the White Lotus. However, Xiao Ming's nonchalant demeanor placed significant mental pressure on Hu Yu. After a moment of silence, she finally made a decision. Senior, it's true that our Wind and Snow Sacred Temple possesses an 11th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus, but it's the most treasured possession of our temple, and only our Grand Elders have access to it. Only the Grand Elders? Then how do these people know that your Wind and Snow Sacred Temple possess it? Xiao Ming asked. That's because, during the Wind and Snow ceremony held by our temple, we will present the seeds of the 11th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus as rewards, Hu Yu explained. An 11th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus seed as a reward. How extravagant is your Wind and Snow Sacred Temple? Xiao Ming was somewhat surprised. The Snow Leaf White Lotus seed contained the essence of the herb and was a rare treasure even for Do Saints. To bring it out during the Wind and Snow ceremony seemed so lavish. Cough cough, it's not like that. In previous Wind and Snow ceremonies, we only presented 9th-grade lotus flowers or 10th-grade seeds. However, this Wind and Snow ceremony is special, so we brought out the 11th-grade one, Hu Yu explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. She wouldn't admit that the 11th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus was most likely prepared for her. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming saw the clues and asked with a peculiar expression, could it be that it was prepared for you? In the world, there were always people who used connections to their advantage, and Hu Yu, as the nine-tailed Ice Fox clan's saintess and descendant of a Do Saint, had the qualifications for that. How could that be? It's prepared for the person with the purest bloodline among the various clans of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, Hu Yu retorted anxiously, her face turning even redder. Seeing her anxious appearance, Xiao Ming merely smiled and didn't say anything. It seemed she knew the answer deep down. Observing Xiao Ming's indifferent demeanor, Hu Yu felt discouraged and lowered her head, no longer explaining herself. All right, whether it was prepared for you or not, this seat doesn't care. Your Wind and Snow Sacred Temple should possess a large quantity of Snow Leaf White Lotuses, right? Let me ask you, do you have 12th-grade lotus seeds among your clan? Xiao Ming's real objective had always been the 12th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus seeds. While the 11th-grade one was enticing, it wasn't a must-have item. He wouldn't offend a powerful force with a Do Saint just for it. 12th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus seeds. Hu Yu looked bewildered. This was something she didn't know. She was only the saintess of the nine-tailed Ice Fox clan, not of the entire Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. Although the nine-tailed Ice Fox clan had a dominant position due to their nine-tailed fox saint, there were still many things she, as a mere saintess, wouldn't be privy to. Perhaps, after this Wind and Snow ceremony, when she became the saintess of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, she would learn more secrets. But not now. Seeing her puzzled expression, Xiao Ming knew he asked in vain and shook his head. This seat wants to make a deal with you. Where is your Wind and Snow Sacred Temple located? Originally, Xiao Ming didn't plan to deal with the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, but for the 12th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus seeds, he could make an exception and pay them a visit. Realizing Xiao Ming wanted to go to the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, Hu Yu's excitement surged again, and she quickly pointed to the north. It's in the north. In the vast expanse of white snow, the wind and snow howled, occasionally accompanied by bone-chilling snowstorms that lifted the accumulated snow into towering spirals. On the frozen snowfield that spanned thousands of miles, a palace stretching for hundreds of miles stood. Figures of people and beasts flickered above the palace from time to time. Deep within the palace, warm lights illuminated the surroundings. The temperature was comfortable, unlike the harsh coldness of the outside world. Within the main hall, a pleasant fragrance filled the air. A young man with a charming appearance and peach blossom eyes sat on a throne, smiling warmly at Xiao Ming, who was not far away. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Ming, without you, this unruly junior of mine might never have returned. It was just a small effort, Xiao Ming replied softly after taking a sip of tea. Guided by Hu Yu, they quickly arrived at the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple and entered their sex-protected barrier. The person he was now conversing with was the ancestor of the nine-tailed Ice Fox clan, the nine-tailed Fox Saint. According to Xiao Ming's judgment, the saint's strength should be at the advanced 3-star Do Saint stage. Your words are an understatement. You are here as a member of my nine-tailed ice fox clan, a rare nine-tailed fox born in 1,000 years. She is of utmost importance to our clan. You should know that even I, as the ancestor, am only an eight-tailed fox. Xiao Ming was surprised and cast a glance at Hu Yu standing by the nine-tailed fox saint's side. He hadn't expected her to have such a distinguished identity. The purer the bloodline of the nine-tailed ice fox clan, the more tails they had. Because magical beasts were blessed by their bloodlines, a nine-tailed fox entering the Do Saint realm was simply an unavoidable occurrence. Chapter 444. Unlike the nine-tailed fox, the eight-tailed ice fox found it more challenging to reach the level of a Do Saint. Breaking through to the three-star Do Saint realm required more than just bloodline advantages for an eight-tailed fox like the one before him. There must be significant opportunities involved. However, Xiao Ming had no intention of digging any further. After all, everyone had their own path and destiny. After a brief conversation, the nine-tailed fox saint gained a better understanding of Xiao Ming's character and the purpose of his visit. Instead of answering immediately, the saint posed a question: I wonder which force in the Central Plains Mr. Xiao Ming comes from. Xiao Ming frowned slightly upon hearing the question. The fallen spirit ice source was abundant in ice attribute energy, making it an excellent training ground for ice attribute magical beasts. Therefore, the beast clans in this area were relatively strong. However, the fallen spirit ice source was isolated from the outside world, and little was known about it. Similarly, the fallen spirit ice source knew little about the outside world, except for being more familiar with the nearby ice crystal mansion and some powerful forces in the Central Plains. Now, someone was asking him about his affiliation. Could it be that the other party suspected him of having ulterior motives regarding the snow leaf white lotus seeds? Perhaps they wanted to determine whether his backing was strong enough, and if not, they might silence him. Seemingly understanding Xiao Ming's doubts, the nine-tailed fox saint smiled and explained, when I was young, I once traveled outside the fallen spirit ice source and had some understanding of the forces in the Central Plains. I'm just curious and asking casually. I see. Xiao Ming nodded and decided to reveal his origin. I am an elder of the Central Plains Pill Tower. No, I should say I am the leader of the Heavenly Court Alliance. The Heavenly Court Alliance? The nine-tailed fox saint showed a hint of puzzlement. He had never heard of such a force before. The Heavenly Court Alliance is a coalition formed by more than a dozen major forces, including the Pill Tower, Flower Sect, Sound Valley, and Burning Flame Valley, among others, Xiao Ming explained. Surprise flickered across the nine-tailed fox saint's face. He had heard of these forces mentioned by Xiao Ming. They were all top-level forces in the Central Plains. Apart from their nine-tailed ice fox clan, the other races within the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple were incomparable to these forces. Now, all these forces were united, along with the Pill Tower. They were not something their Wind and Snow Sacred Temple could contend with. Furthermore, the fact that Xiao Ming could become the leader of this alliance and reach the Do Saint realm at such a young age was truly awe-inspiring. Indeed, the nine-tailed fox saint knew that Xiao Ming was young. He didn't need to sense it through bones. The aura emanating from Xiao Ming lacked the decadence characteristic that they, the old fogies, possessed. Initially, he had thought Xiao Ming might be from some ancient clan, but it turned out to be a different origin altogether. Hu Yu, standing behind the nine-tailed fox saint, was also surprised, her red lips slightly agape. As the saintess of the nine-tailed fox clan, she had read some information about external forces. In terms of power and influence, the Xiao Ming in front of them could be considered one of the most prominent figures on the Doqi continent, right? So, it's alliance leader Xiao in person. My previous behavior was truly disrespectful. The nine-tailed fox saint showed his respect with a gesture. From the previous information, it was clear that Xiao Ming was the leader of the Heavenly Court Alliance and also a member of the Pill Tower, a neutral force. Considering how openly Xiao Ming had acted, sending Hu Yu back and straightforwardly requesting the 12-grade snow leaf white lotus seeds, it was evident that he conducted himself with transparency, making him worthy of friendship with their Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. Xiao Ming waved his hand, indicating that it was of no importance, and then brought up the matter of the 12-grade snow leaf white lotus seeds once again. The nine-tailed fox saint finally responded directly this time. This 12-grade snow leaf white lotus seed, my nine-tailed ice fox clan doesn't have it, and it's impossible for the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple to possess it either. What a joke! If we had that thing, I would have consumed it long ago. Keeping it around wouldn't help with cultivation, so why would I keep it until now? He thought, somewhat amused. Xiao Ming was left speechless after hearing this. If you didn't have it, just say so directly. All this beating around the bush and questioning made him think it was some top-secret matter and that the Fox Saint was verifying his identity. If Xiao Ming had a worse temper, he might have started swearing. Seeing Xiao Ming's expression, the nine-tailed Fox Saint smiled. We, the nine-tailed Ice Fox clan, naturally don't possess the lotus seeds of the 12th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus. We only have the 11th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus, the Fox Saint explained. I'm aware of that, but the lotus seeds of the 11th-grade Snow Leaf White Lotus don't hold much value for me. Xiao Ming shook his head. Then what if I tell you that this is a triple-born lotus, and it has just reached the 11th grade not long ago? What? This time, it was Xiao Ming's turn to be astonished. A triple-born lotus? As an alchemist, he knew how rare it was for the Snow Leaf White Lotus to have twin births, with only 1 in 100,000 lotuses exhibiting this characteristic. A triple-born lotus was even rarer, and the chances of it reaching the 11th grade were much lower than the appearance of a 12th grade Snow Leaf White Lotus. Of course, the effects of an 11th grade triple-born lotus were still not comparable to a 12th grade's, only the central 3 lotus seeds could barely match the effects of the 12th grade. But for him, it was already more than enough. Therefore, Xiao Ming immediately stood up and clasped his fists, saying, Fox Saint, I wish to exchange for the 3 central lotus seeds of this triple-born lotus. I can currently refine 9th-tier treasure pills. You can make any request, and I will do my best to fulfill it. Treasure Pill Grandmaster. The nine-tailed Fox Saint didn't expect that, in his excitement, Xiao Ming would reveal yet another identity. Treasure Pill Grandmasters were exceedingly rare on the entire continent, not exceeding the number of fingers on one's hand. How did this man in front of him achieve all this being so young, possessing high doqi cultivation and formidable alchemy skills? Could it be that he had misunderstood, and the Xiao Ming in front of him was actually some unknown old monster? But that didn't make sense either. In fact, Xiao Ming was feeling a bit guilty for claiming to be a treasure pill grandmaster since he had never actually refined any treasure pills. He just had a feeling that he could refine the treasure pills now, although the chances were a bit low. However, now, in order to increase his bargaining chip, he still said it. After all, what he wanted was not just 1 lotus seed, but the 3 most crucial ones. If he could add some bargaining chips, why not? Ahem, nine-tailed Fox Saint, I wonder what you think. Alliance leader Xiao, you're asking for 3 of the most crucial lotus seeds right from the start, and I can't make that decision. The nine-tailed Fox Saint looked troubled. He had planned to offer only 1 lotus seed as a reward, and that was what he initially intended. After all, the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple was not under the sole control of the nine-tailed Ice Fox clan. Although the nine-tailed Ice Fox clan was the most powerful, rules and fairness still applied. Even though the other races within the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple might not be as strong as the nine-tailed Ice Fox clan, they were interconnected, and the Fox Saint couldn't unilaterally take all of the temple's treasures without consideration. I can at most offer 1 core lotus seed as a token of gratitude for saving you, the nine-tailed Fox Saint said. Upon hearing that he could get 1, Xiao Ming's expression eased a bit, and he tried to ask again. Can't we trade for the others? I have some wealth to spare, and if possible, I hope the Fox Saint can accommodate my request. That, I'm afraid it's not possible, the nine-tailed Fox Saint shook his head. But he seemed to think of something, hesitated for a moment, and said. However, if you really want to trade, you can talk to the other races during this Wind and Snow ceremony. If you can convince them, it might be possible. Xiao Ming was delighted to hear this and was about to express his gratitude when a deafening voice echoed through the palace, causing the entire place to tremble. Boom! Jie jie jie! Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, hand over the 11th grade Snow Leaf White Lotus, and the old me might spare your lives. Chapter 445. Enemy Attack. Hurry! Summon the Temple Enforcement Team. Notify the Temple Lord. With the resounding voice that echoed through the heavens and earth, the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple descended into chaos. The guards stationed at the perimeter swiftly rushed towards the sky, forming a dense and spectacular display. However, upon closer observation, one could discern a certain pattern in their positions. Hun Shan glanced at the powerful individuals approaching him and felt a stir in his heart. While he hadn't held the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple in high regard, he knew these magical beast clans were tough nuts to crack. If a fight broke out and they willingly destroyed the 11th grade Snow Leaf White Lotus, things would take an unfavorable turn. Therefore, Hun Shan believed it wise to eliminate a group of them first, displaying his strength and instilling a sense of deterrence. With this thought in mind, a sinister smile crept onto his face. His robes fluttered without any breeze, emitting a rustling sound. His boundless and surging do-chi erupted from within him, instantly shrouding the sky in a black fog that dimmed the light across the entire plain. In the wind and snow sacred temple, the sound of swallowing saliva resonated as numerous fearful gazes turned towards Han Shang. The aura he emanated was truly beyond imagination, leaving those strong individuals feeling a sense of dread. Sensing the impending danger, they tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Within the shroud of the oppressive black clouds, countless agonizing cries suddenly emerged. Faintly, it was even possible to glimpse numerous figures struggling within the dark clouds. Sky Demon Blood Goo, devour. As Hu Shang's chilling command resounded, the black clouds in the sky surged violently. After a moment, a fiercely malevolent aura that seemed inhuman surged out from within the black clouds. In the midst of countless horrified gazes, streams of glaring blood-red light tore through the black clouds like thunderbolts. With a speed that defied comprehension, they crazily surged toward the formidable individuals of the wind and snow sacred temple in the sky. Thousand Ice Crystal Shield. Facing the rapidly enlarging blood-red light in their pupils, the sweat on the brows of those strong individuals began to bead, yet their reactions were not sluggish. White and blue radiance enveloped each of them, followed by a series of deep sonic booms. Swiftly, these rays shot up into the sky, converging to form a colossal shield adorned with a snowflake emblem, spanning 1,000 meters. As soon as the shield took form, it collided with the crimson blood light. Crack! Struck fiercely by the blood light, the shield shattered instantly, and sounds of coughing up blood resounded. In the sky, numerous figures, both human and beast alike, fell like dumplings. Observing this scene, the sense of fear in the hearts of the wind and snow sacred temple's people intensified. The blood radiance showed no signs of stopping, it directly assaulted the fallen strong individuals, seemingly intending to capture them all at once. Sigh. A sigh echoed as a more powerful azure light emerged from below, forming a thin film that intercepted the blood radiance. Boom! A tremendous collision sound rang out, but this time the thin film remained intact. All the blood radiance was repelled, converging around Han Shang to form something akin to a hideous blood frog, but with a dark red hue. On its surface, numerous bulging masses of flesh were covered in a grotesque array of human faces. The nine-tailed fox saint tore through space and stood face to face with Han Shang. His gaze focused on the eerie and fearsome blood frog. Fox Saint's expression turned somewhat grim, thinking to himself, it's actually a soul goo frog. This guy's methods are truly ruthless, no wonder he came up here intending to massacre our wind and snow sacred temple. Below, Xiao Ming's brow furrowed slightly, he too recognized the soul goo frog. This frog was rumored to be a fusion of countless souls, inducing them to clash and intertwine. Combined with specific materials, it could be refined into the formidable soul goo frog. Although resembling a puppet to some extent, it retained a measure of intelligence through the forced amalgamation of myriad souls. However, this intelligence was dominated by its ferocity. Once released, it would rampage crazily, even to the point of eventually turning against its master. Thus, this soul goo frog was generally refined by individuals with exceedingly vicious methods. Within the wind and snow sacred temple, not everyone knew exactly what this creature was, but its overtly malevolent aura left a visible mark of disgust and fear on the faces of those who looked upon it. Unperturbed by the gazes of others, Han Shang merely smirked, fixing his gaze mockingly on the nine-tailed fox saint. Jie, you've finally shown up. I thought I'd need to eradicate all your descendants before you dared to appear. The nine-tailed fox saint's gaze remained fixed on the elderly figure before him. His appearance was as withered as bones, clad in grey robes. His desiccated countenance bore an unsettling smile, and ghostly flames flickered in his eye sockets, exuding an eerie light. Under that scrutinizing gaze, it almost felt like even the soul itself was pricked by a faint sensation of pain. To elicit such a feeling in him, the opposing party's strength must far surpass his. A 4-star Do Saint. Realizing the opponent's strength, the nine-tailed fox saint had no intention of backing down. He asked with a cold tone, the fallen spirit ice source has had no contact with the outside world. Why did you attack our wind and snow sacred temple? Why? Jie, naturally for the 11th-grade snow leaf white lotus. Hand it over, and I'll leave without troubling your wind and snow sacred temple. Otherwise, your temple won't need to exist any longer, Han Shang responded with a chilling laugh. Despite the anger evident in the nine-tailed fox saint, Han Shang paid it no heed. He had already made up his mind. He would bring clan experts the next time to slaughter the wind and snow sacred temple and not spare any hidden forces in the fallen spirit ice source. In their 1,000-year plan, these secluded and powerful races were all on the list. Their demise was only a matter of time, even if it was advanced by 3 to 5 years, it wouldn't matter much. Had it not been for the risk of letting someone escape if he acted alone, he would have struck already. Upon hearing the name 11 grade Snow Leaf White Lotus again, the nine-tailed fox saint's expression remained unchanged. Our wind and snow sacred temple does not possess the 11 grade Snow Leaf White Lotus. I warn you, do not harbor designs on our temple for the sake of this non-existent item. Otherwise, even if you are from the Hun clan, I shall strip away a layer of your flesh in retribution. As the fox saint spoke, a sinister undertone colored his demonic face. He held considerable dissatisfaction towards the Hun clan, these eerie and ghostly figures. Were it not for his superior strength and the backing of the Hun clan, he would have acted long ago. Hun Shang paid no heed to the nine-tailed fox saint's words. Seeing that the fox saint refused to surrender the Snow Leaf White Lotus, he responded casually, whether you say it or not, it's irrelevant. The old me will investigate your temple before discussing it further. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox saint flared up in anger. You dare! Why wouldn't I? Attack! Hun Shang pointed towards the nearby nine-tailed fox saint, prompting the Soul Goo Frog to once again surge forth. Without further ado, the two clashed fiercely amidst the numerous onlookers. Even though their battle occurred at a distance, the clash between those saint-level experts emitted overwhelming waves of energy, generating an oppressive bell-like resonance that weighed heavily on many chests. While the Soul Goo Frog restrained the nine-tailed fox saint, Hun Shang covertly struck with each opportunity, his moves merciless and precise, targeting the fox saint's vital points. Clearly, if the opportunity arose to kill the fox saint, he wouldn't hesitate to seize it. Chapter 446. The battle erupted like a flash of lightning, the terrifying power of those saints causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Countless individuals trembled in awe at the impact of such transcendent power. The allure of this level of strength was undeniable. The members of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple held hope for the nine-tailed fox saint, their rarely seen ancestor and the pinnacle powerhouse of their temple. However, their hopes were shattered as the nine-tailed fox saint failed to gain the upper hand in the confrontation. The nine-tailed fox saint's cultivation level was indeed lower than Hun Shang's by a significant margin. While the fox saint could hold his own in a one-on-one battle against Hun Shang for a considerable amount of time, the combination of Hun Shang and the Soul Goo Frog left him at a disadvantage. Before long, signs of impending defeat began to emerge. Below, within the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, Xiao Ming and Hu Yu stood atop a rooftop, gazing upwards at the unfolding battle. Alongside them, several formidable figures had silently appeared. Leading the group were two individuals emanating the most imposing auras, both half-saints. One was a high-level half-saint, and the other a low-level half-saint. However, just like Xiao Ming, they now gazed upward with expressions of concern etched across their elderly faces. These individuals were the ancestors of the various races within the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. However, it was clear that none of them possessed the same level of strength as the nine-tailed fox saint. It seems the fox saint isn't a match for that fiend. Should we go up and assist? Are you jesting? Do you believe we could offer any meaningful help? The aftermath of the clashes between the nine-tailed fox saint and Hun Shang was beyond what a half-doe saint could endure. Rushing in recklessly would likely result in them being gravely injured before they even approached the battlefield. In this situation, wouldn't their assistance cause more harm than good? We should activate the temple protection formation. In this world, any faction with some resources would establish a protective formation to aid their sect in times of crisis, when they were under attack. This was a demonstration of their foundation. Of course, for such a protective formation to be useful, it couldn't be something ordinary. Otherwise, how could it offer substantial aid? The protective formation of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple was undoubtedly powerful. Although it couldn't directly defeat Hun Shang, it could elevate the nine-tailed fox saint to a level where he could contend with a four-star doe saint. Upon hearing this suggestion, all eyes turned to the eldest figure present. This elder's name was Xiong Ba. Aside from the nine-tailed fox saint, he held the highest authority within the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. Now, with the nine-tailed fox saint locked in fierce combat, the decision to activate the protective formation rested on his judgment. Let's activate it. Xiong Ba decisively spoke, facing the collective gaze of the others. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. If they waited until after the nine-tailed fox saint was defeated, activating the formation would be futile. The others weren't surprised by his decision, and they nodded in agreement. Soon, powerful energy fluctuations spread throughout various parts of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. A towering column of blue energy surged skyward, piercing through the black fog-shrouded horizon. Above, the nine-tailed fox saint, engaged in an intense battle with Hun Shan, felt this surge of energy and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After a final exchange of blows with Hun Shan, he harnessed the rebound force to swiftly retreat. Then, forming hand seals, he promptly entered the column of light. Observing this, Hun Shan furrowed his brow, momentarily unsure of his next move. He refrained from hastily pursuing the fox saint. In his line of sight, the column of light rapidly contracted, revealing a blue fox with 8 tails. His aura actually advanced to the intermediate 4-star Do Saint stage. Quite interesting, Hun Shan, seeing this development, relaxed. He had assumed it was something more significant. The increase in strength from external forces wasn't worth mentioning. As long as he dragged out the fight, it wouldn't matter. He charged toward the nine-tailed fox saint once more, and the two resumed their fierce battle. This time, the nine-tailed fox saint managed to stabilize the situation and engaged in a back-and-forth struggle with Hun Shan. Hu Yu gazed at the battle above, her delicate cheeks etched with worry. "Senior Xiao, do you think our ancestor can win?" Xiao Ming silently watched the battle above, and at Hu Yu's question, he didn't immediately respond. Xiong Ba and the others also directed their gazes towards him. Thinking back, they had just seen Xiao Ming. Initially, they had been preoccupied and hadn't paid much attention, considering him young. But now, upon closer inspection, they were taken aback. How could his strength be this formidable? Xiao Ming glanced at the puzzled crowd, then turned his gaze back to Hu Yu, speaking softly. "It depends on whether the Fox Saint can defeat his opponent within a short period. Of course, even if he does defeat his opponent, if he can't leave the other party incapable of retaliating, it won't be of any use. If I'm not mistaken, your defensive formation can't be activated again within a short period, right? If he were to leave and return after a few days, would you be able to hold him back?" Xiao Ming's words cut like a sword through everyone's hearts, causing Hu Yu's face to turn extremely pale. Indeed. In the end, the nine-tailed fox saint wasn't a true 4-star Do Saint. The Do Saint from the Hun clan could leave at any time and return after the formation had dissipated. As this realization dawned on them, the expressions on everyone's faces turned increasingly grim. "Could we ask Senior to lend a hand? The Wind and Snow Sacred Temple will surely reward you generously." Xiong Ba's response was swift. After all, there was a Do Saint-level powerhouse right before their eyes. It was only natural to seek his aid. In this matter, Xiao Ming did not decline either. After all, he and the Hun clan had also held a grudge. Moreover, he suspected that the old fellow from above, who had come to the fallen spirit ice source, had been targeting him. It had been just a coincidence that he had heard about the news of the 11th-grade snow leaf white lotus, which had led to a change in his objective. Otherwise, who in their right mind would roam around a desolate place like the fallen spirit ice source? Aside from these reasons, the other party was also after the 11th-grade snow leaf white lotus. How could that be allowed? He had already reserved its core lotus seeds. He hadn't acted yet because he was waiting for the right moment to launch a perfect sneak attack. Indeed, another sneak attack. For those whose cultivation surpassed his own, Xiao Ming had always relied on the element of surprise, aiming for a single fatal blow. Seeing Xiao Ming nod, a look of joy spread across the faces of Xiong Ba and the others. After all, Xiao Ming was a Do Saint-level existence. They couldn't defeat the enemy alone, but with him and the Fox Saint working together, there shouldn't be any problem. "So, what now?" Xiong Ba tentatively inquired. "Not in a rush. Let that guy exhaust some of his strength first." Xiao Ming shook his head. He hoped to keep the other party here. If the opponent fled, finding the endless spirit ice later would be troublesome. Okay. The others could only comply, not daring to say more. They waited alongside Xiao Ming. This waiting took half a day, and the sky had grown significantly darker, indicating evening's arrival. Fortunately, the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple's protective formation continued to function, preventing the temple from being swept away by the aftermath of the battle. The pace of the battle above gradually slowed down, a fact that Xiao Ming noticed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and at a certain moment, they lit up. "There's an opening." As the words echoed, Xiao Ming's figure abruptly vanished from its original spot. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Hun Shan. Caught in the midst of an intense exchange with the nine-tailed fox saint, Hun Shan sensed someone behind him, causing his expression to change. He swung his sleeve, and dozens of bone chains, pale white in color, shot out. Amidst the billowing black fog, they swiftly formed a white spiderweb behind him, attempting to obstruct Xiao Ming. Unperturbed, scales materialized on Xiao Ming's palm as he summoned the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor. His soul power then burst forth in the form of white light, hitting Han Shang's body and causing him to shudder slightly. Only through this method could he tear through the defensive body of a 4-star Do Saint. He collided with the white spiderweb with a subsequent grasping motion. His powerful physical strength ripped through the web, causing the nearby 9-tailed fox saint to twitch an eyelid. How could Xiao Ming's physical strength exceed even his own, a magical beast? Xiao Ming's palm pierced through the spiderweb, then forcefully plunged into Han Shang's back. When he withdrew his hand again, a golden-hued heart pulsated faintly in his grasp. Chapter 447. As the heart in his hand pulsed slightly, a trace of warmth spread to his palm. Xiao Ming's face twisted into a mocking expression. Who would have thought, you wicked beings from the Han clan, that your blood would also be warm? Although I've slain the Hall of Souls first Yenzun before, I've never had the pleasure of ripping out his heart directly. The moment the heart was extracted, even with a resilient life force befitting a Do Saint, Han Shang felt his strength wane, his power rapidly dissipating. After being slapped away by the 9-tailed fox saint's tail, Han Shang flew a distance before regaining his balance. Clutching his throbbing head, he managed to clearly identify the assailant behind the attack. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's voice, a furious and resentful shout erupted from his mouth, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Xiao Ming! You little bastard dared to ambush the old me. Han Shang never anticipated that Xiao Ming would appear in the wind and snow sacred temple. Wasn't he supposed to be heading to the fallen spirit abyss in the west? His previous arrogance had clouded his judgment, causing him to neglect sensing the presence within the wind and snow sacred temple. Now, regret gnawed at Han Shang's gut. Had he known Xiao Ming was here, he wouldn't have so carelessly fallen into an ambush. He knew all too well that Xiao Ming, a remnant of the Xiao clan, possessed a diverse set of tactics. This compelled Han Yexing to contact the clan in order to send him out for assistance. Heh, what else could I do? After all, you are an esteemed 4-star Do Saint. I am simply too insignificant before you. Utilizing strategic means it's only natural, isn't it? Catching a glimpse of the 9-tailed fox saint subtly sealing off the space, a faint smile curved upon Xiao Ming's lips as he said nonchalantly. Han Shang was nearly driven to madness. Just as he was about to retort, Xiao Ming's voice echoed in his ears once again. Well, your last words have come to an end. Prepare to meet your demise. As these words reverberated, Han Shang finally realized that the space around him had become incredibly solidified in a short time. Xiao Ming and the others intended to leave him no room to escape. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he could have effortlessly shattered such a blockade. However, with his heart now removed, he clung to life by a thread, and breaking through the space had become a huge challenge. You little bastard. Today, I'll take you down with me. A glint of blood flashed in Han Shang's eyes. Suddenly, blood spewed from his pores, and his body rapidly expanded in a grotesque manner. Beside him, even the Soul Goo Frog swelled like an air-filled balloon, rapidly inflating. This old coot is going to self-destruct. Upon seeing this, the 9-tailed fox saint's expression changed abruptly, quickly retreating. Bang! Under the gaze of those astonished eyes, Han Shang's body rapidly swelled. In an instant, with a loud bang, he exploded like a powder keg, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that swept out, shattering the solidified space around him. Xiao Ming gazed coldly at the expanding energy storm. His hand formed seals, creating a fissure in the space. Then, a horrifying suction force erupted, swallowing up the energy storm as if devouring prey. Whoosh! In the moment the energy storm vanished, a faint, dim radiance suddenly shot out silently. However, it didn't rush toward the spatial fissure. Instead, it discreetly darted toward a disciple of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. Such despicable methods are too crude and useless against me. However, just as the radiance was about to enter the body of the Wind and Snow disciple, the surrounding space suddenly solidified, and an indifferent voice echoed down. As this cold voice resounded, a fist-sized pillar of white flame descended from the sky. It struck the dim radiance, and immediately, the latter emitted a desperate and agonizing scream. Eventually, the scream faded away, leaving the Wind and Snow disciple drenched in cold sweat, his consciousness fading. When the dim radiance was completely dispersed, everyone understood that a 4-star Do Saint had fallen. Effortless. Mighty. These two words emerged in the minds of the onlookers as they gazed at Xiao Ming unscathed above. From the moment Xiao Ming made his move to the end of the battle, only 1 or 2 minutes had passed. Recalling their temple ancestors' performance, the crowd swallowed nervously, labeling Xiao Ming as untouchable in their minds. Xiao Ming's realm might not be as high as the nine-tailed fox saint's, but his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, could a low-strength individual successfully ambush and kill a 4-star Do saint with just one move? Xiao Ming and the nine-tailed fox saint descended from the sky, and Xiongba and the others quickly approached. Fox Saint, Mr. Xiao Ming, are you both alright? This question was primarily directed at the nine-tailed fox saint. After all, Xiao Ming appeared entirely unscathed, without a speck of dust, and didn't show any signs of injury. On the other hand, the nine-tailed fox saint, who had been engaged in battle for quite some time, looked less composed. His clothing bore several torn spots, leaving him somewhat disheveled. Facing the gazes of the assembled crowd, the nine-tailed fox saint waved his hand. I've sustained minor injuries, but nothing serious. We must thank Alliance leader Xiao for his assistance. After responding to the others, the nine-tailed fox saint expressed his gratitude for Xiao Ming's intervention. Fox Saint, please don't blame me for intervening a bit late, Xiao Ming waved his hand, being modest. You're being too humble, Alliance leader Xiao. Your timing was calculated, the nine-tailed fox saint recognized Xiao Ming's calculated approach. Surveying the surroundings and realizing that the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple's higher-ups were present, the nine-tailed fox saint suddenly recalled the reason for Xiao Ming's visit to the temple. Understanding that without Xiao Ming's help, their situation could have taken a dire turn, he decided to return the favor. Speaking of today, Mr. Xiao Ming has already come to the aid of our Wind and Snow Sacred Temple twice. Earlier, the Glass Serpent clan had targeted Yuer, and if it weren't for accidentally encountering Alliance leader Xiao, I fear. There's this matter too. Has the Glass Serpent clan grown so audacious? How dare they plot against our Wind and Snow Sacred Temple? The high-ranking members of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple had just learned Xiao Ming's name through Hu Yu. They hadn't expected such a story behind. In their regular interactions, the Glass Serpent clan and the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple coexisted peacefully. What were those Glass Serpent clan thinking, daring to target their people? We'll address the matter concerning the Glass Serpent clan later. As a token of our gratitude for Alliance leader Xiao saving Yuer, I have promised to provide him with a core Lotus seed as a reward. Upon hearing this, Xiongba exchanged a glance with the others. They understood that the core Lotus seed referred to the 11th-grade snow leaf white lotus. The group didn't oppose the idea, although it was a bit painful, it was still within an acceptable range. As the absolute heir of the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, Hu Yu possessed exceptional talent and the potential to become a Do saint. Offering a Lotus seed wasn't a big deal. Just a single core Lotus seed, Fox Saint can make the decision himself. The nine-tailed Fox Saint nodded slightly, then shifted the topic. For saving Yuer, we've given one core Lotus seed. This time, Alliance leader Xiao has essentially saved our entire temple. What do you all think would be appropriate? Xiongba and the others sensed something amiss and cautiously asked. What does the Fox Saint have in mind? I think we should give Alliance leader Xiao the other 2 core Lotus seeds as well. Xiongba and the others. I'm in the final stages of a cold, and I haven't been able to spend much time on the computer since yesterday. There may be some irregular updates depending on how I progress this week. Chapter 448. As soon as the nine-tailed fox saint spoke, Xiao Ming discerned his intentions and quietly stepped aside. Now, observing that the nine-tailed fox saint was indeed seeking his benefit, Xiao Ming's favorable impression of him grew. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The nine-tailed fox saint truly lived up to his reputation as a cunning old fox who had lived for who knew how many years. The core Lotus seed of the 11th-grade snow leaf white lotus was unquestionably the expected reward for him in this case, where he had aided the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. The proposal was all the more logical because it was made by the nine-tailed fox saint himself. Nobody's reputation would be harmed by declining, and the likelihood of success would significantly increase. If others were to agree, it could further elevate his favorable impression. Xiao Ming looked at Xiongba and the others, waiting for them to agree or disagree. The corners of Xiongba's and the others' mouths twitched, and they struggled internally. Agreeing would undoubtedly be a bitter pill for them to swallow. After all, the value of the core Lotus seed of the 11th-grade triple-born lotus was exceedingly high. However, if they declined, Xiao Ming was right there, and he had indeed rendered significant help. It wouldn't be appropriate to turn down the proposal, especially since it originated from the nine-tailed fox saint. With the leader's approval, opposing it might appear unsuitable. Observing their shifting expressions, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment before speaking. If you're willing to hand over all 3 lotus seeds to me, I can assist in refining 3 ninth-grade treasure pills for you. Mr. Xiao Ming is a grandmaster alchemist. Xiong Ba and the others were taken aback. Xiao Ming calmly nodded. In that case, we agree. The isolation of the fallen spirit ice source from the outside world meant that there were few alchemists, especially grandmaster alchemists. Ninth-grade treasure pills certainly held an allure for them. While treasure pills might not match the value of the 11th-grade triple-born lotus core lotus seeds, they still carried significant appeal. Of course, before the pills could be refined, they would need to gather the necessary medicinal materials. However, this wasn't a major obstacle. Once the matter was settled, the group dispersed. The next day, Nine-tailed Fox Saint, accompanied by Xiao Ming, ruptured the space and arrived in a small realm. While hovering alongside the Nine-tailed Fox Saint, Xiao Ming noticed how dense the energy of heaven and earth was within this small realm. The ice attribute energy almost turned into mist, and as he looked down, he discovered that beneath the thick mist wasn't solid land, but an endless expanse of lakes. Upon the lakes grew countless white lotus flowers. So, these are all snow leaf white lotuses. Quite the grand gesture. Xiao Ming sighed, having seen many high-grade snow leaf white lotuses just moments ago. To be able to cultivate a Do Saint, the wind and snow sacred temple's heritage was not bad at all. Actually, it's not only snow leaf white lotuses, there are other items as well, the Nine-tailed Fox Saint explained with a smile. Given the vastness of the small world, it couldn't possibly contain only snow leaf white lotuses. Xiao Ming nodded, not delving further, and pointed towards a black dot not far away. Should we head there now? Yes, that's where we cultivate the snow leaf white lotuses. The Nine-tailed Fox Saint nodded, then led Xiao Ming towards the black dot. The black dot was actually a ring-shaped island, neither big nor small, with a hollow center. A pool of water lay in the middle of the island. Xiao Ming landed at the edge and noticed a 3-meter-sized triple-born lotus in the center of the pool. Intense energy fluctuations radiated from it. He suddenly realized that the pool of water beneath it was formed by the gathering of energy from heaven and earth. Though it held no significant effect on him at his current level, it still made his eyelids twitch and left him momentarily at a loss for words. These energy-infused waters were no ordinary substance. The Nine-tailed Fox Saint appeared entirely accustomed to the scene before them. He flew onto the lotus flower directly and then returned. He extended 3 infant fist-sized lotus seeds towards Xiao Ming. The immense energy contained within them was tangible. For his current self, they were undoubtedly precious treasures. These are the 3 core lotus seeds. The Nine-tailed Fox Saint smiled, accept them. In truth, the Nine-tailed Fox Saint held a deep trust in Xiao Ming and wasn't afraid that he would covet the snow leaf white lotuses. Compared to the lotus seeds, the value of the lotus flowers was even greater. Xiao Ming took out a high-quality cold jade box and placed the 3 lotus seeds inside before storing it in his storage ring. He then noticed that the Nine-tailed Fox Saint still held a lotus seed in his hand, though its energy was far inferior to the 3 he had just been given. Noticing Xiao Ming's gaze, the Nine-tailed Fox Saint grinned and raised the lotus seed. This is the prize for the saintess who will be chosen in the wind and snow ceremony. Ah, so it's for you, Xiao Ming nodded in understanding. The Nine-tailed Fox Saint did not refute and the two then left the small realm. Upon emerging, Xiao Ming intended to take his leave, but after some thought, he said, although the crisis brought by the elder of the Hun clan has been resolved for now, it's only temporary. There's a chance that the Hun clan might send even stronger elders in the future. Your wind and snow sacred temple is secluded, and you might not be a match for them. The Nine-tailed Fox Saint found Xiao Ming's words reasonable. The strength of the Hun clan was beyond what they could withstand. Nobody knew if Hun Shang was the only Hun clan member who knew about the 11th grade snow leaf white lotus. Do you have a strategy, Alliance Leader Xiao? Xiao Ming smiled faintly in response. Why doesn't the Fox Saint lead the wind and snow sacred temple to join our heavenly court? Keep in mind that our heavenly court was established to counter the Hall of Souls' influence. If the wind and snow sacred temple join us, we can create a spatial channel to help each other. Well, the Nine-tailed Fox Saint contemplated, not immediately agreeing. Xiao Ming wasn't surprised. Forming an alliance was a serious matter, involving the restructuring and allocation of power, which concerned everyone within the influence. The Nine-tailed Fox Saint would surely need to discuss this matter upon returning. In reality, it was due to the perceived pressure from the Hun clan that the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple even considered joining the Heavenly Court. Otherwise, such a secluded force wouldn't have any interest. If possible, Xiao Ming even wanted to invite all the other powers in a fallen spirit ice source to join the Heavenly Court, but that was clearly impossible. Why would others give up their autonomy and obey commands for no apparent reason, sacrificing their carefree existence? Truth be told, while magical beast clans in a fallen spirit ice source might not be as formidable as the three major magical beast tribes on their own, their combined strength was still considerable. For the Hun clan, they were a precious supplement. Who knows, perhaps the Hun clan might attempt to annihilate their clans someday. But Xiao Ming didn't have any proof for this, it was just his speculation. Even so, it might still be a good tactic to use intimidation to persuade other races to join the Heavenly Court. Take your time to consider, Fox Saint. If you agree, you can directly come to the Holy Pill City to discuss the details. Farewell. Xiao Ming cupped his fists and took his leave. After leaving the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple, Xiao Ming crossed the wind and snow plains and soon arrived at the edge of the fallen spirit abyss. He then initiated his own search plan. Initially, Xiao Ming employed his soul power to scan directly. However, after 2 months of searching, he found nothing. After some thought, it made sense. Which of these heavenly treasures wasn't safely hidden? If they were that easily found, would they still be available to him? Later, Xiao Ming changed his strategy and directly intimidated local magical beasts familiar with the area to aid in the search. Efficiency significantly improved, and soon, there were results. Chapter 449. On this day, a group of individuals emerged near the mouth of a glacier in the fallen spirit abyss. The glacier was colossal, resembling an ice dragon that extended between the heavens and earth, its expanse stretching out in all directions, with swirling clouds crowning its peak. Their presence in this location wasn't a mere coincidence. Long before, Xiao Ming, who was in the group, had sensed a strange attraction emanating from it. Even from several tens of miles away, he detected an unusual energy fluctuation resonating within the massive glacier. Yet another extremely cold place. Xiao Ming's countenance shifted to an odd expression as he stood outside the glacier. While such extreme cold zones weren't exactly common in the fallen spirit ice source, he had encountered them a few times before. However, the majority of those encounters were fruitless. They were frequently notable solely for their unusual terrain and dense concentrations of heaven and earth energy. Are you sure this is the place? Xiao Ming inquired calmly, looking at the several burly men standing beside him with scorpion-shaped patterns on their faces. The men shivered as they responded with anxious smiles to his question. Yes, Senior. We felt a strange aura of coldness inside this location when we stumbled upon it. We guessed that there must be something valuable hidden deeper inside, so we immediately informed you. Moreover, there was a natural concealed formation here before, but we broke it. The things inside should still be there. Hee, I hope you're not deceiving me. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Xiao Ming chuckled lightly, instilling a sense of fear that caused the men to vehemently shake their heads. As if. How could they even dare deceive this imposing figure? Wouldn't that be akin to courting death? They sighed, regretting their decision to ambush him back then. They were now in a situation where, while other magical beasts were assisting for a reward, they might just get beaten up. Remain here. Should I emerge and not find you, you're well aware of the repercussions. Disregarding their expressions, Xiao Ming left this declaration and swiftly moved, parting through the wind and snow. Before long, he appeared at a lower point on the glacier. His powerful soul power spread out, and after an hour, Xiao Ming appeared at a certain spot. Swiftly, he unleashed a punch. Thud. A deep ice cave suddenly appeared. Xiao Ming entered the cavity, wherein only the entrance was created by him, while the rest had formed naturally. The tunnels within the cave were intricate, leading to unknown destinations. After selecting a direction, Xiao Ming strode briskly for a while. Suddenly, a vast passage came into view before him. Gurgle. To his surprise, within the ice cave flowed a river that remained unfrozen. In such frigid conditions, the presence of an unfrozen river was unexpected. Xiao Ming took a few steps forward, extending his hand to test the water. He lightly touched the surface but quickly withdrew his hand. So cold. His body experienced a bone-piercing chill that felt like it was trying to freeze his internal organs. A thread of icy air surged, frosting over Xiao Ming's eyebrows. Soon, his entire body was encased in frost. His dou qi automatically circulated within his body, quickly melting away the ice. The cold is spreading so rapidly, quite interesting. I can sense the aura of a heavenly treasure within it. This time, I should be on the right track. Xiao Ming felt no discomfort, glanced at the river by his feet, and began to follow it upstream, heading toward its source. As he delved further, the cold grew more intense. The icy aura was thick and unyielding in the air. Threads of bone-chilling cold emitted incessantly. An hour later, Xiao Ming had ventured deep within the glacier. Passing through a network of interconnected ice caves, about 100 paces in, Xiao Ming sensed that he was drawing closer to the heavenly treasure. Gurgle. Suddenly, several hundred paces away, Xiao Ming heard the sound of flowing water, a continuous, rushing sound. Here it is. Xiao Ming's heart surged with joy. He quickened his pace, and soon a frozen cave appeared before him. This was a stalactite cave within the glacier, adorned with ice crystals. Astonishingly, within the cave, a spring was present. Gurgle, gurgle. The spring water flowed continuously, shooting several meters high before cascading down the glacier, forming small streams. Without lingering by the spring for long, Xiao Ming's gaze was quickly drawn to something else. Inside the cave, at the far end, the ice wall was as smooth as a mirror. Xiao Ming could clearly see a gigantic ice-blue scorpion-like creature encased within it. A dou Saint-level ice dragon scorpion. Xiao Ming recognized the creature and reached out to touch the ice wall. His hand immediately felt a scorching sensation. This sensation wasn't due to excessive heat, but rather a response triggered by a certain level of coldness. Without a doubt, the ice wall before him was the endless spirit ice. Could it be that this ice dragon scorpion was the previous owner of this endless spirit ice, and for some reason, it became sealed within it? Xiao Ming speculated, his actions hastening. A white flame suddenly ignited, and as if sensing the white glazed heart flame, the ice wall trembled violently. Gradually, it began to melt, transforming into a suspended blue gel-like substance about the size of a human head. As the blue gel-like substance took form, the entire cave expanded significantly, revealing the creature's body to the open air. However, the creature appeared completely lifeless, showing no signs of movement. Judging from its appearance and color, it's indeed the endless spirit ice. The endless spirit ice lay right before him, yet Xiao Ming refrained from hastily collecting it. Instead, he stored the creature's body within his storage ring first, redirecting his focus to the task at hand. Embedded within the endless spirit ice is an ice-blue silkworm. I need to extract it before proceeding further. This silkworm was known as the ancient crystal silkworm, one of the 10 poisons of ancient times. When someone was bitten by the ancient crystal silkworm, they were exposed to a unique toxin. A portion of their cultivated qi would be transformed by the toxin, not entirely vanishing but being absorbed by it. This toxin acted much like salt dissolving in water, integrating into the qi, limbs, and internal organs, making it hard to eliminate. As the poisoned individual's cultivation realm increased, the accumulated toxins within their body would increase as well, eventually resulting in them turning into ice sculptures. Although Xiao Ming held no fear of this poison, he certainly had no desire to experience its adverse effects either. Hence, retracting the heavenly flame, Xiao Ming set out to find the strange creature within the blue gel-like substance. After some time, he managed to identify a translucent ice-blue silkworm. Using his soul power, he retrieved the creature and then eliminated it with a burst of energy, storing its body within his storage ring. With this, all the risks during the process of collecting the endless spirit ice were eliminated. The next step was to collect it. Half an hour later, Xiao Ming emerged from the glacier, holding a swirling and flowing mass of blue gel-like substance in his hand. Senior. Seeing Xiao Ming's appearance, the group hurriedly gathered around him. Chapter 450. With just a few words, Xiao Ming dismissed the group and left the area. After flying for half a day, he found a secluded spot in a remote location and carved out a cave-like space within the mountains. There, he began the process of refining the endless spirit ice. Though referred to as a cave, it was essentially a well-concealed mountain hollow. Seated cross-legged at the center of the cave, Xiao Ming didn't immediately swallow the endless spirit ice. Instead, he summoned the spirit to devour it. The endless spirit ice wasn't easily devoured. As the spirit approached it, a faint energy tide surged from within the spirit ice, creating a barrier that kept the spirit about 5 centimeters away. This caused a temporary deadlock between the two forces. Not only that, Xiao Ming also sensed the swift accumulation of ice attribute energy from the surrounding environment. The cave itself seemed to fill with countless fragments of ice, akin to grains of sand. Faced with this situation, the spirit didn't show any weakness. Dealing with ice naturally required the use of intense flames. A roaring white flame erupted from the void, raising the temperature in the cave by several degrees. The white flame and the endless spirit ice affected nearly half of the cave each, extreme cold and extreme heat, leaving Xiao Ming caught between the two. As these opposing energies clashed, the very structure of the cave began to exhibit signs of collapse within moments. This can't go on like this. Xiao Ming furrowed his brows. At this rate, it would take a long time to successfully devour the endless spirit ice. He'd already invested a significant amount of time in this endeavor, and he couldn't afford any more delay. Lifting his right hand, he channeled a potent surge of fire attribute Do Qi. This force pushed away the energy surrounding the endless spirit ice and exerted pressure on its core. With the combined effort of Xiao Ming and the spirit, the endless spirit ice was quickly subdued and devoured. After devouring the endless spirit ice, the spirit transformed from pure white to blue, and Xiao Ming could feel the conflicting energies within it. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the spirit into his abdomen, then closed his eyes and began to circulate the rising of twin spirits Qi method. If anyone had the ability to see through, they would notice that within Xiao Ming's body, the spirit was flickering with a blue light. With each flicker, the blue light dimmed slightly. After an unknown amount of time, the blue light almost vanished entirely. Observing the spirit return to its pure white state, Xiao Ming knew that the endless spirit ice had been mostly refined. Rise of twin spirits, refine. Xiao Ming muttered in his mind as his hand seals shifted. Within him, a small surge of energy appeared. Soon, a torrent of liquid-like energy swept through his body. His robe disintegrated into a powder in an instant. A formidable wave of energy emanated from within him, causing the nearby ice and stones to crack and form fissures. He had no time to spare for the outside world situation. Right now, he could only focus on assimilating the energy within his body. Steadying his mind, he started to gradually converge the various energies at a steady pace. Under his almost perfect control, the surging and tumultuous energy gradually returned under his command. In just a moment, his meridians were filled to the brim. Flesh, muscles, bones, cells, everything within him devoured the boundless energy like famished ghosts that had gone decades without food. Rumble. Sensing the rapid influx of energy within him, Xiao Ming's mind moved, and an invisible flame appeared within his body. The immense and unparalleled energy surged into the flame like a tide, pouring into it frantically. As the cycle continued, streams of energy flowed out from the spirit, circulating through Xiao Ming's body before entering the fallen heart flame for further refinement. After being tempered by the flame, they would be returned to his meridians. With each return, the energy grew purer and more refined. Accompanied by this repeated circulation, a perfect cycle gradually formed within Xiao Ming's body. The boundless energy tirelessly scrubbed every inch of his body. His aura, under this prolonged refinement, continued to steadily rise. Hu. Seated cross-legged at the center of the cave, Xiao Ming exhaled, releasing a thick aura of energy. Like a dragon, it coiled upward, eventually fading into the expanse of heaven and earth. About time for a breakthrough. After an unknown span of time, Xiao Ming sensed that his accumulated Do Qi had reached a certain threshold. Deciding it was time, he pushed the rise of twin spirits technique to its limits. A violent fluctuation echoed through the space. The energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn at this moment, surging uncontrollably. Eventually, above Xiao Ming's cavern, the amassed energy transformed into a colossal energy storm, piercing through the cave before converging at the top of his head. Xiao Ming's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. A burst of radiant energy shot forth, boring two indeterminate depths of black holes through the rock wall in front of him. Immediately after, he lifted his head and took a deep, forceful breath. Boom! As he inhaled, the immense energy storm, spanning hundreds of meters, surged down. It rushed into his body through his throat, flooding within him. Crack! Crack! With the increasing influx of energy, faint energy fluctuations began to spill out. These fluctuations shattered the surrounding icy stones, creating countless enormous cracks. Massive boulders tumbled down with resounding booms. Finally, the cavern collapsed entirely, leaving Xiao Ming exposed beneath the blue sky. Swoosh! The commotion caused by a Do Saint breakthrough was far from subtle. The tumult near the fallen spirit abyss naturally attracted the attention of numerous local powerhouses. From a distance, several light streaks converged above the collapsed cave of Xiao Ming. They appeared to be from two distinct factions based on their clothing. These several elderly figures with half-saint strength or higher stared in awe at Xiao Ming, who was devouring the energy of heaven and earth. Such formidable aura. This person is probably on the verge of breaking through the two-star Do Saint, exclaimed an elderly man with a scorpion tattoo on his face. Another tattooed elder nodded in agreement and added, "It seems like he's attempting to break through. I'm uncertain whether he will succeed. Who knows where this person came from? Should we take advantage of the situation and make a move?" "A Do Saint's wealth is beyond imagination," suggested one of them. "Forget it. The three old fellows from the Fire Toad Palace are also present. If we take action, they might intervene. We might end up inviting disaster upon our Ice Dragon Scorpion tribe." The proposal was tempting, but ultimately, it was rejected. A similar conversation unfolded among the members of the Fire Toad Palace. Boom! While these individuals conversed in the sky, the massive energy storm was completely swallowed by Xiao Ming and absorbed into his body. With the entry of the final trace of energy, the world gradually quieted down. Chapter 451. Who? A breath laden with dense energy flowed out from Xiao Ming's throat, gradually condensing into liquid form as it descended. Upon contact with some icy stones, they began to shimmer and turn crystal-like, resembling jade. Congratulations on breaking through to the two-star Do Saint. Seeing Xiao Ming cease his actions, the two groups of people in the sky swiftly approached, extending their greetings with cupped fists and hearty laughter. Since enmity couldn't be fostered, it was only natural to foster goodwill. Establishing some familiarity would be beneficial, given the rarity of true Do Saints on the Do-Chi continent. In response to their congratulations, Xiao Ming merely gave a cold smile. He clenched his fist, thanks to his formidable soul power, their underlying malice moments ago didn't escape his notice. Though he had no fear of potential attacks and these individuals had yet to commit any harm, his mood remained far from comfortable. The torn clothes resulting from his breakthrough had reformed into a new set on his skin earlier. At his level, a mere thought could transform Do-Chi into anything imaginable. He casually said with a detached tone, "It's thanks to you guys not sneaking up on this saint, isn't it this saint who should be thanking you instead?" This. The strong members of the Ice Dragon Scorpion clan and the Fire Toad Palace couldn't help but change their expressions. They hadn't anticipated that this Do Saint before them would perceive their prior ill intentions. However, it wasn't entirely their fault. Who wouldn't harbor such thoughts when someone was breaking through alone? Such an atmosphere was pervasive across the Do-Chi continent. Furthermore, they hadn't actually done anything. Was it necessary to hold a grudge? Though dissatisfaction brewed within them, they refrained from saying much. Instead, they offered forced smiles and replied, "Sir, we were drawn merely by the aura of your breakthrough and had no intention of acting." There was no other option but to smile. The person before them was a two-star Do Saint, while the strongest within their own group was only an intermediate one-star Do Saint. Additionally, there was another at the initial one-star Do Saint stage affiliated with the Fire Toad Palace. Not everyone possessed the ability to fight beyond their rank. Confronting many against a few wasn't a viable strategy either. If a genuine battle erupted, the strength of a two-star Do Saint could quickly deal with several half-saints. The remaining one-star Do Saints probably wouldn't endure for long. Their earlier greed had arisen because Xiao Ming was in the midst of his breakthrough. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to entertain the notion of attacking a Do Saint. The group tried to maintain a pleasant demeanor by forcing smiles and speaking in kind words. However, they became panicked as they noticed Xiao Ming's previously unchanging expression gradually darken. Just as Xiao Ming sensed that the Ice Dragon Scorpion clan and the Fire Toad Palace might be on the verge of taking action, he suddenly noticed the members of the Fire Toad Palace putting on smiles once again. A white light flashed from their storage rings, revealing several jade boxes. "This is our compensation. Please don't take offense, sir." There was no choice. They were indeed in the wrong, so they were trying to make amends and quickly depart. The faces of the Fire Toad Palace individuals were etched with a sense of regret. On the other hand, the Ice Dragon Scorpion clan didn't produce any jade boxes like the Fire Toad Palace. Instead, they presented a sealed flame. The flame intertwined with black and white, its faint flicker resembling the graceful movement of swimming fish. Despite being obscured by layers of seals, upon glimpsing the flame's shape, Xiao Ming's eyebrows lifted involuntarily, and a word escaped his lips. "Heavenly flame. He, sir possesses a discerning eye. Indeed, it is a heavenly flame." This heavenly flame clashes with the attribute of our Ice Dragon Scorpion clan. We offer it as compensation for you. The strong member of the Ice Dragon Scorpion clan chuckled. A melding of black and white flames, much like the graceful swimming of a pair of yin-yang fishes. This is the yin-yang twin flame, correct? This kind of flame is born within the cosmic void. Where did you come across it? Xiao Ming didn't rashly accept the heavenly flame. Instead, he softly inquired. Yin and yang were considered the laws of nature and the origin of everything in the world. The yin-yang twin flame, which was born in the source, was one of the forms of flames that had been transformed by the source. It carried the dual forces of life and death, the yang flame to save lives endlessly and the yin flame to destroy lives utterly. This kind of heavenly flame ranked 21st on the heavenly flame ranking. Although its ranking might not be high, it was still quite useful. The few elderly figures from the Fire Toad Palace nearby heard this and also looked over. The yin-yang twin flame had no effect on the Ice Dragon Scorpion clan due to their conflicting attributes, but the Fire Toad Palace was composed of fire attribute magical beasts, so the heavenly flame was beneficial to them. However, the ranking of the yin-yang twin flame was too low. Given their strength, it wasn't considered an extraordinary item. The fallen spirit ice source often has meteors falling from the cosmic void due to its unique geographical location. I happened to discover this from the interior of a meteor earlier. Although the heavenly flame conflicts with our clan's attributes, coincidences happen, and I naturally wouldn't let it go to waste. I sealed it, thinking I might exchange it with someone else in the future, the strong member of the Ice Dragon Scorpion clan explained. Xiao Ming nodded in understanding. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, unsure whether the luck of the Ice Dragon Scorpion clan's strong member was good or bad. In a way, his luck was good as he had chanced upon a rare heavenly flame, an item highly sought after by alchemists. However, due to the conflicting attributes, he couldn't refine it. Seeing how securely it was sealed, the yin-yang twin flame probably didn't contain much energy. Of course, the item now belonged to him. Whether the person's luck was good or bad was another matter. Nonetheless, his own luck was undeniably good. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ming made a gesture, causing the jade box from the Fire Toad Palace and the Ice Dragon Scorpion sealed flame to appear before him. Without even glancing at the jade boxes, Xiao Ming directly collected them with a wave of his hand. He then broke the seal of the heavenly flame. As expected, it's quite weak, only at the low star Do ancestor stage. Sensing the aura emanating from the yin-yang twin flame, Xiao Ming shook his head, but his disappointment was limited due to his prior expectations. With a quick movement, he swallowed the flame, which was then refined by the spirit. Seeing Xiao Ming's relatively content expression, the members of the Ice Dragon Scorpion clan cautiously inquired, "Sir, does this mean we can leave now?" Xiao Ming glanced at them and casually nodded. "You certainly can. Remember to be more cautious the next time. Not everyone is as forgiving as this saint." Considering the heavenly flame's value, he didn't feel like dwelling on their previous offense. It was quite exhausting to be constantly fighting and killing. Seeing Xiao Ming's nod, the group's faces brightened. Without waiting for Xiao Ming to say anything more, they immediately ruptured the space and left the area, afraid that he might change his mind in the next instant. Soon, Xiao Ming couldn't sense their presence anymore. After the group left, he looked up at the sky. The weather in the fallen spirit ice source was relatively good today, it wasn't snowing, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky. After identifying the direction based on the sun, Xiao Ming casually waved his hand, tearing open a spatial rift and stepping through. Chapter 452. Southeastern Region, Desolate Soul Mountain Range. The Desolate Soul Mountain Range was located in the southeastern region's northwestern expanse. The area had been deeply veiled in yin energy due to its terrain. A special force intertwined with this yin energy, thick enough to cloud perception. Staying in this environment for an extended period of time could easily harm one's soul, which would be eroded by the yin energy. As a result, this location was practically devoid of human presence, as no one would willingly linger in such a ghostly place. Swoosh! In the serene sky above the desolate Soul Mountain Range, the sound of air being torn suddenly erupted. A streak of light flashed, and a graceful figure emerged from one of the peaks within the mountain range. Her gaze was fixed on the deepest reaches of the mountain range, where space appeared warped behind the towering gray trees. "Let's see, Xiao Ming told me that the Hall of Soul's southeastern region headquarters should be located deep within this desolate Soul Mountain Range. They appear to have established a spatial barrier here. Anyone who enters will be immediately noticed. Looks like my best course of action is a direct assault. Xiao Yixian muttered to herself. After Xiao Ming departed from the small pill tower, she and Qin Lin entered seclusion. 7 months later, they had mostly absorbed the Do Saint gel, breaking through to the high-level half-saint stage before emerging from their seclusion. After meeting with Venerable Tianhua, she and Qin Lin went their separate ways. Her little sister headed to the northeastern region, while she arrived in the southeastern one. With my current strength, the lower realm Hall of Souls experts would probably be instantly poisoned to death if I released my woeful poison gas. But I should seal the area just to be safe. Observing the spatial barrier, Xiao Yixian flicked her sleeve, causing ripples to spread throughout the space. Eventually, the entire region was enveloped in an even larger spatial barrier. Amidst the somewhat distorted space, a vast expanse of blood-red land stretched out. Between the patches of land, occasional blood springs bubbled with a continuous gurgling sound, emitting an eerie and chilling atmosphere. At the heart of this extensive region, a black giant hall stood silently. It resembled an ancient ferocious beast crouched upon the ground. A sinister and dreadful aura slowly diffused, rippling within this sealed space. Within the black giant hall, numerous thick black chains extended, piercing deep into the ground. Upon these chains, swirls of black fog coiled and faintly converged into human-like forms. The chains occasionally emitted a subtle gleam before vanishing into the black fog, making it even denser. The entire area appeared exceptionally quiet, enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. Swoosh! Amidst this silence that seemed to stretch on indefinitely, suddenly, around a dozen black fogs rose from the chains. The fog condensed, transforming into several individuals with cold expressions. They exchanged glances, their figures moving to gather together. Let's go. It's time for us to embark on our mission. I don't know why, but the quotas from above have become increasingly demanding these past 2 years. Hopefully, this time, we can harvest enough souls. Otherwise, we'll face punishment. Among these figures, a person who appeared to be the leader spoke with a hoarse voice. Jia, not long ago, that old fellow Huang and his group massacred several cities. Not only did they bring back enough souls, but they also received a hefty reward from Lord Tianzuan. This time, let's go and slaughter a few cities as well. With our strength, we have more than enough to bloodily cleanse several cities. One of them sneered with a sinister laugh. The strength of the southeastern region was similar to that of the northwestern region. Not to mention Do venerates, even Do ancestors were rarely seen. Alright, remember, don't leave any survivors when the time comes. The leader's figure also smiled coldly, nodding slowly. With a wave of his hand, the dozen figures transformed into a mass of black fog and swiftly rushed towards the space barrier beyond. Bang! However, just as this group of black fog was about to break through the spatial barrier, the space around them suddenly solidified. Immediately, it violently collapsed, and the dozen figures didn't even have a chance to scream before being crushed into nothingness by the terrifying spatial force. Hiss! As these figures turned into nothingness, the spatial barrier gradually split open, and Xiao Yixian stepped calmly through. Her jade feet landed in the air above the blood-red soil. Woo! A mournful wail echoed from within the vast hall not long after she passed through the space barrier. Several eerie glares shot forth from the black fog on the chains, fixated on her. Daring to intrude upon the territory of our Hall of Souls, seeking death. Eerie and chilling shouts resounded, shattering the silence of the space. Numerous figures rose from the chains in that instant, transforming into black rays that carried a sinister aura, sweeping toward Xiao Yixian with a menacing gust of wind. Seeing this, she didn't waste words. With a raise of her arm, a purple mist emanated from her body. Any of the many dark shadows that came within 10 meters of the mist were swiftly reduced into nothingness in less than 3 breaths. Some weaker ones didn't even have a chance to let out a scream. As the purple mist enveloped the surroundings, the approaching shadows were abruptly taken aback. They finally realized that this person wasn't here to court death, she had come prepared. You insolent wretch, how dare you rampage in our Hall of Souls? You're truly tired of living. Tianzins, capture her. A furious shout suddenly emerged from within the giant hall. Immediately, around a dozen figures rushed out of the hall like lightning, hovering in the sky and casting a sinister gaze upon Xiao Yixian through the mist. She remained silent, directly leaping across the vast poisonous mist that spanned hundreds of meters. She appeared in midair, her palm aimed at the group of Hall of Souls Tianzins. The space instantly solidified, and her hand clenched fiercely. Bang! The bodies of the tens of Hall of Souls Tianzans exploded into pools of blood in an instant as her palm closed in. Even their souls were crushed by the horrifying spatial pressure. With Xiao Yixian's current strength as a high-level half-saint, these pitiful Tianzans stood no chance of halting her. You dare to invade my Hall of Souls? You're truly courting your own doom. Just as Xiao Yixian appeared to be about to demolish the massive hall, another enraged roar echoed from within it. Immediately, a figure shot out, and a massive, 100-meter-long jet-black chain resembling a venomous black dragon tore through the void, hurtling towards her with tremendous force. High-level half-saint, so that's where you were hiding, it seems you can no longer remain idle, huh? Xiao Yixian raised her indifferent gaze to the approaching chain. A surge of Do Qi erupted, and the massive chain was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily onto the massive hall. Before the half-saint could react, she pursued relentlessly. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides. After half an hour, the area was shrouded in a haze of purple mist, saturated with an air of death. Only one more region branch, then I'll reunite with little sister in the northwestern region, Xiao Yixian whispered softly. Her voice was filled with eager anticipation as she gently placed a glowing sphere into her storage ring. Northwestern region, we'll be waiting for you there, you rascal. I hope you don't keep us waiting too long. Then we can finally. Her voice faded as she gracefully stepped into the void, vanishing from the scene. Chapter 453. A pitch-black tear in space tore open outside the wind and snow sacred temple's boundaries. Xiao Ming appeared from within, his lips parted, releasing a fusion of black and white flames. At this point, the spirit within Xiao Ming's body had already completely refined the yin-yang twin flame. With this, Xiao Ming had reached the possession of 6 different kinds of heavenly flames. Of course, the result of this assimilation was as he had predicted not very significant. His strength had only slightly improved, and he hadn't even reached the intermediate 2-star Do Saint stage. This result did not disappoint him. In the end, getting this heavenly flame had been quite effortless. Moreover, the abilities of the yin-yang twin flame were indeed impressive. It contained the dual powers of life and death, the yang flame for healing and rejuvenation, while the yin flame for destruction and reduction to ashes. It was rare to find a heavenly flame that could aid in healing, and that alone made it valuable enough. The power of these flames was greatly enhanced by Xiao Ming's Do Saint cultivation. Minor injuries in future battles wouldn't require the use of pills for recovery. Retracting the yin-yang twin flame, which moved like a small fish, Xiao Ming turned his gaze to the distance. A vast ice and snow square appeared before his eyes. The square was as smooth as a mirror, basking in the sun's warmth. Upon closer inspection, faint patterns could be discerned on its surface. With Xiao Ming's keen eyesight, he also observed a small black dot slowly rotating at the center of the square. That's a wormhole. It appears that the wind and snow sacred temple has joined the heavenly court, Xiao Ming thought to himself as he began to move towards the wormhole. Halt! The wormhole hasn't yet opened to the outside world. Return in a few days. As he approached, several burly men with beast-like features barred his way. After a brief inspection of Xiao Ming, they felt a sense of familiarity. Of course, they didn't dwell on it. In the past few days since the wormhole had been established, several powerful magical beasts had arrived from the vicinity, seeking to pay a toll and leave the fallen spirit ice source. Occasionally, some humans passing by might end up among them, as might be the case here. Xiao Ming glanced at their attire and smiled faintly, asking, "Have you joined the heavenly court?" "Yes, our sacred temple recently joined the heavenly court. In the future, if you're interested in trade or herb collection, take this route to reach Holy Pill City. These items sell well there and it's quite secure. Next time, bring more people with you, though not now," one of the burly men articulated smoothly. Impressive business acumen. After listening, Xiao Ming's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at the beast-headed man. Most magical beasts were straightforward, and he could tell at a glance that this magical beast had consumed pills enabling humanoid transformation. The pill's grade wasn't high, allowing certain traits to linger. The individual before him appeared simple-minded, lacking in cultivation, and somewhat dim-witted. Clearly, the words weren't his own but had been dictated from on high. He'd just memorized them. It appears that the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple is aiming for full integration with the outside world, Xiao Ming pondered as he disappeared from sight with a step, heading toward the wormhole. Witnessing his action, the burly men, who assumed Xiao Ming wasn't heeding their advice, faltered before initiating a search. But at this point, Xiao Ming had already entered the wormhole. Within Holy Pill City, a peaceful atmosphere prevailed. On some expansive squares, numerous heavenly court enforcers were practicing in an orderly fashion. Their resounding shouts converged like muffled thunder, echoing throughout the space. In comparison to the past, Holy Pill City now felt almost entirely rejuvenated. Clusters of buildings bearing the heavenly court insignia sprung up, and streams of people bustled about like ants, lending an air of vibrant liveliness. Furthermore, lots of powerful auras emanated from the buildings at the heart of Holy Pill City, permeating every corner of the city. The previous sense of frantic disorder had been replaced by a genuine sense of solid defense. Swoosh! A streak of light suddenly burst forth from a wormhole on the outskirts of Holy Pill City. It flew towards the central tower with intense momentum. Who dares to recklessly intrude within Holy Pill City? As this streak of light emerged, angry shouts resounded through the skies of Holy Pill City. In an instant, a series of piercing sounds followed suit. A multitude of aged figures suspended in the sky. Then, with a collective roar of "halt," the space above solidified rapidly. However, just as everyone assumed that the figure would halt, they were left astounded as the streak of light not only did not slow down, but instead accelerated abruptly. In the next moment, amidst astonished gazes, it effortlessly shattered the frozen space. Like a ghostly apparition, it appeared behind the elders without impediment. It's been a while since I returned. I didn't expect the defenses to have become this strict. The streak of light finally came to a halt under the watchful eyes of many. Following that, a young man dressed in white with black hair slowly emerged, chuckling softly. "Who are you?" One of the elders who had previously attempted to intercept Xiao Ming gave him a grave look. After the preceding encounter, they dared not underestimate this seemingly youthful black-clothed youth. Furthermore, they felt a kind of hidden pressure in his body, a kind of pressure that only a handful of people in Holy Pill City were able to give them. The commotion in the sky also caught the attention of the Heavenly Court's law enforcement disciples who were practicing on the ground. Their astonished gazes turned towards Xiao Ming in the sky, and murmurs of amazement spread. This was the first time they had witnessed a scenario where a group of guest elders had jointly acted, yet gained no advantage. Nonetheless, a hint of fervor appeared on the faces of some. Young and powerful, with an extraordinary appearance. "Could you be the Alliance's leader?" A quick-witted elder suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this exclamation, the dozen or so guest elders from the Heavenly Court were momentarily stunned. Then, their gazes turned to Xiao Ming with a touch of incredulity. Xiao Ming's reputation wasn't low throughout the entire Central Plains, as he was not only the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Court but also a high-grade 8th-tier alchemist. However, they hadn't been part of the Heavenly Court for very long and had been immersed in cultivation. Consequently, this was their first encounter with him. Most of the disciples of the law enforcement team had never seen Xiao Ming either. "So, he's the Alliance leader of our Heavenly Court. Wow, the Alliance leader is indeed quite handsome. Don't act like a silly fangirl. Someone like the Alliance leader wouldn't be interested in us. I've heard that the Alliance leader has already reached the Do Saint realm. He's also a high-grade 8th-tier alchemist. He once even single-handedly killed a 2-star Do Saint from the Hall of Souls. It was because of his reputation that I initially joined the Heavenly Court. Didn't expect to finally meet this legendary figure today, hee. Chapter 454. Amidst the hushed whispers below, among the group of guest elders, a figure in yellow robes, seemingly in a leading role, hastened forward. He offered a respectful bow and a warm smile in greeting to Xiao Ming. Although appearing advanced in years, the adage, "the accomplished are the teachers," held true. Currently, in every sphere of achievement, Xiao Ming far surpassed what they could fathom. As a result, his words were naturally polite and devoid of any hint of disrespect. "Elders, there's no need to be overly formal." Towards his own people, Xiao Ming was naturally kind. He smiled faintly and let his gaze sweep across the city, a trace of admiration flickering in his eyes. Merely 8 months had passed since he left the city, yet the transformation was astonishing. With a multitude of formidable experts stationed here, even if the Hall of Souls attempted another surprise attack, success wouldn't come easily. Based on the discernible auras he sensed, the number of hidden Do venerates within Holy Pill City wasn't insignificant. So, the Alliance leader has finally returned. As Xiao Ming surveyed the city, there was a ripple in the space behind him. Soon after, the figure of an elderly man gradually emerged. "Old Xian," Xiao Ming greeted with a respectful bow. Xian Kongzi had taken care of him when he first entered the Pill Tower, so Xiao Ming held him in high regard. "Greetings, Elder Xian." Upon Xian Kongzi's appearance, the nearby guest elders quickly greeted him with respectful voices. Xian Kongzi often made appearances due to his administrative duties, making him quite respected and imposing in the eyes of these guest elders. As the alliance leader, you're hardly performing your duties properly. You're leaving everything to this old man and making me exhausted to no end. Xian Kongzi wore a helpless expression on his kind face. Although he initially didn't expect Xiao Ming to waste time on these matters, Xiao Ming's efficiency was a bit too remarkable, doing absolutely nothing. He didn't lift a finger for any task. Waving his hand towards the guest elders and briefly casting a glance over Xiao Ming, Xian Kongzi's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Your aura seems to have grown stronger. Have you made another breakthrough in your strength? Xiao Ming smiled. Given Xian Kongzi's previous peak-do venerate strength, he naturally couldn't entirely gauge Xiao Ming's power. Nevertheless, the heavenly court was far from idle. Xiao Ming reflected on the methods they'd used to aid Xian Kongzi's entry into the half-saint realm. Yes, I've reached the 2-star Do Saint stage. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. The stronger he became, the higher the prestige of the heavenly court, so there was no need to conceal his strength. Furthermore, revealing this was a way to account for his absence from the heavenly court for such a long time. If he had been wandering around without improving his strength, there might have been some criticism from others within the heavenly court. It could be interpreted as negligence of his duties, which, while not impacting him significantly, would damage the heavenly court's reputation. But if he proclaimed he left to enhance his strength and indeed achieved it, people would only praise his hard work and dedication. It would also pique their interest in the heavenly court, potentially drawing them to join. He had subtly conveyed this intention when he had boldly entered the city before. Hearing his words, the eyes of the guest elders next to him immediately revealed a look of astonishment. He was worthy of being the alliance leader who had become famous at a young age and was known to be a genius. This rate of improvement was simply too terrifying. A touch of surprise also appeared on Xian Kongzi's face upon hearing his confirmation. At the Do Saint realm, each star was divided into 3 substages: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Advancing further was exceptionally difficult. Xian Kongzi initially assumed Xiao Ming had merely reached the intermediate 1-star Do Saint. He didn't expect Xiao Ming to be so impressive, directly reaching the 2-star stage. Of course, it was only when Xiao Ming made an entire star's worth of breakthrough that Xian Kongzi could sense the change. Your breakthrough is definitely a joyful occasion for the heavenly court. You should return and celebrate properly. Come, let's go down. There are some matters that I believe you, as the alliance leader, need to be informed about. Xian Kongzi returned to his usual kind expression after calming himself. Xiao Ming nodded and followed behind Xian Kongzi. The headquarters of the Pill Tower also served as the current headquarters of the heavenly court. On the top floor of the tower, Xiao Ming and Xian Kongzi took their respective seats. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Ming was the first to speak. During my absence, I encountered a 4-star Do Saint from the Hall of Souls at the Wind and Snow Sacred Temple. Originally, aside from Hun Yesheng, the Hall of Souls didn't have Do Saints of such a high level. It's possible that the Hun clan sent reinforcements to the Hall of Souls. Has the Heavenly Court experienced any attacks from the Hall of Souls? The 9-tailed fox saint has already discussed this matter with me. Honestly, being able to bring in such an ally was quite unexpected for us. These secluded magical beast clans aren't easy to sway. The oppressive influence from the Hall of Souls and the Hun clan is too strong, which likely triggered a sense of crisis among them, don't you think? Sigh, the Hall of Souls indeed possesses that capability. Yet, the current Heavenly Court is not lacking either. Since its establishment, although there have been some clashes with the Hall of Souls, there hasn't been a full-scale war. It seems the Hall of Souls also harbors some apprehensions. The Heavenly Court currently had Xiao Ming, the 9-tailed fox saint, the small Pill Tower's first elder, and ancestor Huiyun, for Do Saints. Additionally, there are over 20 half-saints from various allied major forces. The overall strength was quite considerable. Speaking of this, it was necessary to explain the Heavenly Court's current system. The Heavenly Court established a leader, taken up by Xiao Ming. The leader held the greatest authority and could make most decisions directly. At the same time, 3 grand elders were appointed. Individuals like ancestor Huiyun, who had reached the Do Saint realm, assumed these positions. Those who reached the half-saint realm became members of the Elders' Council, with the ability to propose suggestions on specific alliance matters. If these suggestions gained approval from at least half of the council members, they could be put into effect. Naturally, just as Xiao Ming wasn't heavily involved in many matters, neither were these half-saints and those above. They typically remained engrossed in cultivation day and night, and their involvement in regular affairs was limited. As a result, numerous subsidiary organizations operated under the alliance, including law enforcement teams and intelligence networks, all led by Do Venerate experts. The overall atmosphere within the Heavenly Court was relatively youthful, conveying a feeling of vitality and prosperity. It was understandable that the Hall of Souls didn't desire a large-scale conflict. Yet, for the sake of their soul essences, they had to stir up trouble. So, with a sigh, Xian Kongzi proceeded to recount the actions of the Hall of Souls. As you know, aside from Central Plains, the Dochi continent is divided into 4 major regions: Northwestern, Southwestern, Northeastern, and Southeastern. While we, the Heavenly Court, managed to weaken the Hall of Souls' influence in the Central Plains, their influence had already extended to other regions. They suddenly supported sects in every region, engaging in rampant conquests. Wherever their sect experts passed, none could rival them. Those who resisted were completely wiped out, resulting in a thorough annihilation of entire sects and nations. This has undoubtedly accelerated the Hall of Souls' collection of soul bodies. Even though the quality is low, they make up for it with quantity. Alas, these regions are now truly facing calamity, with countless lives being affected. Chapter 455. Xian Kongzi actually stumbled upon this news incidentally. The forces and experts of Central Plains always held a somewhat condescending attitude toward the regions beyond their own. Few forces would meddle in matters there. After all, those regions were a mixed bag, and even if one could exert covert control, the benefits would be minimal and could result in more losses than gains. Moreover, due to the considerable distance between the Central Plains and the outer regions, transmitting news was a challenging task. Even many individuals who were pursued and hunted in Central Plains would flee to the outside for several years before returning. The complexities of the forces in Central Plains make even the Hall of Souls hesitant to initiate large-scale battles. However, in places like the northeastern and southwestern regions, it's different. With the Hall of Souls' power, they can easily dominate a one-sided war. They only need to show up afterwards to reap countless soul bodies. Although I'm not sure why they're resorting to these means to gather soul bodies now, even when the Hall of Souls collected soul bodies in the past, it was done discreetly. Such actions that directly trigger large-scale wars have never occurred before. However, the Hall of Souls' collection of soul bodies undoubtedly harbors their scheme. Even though we don't know the specifics of this scheme, I believe we should react to it. We can't let them carry on like this. Xian Kongzi looked at Xiao Ming, his brows furrowed. The Heavenly Court wasn't exactly a righteous alliance, but there's a saying, don't do what your enemies hope you will do. Instead, strive to do what your enemies don't want you to do. Though they were unaware of the Hall of Souls' motives, disrupting their plans was paramount. Xiao Ming fell silent for a moment after hearing Xian Kongzi's words. The actions of the Hall of Souls were undoubtedly related to his theft of a large number of soul essences from them. Moreover, considering the Hall of Souls' millennium-long plan had only a few years left, their urgency in acting was reasonable. He had also sent his partners, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, to steal the soul essences, but he was unsure of their current progress. After brief contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Putting a stop to the Hall of Souls. Feasible. I will issue the orders as soon as possible. However, the specifics will require your expertise to work out. Despite not being actively involved in day-to-day affairs, Xiao Ming's decision-making authority as alliance leader remained unencumbered. He could make such decisions on his own. Great. How many people are you planning to dispatch to the other regions? Seeing that Xiao Ming had made up his mind, Xian Kongzi also felt relieved and turned to ask. The regions beyond Central Plains were not teeming with experts like Central Plains itself. Various sects and empires thrived there, but they were mired in constant internal conflicts. Although some forces with substantial strength attempted to unify these regions, they continually failed to do so. Moreover, these so-called forces with substantial strength were equivalent to first-rate powers within Central Plains. To put it bluntly, they weren't even as strong as powers like the 4 pavilions. Hence, many of the Central Plains forces and experts paid little attention to those regions. Currently, even though the Hall of Souls had dispatched reinforcements there, it was unlikely that they would send too many powerful individuals. Central Plains remained their primary base of operations. So, Xiao Ming quickly responded to Xian Kongzi's question. We will send half-saint experts to each region to take turns overseeing. We can also dispatch some Do Venerates, but not too many. We can recruit experts locally, especially since many sects and forces are likely to be struggling right now, making them less inclined to reject us. By then, the Heavenly Court would become a superpower spanning 5 regions. There are vast distances between regions. If we were to fly back, it would take at least 2 months. Therefore, we have to establish wormholes. I'll personally set them up in a few days. It will make things easier and keep us connected to other regions. Wormholes could be created as long as one's strength reached the Do-Venerate realm. However, building a wormhole so far from the central plains to the outer regions wasn't something an ordinary Do-Venerate could achieve. Fortunately, Xiao Ming was already a Do-Saint expert, so creating them wouldn't be too difficult. With the decision made, Xian Kongzi began to arrange manpower. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming started constructing the wormholes. Several days later, for roughly 33-meter-wide black voids slowly appeared on a stone platform atop a mountain peak. A violent spatial force surged continuously from within them, rapidly spreading outwards. Alliance leader, is it successful? An elderly man wearing the attire of an elder's robe appeared not far from the wormholes, his demeanor respectful. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded, then turned around. Go inform Elder Xian to bring people over. Understood. After the elder left, it didn't take long before Xian Kongzi arrived with his group of people, accompanied by around 50 more elderly individuals. These figures were suspended in the air, emitting vast auras that spread throughout. These auras eventually rippled beneath the sky, under the oppressive pressure created by their collective presence. As a result, the entire world appeared to shake. Among them, 4 elders were particularly formidable, just like Xian Kongzi, all of them being half-saints. Alliance leader. When they saw Xiao Ming, these elders who were several times his age, or even a dozen or 20 times his age, all descended and bowed in respect. No need for excessive courtesy. Xiao Ming waved his hand and then addressed the group. By now, you must be aware of the purpose of your summoning. As long as you stabilize the situation, a Do-Venerate will be rewarded with 3 6-colored 8th-tier pills. A half-saint will receive 3 9-colored 8th-tier pills. Those with outstanding contributions can receive 9th-tier treasure pills. Once these words were spoken, everyone's eyes ignited with fervor. As the saying goes, if you want a horse to run, you must give it grass. Half of the powerful people who had arrived were lone cultivators attracted by the generous benefits provided by the Heavenly Court in recent days. 3 8th-tier pills held a significant allure for them. Even the half-saints couldn't remain indifferent, the appeal of 9th-tier treasure pills was equally strong. Because master alchemists of treasure pills were exceedingly rare, some had never even witnessed the emergence of a 9th-tier treasure pill. No one doubted Xiao Ming's ability to produce such a quantity of 8th-tier pills. 8th-tier alchemists were exceptionally scarce outside, but within the pill tower, summoning dozens of them was quite easy. With sufficient medicinal ingredients, these 8th-tier pills were nothing more than a drizzle. Alliance leader, rest assured. We understand the situation. These barbaric forces in these regions are nothing to fear. We will establish a stable foothold. Xiao Ming nodded, seeing that everyone was ready to proceed. He gently waved his sleeve. With the wave of his sleeve, the 4 wormholes positioned between the mountain peaks suddenly began to fluctuate intensely. An exceedingly violent spatial turbulence surged out of them, rapidly spreading. A deep and resonating sound, similar to thunder, emitted faintly from within the wormholes, echoing incessantly throughout the surrounding world. The wormholes began to rotate slowly as the spatial fluctuation spread. A faint suction emanated from within them. This is the wormhole scroll. The coordinates on the other side haven't been established yet. Once you arrive, as long as you find a safe place, tear it open. This will form a passage, and the wormhole can be established permanently there. With a flick of his finger, a black scroll shot towards the 4 leading half-saints. It was imbued with an extremely powerful spatial energy. The 4 people took the scroll and placed it in their storage rings. They then bowed slightly to Xiao Ming before flying directly towards the pitch-black wormholes. Chapter 456. Numerous powerful individuals entered various wormholes, each heading toward their respective destinations. As these individuals gradually disappeared, leaving only Xiao Ming and Xian Kongzi, the latter noticed Xiao Ming's gaze fixed on a specific wormhole. With a smile, Xian Kongzi inquired, "Your hometown is in the northwestern region, right? Instead of just staring, why not take the opportunity to visit your family and friends? It won't take you much time, after all." Turning his gaze away from the northwestern region wormhole, Xiao Ming shook his head. Returning now wouldn't achieve much. I've already made arrangements for my master and my clan there. They'll handle the necessary matters. Among those who had gone to the northwestern region was Venerable Tianhua. Although his talent wasn't exceptional, with Xiao Ming's supply of pills, he had advanced to the 8-star Do Venerate stage. It wouldn't take him long to reach the 9-star Do Venerate stage. Venerable Tianhua had also taken back with him a half-saint level puppet that Xiao Ming had refined during his spare time, along with a specially made spatial jade slip. Furthermore, his partners Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin would return to the northwestern region once the tasks he assigned to them were completed. Currently, anyone posing a threat to the Xiao clan or the Jia Nan Academy had already been dealt with. The only exception was if the Hall of Souls dispatched a Do Saint level expert. But Do Saints were not cabbages within the Hun clan. The Hall of Souls was merely a Hun clan subordinate force, and the decision to mobilize a Do Saint wasn't taken lightly. It wasn't that Xiao Ming had no intention of seeing his master, Elder Hua, and Medusa. It was just that he needed to visit the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe first. After all, quite some time had passed, so delaying his return slightly wouldn't matter much. If they truly encountered a problem that they couldn't solve, Venerable Tianhua could always crush the spatial jade slip, and Xiao Ming would return immediately. Seeing that Xiao Ming had his own plans, Xian Kongzi didn't dwell on the matter. He changed the topic, saying, "Since that is the case, the decision is entirely yours. By the way, this old man has some news to share with you. The investigation you requested from us yielded some results." Xiao Ming initially looked puzzled, but then he remembered the matter he was referring to. His expression turned pleasantly surprised. Has there really been progress with the purifying demonic Lotus Flames remnant map? Xiao Ming had already obtained 3 out of the 4 remnant maps of the purifying demonic Lotus Flame. He only lacked the final one, which was likely held by a powerful expert within the Central Plains. He had used the Pill Tower's resources to investigate this matter previously. After becoming the Heavenly Court Alliance leader, he also informed Xian Kongzi of his intention to search for the map. After all this time, it seemed that there was finally some progress. Yes, the map is in the hands of a lone cultivator in the Do Venerate realm. Upon learning that we were looking for it, this person reached out to us proactively. However, I can't comprehend your purpose behind seeking the purifying demonic Lotus Flame. Isn't it widely known that every time the demonic flame realm appears, it causes a huge commotion? Even if that map holds some extraordinary effect, the map in that person's possession is incomplete. The continent is vast, and gathering the remaining pieces won't be easy. Who knows, some of them might already be destroyed. Xian Kongzi's face, marked by numerous wrinkles, was filled with puzzlement. Xiao Ming simply smiled in response. It was reasonable for Xian Kongzi to be perplexed, but he was too lazy to explain so much. That map holds significant value for me. Where is this person now? Well, in reality, it didn't hold much value for him at the moment. The demonic flame realm wouldn't appear for many more years, and according to Xiao Ming's plans, he would undoubtedly be much stronger by then. Even without the map, when the time came, having the purifying demonic Lotus Flame in his possession would be akin to having a side dish to complement his meal. It required little effort at most. However, since he had been searching for it for so long, it was time to secure it. In a few days, the Do Venerate will come to our holy pill city, Xian Kongzi replied. If that's the case, then I'll wait. Warning, there is explicit sexual content below. There will be a at the beginning and end of the scene. Small pill tower, within a courtyard. In a spacious room filled with the delicate fragrance of various medicinal herbs, Xiao Ming lay comfortably on a sumptuous bed. His mind began to wander through the events of the past few days. As he waited for the last piece of the map, his life rarely moved at such a leisurely pace. He would go every now and then to advise Yi Xian Lan, who was already a 7th-tier alchemist, and sometimes to other disciples as well. Given his current strength and prestige, he could not only mentor genius disciples. Even if they were elders, he could guide them if necessary. At this moment, the Yi clan, one of the 5 great clans of the Pill Tower, had experienced prosperous growth in recent years, thanks in large part to the guidance he had provided to Yi Xian Lan over time. Although he never took her as an official disciple, in the eyes of many, Yi Xian Lan was considered his unacknowledged disciple. Thanks to this, the Yi clan's status naturally skyrocketed, attracting the envy and jealousy of many clans. When he learned of this, he simply smiled faintly, not taking it too seriously. He felt it was unnecessary to explain. Although he had not officially taken Yi Xian Lan as a disciple, there was a certain mentor-disciple bond between them. Moreover, the Yi clan acted wisely, and as long as they did not misuse his name for illicit actions, he saw no reason to intervene. Moreover, he genuinely liked Yi Xianlan's innocent personality. Judging by your expression, you're thinking about another woman, aren't you? A soft, alluring voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts, causing Xiao Ming to snap his head towards the right side of the bed. Lying beside him was a woman with a figure that could only be described as jaw-dropping. Her fiery red hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her exquisite face was adorned with phoenix-like eyes. She wore only a few undergarments, and it was abundantly clear that they weren't chosen for a good night's sleep but rather for seduction, enhancing her allure in a way that was more captivating than if she were completely bare. Upon closer inspection, faint reddish marks could be seen on her exposed, creamy skin. I didn't know you had developed the ability to read minds, Inger, Xiao Ming replied with an amused tone, not denying his thoughts. Instead, he showed a peculiar expression as he looked at the enchanting woman sharing the bed with him. This woman, of course, was Chao Ying. To understand how they had ended up in this situation, one must go back a few days. The second day of waiting had left Xiao Ming with little to do, so he made the decision to visit some of his old friends, including the woman he hadn't seen since her abrupt departure during their previous encounter. The two's relationship had been somewhat ambiguous over the past few years. They shared a deep connection in terms of personality, perhaps too deep, in censored. It took a couple more days for Xiao Ming to finally meet the Do Venerate. He received the final remnant map of the purifying demonic lotus flame from this person's hands in exchange for a 9-colored 8th-tier pill. Within his mansion, Xiao Ming's hand made a slight gesture, causing the surrounding space to quietly distort. Then, with a flick of his finger on his storage ring, a collection of tattered ancient maps floated out, eventually suspending in front of him. Observing these worn and ancient maps, Xiao Ming was suddenly reminded of Xiao Chen, who had been left behind in the demonic flame realm within the Xiao clan. Because of the incomplete maps, the purifying demonic lotus flame has controlled numerous experts. It's unclear who divided the maps or even if it was the demonic lotus saint itself. That wouldn't make sense, though. Speaking to himself, Xiao Ming meticulously started fitting together the fragmented maps following their patterns. His speed in assembling was impressively swift. In a short time, a complete map gradually took form under his focused gaze. As the last piece settled into its place, the assembled map displayed a simple arrangement of mountains and rivers. However, these patterns seemed ordinary, lacking a specific destination or route. They resembled a casual sketch of a landscape. Xiao Ming didn't pay much attention to this. The map wasn't meant to be used to locate the purifying demonic lotus flame. All at once, a ball of heavenly flame surged into Xiao Ming's palm, encasing the ancient map. Xiao Ming's heavenly flame resulted from the fusion of 6 different kinds of heavenly flames, possessing the power to incinerate mountains and boil oceans. However, the map showed no signs of turning into ash. As the flames intensified, the patterns on the map began to brighten gradually, as if they were on the verge of breaking free. Whoosh! A swooshing sound echoed as the flames roared, and their intense heat caused the surrounding space to distort. As the flames burned fiercer, the patterns on the ancient map grew brighter. At a certain moment, the map trembled, and the lines on it surged upwards, transforming into ancient characters suspended in the air before Xiao Ming. 2 moons appear at once to fill the sky. 9 planets form at grand array on high. The all-engulfing tide gives birth. Demonic flame descends again to earth. 2 moons appear at once to fill the sky, 9 planets form at grand array on high. This natural phenomenon won't occur for several more years. Xiao Ming cast a brief glance at the inscribed words before directly touching the ancient map. The instant his hand made contact, the demonic lotus pattern on the map suddenly wriggled, resembling a living entity. It then transformed into a streak of lightning and shot directly into his brow. Chapter 457. As the unusual light pierced into the center of his brow, Xiao Ming gently shut his eyes and guided his soul power into action. He initiated a meticulous scan around his brow area, swiftly detecting a fist-sized cluster of pale light suspended there. His soul remained fixated on this white cluster, which hovered serenely in place, showing no further movement. So, this is the remnant image of the purifying demonic lotus saint. Xiao Ming pondered quietly. He directed his soul power to approach the light cluster slowly. Despite his proximity, the cluster of light remained unresponsive. His soul power continued to draw nearer, and the strength of his late heaven realm soul quietly condensed. With each passing moment, just as Xiao Ming was on the verge of enveloping the light cluster with his soul power, a burst of white radiance abruptly shot out from within the cluster. It moved as swiftly as lightning, aimed directly at his soul. Xiao Ming remained calm in the face of this unexpected turn. He quickly summoned his soul power to form a strong defense in front of him. Despite this, when the deceptively weak white radiance collided with his soul defense, it easily penetrated its barriers. Right before his eyes, it seamlessly rushed into his soul. In the fleeting instance that the white radiance penetrated his soul, 4 words abruptly surfaced in his mind: purifying demonic Lotus Saint. This purifying demonic Lotus Saint certainly lives up to its reputation as the strongest being closest to the Do-God realm. My late Heaven Realm soul power is rendered ineffective even against a mere remnant of his. Xiao Ming furrowed his brows slightly as he opened his eyes. However, he wasn't disheartened. He had expected this outcome. He had considered having his spirit devour this remnant, but he ultimately dismissed the idea. There was no need to fear that this remnant would do anything to him. Although the purifying demonic Lotus Saint was somewhat eccentric, he was also relatively straightforward in his actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sealed the purifying demonic Lotus flame, employing the rationale that the demonic flame could wreak havoc on the continent. Come to think of it, if it weren't for the fact that the only remaining origin chi in the world lies in the Tushi ancient god's tomb, the purifying demonic Lotus Saint might have become a Do-God long ago. He could have gained fame in the Great Thousand World. How could he have ended up trapped in the Do-Chi continent, only to face his demise by the purifying demonic Lotus flame when his lifespan was nearing its end? Xiao Ming felt a tinge of emotion as he thought about this. He then remembered Zhu Kuan, Ziyan's father who guarded the tomb, Xiao Xian in the heavenly tomb, and demon Saint Huang Quan's residual soul within the Huang Quan stone tablet. It's fortunate that I have origin chi in my hands. Even if I don't open the tomb of Tushi ancient god, I should still be able to reach the Do-God realm. Of course, becoming a Do-God required a considerable amount of energy. However, if he truly needed to break through, Xiao Ming already had a choice: the heavenly tomb. Xiao Xian had once attempted to break through to the Do-God realm there. Though he failed due to a lack of origin chi, his choice demonstrated that the heavenly tomb was indeed a suitable location for breaking through to Do-God. Of course, it was too early to discuss these matters now. For the time being, Xiao Ming needed to find a way to advance to the 3-star Do Saint stage and strive to become stronger. Otherwise, Hun Tiandi would not let him go so easily. As the sky brightened the next day, Xiao Ming bid Chao Ying farewell and quietly left the Pill region, making his way alone towards the Beast region. Since this wasn't his first journey to the Beast region, he was familiar with the route. With his significantly enhanced strength, his travel speed had naturally increased exponentially. What once took several days to traverse now only took half a day. Upon entering the Beast region, Xiao Ming didn't linger, heading straight for the area where the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe was located. The 9 serene deep-ground python tribe's true stronghold lay deep within the underground. Of course, they also had numerous branches on the surface. In terms of sheer numbers, this tribe was the largest among the 3 major tribes. However, their substantial population led to impurities in their bloodline. According to the estimates of the elders within the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe, if things continued this way, their ancient bloodline would be nearly depleted within a century. By that time, the tribe would have fallen to a state comparable to ordinary magical beasts. This matter caused significant disputes and discord within the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. However, without the replenishment of the ancient bloodline and given their current rate of reproduction, that day would inevitably arrive. The 9 serene ground abyss was a key tunnel that led into the underground world. It was also occupied by the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. Therefore, the defenses were relatively tight, but these measures mainly deterred ordinary experts. With Xiao Ming's current strength, even these defenses wouldn't be enough to detect his presence. Xiao Ming's figure appeared on a mountain not far from the abyss. Casting a glance at the seemingly formidable defenses, he shook his head. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he enveloped himself in a dense spatial force, and with a spatial ripple, he vanished from view. The underground world had a highly intricate terrain. Fortunately, Xiao Ming had thoroughly prepared for this journey, possessing detailed maps. In less than an hour, he reached the underground world. Along the way, he passed through several snake people tribes, and after about half a day, he finally arrived at the primary stronghold of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe, the underground serene snake network. The underground serene snake network served as the headquarters of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. It held a sacred place in the hearts of many snake tribes. Being such a sacred site, it was naturally heavily guarded. An average snake people wouldn't be allowed entry. It truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 major tribes in the magical beast world. There are indeed many experts within this mountain range, Xiao Ming muttered to himself as he stood on a hill near the underground serene snake network, gazing into the distance at the mountain range. The 9 serene ground abyss, where the underground serene snake network was located deep within, contained numerous hidden experts. There were even half-saint level powerhouses among them. Should they be alerted, even Xiao Ming could potentially find himself in a troublesome situation, potentially leading to a confrontation. Although he had a minor conflict with the 9 serene deep ground python tribe, his purpose for coming here wasn't to take lives. These powerful figures within the 9 serene deep ground python tribe could potentially prove useful to him in the future. Thus, there was no need to resort to lethal actions. Prudence was key. The current Xiao Ming had already advanced into a peak-level existence in this world. He could use spatial strength with great proficiency now. He could even walk within the empty realm. He delved deep into the underground serene snake network using his spatial abilities, successfully evading the notice of the numerous experts he encountered along the way. However, as he approached the depths of the underground serene snake network, he sensed the presence of increasingly powerful experts. Occasionally, he even felt fleeting soul detections brushing against his concealed space. It seemed that these experts had sensed something amiss due to their familiarity with the surrounding space. Fortunately, these fleeting senses didn't expose him. Otherwise, with his strength, the 9 serene deep ground python tribe would have a hard time. Using his extraordinary abilities, Xiao Ming successfully avoided the senses of the many powerful beings along the way and quietly entered the depths of the underground serene snake network. Chapter 458. Deep within the underground serene snake network lay an immense black abyss. This abyss spanned a width of 300 meters and seemed to have no bottom. An astonishingly dark and icy aura surged upward from its depths, akin to a relentless gale. If an ordinary expert were to be here, they would feel their blood and do-chi freeze. At the abyss's bottom lay the 9 serene deep ground python tribe's holy pool, the 9 serene spring. This was Xiao Ming's current objective. Imprisoned beneath the abyss was the former tribal chief, Yao Ming, who had achieved the strength of a 2-star Do Saint. Once he was liberated, the 9 serene deep ground python tribe would naturally be at Xiao Ming's disposal. At that point, the Huang Quan stone tablet, which held the inheritance of the demon saint Huang Quan, would also be at his disposal. The deep abyss had minimal defenses, as everyone understood that the incessant dark and cold gales blowing from its depths served as natural guards. Even Do ancestor-level experts wouldn't dare venture too deep. Chi. Amidst the unending gusts of chilling wind, the space suddenly distorted, and a figure slowly appeared. It was naturally Xiao Ming. He cast a fleeting glance at the pitch-black abyss and gave a faint smile before moving on without delay. The abyss was profoundly deep. Even with his speed, he only managed to see the ground of the abyss after around 5 minutes or so. An extremely huge lake appeared in his eyes as he approached the ground. A dark and chilly aura that could freeze the do-chi within one's body spread from it. The lake was vast, its water taking on a deep yellow hue. Threads of a blood-like luster seemed to flow within the deep yellow color. Wisps of pale yellow vapor, mixed with faint traces of blood, seeped out and eventually rose to the sky. This should be the legendary 9 serene spring. Xiao Ming mused, a smile forming on his lips. He approached the lake with measured steps. With his approach, waves of chilling aura surged toward him. As he reached the lakeshore, Xiao Ming hesitated briefly. Then, he lowered his hand, submerging his palm into the water. An icy cold power immediately spread outward. Simultaneously, visible to the naked eye, a layer of deep yellow ice crystals swiftly encased his palm, spreading from there to his arm. Xiao Ming retracted his hand and gave it a shake, shattering the ice crystals instantly. This chilling sensation rivals the endless spirit ice. Even the 9 serene deep ground pythons won't be able to endure this for long. The 9 serene spring is truly extraordinary. Even as a Do Saint who had long been immune to extreme temperatures, Xiao Ming felt the long-forgotten chill within the 9 serene spring. It was worth noting that when Xiao Ming obtained the endless spirit ice, he hadn't experienced this sensation. Although this was partly due to the endless spirit ice's more subtle nature and his use of the heavenly flame, it demonstrated just how immense the chilling energy of this 9 serene spring was. No wonder Medusa was able to directly break through to the Do Saint realm by using this place. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Xiao Ming's mind flickered, and a dense heavenly flame quickly permeated out of countless pores on his body. The horrifying high temperature clashed with the cold aura upon contact, resulting in an immense white mist surging out. Splash! After summoning the heavenly flame, Xiao Ming's figure moved, directly diving into the Nine Serene Spring. Then, with lightning-like speed, he shot towards the abyss's bottom. Sizzle! Under the water's surface, the flames enveloping Xiao Ming clashed fiercely with the frigid lake water imbued with a chilling aura. He could sense the intense collision, and his dou-qi consumption was rapidly increasing. Even though his dou-qi was richer than that of an average dou saint of the same stage, he wasn't eager to test how long he could withstand within the Nine Serene Spring. His speed increased dramatically with a simple movement of his body. As he darted through the pitch-black lake bottom, he transformed into an afterimage and left a water trail in the Nine Serene Spring. The heavenly flame wildly surged as Xiao Ming ventured deeper into the Nine Serene Spring. The dark and cold force grew stronger as he went deeper. He eventually had to use all of his strength to circulate his dou-qi and scatter the cold qi that had invaded his body. When Xiao Ming left, he left a water trail with his flames in the water, which was quickly swallowed up by the chilling lake waters. This disturbance, however, alerted the lake's native inhabitants. Hiss! A strange hissing sound echoed and reached Xiao Ming's ears. His expression remained unchanged as he extended his soul power, revealing dark silhouettes in his perception. The shadowy figures resembled snakes, with pitch-black bodies, crimson snake eyes, and flickering tongues. They swiftly approached him at incredible speed. Xiao Ming reacted swiftly. The moment the figures emerged, he swung a fist, and a powerful gust of wind sliced through the water. While slightly weakened, it still turned the snake-like creatures into a mass of flesh. As if a switch had been triggered, numerous strange snakes emerged from the lake. With their crimson eyes glaring, they hissed and roared, aggressively charging towards him. Sizzle! While still a considerable distance from Xiao Ming, these creatures opened their massive jaws. Countless dark water arrows shot forth from their mouths in an instant. Upon encountering the lake water, it naturally split apart, accelerating the speed of the water arrows. The whirring sound of arrows slicing through the air shook the surrounding lake water, producing a deep, explosive sound. Tisk, reckless fools! Xiao Ming's expression turned cold. He glanced behind him before clenching his hand. A cluster of flames appeared within it. He then flung the flames back, and they swiftly expanded into a fire cloud that spread out. The fire cloud expanded into a sea of fire. Even though the dark and cold force couldn't be extinguished, the strange snakes failed to halt in time, causing them to collide with the sea of fire. The high temperature incinerated all of the strange snakes that collided with it in an instant. Squeak, squeak. Facing such frightening fire, fear crept into the hearts of the creatures. After losing a significant number of their kin, they finally pulled back. No longer daring to approach, they could only spew black water arrows from a distance, gradually extinguishing the sea of flames bit by bit. But, by this time, Xiao Ming had vanished without a trace. Xiao Ming's gaze scanned the area below after shaking off those annoying creatures, only to discover a glow. His spirits rose, and he accelerated his pace. He arrived at the glowing location a split second later. Before him stood an immensely vast expanse of sandy ground. Countless fist-sized rock fragments were scattered across it. A luster flickered from these rock fragments. The emitted glow was the reason why the bottom of the lake appeared relatively bright. So, this is the bottom of the Nine Serene Spring. If my assumptions are correct, the former tribal chief of the Nine Serene Deep-Ground Python tribe, Yao Ming, must have been sealed by his own brother here. Xiao Ming's gaze swept in all directions, examining any unusual spots nearby. In such a confined space, if someone were hidden here, they would be easily noticed. Save me, me. Just as Xiao Ming was searching, an extremely faint groaning sound suddenly reached his ears, passing through the barriers of the water's flow. Hello there, a double release to start the week off right. Chapter 459. Found you. Hearing that faint sound, a trace of a smile crossed Xiao Ming's eyes. He extended his soul perception and meticulously searched the direction from which the sound had come. However, just as Xiao Ming focused, the peculiar sound vanished as if it had never appeared in the first place. Why hide again? Xiao Ming's brows slightly furrowed. His gaze gradually lowered. If someone were truly hidden here, it would only be beneath the sand. Without hesitation, he fiercely grabbed downwards. Splash! With that forceful palm strike, the sandy ground was instantly marked by his imprint. Amidst the rolling sand and rocks, a massive metal chain, 100 meters in length, was exposed to Xiao Ming's line of sight. Seeing this immense metal chain, a faint smile curved Xiao Ming's lips. With a casual wave of his hand, the chain was slowly pulled out. As the ground shook, 3 more metal chains emerged from the ground. These metal chains were connected to a mountain-like outcropping, impossible to budge with a tug. Xiao Ming paid no attention to where the metal chains were connected. His gaze remained fixed on the center of the 4 chains. A large cluster of black mud lay there. Looking at the cluster of mud, Xiao Ming chuckled and casually waved his hand. The mud was instantly dispersed, revealing what lay within. It was a person. A person whose body was dry and shriveled like a skeleton. Although he's extremely weak, his former power is still evident. Truly worthy of being the most talented individual of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. It's not in vain that I made this trip. Xiao Ming's eyes held a hint of joy as he lightly laughed. Save me, and I will get the entire 9 serene deep-ground python tribe to be your subordinate. While Xiao Ming gazed at the shriveled human figure, the eyes of the latter suddenly opened. Those eyes were slightly crazed as they stared at him. A hoarse roar reverberated across the bottom of the spring. It resembled the cry of a ghost, chilling one's heart in the process. Xiao Ming continued to smile, completely unaffected by the figure's roar, waiting for him to calm down. Hoo. After a while, the skeleton-like human figure gradually quieted down. The struggle from earlier seemed to have drained a considerable amount of his strength, and he now panted. Xiao Ming could sense an extremely dark and cold energy being emitted from those 4 large metal chains, depleting the figure's do qi. This caused the figure to remain in an extremely weak state, but it would not take his life. All this figure could do was live on the edge of his last breath amid this perpetual exhaustion. Such a method left Xiao Ming shaking his head in disbelief. Yao Xiaotian was indeed a good little brother, treating his older brother in such a brutal way. Glancing at the now silent figure, Xiao Ming spoke, "Why don't you start with a self-introduction? I am Yao Ming, the chief of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe." Facing Xiao Ming's words, the skeletal figure hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. His voice was extremely hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against glass, piercing to the ears. "Is that your entire self-introduction? As far as I know, the current chief of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe is Yao Xiaotian," Xiao Ming said in a soft voice. "That scum, that bastard. He's the one who used a treacherous scheme to snatch my position and sealed me at the bottom of this 9 serene spring. Ah! That beast, he subjected me to centuries of torment in this dark and cold abyss. If I'm fortunate enough to see daylight again, I, Yao Ming, will make sure he suffers a fate worse than death." As the name Yao Xiaotian reached his ears, Yao Ming's eyes instantly turned blood-red. An overwhelming sense of resentment emanated from him, and his furious roar reverberated ceaselessly at the depths of the spring. "So you were saying you'll have the tribe follow me as subordinates?" "Yes, I possess the 9 serene profound scepter, the symbol of the chief of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. Possessing the profound scepter is the true mark of being the chief. Once I break free and deal with Yao Xiaotian, I will become the tribal chief. The other elders will also have to obey my orders. I'll make the entire 9 serene deep-ground python tribe follow your lead," Yao Ming pleaded urgently. "Really? I don't believe you." "No, you have to believe me. Although I, Yao Ming, might not be a paragon of virtue, my words hold immense weight. If you save me, I'll obey your commands. I'll do whatever you ask of me." Yao Ming's initial astonishment turned into desperation as he spoke. "Don't bother saying such things. I don't trust you. However, there's a way I can save you. I can even help you regain your position as the tribal chief. But you'll have to voluntarily release your soul and allow me to place a spiritual imprint on it. If you lie or deceive me, I'll trigger the spiritual seal. Even if you're a Do Saint expert, you'll undoubtedly be severely injured, and your future progress will be forever hindered." Xiao Ming spoke this way, but in reality, he didn't particularly care whether Yao Ming would betray him after being rescued. After all, Yao Ming's strength was only a 2-star Do Saint, and dealing with him wouldn't require much effort on his part. However, the real concern was securing Demon Saint Huang Quan's inheritance. If Yao Ming harbored resentment and caused trouble during that time, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. Hence, retaining some means of control was still quite necessary. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's response, Yao Ming opened his mouth but found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Trusting Xiao Ming completely after their initial encounter wasn't easy for him. His nature didn't lean towards submission, yet the accumulated bitterness and hatred he'd endured over centuries surged within him. Gripping his teeth tightly, he let out a low roar, "All right, I'll do as you say." I can no longer bear this hatred. I'll tear that scoundrel into countless pieces. Xiao Ming was not surprised after hearing that Yao Ming had actually agreed to his proposal. Yao Ming took a deep breath, and a glimmer shimmered between his brows. Invisible soul power surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a large black snake before him. Seeing Yao Ming proactively summon his soul, Xiao Ming smiled. His mind moved and a hint of heated soul power shot forth and rapidly invaded the forehead of the black giant snake. As the spiritual imprint entered the giant snake's forehead, its body quivered violently before scattering and returning to Yao Ming's brow. Xiao Ming could sense Yao Ming's spiritual fluctuation the moment his soul returned to his brow. All he needed was a thought, and the spiritual imprint, which contained the power of a heavenly flame, would explode and shatter Yao Ming's soul into pieces. By the way, bring me a spring blood crystal from this 9th serene spring. The spring blood crystal was a main ingredient for refining 9th-tier treasure pills. Even within the 9th serene spring, it was exceptionally rare. Typically, it took nearly 1,000 years for a piece about the size of a palm to form. Since most of the spring blood crystals in this area had been devoured by Yao Ming, Xiao Ming made this request. Yao Ming hesitated for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth, and a blood-red light shot out. It halted in front of Xiao Ming, revealing a blood-colored crystal about the size of a fist. Within the crystal, blood seemed to flow as if it were alive, lending it an eerie appearance. Xiao Ming reached out and took the blood-colored crystal suspended before him. Upon contact, a bone-chilling, dark force spread through his hand, instantly freezing his arm. It is indeed a spring blood crystal. This intensity of dark and cold force is genuinely terrifying. Seeing this, Xiao Ming nodded with a hint of satisfaction. He shook his arm, breaking the ice crystals that had formed, and then stored the blood crystal in his storage ring. You've done well. It's time to set you free. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the Alliance Leader of the Heavenly Court, Xiao Ming. You can address me as Alliance Leader Xiao from now on. Yes, Alliance Leader Xiao. Though curious about this so-called Heavenly Court, Yao Ming's imminent liberation kept him from delving into further questions. He simply looked at Xiao Ming with eager anticipation. Xiao Ming understood his sentiment and followed the chain with his gaze, which was deeply inserted into a dark black mountain-like outcropping. This mountain shape was not large. It was only over a few dozen meters in size, but the dark and cold force contained within it caused Xiao Ming to involuntarily shudder despite having the protection of a heavenly flame. This is the source of the cold energy. Xiao Ming's figure shifted, and he arrived before the mountain in an instant. Staring at the dark black surface, he clenched his fist, and a vast surge of Do Qi burst forth. He then slammed his fist forcefully into the mountain body. Boom! Ripples resembling huge waves spread from the point of impact, but the dark black mountain merely trembled slightly. This punch from Xiao Ming, which could easily take down a high-level half-saint expert, had left not even a mark on it. TSK, this yellow spring-een rock is quite the treasure. Xiao Ming chuckled softly, no longer wasting any effort. He curled his two fingers together, and an extremely compressed strand of heavenly flame extended from them, resembling a sharp blade. With Xiao Ming's motion, the flame blade effortlessly slid into the mountain body at the end of the metal chain. After a short while, it felt as if it had come into contact with an unusually hard circular object. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming exerted a sudden force with his fingers, and the flame blade ruthlessly penetrated the hard pellet-like object. Crack! As the blade pierced the pellet, an odd fluctuation was emitted from the outcropping. Immediately, the massive metal chain broke apart. Following the same method, Xiao Ming destroyed the remaining 3 chains connected to the dark black mountain. Chapter 460. In the underground serene snake network, within a majestic palace. In an extravagantly decorated bedroom, a man lay naked on the bed. Although he was quite handsome, a chilling aura of darkness couldn't be concealed from his brows. His slightly closed eyes shimmered with a glint as if they were the eyes of a venomous snake, capable of delivering a lethal strike in an instant, sending shivers down one's spine. By his side, 2 completely nude women gently kneaded his body. As the man's large hands sensually roved across their supple curves, the women's gazes became somewhat dreamy, exuding an unusually enchanting allure. Meanwhile, several other alluring snake women rested upon the bed, their lithe forms draped in sensuous poses, emitting an intoxicating charm. "Chief, this humble one wishes to serve you," a coquettish voice emerged as a seductive snake woman gently clung to Yao Xiaotian. Her snake-like tail entwined around his waist. Just as he felt somewhat stirred, a sudden shiver ran through the man's body. His eyes reflected astonishment. Has the seal been broken? Chief. Get lost. Sensing that Yao Ming might have broken free of the seal, how would Yao Xiaotian have the mood to procreate? He raised the snake tail covered in purple scales around his waist and carelessly tossed the seductive snake woman aside. Instantly, chaos erupted as the snake women trembled, huddled together in fear. They gazed at Yao Xiaotian's dark and grim expression, too terrified to utter a sound. Despite the picturesque scene, Yao Xiaotian had no interest in admiring it. If his brother Yao Ming truly managed to break the seal and escape, once he regained his strength, Yao Xiaotian feared he might be torn to shreds. Humph. My dear brother, since you're so eager to seek death, then I have no choice but to grant your wish. After dressing himself, Yao Xiaotian let out a sinister smile. His figure moved, and he vanished within the palace. Ha ha ha, I never expected that I, Yao Ming, would actually survive to see this day. Alliance Leader Xiao. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. As long as you allow me to seek vengeance, you shall be the master of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. Although Yao Ming's body was extremely weak, his excitement was evident. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Ming, laughing heartily. Enough, you've just escaped, and your Dou Qi is nearly depleted. In your current state, even an ordinary Dou ancestor could easily kill you. Xiao Ming glanced at Yao Ming in front of him and flicked his finger, sending a bottle of medicinal pills towards him. He said, take this pill to restore some Dou Qi. Who knows, your brother might come looking for you. Yes, Alliance Leader Xiao, you're absolutely right. Upon hearing the name, Yao Xiaotian, Yao Ming's initial excitement waned a bit. However, his face showed no signs of great concern. After all, even though Xiao Ming hadn't explicitly stated it, Yao Ming could sense that his strength was no weaker than his own in his prime. He was undoubtedly a genuine 2-star Dou saint. If Yao Xiaotian were to come, it would be nothing more than him seeking his own death. Of course, he still hoped that he would be the one to end Yao Xiaotian's life. Let's go. Seeing Yao Ming immediately swallow the medicinal pill, Xiao Ming waved his sleeve, and they transformed into 2 streams of water, shooting towards the surface with lightning speed. On their way back, they encountered the numerous strange snakes once again, but Yao Ming seemed to have a way to control them. After emitting some peculiar calls, the snakes quickly retreated, sparing Xiao Ming the trouble of battling them. With no further obstacles, the speed of Xiao Ming and Yao Ming increased significantly. In less than 10 minutes, they saw the distant light. We're about to reach the surface. As they drew closer to the water's surface, Xiao Ming smiled. Then, with a burst of energy, he grabbed Yao Ming and shattered the water's surface, landing on the lake. Boom! As Xiao Ming stabilized himself, a deep and muffled sound suddenly came from above, followed by an attack hurtling directly toward his handsome face. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiao Ming didn't even bother to look. He threw a powerful punch, causing a violent explosion and creating waves on the water's surface. In the sky, Yao Xiaotian's gaze turned extremely fierce as he watched Xiao Ming blocking his attack, along with the skeletal Yao Ming by his side. However, upon sensing Xiao Ming's aura, his expression soured. After a brief struggle, he spoke. Friend, the person next to you is a member of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. I respectfully request that you hand him over. If you do so, my tribe will regard you as an honored guest, otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Yao Xiaotian, you wretched cur. Today, I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces and throw you into the 10,000 snake cave. Yao Ming's eyes turned blood-red as he glared at Yao Xiaotian in the sky. An endless viciousness shot from his eyes as his roar reverberated through the deep abyss. TSK, my good big brother. It is unexpected that you have survived. However, the current you cannot even block one strike from me. You can rest assured that I will not give you a chance to struggle this time around. Hearing Yao Ming's vicious roar, Yao Xiaotian in the sky let out a sinister smile. Listening to the dialogue between the 2 brothers, Xiao Ming soared into the air, stood with his hands behind his back, and faced Yao Xiaotian at eye level. He surveyed the current tribal chief who wore a black robe and had a somewhat handsome appearance, but his face couldn't hide his treacherous nature. Are you Yao Xiaotian? I am indeed. This friend, regardless of how you got into our underground serene snake network, this underground world belongs to the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. Today, as long as you hand over this criminal to me, I can spare you from any responsibility and regard you as an honored guest. Facing Xiao Ming, Yao Xiaotian restrained his expression and spoke amiably. Xiao Ming, however, knew that the other party probably wished he could kill him on the spot, but due to being weaker, he had to lower his head. Thus, Xiao Ming's tone was quite indifferent as he said, "You remind me of someone I know." Hearing this, Yao Xiaotian became impatient. He couldn't care less about resemblances. However, the sense of danger emanating from Xiao Ming made him speak up to handle the situation. Who might that be? A disciple who betrayed his master and dishonored his ancestors. Not worth mentioning much, but your methods of overthrowing your brother and seizing his position aren't much different from his. However, as an intermediate one-star Do Saint, although you're inferior to your brother, you're a standout among snake-like magical beasts. Your strength is considerable, you outshine him in this regard. You dare to speak so insolently. Yao Xiaotian became enraged, his eyes filled with cruelty and malice. Xiao Ming not only mentioned Yao Ming, but he also used this tone to openly criticize him. This enraged him greatly. The dark and cold aura surged. A Do Saint had the power to control a small world. This was the fundamental reason why no one beneath the Do Saint realm could contend against them. Once caught in the opponent's domain, even a half-saint would be as insignificant as an ant. Moreover, this was the depths of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe, where an intense chill permeated the air. It could enhance Yao Xiaotian's power by 3 points. A Do Saint's strength had nearly reached the pinnacle of this world. Elevating their strength could easily tip the scales in an evenly matched battle. However, were Xiao Ming and Yao Xiaotian truly evenly matched? This was clearly a one-sided confrontation, with no semblance of equality. Be careful. This fellow currently possesses the strength of an intermediate one-star Do Saint. Moreover, he has also cultivated many of the ultimate skills of my 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. It is not easy to deal with him. Yao Ming cautioned, not fearing defeat himself but feeling the need to give a reminder. No worries, someone of his caliber could have been dealt with when I was an 8-star Do Venerate, Xiao Ming said in a casual tone. Hearing this, Yao Xiaotian's gaze grew even colder. He stared at Xiao Ming like a venomous snake, not dwelling on his words too much but rather feeling insulted. 8-star Do Venerate? How conceited could one be? Suddenly, his body shook abruptly as a monstrous wicked aura surged out of his body. The entire cave trembled. An energy lightning formed a 3,000-meter large palm in the air above him from all directions. An extremely dark and cold force was contained within this large palm. Die. That large hand suddenly fell after this word sounded. A frightening force shook the space around Xiao Ming until it crumbled. You have really overestimated yourself. Xiao Ming lifted his head. He looked at the palm, which was rapidly being magnified in his eyes, and smiled. He swung his sleeve, and a hot flame surged in all directions, turning the space around him into a sea of fire in an instant. This flame lingered around the large hand, and its frightening temperature swiftly caused the hand to emit a dense, white fog. Heavenly flame. Yao Xiaotian slightly knit his brows after seeing the sea of flames vaporize his energy palm. He let out a cold snort, and both of his hands formed many complicated hand seals with lightning-like speed. The energy above the lake once again gathered after those hand seals had formed. Yellow Spring Finger. The chilling aura of the world condensed, forming tangible streams of cold energy that gathered before Yao Xiaotian. They intertwined with the surging Do Qi he released, swiftly transforming into a gigantic deep yellow finger. The surface of this finger was extremely rough, but it was filled with a faint destructive force. From afar, it looked like a colossal pillar supporting the heavens and earth. A yellow spring finger deciding life and death. Yao Xiaotian's figure abruptly retreated. Simultaneously, he suddenly pressed his finger down, causing the immense yellow spring's finger in the sky to rumble as it descended, shattering the entire space around it. The surrounding deep ravine split open under the impact of this annihilating surge. Massive fissures tore through the earth, causing the land to quake and the mountains to tremble, as if it were the world's end. A Tian-class Do technique unleashed by a Do Saint could easily destroy an entire city. However, this wasn't sufficient when facing Xiao Ming. As the formidable yellow spring's finger closed in, Xiao Ming's body was covered in layers of purple scales and surrounded by flames. He moved without the slightest hesitation, charging straight ahead. Bang! The collision with the deep yellow finger, a force capable of destroying a city, didn't make Xiao Ming falter even for an instant. The finger shattered with a resounding noise, dissipating into a chilling aura. Terrifying energy shockwaves and raging cold energy, like a storm, stirred up waves of energy in the deep abyss, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Damn it, my yellow spring finger! Seeing his yellow spring's fingers shattered and Xiao Ming charging toward him, a trace of panic flashed across Yao Xiaotian's eyes. His body swayed, and a cold dou qi surged out in all directions. Simultaneously, his body abruptly expanded, transforming into a colossal black snake over 300 meters long. A fierce and malevolent aura surged forth, akin to an evil god reigning over the world. Sealing skill, Yellow Spring Great Seal. Yao Xiaotian furiously roared at the ceiling after reverting to his true form. A frightening dark and cold force suddenly erupted from the 9 serene spring beneath him. Under his control, this dark and cold force, combined with his formidable dou qi, formed a seal resembling a black mountain. That seal was covered with numerous mysterious symbols. Suppress. Yao Xiaotian roared in fury, but his voice betrayed a hint of fear. Perhaps he himself didn't wholly believe that the Yellow Spring Great Seal could truly seal Xiao Ming. Chapter 461. With a whip of its tail, the black giant seal suddenly turned around and hurtled towards Xiao Ming. A force of indescribable darkness and coldness filled the surrounding space, creating an ominous atmosphere. As Xiao Ming moved towards Yao Xiaotian, the seal pierced through space and arrived above his head. The massive seal crushed him in an instant. However, before Yao Xiaotian could rejoice, another surge of energy erupted from beneath the seal. The mountain-like seal was shaken and sent hurtling backward with a resounding boom. Xiao Ming now appeared engulfed in a heavenly flame, exuding an enormously powerful aura. He was only a few meters away from the black snake. Yao Xiaotian was terrified. How was it possible that he couldn't even seal Xiao Ming with the Yellow Spring Great Seal? However, this was the underground Serene Snake Network, the heartland of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. He couldn't believe Xiao Ming would actually dare to kill him here unless he was prepared for an all-out war with the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. No matter who you are. I admit I may have offended you just now, and your strength deserves respect. Enough with the nonsense. Having broken through to the Dou Saint realm, Xiao Ming's battles were either sneak attacks or instant kills. He had initially planned to practice a bit, but seeing how weak this opponent was, he decided there was no need to hold back. Having reverted to his original form, Yao Xiaotian possessed an even sturdier physique and greater strength. However, Xiao Ming's wild punches, imbued with tremendous strength and the power of the heavenly flame, elicited Yao Xiaotian's continuous, agonizing screams. From the snake's head to its belly and along its spine, the colossal snake's body writhed uncontrollably. Blood holes appeared all over, its scales shattered, and blood poured out. Bastard, you dare to behave atrociously in the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python's territory. Serene Snake Guards, capture this person. After Xiao Ming sealed this fellow and was about to render him unconscious, a ferocious roar echoed from the sky. The sounds of rushing wind filled the air immediately, resonating throughout the entire mountain range. Numerous powerful auras surged forth. It was evident that the battle between Xiao Ming and Yao Xiaotian had alerted the entire 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Using his soul's perception, Xiao Ming had already sensed the arrival of many elders of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, as well as the Serene Snake Guards, without even turning his head. In the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, the consequences of sacrificing their pure ancient bloodlines were laid bare. While they had numerous Dou Venerate powerhouses and quite a few half-saints, Dou Saint experts were exceptionally rare, with only 3 individuals, including the previously sealed Yao Ming. Compared to the other 2 major magical beast tribes, the disparity was becoming glaringly obvious. The one who spoke just now was an old man with a bright red poisonous snake on his shoulder. His face bore a menacing look, but his eyes were wide with shock and hesitation. He could not help it. Xiao Ming's aura was just too overpowering, and the oppressive feeling he gave off was simply too heavy. Not to mention that Yao Xiaotian, a hair weaker than him, was already half dead on the ground. Although unsure at first, the first elder became less hesitant as the words left his mouth. The 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe would become a laughingstock in the beast region if they couldn't avenge this today. This was something they simply could not accept. Elders, lead the Serene Snake Guards to form the 10,000 Snake Grand Formation. Kill this person and save the tribal chief at any cost. Otherwise, the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe will have no place in the beast region. The first elder with the bright red snake coiled on his shoulder waved his hand. Fixing his gaze on Xiao Ming, he spoke with malevolence, his eyes filled with fierceness and cruelty. Yes. The elders all responded in unison. Despite being aware of Xiao Ming's formidable strength, they moved quickly to surround him. Their raging dou qi created a storm, ruffling the clouds throughout the sky. Simultaneously, a large group of serene snake guards in armor wielding long halberds advanced with determination. They approached from all directions and marched forward in unison. As their auras merged, the soaring aura of bloodthirst condensed into a dense layer of clouds that reached the ceiling. Even the space itself trembled and gave way before it. Knowing Xiao Ming's strength, but still daring to form a formation to surround and kill him, it could only be said that many members of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe still had a backbone. Stop! Seeing this scene unfold, Yao Ming couldn't stay idle any longer. If an all-out fight broke out, he didn't know how Xiao Ming would fare, but one thing was certain, the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. No matter how one looked at it, the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe was his future support. How could he accept such losses? In his anxiety, he burst out from a corner, finally appearing in midair. Yao Ming's doqi had recovered quite a bit by this point. His body was no longer withered, on the contrary, it had grown significantly taller. Though his face appeared somewhat dark, when his eyes shimmered, a cold aura emanated from them. As they gazed at Yao Ming's face, which bore a resemblance to Yao Tianxiao, all the members of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe present froze. After a brief moment, some of the elders couldn't believe their eyes and cried out in disbelief. Tribal Chief Yao Ming. How is this possible? Didn't you die after your training went wrong? Tribal Chief Xiao Ming. Seems like he's the previous tribal chief and the older biological brother of tribal chief Yao Xiaotian. But back then, tribal chief Yao Xiaotian had said that he had died after something went wrong with his training. He has already been missing for hundreds of years. How can he appear again? If he's tribal chief Yao Ming, why would he stand with the intruder? What exactly happened? The first elder was already in a panic after hearing the multitude of whispers echoing through the sky. In comparison to the current fierce Yao Xiaotian, Yao Ming from years ago was more suitable to be the tribal chief. If this matter was exposed, the day Yao Ming became the tribal chief would be the day of his death. As a result, the first elder's face became solemn as he said. Be quiet. Do not be deceived by this person. This person is definitely that other fellow's accomplice. He has deliberately disguised himself as tribal chief Yao Ming in order to sow discord in our tribe. All elders, why aren't you activating the formation? Kill him. The first elder's body suddenly disappeared after his words rang out. He was already in front of Yao Ming when he appeared. His shriveled hands had become incomparably black as an intense stench spread from them. Withered leaf, great poison palm. What makes you think you can kill and silence someone in my presence? Soul gaze. As the first elder's palm force surged, a burst of white light erupted, fiercely colliding head-on. The first elder's body trembled violently as he felt a brief separation of his soul and body. In the next split second, a figure appeared in front of him, delivering a powerful kick. A powerful energy surge sent the first elder flying, causing a hurricane-like force that shattered a towering peak. Cough, cough. How can you be this strong? The first elder coughed up blood while kneeling on the ground. His heart was pounding hard. There was a faint imprint of a foot clearly visible on his chest. The 10,000 snake grand formation of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe froze when they saw his pitiful state. The tribe's experts couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Even the first elder, a Do saint, was so powerless against him. Was their 10,000 snake grand formation really worth anything? Yao Ming's eye also twitched. He had witnessed Xiao Ming defeating 2 Do saints in succession. Although it took him some effort to deal with Yao Xiaotian, Xiao Ming probably didn't put much effort into it based on his clash with the first elder. Even if his own strength recovered, he probably couldn't reach this level. A sense of awe towards Xiao Ming emerged in Yao Ming's heart, prompting him to step forward. Gazing at the elders, he suddenly widened his mouth. A black light shot out and turned into a 2-meter-long scepter. This scepter was completely black with 2 lifelike poisonous snakes twisting at the top. A fist-sized black bead was present between the 2 snakes. It emitted a faint cold glow. All elders, do you still recognize this thing? Yao Ming's words drew the attention of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe's members who were torn between whether or not to fight to the death. The 9 serene profound scepter. It is actually the 9 serene profound scepter that has been lost for hundreds of years. It is the keepsake of the tribal chief. The expressions of all the elders in the sky drastically changed after seeing that black scepter appear. A wild heat surged within their eyes. They could feel a pressure from within their blood that originated from the scepter. It was rumored that the snake bead on the 9 serene profound scepter possessed an extremely pure 9 serene king tribe bloodline. If the current 9 serene deep ground serpent tribe could obtain this bloodline, it would undoubtedly allow them to greatly extend the rate at which their blood was thinning. Chapter 462. No wonder I couldn't find the 9 serene profound scepter no matter where I looked. It turns out that bastard swallowed it. At this point, Yao Xiaotian had already broken free from his confinement. However, his dou qi was sealed by Xiao Ming. His face was extremely gloomy as he stared at Yao Ming, his fists clenched. Yao Ming glanced at him with a disdainful smile, then stepped forward. He opened his hands as if completely defenseless, his gaze fixed firmly on the many elders. He spoke boldly. Elder Xian, Elder Ming, Elder Lu, you were all my trusted aides back then. Could it be that even you would choose to be my enemy? The alliance leader Xiao is currently dealing with the traitors for me. Everyone, withdraw from the formation now. All past matters can be forgiven. If it were an external enemy attacking, even if the enemy were extremely powerful, unity against the foe would be the natural choice. However, the current situation was clearly an internal struggle within the tribe. One side consisted of the current tribal chief and the first elder, who were acting against the best interests of the tribe. On the other side were the highly esteemed former tribal chief and the powerful human expert. As long as their minds were clear, they all knew which side to choose. We greet Tribal Chief Yao Ming. We greet Tribal Chief Yao Ming. Withdraw the 10,000 Snake Grand Formation. Do not provoke conflict with Tribal Chief Yao Ming's allies. The tense atmosphere eased, and the majority chose to submit to Yao Ming. The small portion of Yao Xiaotian's confidence couldn't defy the overwhelming trend either. Xiao Ming also nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile curving his lips. With this, the 9 serene deep ground python tribe could be considered integrated into the heavenly court. The plan to establish branches in the 4 regions outside Central Plains had taken away some of their experts. Now, they not only compensated for the heavenly court's strength but even exceeded it by far. Seeing the situation stabilize, Yao Ming's robe rustled, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade as he looked at Yao Xiaotian and the first elder. He walked towards them with measured steps. With each step he took, a terrifying aura more powerful than anyone else present surged out, overwhelming everything. 2-star Do Saint. Sensing the overwhelming strength of this aura, both Yao Xiaotian and the first elder turned pale. They never anticipated that after being suppressed for so many years, Yao Ming's strength hadn't declined but instead had risen. He had directly ascended from a half-saint to that of a 2-star Do Saint. Worthy of being the tribal chief Yao Ming. His talent surpasses Yao Xiaotian by an unknown margin. The members of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe couldn't help but reveal ecstatic expressions. While their magical beasts' cultivation speed did not match that of humans, they did have a long lifespan. In the magical beast world, taking a few hundred years to advance from half-saint to a 2-star Do Saint was considered quite a fast pace. My dear brother, today I shall return all the suffering I endured over these hundreds of years to you. With a few flickers, Yao Ming appeared in front of Yao Xiaotian. A grimace crept onto his face. Big brother, please let me off. Back then, I was tempted by the first elder to commit those beast-like actions. Looking at Yao Ming before him, Yao Xiaotian, whose dou qi was sealed, displayed a face initially sinister but now flooded with fear. He pleaded in a high-pitched voice. Are you only aware that I am your elder brother now? The bitterness I have suffered during these few hundred years has all been thanks to you. Yao Ming's voice was chilling. He slowly lowered his body and his hand rubbed Yao Xiaotian's head. Though his face was bloodied, it momentarily softened. Back then, I truly regarded you as a brother. If you had not betrayed me, the position of the tribal chief would have been yours sooner or later. You've enjoyed all the good things since you were young. If I'm to die, don't think you'll get away unscathed. Yao Xiaotian trembled as he sensed Yao Ming's touch. He could sense the murderous desire in Yao Ming's heart. Understanding that he was doomed today, a savage expression flashed in his eyes. However, just as he was about to circulate his dou qi to explode his body, Yao Ming's gaze turned dark and cold. His palm acted like the sharpest blade, ruthlessly plunging into Yao Xiaotian's head. In an instant, blood and brain matter sprayed out. Bang! Yao Ming was without expression as his hand was inserted into Yao Xiaotian's head. After which, he slowly withdrew it. There was a round black fist-sized bead in his hands. The bead was smooth as a black fog vaguely flowed within it. It agglomerated into a screeching face, which resembled Yao Xiaotian. All the members of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe present in the area stared at the mountain peak. They could sense that Yao Xiaotian's aura and bloodline fluctuations had completely vanished from this world. Even those who were originally part of Yao Xiaotian's faction turned pale at this moment, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to make a single move for fear of misunderstanding. Holding the black bead, Yao Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow. When he finally avenged his grudge, he didn't feel much joy. His heart was only filled with emptiness. Gulp. On the ground, the first elder swallowed hard. He had not expected Yao Ming to be this ruthless. Even Yao Xiaotian's monster core was forcefully extracted by Yao Ming. Clearly, Yao Ming did not wish to give Yao Xiaotian a chance to make a comeback. Seeing Yao Ming standing motionless beside Yao Xiaotian's corpse, Xiao Ming didn't utter a word to disturb him. Brother pitted against brother, this was indeed a tragic scene. First elder, it's your turn next. Yao Ming let out a long sigh as he looked at the sky. He waved his sleeve and stored away Yao Xiaotian's corpse. He then lifted his head with a ferocious expression, looked at the first elder, and spoke in a dense voice. The first elder's body trembled as he saw the extremely sinister look in Yao Ming's eyes. He understood that if he fell into Yao Ming's hands, his fate would be incomparably more tragic than Yao Xiaotian's. Demon Snake Sky Explosion. The gaze of the first elder swiftly swept over Yao Ming and Xiao Ming. He suddenly clenched his teeth. Both of his hands rapidly formed a strange hand seal. Then, his body swelled and his skin rapidly wiggled. It seemed as though something was about to break out of his body. He actually dares to self-destruct. Yao Ming was surprised by the decisiveness of the first elder's move, then quickly retreated. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. On the ground, the members of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe grew nervous. The detonation of a Doe Saint was immensely destructive, capable of obliterating an area of thousands of meters in an instant. Xiao Ming's gaze swept over. He didn't think this person would be so determined to self-destruct. He broadened his spiritual perception and instantly absorbed all of the information around him into his mind. He perceived the sly look in the first elder's eyes, as well as the unstable energy in his body. Although it seemed similar to self-destruction, there were subtle differences. Cunning indeed, but letting you escape would be quite embarrassing for me. Xiao Ming chuckled, spreading his 5 fingers and making a grasping motion. Profound saintly aura converged, drawing on the boundless energy of the world. A massive handprint thousands of meters in size was formed, emitting a crimson light that made it unbearable to gaze upon directly. The massive handprint descended from the sky, solidifying space itself in the process. It appeared above the first elder's head in an instant. The first elder's complexion turned deathly pale. He stared at the handprint, even the textures on the palm were clearly visible in his eyes. But in the end, he couldn't utter a single sentence. No. Bang! The first elder's body exploded with a deafening sound under the handprint. The force of the explosion caused the handprint to come to a halt for a moment before continuing to descend forcefully. Thin, long snakes wriggled between the fingers of the handprint, attempting to escape into the sky. As Xiao Ming exerted force with his 5 fingers, one by one, the snakes shattered into pieces, and their fragmented flesh and blood rained down from the sky like a blood shower, sending shivers down everyone's spines. In the end, only one bright red poisonous snake survived, the same one that the first elder often coiled around his shoulder. At this moment, the bright red snake struggled to elongate its neck in an attempt to escape, its eyes filled with despair and fear. It was apparent that he hadn't thought that Xiao Ming would discover his desperate survival strategy. I was considering keeping you, this useless waste, for some purpose. But it now appears to be unnecessary. Xiao Ming shook his head and captured the last remaining bright red poisonous snake in his palm, the one that had concealed the first elder's monster core and soul, and signaled to Yao Ming. Chapter 463. Humph, I almost let that old ghost escape just now. Yao Ming's figure flickered, appearing beside Xiao Ming. He stared coldly at the first elder and then extended his hand to receive the snake from Xiao Ming. Yao Ming only kept the first elder's soul and returned the monster core to Xiao Ming. When the elders saw this scene, they rushed over. They felt a surge of excitement inside them. Yao Xiaotian and the first elder had ruled with an iron fist for years, showing no mercy. With them gone, replaced by the former tribal chief Yao Ming, known for his fairness, high prestige, and even greater strength, it might actually be a good thing. Elders, from now on, the matters of the tribe will be under your care. Those who shouldn't stay, don't need to stay any longer. Yao Ming calmly said. If he wanted to regain his position as the tribal chief, He needed to eliminate some of Yao Xiaotian's confidants. Otherwise, they would be a source of trouble in the future. Understood. Upon hearing this, the elders immediately responded respectfully. Xiao Ming watched Yao Ming handle the affairs of the tribe in an organized manner and nodded slightly in approval. Though sealed for so many years, his demeanor had not faltered. The tribe would become powerful if given time to develop. Alliance leader Xiao, thank you for lending a hand this time around. After delegating various tasks, Yao Ming turned around and bowed respectfully to Xiao Ming. Your great favor cannot be repaid, but I'll ensure you receive substantial compensation. Oh, by the way, has Alliance leader Xiao heard of Demon Saint Huang Quan? Naturally. Xiao Ming glanced at Yao Ming. He had actually wanted Yao Ming to take him to find the Huang Quan stone tablet, but he hadn't expected Yao Ming to bring it up himself. Yao Ming likely wanted to unlock the stone tablet to further increase his strength and solidify his control over the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. However, with the turmoil in the tribe today, it might not be possible to meet the Huang Quan stone tablet immediately. The 9 serene deep-ground python had experienced a major upheaval, inevitably resulting in some bloodshed events overnight. After a night of turmoil, things gradually calmed down as dawn broke. At that moment, Yao Ming had already appeared in front of the room where Xiao Ming resided. Sensing his presence, Xiao Ming immediately stepped outside. They didn't stop along the way. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the ancient altar. This altar was extremely majestic. It was entirely made of large green rocks. Standing at the top of the altar, one could see some of the surrounding peaks. Xiao Ming and Yao Ming landed slowly next to the altar. A pale yellow stone tablet of about 300 meters in size stood in the center of the square. It stood alone in that spot, emitting an ancient aura that made it appear to have existed indefinitely. Is this the legendary Huang Quan stone tablet? Xiao Ming looked up at the enormous stone tablet. Various mysterious symbols were engraved on it, emitting occasional flickers of strange light. An enormous 1.5 meter deep handprint was carved into the stone tablet. Various strange pieces of information radiated from it, presumably containing the cultivation methods for the yellow spring finger and yellow spring palm techniques. The yellow spring finger was a low Tian Do technique, while the yellow spring palm was an intermediate Tian Do technique. Both possessed immense power, but only the tribal chief of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe and a few elders were qualified to cultivate them. Yao Ming bowed low to this stone tablet. After which, he slowly stepped back. His eyes looked at Xiao Ming as he said, "This is the Huang Quan stone tablet of my 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. The yellow spring divine anger and the demon saint essence blood are hidden within it. But whether we can obtain them or not will depend on alliance leader abilities." Xiao Ming nodded silently, his gaze focused on the stone tablet. On it, he sensed an extremely powerful soul pressure. The yellow spring divine anger was a soundwave high Tian Do technique. Even other experts in the Do Saint realm would be horrified by it. Among the top-level powerhouses who fell at the hands of Demon Saint Huang Quan, at least 9 out of 10 had their souls forcefully shattered by it. Even Xiao Ming's current intermediate Tian soul skill, Silent World, wasn't comparable to it. Only after he improved his own technique would it be able to compete. As for the Demon Saint Essence blood, it went without saying. Whether Xiao Ming could break through to the 3-star Do Saint in a short time depended on whether he could obtain this essence blood. His body moved before he appeared on a stone seat in front of the stone tablet. He slowly sat down while the soul beneath his brows began to move. "For this period of time, don't let anyone disturb me," Xiao Ming whispered, and his body trembled slightly. Then, a substantial figure emerged from the center of his brow, eventually floating in front of the stone tablet. Seeing Xiao Ming's soul that seemed almost tangible, Yao Ming inwardly praised him. The matters of the soul were far too illusory and ethereal. Nowadays, the continent was dominated by Do Qi, and only a few powerful individuals paid significant attention to soul cultivation. While the soul was a fundamental aspect of a person, in combat against others, it was difficult to achieve overwhelming effects unless there were special techniques involved. The investment of time and effort required for soul cultivation was not always proportional to the benefits gained from it. As a result, the soul strength of most powerhouses was merely at an ordinary level. Achieving something akin to Xiao Ming's ability to condense his soul into a substantial form was nearly impossible. The soul strength of magical beasts like them was even worse, equivalent to a 7th-tier alchemist at best. Xiao Ming's soul body floated in front of the stone tablet. Taking a step forward, his somewhat illusory form collided directly with it. Qi. Circular ripples spread across the surface of the ancient tablet like liquid in the instant they made contact, and Xiao Ming's soul seemed to be devoured, mysteriously vanishing in front of the stone tablet. Rumble. Thunder roared like enraged dragons in the sky filled with ancient aura, and the thunderous sound shook this realm, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Is this the hidden space within the stone tablet? Xiao Ming's body floated in midair, looking at this strange space with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then, his gaze extended into the distance, to what appeared to be the edge of this space. In the distance, a temple faintly appeared and disappeared. To be able to create such a vast realm within the stone tablet, this demon Saint Huang Quan really lives up to his reputation. Letting out a soft sigh, Xiao Ming's feet moved through the air as he walked deeper into the space. With each step he took, thunderbolts from the sky seemed to be drawn towards him, relentlessly crashing down in an overwhelming assault. However, these attacks didn't even make Xiao Ming flinch. Within a radius of 10 meters around him, an invisible force silently shattered any thunderbolt that entered, as if he was enveloped by an invisible protective barrier. Bang! As Xiao Ming ventured deeper, those thunderbolts gradually subsided, seeming to be aware that there was nothing they could do to stop him. When the last trace of lightning vanished from the sky, a deep yellow cloud suddenly formed above him. Following that, an immensely powerful gust of wind tore through the sky, pressing down fiercely upon him. Yellow Spring Finger. Xiao Ming's steps paused slightly as he lifted his head to gaze at the deep yellow finger that tore through the sky from the cloud layer. His expression remained unchanged as he swung his sleeve gently, causing flames to erupt beneath it. Amidst the swirling flames, a five-colored radiant sun emerged, radiating boundless light and power. Boom! With a flick of his palm, the radiant sun spun and shot forth, colliding with the deep yellow finger in midair. Instantly, a dazzling radiance burst forth, accompanied by a world-shaking explosion. Terrifying energy shockwaves spread in all directions, cold air and fiery waves entwined, creating a series of reverberations that rippled outwards, sweeping across the surroundings. Bang! Just as the yellow spring finger shattered, the ground beneath Xiao Ming suddenly ruptured, and a massive yellow palm shot out like lightning. In a flash, it appeared beneath Xiao Ming, its grasp closing around his body with formidable strength. Shatter. A calm voice resonated from within the giant hand, followed by a powerful soul storm that surged forth, instantly rupturing the hand's grip. Xiao Ming was already close to the temple when the yellow giant hand shattered. He was only 10 meters away, and he could see a deep yellow throne atop the temple. It radiated an ancient and majestic aura that bore the weight of time.